the pass.
All Polaris needs to do is just announce an attack. Actually just has the win as well. Zigzagoon KOing Comfey, and the Super Zap Cannon gets rid of that Cramorant.
We could have rid of those straight away, though. There is no escape rope. We do see a psychic energy there, and then we see the retreat. We see the damage counter drop on the Zero Aura, and as all does EU Aeos is your two-time international champion.
So tough about this. You can see on his face here too. These Dragon Balls are adding up, and no, Charizard is going to close it down for Fish on a heater, fighting his way into Game 5. Bring the Charizard yet again.
So here's the opportunity, but he's trying to time it, but he just falls short. Surf from this Lantern will connect with this Abomasnow. That is a knockout. Yeah, Covervich is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Dragonite as that obstacle is going to be on the table. But with the Draco Meteor going to connect onto Glamora as well, that's just going to be enough for the knockout here. And Benjamin becomes your Senior Division Oceania International Champion.
Crash from Palafin into Corviknight. That is a knockout, and Gavin's California dreaming has become a reality here down under.
Some damage, and the portal is down already, so they have an opportunity to get some KOs here. SPM bubbling out. Popping pumpkins with the arrows, catching two with one.
Huge crowd control is coming out from the Trevenant. And they get 56, but it's not going to be enough.
Good morning, trainers from around the globe, and welcome to the 2023 Pokémon European International Championships.
This is day 2 of our competition, and I hope you're excited as I am to kick things off today. I'm Adam Watson.
And I'm Trusted Eye Dimos. In case you missed yesterday's clips, matches, and memes, have no fear. Today is expected to be filled with even more action from the Pokémon video game, Pokémon trading card game, Pokémon Go, and Pokémon Unite.
With players like Tord Reklev, Piper Lapine, and Robin Schultz still in the running over in the Pokemon TCG, expect the best out of the players this weekend and all the competition we have yet to come.
And over from the Pokemon VG side of things, players such as Paul Ruiz, Paul Chua, and Matty Morgan will be looking to make it to the top 8 bracket later on tonight to determine who will be moving forward to tomorrow's Championship Sunday.
Pokemon Go also kicks off their tournament in just a few minutes, and Pokemon Unite will be crowning their Europe Aeos Cup Champions here at EUIC 2023.
Now remember, trainers are fighting to win the 2023 Pokémon European International Championships this weekend. And we are still on the road to Worlds in Yokohama, Japan, which is going to be later on this year.
That's right, trainers. These champion points all count. And Costa, I can feel it getting hot in here. It must be that Pokemon action about to heat up.
Well, let's get to it. Trainers, are you ready? Casters, over to you.
Welcome back to the second and final day of the Pokemon Unite Aeos Cup for the European region, live in London, England at the XL Center. My name is Zoinks, and I am joined yet again by the wonderful Chris Heroes. What's up, Chris?
Oh, I'm so excited for today's day. We're down to only top 6 teams now, and we cursed some teams yesterday. Hopefully it doesn't happen again.
That is true. We are known for cursing some teams, but the games were still amazing despite that. Day 1 was fantastic. We started out with 8 incredible teams here in London, and now we're down to just the top 6 after an amazing set of games.
Yeah, we had to say goodbye to Meta Gaming and Summerhouse, but we have the best of the best in Europe left, and those games today are just going to be amazing. I mean, yesterday's games were all amazing as well. Like, even the teams that dropped out, they really gave the good teams a run for their money.
Yeah, we have Tally Boba Believers, Time to Shine, Nouns Esports, Zephyr Esport, Woof Woof, and Giga Chad Gaming left to compete for one of the biggest prize pools in the game, and of course, one of the most prestigious tournaments that we have had yet. Tally Boba Believers and Time to Shine are waiting in that winner's bracket, but the rest of them remain in the loser's bracket.
Yeah, these teams had a long way of getting here. The format is quite interesting as well. It's very good, very well made. We had a lot of teams trying to qualify for this, and then we head into the 4-group round robin. We had 16 teams trying to qualify for the Aeos Cup. 8 teams made it, going to this double elimination bracket, a best of 3, up to the grand final, where we head into a best of 5.
Right, of course, and a potential of a bracket reset as well. If the team from the losers bracket wins that first best of 5, they will have to win a second to become the grand champions of the Aeos Cup. Let's take a look at the prize pool available to these players if they can get to the top of the leaderboard. $25,000 total in the prize pool. First place, of course, taking $10,000 home.
But a very nice and very good money split. Every team that comes here is going home with something at least. And then money's not the only thing that matters. We also here for championship points.
Exactly.
And those are just as important because they will qualify you for the World Championship in Japan, Yokohama. That is even, for some people, probably even more important than actually winning the prize money. They want to make their ticket, get their ticket today maybe already towards that World Championship.
Exactly. So many ways to do the championship points. What are the best of ways to get yourself qualified for Worlds? Let's take a look at the bracket that we have found. A lot of action happened on day number 1, and we find ourselves with the top 6. Tally Boba Believers and Time to Shine in the winners finals, and then losers quarters. Nouns Esports, Zephyr Esport, Woof Woof, and Giga Chad Gaming rounding out all 6 teams.
Exactly, and those points are very important because Nouns, if they win this tournament still, they can actually claim that first place position of championship points, and Tali knows about this. They obviously want to, they're currently the winners final. They want to win this tournament, stay at the first place, and Woof Woof also have a chance of actually getting to that first place position, but for that Nouns and Tali both have to drop out.
Yeah, speaking of which, let's take a look at that leaderboard where they are standing. You're right, Nouns Esports within position to take over Tally Boba Believers if they can make that losers bracket run and overtake the favorite to win this tournament. Tally Boba Believers obviously wanting to hold on as long as they can to the lead, and they're in a good position to do it, starting off in the winners finals.
And Zephyr Esports also can move into the top 3 position.
Yeah.
If they have a good loser bracket run, they beat Nouns Esports in the next matchup, they actually have a good chance of hitting into that very important top 3 position.
Championship points have never been more important, and I think for a team like Zephyr Esport, it is at the top of their priority list. At that number 4 spot, outside of a Worlds invite currently, they are looking to try to change that. And it all starts with this first matchup of the day. Zephyr Esport versus Nouns. This is the one. If Zephyr can take down Nouns, they can climb ahead in the championship points leaderboard. This is going to be an incredible first match.
Nouns surprisingly dropping to the lower bracket yesterday, losing against Time to Shine. And now they're up against Zephyr Esports, so very hungry. And I feel like Nouns Esports just has so much more to lose than Zephyr has. So Nouns really need to win this, and I feel like they might be a bit nervous now. Yeah,
that's true. So much on the line to play for. Zephyr hunting for that top 4 spot. Nouns wanting to become the best team in the region like the days of old. But look at this squad. A majority of the same roster, 60s being the newest addition. And they found a lot of success. Looked amazing at the start of the bracket, winning a fantastic game, dropping 1, and now they're looking to really rewrite that history and get back in the top spot.
And going up against Zephyr is always so scary because you don't know what they're going to bring. And they're like the only team that plays all these unique Pokémon that you don't have much practicing up against. And we're already in the draft.
Well, let's take a look. Zephyr Esport, your purple side, and Nouns Esport, your orange side. We're kicking off EUIC day number 2 with an incredible first matchup. Aeos Cup, it's going to be good.
Do you think Nouns is going to go for an Espion ban? I feel like I really should start targeting maybe the Sableye or even the Cross. Like, it sounds weird, but just get him off their comfort.
Yeah, and in game number 1, it'd be an interesting spot to do, but no, we're going to see the Hoopa ban for Zephyr and Nouns Esports banning away the Urshifu. So, looks like, unfortunately, a small stage issue. We're going to throw to a quick pause, but I think we already have a little bit of information given to us about what these teams want to be doing. Hoopa ban on one side, Urshifu on the other. A lot of respect to Raytau's Urshifu from Nouns Esports.
Do you think maybe that ban was the mistake?
Could be. Could be.
Well, like running out of time trying to figure out which Pokemon they want to ban because they like can't really decide which one's going to be.
If that ends up being it, we'll have to see a bit of a change. I'm not too
if
sure.
If it's like this, then what is Zephyr going to do now? Espion first? I mean, they don't.
Espeon
They've showed that they just want to counter Espeon.
Yes.
That's what they've shown throughout this tournament. But they can obviously play it themselves as well.
It synergizes very well. I mean, Espeon synergizes with a lot of things with how powerful the Pokemon is, but with Rock Tomb Crustle, it makes those Psyshock just even easier to land. It helps you isolate those squishier targets and get that big damage burst a little bit easier. And Classic's one of the best to ever do it. One of the only to ever do it on the Rock Tomb Crustle, but I think it counts as one of the best to ever do it as well.
Yeah, and Nouns Esports, I don't know what they're going to bring today. Are they going to change up their things? Are they going to keep to what they tried yesterday? Or just maybe they took some time to talk about everything and were like, guys, let's just do something else.
One thing
didn't work yesterday.
Yeah, that is exactly it. One thing I really want Nouns to focus in on is get Gatlu on the Dodrio by any means possible. Gatlu is one of the most flexible players in the Unite game, but Dodrio just being such a powerful meta pick right now and how expertly Gatlu plays that Pokemon, I just really think this is a ban or a draft phase decision that you need to make early and often. Get Gatlu that power pick and let them just win you some games.
And it's just so annoying to play against. He just runs around, you're like, I can't do anything about it. It's just, you get frustrated knowing that he can do whatever he wants. It's very difficult to play against. Dodrio is still one of the best Pokemon currently have in the game. The best speedster.
Yes.
And you know what speedsters do well, just be annoying. Run around, be hard to catch. And then also, Drill Peck, Jump Kick, it has so much CC. You can stun an entire team, Drill Peck, Unite move, Jump Kick, and you can't move.
True, it's a tough one to take. Let's get to know Nouns Esports a little bit better with this video. Trevenant trying to turn this one around, but it's not enough. Sustainability has to end somewhere, and Nouns Esports knocks out everyone as the Delphox responds.
Hello, I'm Giz, and I'm the support player for Nouns Esports.
I'm Adesu, and I'm mostly a jungler, but I actually feed him.
My name is Gatlu, I'm the shot caller of the team and the flex pick for Nouns Esports.
I'm Sixes, new addition to the roster. I mostly flex picks for Nouns Esports.
Hi, I'm Brav. I'm the tank for Nouns.
We are representing the UK. We have Brav. We have Sixes from the Netherlands. We have Gatlu and Blaine from Germany. And we are here, Adesu and me, from Spain.
Españita. What makes a great team, I think, is the 5 persons to the same objective. Like, you need to talk before going into to make this team and go the 5 together in the same goal, because otherwise it's not going to work.
Bringing Sixes into the team, I think it's been pretty good for us. It's introduced a new way of seeing the game. We were more used to seeing the same play styles, and he's brought a new way of thinking of how to go approach the game. So I think it's been definitely great for us, and hope we can prove it here.
We want to prove that we are the EU champions, and we want to get our title back. I want to thank Nouns Esports for just giving us the opportunity to do a boot camp and just prepare for this Aeos Cup and further tournaments. I'm really thankful. Thank you.
Nouns Esports playing defense around the Rayquaza pit has put them in pole position to win this game. Nouns Esports is a formidable team, both in the past and right now within this tournament bracket, but you saw it in that video, something to prove. What is Nouns really looking to make a statement with here, Chris?
I just want to see them be aggressive from straight up, minute 1 again. That's what they're good at, right? Just get those early power spikes, pick very strong early game Pokemon, and just bring it towards the opponents, invade their central area over and over again, and just make sure you get ahead early game and then just cruise through the game. Yeah,
I mean, they have so much talent on this roster. From left to right when I'm looking at these players, and even Giz that we're seeing on camera right now. Giz on the Hoopa is such a, often, target ban for a lot of other teams to focus in on, but it's just such a powerful pick that really defines a meta and just defines a playstyle that Nouns likes to play around. I mean, Adesu can show up from anywhere when Giz is available.
Just last year, his Hoopa, even in the last year's World Championship, brought them towards the Grand Final. So, I mean, it is an insane Pokemon for him. And his entire team always says, man, this guy is so good on Hoopa. Just give him Hoopa, and he's gonna just do insanely well. And again, Hoopa's that skill expression support.
Yes.
You can really tell if a Hoopa player does something very well compared to a Comfey. You really don't notice much. Attached to a Pokemon, you press heal, 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 and that's about it.
Yeah, we know Nouns Esports so well, right? On entire last year, but we are looking for a bit more from them today as they find themselves in the losers bracket. Of course, Zephyr Esports looking to take that spot in the top 3 in the championship points. They are coming for this one. Let's see what we have in the ban phase. Might be a repeat, might be something new.
Yeah, let's see if that was actually the mistake.
Yeah.
I'm curious. 10 more seconds left. Is it going to be Yoshifu again? Or they're like, I guess we wanted an Espeon, but we just ran out of time, or someone voted wrong.
Yeah.
Who knows what actually the issue is? It's exciting.
I think the Hoopa
No,
ban
it's the
stays.
same.
Yeah, okay,
Ban
so this
stands.
makes a lot of sense to me. Hoopa stays
Yeah.
for the side of Zephyr. Do not let Geese have access to that powerful Pokemon. Zephyr going to be choosing a Slowbro. Very different decision from the side of Zephyr Esport from what we are used to seeing.
Not going to lie, I just want to see Espeon and Mew right now.
Yeah?
Just like down give, yeah, whatever. Just down give Ignis Mew. Just play those. You can also just go Espeon to the central area. Get level 4, still pick a late game carry on like a melee for Gatlu.
Yes.
And then pick the Dodrio, and he can still take the entire central area at some point.
Yeah.
But instead, give it over to Ignis. He's going to play the Mew, and they're considering the cross, and it's the classic Espeon counter. They just like playing it in every single time to Espeon.
Yeah, it's a really good answer to Espeon, and of course, Zephyr Esport, they don't play healers.
Yeah, they do not play healers.
Whatever they can do to just have the bulk instead of the re-healing is what is their strategy. But now it's Esports with a solid answer. It looks like we're going to see an Eldegoss and a Delphox. Okay, I love Delphox into the double defender. Delphox having that mobility, but could be a little weak if they can get to you. Just avoid it with that flame charge.
Yeah, Idesu is a great Delphox player, one of the best we have in the entire world. He's very, very accurate with that. But now the Dodrio might get thrown away, so what is Gatmite going to go for? I'm actually not sure. So Buzzwole and Dodrio being considered, and they actually lock those in. Not even a Sableye either.
Yeah, no Sableye, which
aggression.
kind of begs the question, what Pokemon is EUIC going to be playing in this team composition? Probably the Slowbro, if I had to take a guess. Machamp being hovered by Gatlu, but this decision really can define this team comp, whatever Gatlu wants to lock in, and it is going to be the Blastoise running iconic Pokemon for Gatlu. They have won tournaments on this pick, so
he's very famous
it is going to be a very...
Oh, they changed it around. Never mind. It's Gatlu's Trevenant is also legendary.
True, that is true.
He's the one that he was the only one last year to actually play Trevenant.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna see Curse, but he actually has a Float Stone.
Yeah.
So do we see some level 1 invading? But he doesn't have XP share.
Yeah, no XP share, just a little bit of movement speed from the Flow Zone. Also, Bruv running the Rapid Fire Scarf on the Blastoise, hoping to get as many auto attacks as possible. But the Surfstoise, I think, is what we are going to be seeing. That mostly defender-based Blastoise to be the defender.
It could be either the Surf Hydro Pump or a Spin Hydro Pump bid.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, Spin Hydro Pump with Rapid Fire Scarf does make some sense. We'll have to see what actually happens when we head into our first game here of the Day 2 Aeos Cup Finals in the European region. Now it's Esports and Zephyr. I mean, I don't think anyone predicted that we would be seeing Nouns in a loser's bracket game this early, and much less against Zephyr, one of the best teams in the region. I think they have been fighting for everyone to consider them a top 4 team for quite some time. They've been sitting on the outside looking in, hoping to change all of that. A roster that's stuck together for a long time, hoping to finally find a little bit of success.
So we have 2 defenders on both sides, very strong front line.
Yes.
Crossel up against the Trevenant as well. Going to be interesting. Raito heading towards the central area for Zephyr. On the right side we have probably central area split, but looks like it's just going to be the SP right now.
Yeah.
Taking over that central area, and already see the Delphox also heading in now. They're going to just share. Oh, it's actually Adesu with the EXP share.
Yes, okay. Adesu running EXP share on the Espeon. Not too worried, they can get to their power spikes pretty early, and then they are comfortable sitting at a slightly lower level than the rest of their team. Honestly, you want to get that Blastoise up to 9 as quickly as possible.
And you might think EXP share and attacker on Espeon, you're going to get every single last hit, which means there's more experience for your entire lane, and Blastoise is going to be so happy about it.
That's Novorix not getting that last hit, which is a bit of a problematic spot because now Sixies and Geese can work together to get an early knockout, and now it's Esports the first one to find one.
Yeah, and you just can't get away from a red buffed Eldegoss. It's literally just impossible.
Correct.
You're slowed every single basic attack. And all that early gank from the Delphox, of course, just already huge for Nouns Esports in this early game. We see actually a tri-attack from the Dodrio, going the more safer variant of this build, gives him a bit more healing as well, just much more early on. And they're going to go for this first Altaria fight right here. I think it combos a little bit better with the Rock Tomb, potentially a big engage by Raytab, and Novorix working for the wild Pokemon. Gatlu taking a lot of that experience though, and hits the level 5 evolution. Gatlu's Float Stone giving them a bit of mobility when they're not attacking, but now they're engaging, and they are chasing down Classics. He's looking for the classic. He just wants to be aggressive. Classic Gatlu, just in your face all the time, on the left side. And now Buzzwole is going to have a good time up against his Eldegoss. This time around, no one one else is there to actually take him down. The superpower gets his last hit quite... Wait, he lost it!
No,
he lost it!
Within mid-air, Geese was able to get an auto attack to steal away that experience, and that actually gives Geese their evolution to Eldegoss. Ridiculous play pattern there as Reitao has to avoid so much damage, not able to dodge a Desu's Psy Shock, but the Electro Ball does find the knockout. Great shot by Eichless.
Huge trade by Nouns Esports. Being, oh my god, he almost goes down. A Desu just runs away, but good trade there. Straight 1v1, and Reitao just going a bit too deep. They didn't have enough damage to actually take down the Espeon, and now Eichless is looking for some more stuff as well. 60 is looking for level 7. Wants that flame charge as fast as possible. He's actually getting everything for free right now.
Yeah, 60's uncontested here in the central area when it comes to these Alterios and Swablues, but we're about 40 seconds away from that first major objective, and Nouns Esports have now found a foothold within the top path. Gatlu stacking up that attack weight extremely quickly. They're going to be sitting at least 5 stacks off the start of this game. This Trevenant is going to be hitting hard.
And we don't even have the Crusher yet. He's still stuck at the level 3 evolution, but oh, Bruff is going to go down. Nice boost out coming through from Reitao, taking down Bruff. And this is going to get Zephyr Esports maybe a tiny bit advantage and position advantage for this first Reggie fight. Already happening in 10 seconds.
Nouns Esports has plenty of bulk, but it is not down here in the bottom path right now. Espeon, Delphox, and Eldegoss ain't going to be able to hold a candle to the bulk that Zephyr has of a front line. Double defender on both sides, but Zephyr Esports has the early positioning. Desu starts things off with so much damage on Eri. They're gone.
Yeah, Slowbrush just disappearing. Buzzroll as well, losing again somewhere to Gatlu as well. What can Reitao do right now? It's all up to the Mew and the Druid right now to maybe carry this fight, but they're up against a Desu. He's gonna try to land the Psyshock Sniping. Solarbeam comes through, and it goes over to a Desu. As we mentioned, their Spirit is so strong. They get 2 more Chaos as well. Crossing goes down, Druid goes down. They're gonna keep on diving now. We do have Delphox Unite as well. Can Zephyr somehow defend this?
Yeah, Solar Beam does knock a lot of Pokemon out of their scoring animations as they try to get it. And yes, it is Rapid Speed Hydro Pump for those that were following. But finally, Zephyr Esports able to rally back and make a defense. A Trevenant Unite from Gatlu is able to give them a bit of breathing room. And Festival Fireworks from 60s turns on the aggression. Nouns Esports finds one, and they are looking to peel back. Do not want to break that goal zone too early, but they have found the value they needed. Big turnaround moment for Nouns Esports, and now they can move and take some wild Pokemon.
And this is the exact Nouns Esports I wanted to see. Split that early central area and just get a stronger top path and bot path instantly and just be aggressive. Make sure that Zephyr doesn't have any room to breathe on. I mean, Zephyr's still trying as well. They're being very aggressive. Trying with Rage right here. Again, Bruff has to reject button away, but that's finally Blastoise evolution done. And he's going to be very strong. And you mentioned Rapid Spin Hydro Pump. You can actually auto-tech during it with the Rapid Fire Scarf Muscle Band. We have a fight happening right here, but Gatlu just getting away.
A bit of an engage. So Zephyr Esports playing this composition that's honestly very pick-focused. They want to isolate one Pokemon at a time and get a huge knockout with good focus fire from their roster. But the problem is Nouns Esports can split off and take these 2v1s so easily. Reitao caught in danger, and Nouns Esports also picks up a Regia Lucky for their troubles. The aggression starts, and now Bruv thrown away by a Smackdown and a Superpower. If they want a Hydro Typhoon, they gotta get back in the action. Gatlu Horn leeches away, and Nouns Esports does not find a foothold, but 40 goes in for 60s in the top path.
Yeah, Gatlu just looks unkillable right now. Like, you literally can't take him down. He's just so strong. He has so much HP, and Zephyr Esports doesn't have a lot of damage. They're just down. They have the Mew on backline, but it's not enough to actually take down 2 defender Pokemon, right? You're missing like a Delphox, or you're missing that Glaceon to actually have enough damage to take down a Blastoise and a Trevenant. And those are just main defender. They're not played with EXP share, they're not supportive ones, they're actually just straight up tanks.
Yeah, Zephyr Esports always ends up taking a lot of risks within their draft phase, and this time it is all focused on that isolation strategy of trying to hold down one Pokemon at a time. Second Reggie has appeared. My pick for one of the most important objectives of the game, and Desu is already there in position, uncontested so far. Reitao and Classic try to change that around. Cyclic Solaire throws up 2 of them. Finally in there with the Hydro Pump and the Rapid Spin. Regirock brought down to about half HP. Unite move from Mew to give a lack of vision over to Nouns Esports, and the Mew is able to grab it.
What did Nouns Esports just do? They skip up the Reggie completely for free. They think they thought that Zephyr's going to go towards top pair, then try and score there and try to defend, but they're so late. Can they find some chaos right now? Right? Oh yeah, they're gonna get Trust at least. Delphox jumping in forward now. Level 11. He's gonna just get over and over Flame Charge and Mystical Fire resets. But yeah, Nouns Esports kind of on the same page right there. They send way too many people towards top path to try and expect a push. Gatlu also quite deep right now. Nice eject button there to reconnect the Solar Beam. But Delphox again sniping Slowbro on bot path.
Yeah, here I just deleted there as now Geese and Adesu are both going to be able to score. It's a 38-point overdunk. The Solar Beam a little bit too late to try to stop that score animation. Gatlu does go down to Raytown, but it's going to be an easy trade for Nouns Esports. This is a 3v1 after that engagement. Navorex is leading up towards the top path. The only one to show up for this Reggie Alecki that's about to enter into the game was 60s. He's looking to contest.
And we have such a huge experience lead now for Nouns Esports. There we have a level 13 Delphox, and none of Zephyr is even level 12.
Yeah.
The highest is level 11, so Adesu just has such a huge experience here. But now Braff might be caught right here, but he's so tanky. Doesn't have enough grab right now. Rayto really wants this knockout. Nice Hydro Pump, zoning him away. The surf's going to connect. There's a Rock Tomb, and Braff is down.
Good isolation, so now Zephyr Esports has a chance to push towards this first tier goal zone, but a 3-player Horn Leech from Gatlu pushes them away from that objective. Classic's going to take so much damage, and they go down. Light Screen not far enough from Eichels to actually stop that advancement.
They're going to go into him as well. Nice double wood hammer is going to land. I think Eichels is just going to go down right here. Yeah, the point path is going to finish them off. Double KO for the Aedigos, and they're going to score points right here. Zephyr's not going to respawn in time. 40 and 17 going to bot path as well. That is huge. 311 points now. They're also scoring top path. They actually destroyed the goal completely.
Yeah, Classics isolates these two players, but there's no one there to double back on the damage because Nouns Esports is also winning on the top path. A goal zone break, 411 for Nouns Esports. We were questioning the play around the basement Reggie, but the pressure they put on in the top path has paid dividends as they have a gigantic score lead when we're only 30 seconds away from our first final stretch.
Yeah, 411 points to 56. And at this point, they can maybe just backhand as well. Like in one scenarios, you can maybe just walk towards the enemy base and be like, you guys, you can get a Ray. We're just going to score right here. With another Reggie Steel fight happening, it's only 10 seconds up. I don't think Zephyr has enough damage to actually take this down.
Yeah, I mean, Zephyr's not going to at all, especially with Dodra being knocked up, Raytown knocked into the air. But yeah, now these Esports looking to make that a solid all-around average as they win by an average of 790 points. Adesu finding one early knockout. Classics isolates the Espeon, and we have the fight breaking out in earnest. One down for each side. Classics tries to make a difference in the bottom path near the Reggie pit, but they get knocked out as well. Nouns Esports moving in for the defense around the Rayquaza as Zephyr Esports has to regroup and try to come at this one again.
They have a level 15 Delphox for 60s. How do you deal with it at this point? You just can't. If he's going to hit those Mystical Fire, everyone's going to half HP instantly as well. And they have to protect it. And they have a lot of protection. They have, again, 2 defender with a lot of stuns. They have the Aedigos to give heals and heals over and over again. It's going to be very difficult for Zephyr to actually reach the Delphox. And they can't even just do Ray either, because they don't have enough damage to take down Rayquaza.
No damage, no burst. They need to win a team fight, but Nouns Esports composition is so well built to win these engagements. Gatlu finds Eichels isolated completely. Classics Rock Tomb not enough for the peel, and now they're being chased down as well as Bruv makes even more space around the Rayquaza pit. Nouns Esports with such a demanding lead that Zephyr Esports can't even find a way into this fight.
Zephyr doesn't have Unite moves, they only have Buzzword Unite, and it's one of the worst Unite moves in the entire game. It's not going to win you a team fight, that is for sure. It's very difficult to go into this position right now. They're running out of time, they're 50 seconds left, and as long as Nouns just doesn't lose their Fox here, caught in a Rock Tomb, they're trying to surf forward, but they just can't hit it. Now Dory is trying to maybe finish off 60s, but they're instantly Espeon and Aedigos around. They can't take it down. Krasser gets sniped by the Psyshock. Taken down. 35 seconds left. New trying, but he's going to miss the Solar Beam. Just barely switches into a surf. Maybe Solar Beam, Electro Ball actually has the eject button away across the wall. And 6 has the eject buttons right after him. Takes him down. And now it's Esports. They're 4 down. 4 down of Zephyr Esports, and they might just ace them right here. Only Buzzword left, and one more Wood Hammer. Gatlu is going to finish off the job. No, the Smackdown is their superpower. Navarex at least want to win this fight, but no, he can't. Gatlu's just unkillable this game. That's an ace coming through. They're going to score points in the enemy base. And now it's with A. That was such a clean game.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, there's something that we call it when a Delphox moves like that. 60s was schmovin' on the map, and a eject button across the wall with the flame charge. Nouns back in a major way. They're in the losers bracket, but they ain't looking to stay here for long. What a game to kick off the Aeos Cup day number 2.
That was very impressive. Very, very impressive. Just straight up from minute 1, they knew exactly what they were doing, and they keep on pressuring. They really didn't. There was one mistake. The second Reggie fight might have been a bit questionable, but besides that, no mistakes.
Yeah, and Nouns Esports, one of those to always bounce back from those small micro mistakes too. Gatlu mentioned in the video we watched of this roster that they are that main shot caller. They are level-headed, and they always want to win. They got ways to come back in this game, but Nouns Esports, dominant start to finish. Again, holding Zephyr to sub 100 points the entire match, and of course winning by 503. Not exactly their normal margin of the 790-point victory, but they are looking fantastic.
You can see the Mew damage. Iklas tried, but it's just not enough.
Yes.
Aedigos also pretty much healing all of that away. Doesn't matter what. Gatlu as well having 60,000 healing on the Trevenant, and it's just so difficult. You as your only damage dealer is just not enough when it comes to these very tanky team comps. It's just not enough.
Well, let's take one more look at that game number 1 and a bit of a highlight reel, because it felt like such an exciting one. I got to see it a second time. That red buff on Eldegoss has been such a staple of this metagame these days. Doubling down on the slowing effect is so powerful, and Nouns Esports knows how to play it.
And yeah, 60's just farming up experience. That Delphox was so massive in late game. He was just always 2-3 levels up on any map of Zephyr Esports, and he just really showed. Also just first Reggie fight, and they just keep on diving. They've been very aggressive, and for the first time today, I feel like we saw push into the second goal much more aggressively as well.
Yes.
They were to push top and bot path at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Just counting their eggs a little bit before they hatch, but just ridiculous knockout pushes. If you look around those Reggie fights as well, a Desu just in position to get those last hits every time, but essentially uncontested by Zephyr Esport. Classics was able to get within range a couple of times, but it just wasn't enough to shut down with no follow-up with the rest of Zephyr. They were just looking fantastic in this matchup, and then this is where Zephyr tried to call that early fight, but Nouns Esport with an incredible response.
Yeah, this had such a huge experience lead that you just have so many more stats on all your Pokemon, it just makes fighting so much easier. And then they don't have to care about Rayquaza at all, Zephyr has to care about it, but again, as I mentioned, they have no damage against objectives.
Yes.
That's the problem. If you pick a team comp like this and you fall behind in early game, coming back is so difficult.
Right. Well, you called it out. The numbers, the levels, everything looked good. I said they were schmoovin'. Our player of the game is going to be 60s, and I think that is an incredible player to award it for. Their Delphox looked fantastic. 74,000 damage, and running the energy amplifier as well. So doubling down on Delphox's biggest strength of having that Unite move so often.
And cooldown reduction as well. Mystical Fire, Flame Shot, has such low cooldown combined with it as well. It's just almost up. Almost always up.
Yes.
Spoon for insane damage, Choice Specs for a bit more burst. It's just a great build.
Yeah. 60s plays it so well too. I loved the Delphox, the rotation, and a Desu already popping up.
He's hyped.
It's early in the morning, but the energy is already flowing on the side of Nouns Esports. Zephyr on the other side have to go back into the lab. No Sableye in that last team composition. Even though Hirai is cosplaying the Pokemon that he is normally known for playing, I'm surprised that we didn't see it in that team comp. I honestly thought it would work all right if we had the Sableye as a part of that composition.
I think they didn't go for the Sableye because they started with 2 defender Pokemon.
Yes,
and it's
that's true.
It's so difficult to find any more damage afterwards, and they just couldn't really afford it. So maybe not go for Slowbro.
Yeah.
I mean, it's difficult not to say not going for a Slowbro, but it might have hindered it. You know, their playstyle a tiny bit.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, if you are in the lose, a win or go home situation, win and become a world's qualified team in the championship points race, I think you gotta stick to what you know. Urshifu ban stays the same for Nouns Esports. Get Raytao off that power pick, and they're gonna go with the first pick Hoopa.
And they're already tired of Get Loose Trevenant.
Yes.
Like, one game, okay. No, you're not playing it again.
Yeah, absolutely not. Let's see if we can force out the Aegis Slash a second time. Let's see where we go. Russell's selection being hovered, but no, the last minute rotation is Slowbro. It seems that they want to stick to this more powerful meta Pokemon, and they're going to grab the Espeon as well. Man, I would have loved the Dodrio there, but a Desu was putting on a show as well.
Nice when I see Nouns Esports play the crosser.
Wow, okay, that would be the power play, but bear your mind would lead up to the same thing too. I loved Bruv's Blastoise as well. The early game was pretty tough, level 4 in those first engagements. There was a lot of early pressure, but the Mime is the change-up, so the Barrier Mime is going to be coming out for Bruv. We're probably going to see a little bit of Central Area Mew with 60s on it.
He's the most famous Mr. Mime player.
Yes.
Like, he's the only person that actually still... Okay, we saw Zephyr playing it yesterday with the Psychic Barrier.
Yeah, that was something.
I don't want to talk about it, but Bruv is the Mr. Mime player. No one else plays it like he does since the beginning of time, literally. He's the only one that has always been just a believer of Mime. Actually, I would really like to see a Wigglytuff. Yeah? I would love to see a Wiggly.
Really? Yeah, I mean, Wigglytuff into Buzzwole, Sableye seems like a pretty good selection for me. I don't know, but it looks like Nouns Esports going to be going in a bit of a different direction. Decidueye locked in for a Desu. It feels like a minute since we've seen this Pokemon be played by this player, and what a stage to do it on. Final pick has to be selected for Zephyr Esport. They got the Espeon, they got the Buzzwole for damage. Do they go double defender with the Sableye, or do we find something for Raytao?
Yes,
Zoroark being hovered, is it time?
Finally!
EU plays Zoroark, what a miracle. I cannot wait to see game number 2.
If I was the Decidueye now, I would be sweating.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
Yesterday I was wondering why we don't see any Decidueye, and in this game I'm not a fan of.
Yes, okay.
Up against
yeah.
the Sableye, it's very, very difficult to play. And you still, Zephyr just has this last pick option to just go pretty much for anything.
Yeah.
And decide to go for Zoroark, and playing the Sidra into it is very, very difficult.
Yeah,
especially when Sableye is also going to hunt you down all the time. You have no idea where it is. The Shadow Sneak can kind of sneak it out.
Yep.
You don't see where, you can kind of see in what position it is. It doesn't like reveal Sableye or anything.
Right.
But it goes towards the position the Sableye is in. So it's a bit of counterplay, but doesn't matter what. Like if it just comes from any direction and stuns you one time, you're kind of gone. And he doesn't have fully his eject button.
Yep.
So
I think it is a bit of an even matchup, right? The Shadow Sneak revealing Sableye will just be giving a lot of intel over to their teams. It's not a solo game for Adesu every single time. The coordination is there. They're going to be making the call-outs for their squad to know to find Hirai and shut them down. However, that is no easy task when it is Hirai on the Sableye.
Oh, yeah.
They are one of the best in the world, but definitely within this region. I think they have made a splash on this Pokemon before, and, well, they look a little like that Pokemon right now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Wigglytuff, I would have just loved to see it. And then
Yes.
perhaps maybe go for like a more damagey variant of the Mr. Mime. And Wiggly would have been a great counter to Sableye, to Slowbro, to Buzzwole, anything. But yeah, let's see how this game's going to continue. They still have... I mean, they also don't have any combat healing right now, so it's going to be very difficult for the Sidroid to actually live those team fights. Hyperspace Portal heals you to full HP, but you first have to get into it.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, the only healing being available to resets is going to be a tough one. So we're going to see the red buff go over to the Hoopa. Gee's going to be sealing that one again. But Hirai is now on the invade. Gets a little bit of vision. Knows that the Scavalier is gone. No red buff for them, but they're going to try to sneak away a blue buff.
He can just stay here as EXP share, so he's not going to miss out on too much right now. And he's going to try to maybe get this blue buff. And Rowlet doesn't really have the best early game last setting. It does have leverage, but yeah, Sableye going in right here, but actually quite early on, and now he doesn't have any moves left.
Well, it was a good call by Adesu to bring that blue buff into the tall grass so that Hirai had to lose vision of it, and Adesu's actually able to time those auto attacks extremely well and take away the blue buff. That's their Sidroid, but now Raytow's already at 5, and the engage. This is why you picked Zoroark. I know you wanted Wiggly. We got one wish granted. We'll wait for the Wiggly later.
Yeah, I've been waiting for Zoroark the entire day. We have amazing Zoroark players also in Europe. But I feel like North America just likes it much more. Mine now taking on Sableye. Yeah, a bit of a mistake, but yeah, this feint attack after level 5 on is just so deadly.
Raytown looking to see if they can find the re-engage, but Astonish a bit too scared to deal with. Everybody else from Zephyr Esport able to take a lot of that experience early on. Adesu actually stacking up the attack weight already in the bottom path. You don't see that too often too early, but they're going to get a few extra ones. Hirai taking away all their Aeos energy, as now Raytown is back for the fight.
Oh, he missed the feint attack sadly, so he couldn't keep rechaining it. It's very difficult sometimes, so eject button's like the biggest counter towards Zoroark. If you eject button out of one of the feint attacks, it's just gone. So you have to be very careful, but thanks to feint attack is quite safe of a build. It's not like Night Slash, you can always go back out. And now Sableye maybe controlling, and the Solar Beam nicely connects. 60 is playing very well today.
Yeah, I mean, 3 players trying to shut down Hirai there. The light screen from Bruv put them in a really bad spot. And then, of course, the boosted auto from Mr. Mime knocks that Pokemon skyward for a short second, and that slowed them down just enough that the Solar Beam from 60s was able to close the
Zoroark moving in as well again. Now level 7 has the Shadow Claw, which Mii can stun, and that's how you take down a Mew.
Yeah.
You feint attack Shadow Claw in, stun it multiple times, and it's just so difficult for any ranged attacker to actually deal with this Pokemon.
Raytow is already level 8. That's too close behind at 7, but Raytow is feeling this Zoroark pick. One missed feint attack, it's alright, you hit the other 4. Gets a lot of damage on Geese, but the barrier stuns them for a short moment, and that damage from Solar Beam is now twisting things around. 60s finds the knockout on a Hirai, and Classics is thrown into a wall with the confusion and shut down by Adesu. What a shot from the Spirit Shackle, as Gatlu puts in a whole 30 into this goal zone, and it's left at only 4 remaining.
The boost attack almost takes on Zoroark as well. And this is the Hyperspace Portal play. Suddenly you just have 5 members on Team Sports on one path, and you're like, what just happened? Hirai again going down. The Sableye really not having his best game yet so far. Is getting taken on over and over again, so now it's very in control and making sure they scout out the Sableye over and over again.
Yeah, all positioning given over to Announce Esports as well. Bruv's even available to go towards the top path to get some early positioning. Classics just trying to get a bit of vision to find out where 60s is at. Gatlu retreating all the way back on this Blastoise as Navorix is hovering around the top and looking to see if they can find a Pokemon to jump onto.
And Sableye caught again, the Shadow Sneak, trying to scout out where he is, and they're actually going to take it down again. Sableye just, there's the Shadow Sneak coming in, it's a significant team lay down. Zephyr trying to go for this now. Ignis has Unite move up, and they actually get the Reggie. So Announce Esports too much much on the left side, going for the Sableye, but at least they return the favor. They get 2 knockouts. They might also get Slowbring. A nice confusion by Bruff into the wall. They take on 3 members of Zephyr. At least they use the Reggie, but honestly, I feel like knockouts are often just so much more worth it.
I mean, it feels like every time Zephyr gains an inch, Nouns Esports finds a way to get a mile. Reggie Alecki also going to be knocked out by Nouns Esports rather. Zephyr Esports taking that Reggie definitely is important, but in the end, it just seems like Nouns Esports is a little bit different on those macro rotations today.
I feel like Sableye and Zorok just have to have more synergy. Like, they're not playing together so fun. Zorok, Sableye have to play together because every stun is going to become mime jumping and now looking for Buzz Roll here. Next Confuse is going to be up. He's going to combine it with this last stun of the Unite move, and yes, they take him down, and they're going to score so many points right here. 32 going. They're trying to do some math right now. Can they do it? Yeah, 21 go in. Another 30 will go in, or 32 from EU as well in the end. And they're just going to let Adesu even stack a few more.
Man, it's a lot easier for Adesu to hit those Spirit Shackles when Bruv is teeing them up every single time. The barrier short stun is just making it impossible for Zephyr Esports to outmaneuver this incredible Decidueye player of Adesu. Bruv getting the reset, and now Nouns Esports has 2 goal zones broken and all the map control they could ever want.
And again, the lane game for Zephyr Esports, they're gonna fall off. They have Buzzball and they have Zorok, who are not most known for good late game Pokemon. But here, they're gonna try to look for the Blastoise, but just not enough damage on the Buzzball Ignite. Huge Buddy Beater coming out also for Gatlu, and he's that sheet is just so much.
Yeah, Gatlu
has no chance.
Gatlu with an incredible Hydro Typhoon in response to completely shut down that engagement by Buzzwole. They're looking for a big play there, but Gatlu is having absolutely none of it. Hirai laying out more feint attack for the Vision, but Bro sees it, takes care of it, it's gone.
And this one I would like to see a Confused Ray, honestly. We keep seeing the fake Aeos energy, but Confused Ray is still very strong, and obviously got nerfed a tiny bit. But yeah, gonna keep trying to just gain vision, but that's not what they need right now. They just need Teamfight CC.
Yeah, look where Raytao is hiding out. Level 11, got the blue buff cooldowns a little bit shorter, and they are looking for 60s if at all possible. Slow Beam from Classics does hold down Bro, but the reset is going to be available, and the Hoopa portal is perfect. Raytao on the backside as Espeon gets a huge Unite, and Ikelis throws them all into the air. One stun onto Geese is not enough as they get chased down, and Gatlu finds a KO streak at 2. Classics hiding around, but they are going to be deleted. Shut down, and Registeel is gone.
A complete ace for Nouns Esports. They take on 5 members of Zephyr Esports, not losing a single one as well. Wonderful hyperspace port, as you mentioned, from Geese. Just when Mime jumps in, gets Slowbring Night Move. There's already a hyperspace ported there, so in case he drops low, back to base for HP.
Geese, again, I was mentioning it before, that preemptive play, but on average, Nouns Esports has 18 knockouts per game versus the average of Zephyr with a respectable 15, but Nouns just different in the offense department. Reggie Alecki gone already as it's headed towards Tier 2. Zephyr not able to get an objective outside of that first Reggie Rock in this second game is a tough angle, and Nouns Esports with a sizable lead headed into 330.
Are they really going to try to push this one in now, right? Are they looking for it? Spirit Check is coming through. They have no healing, right? So as soon as those Spirit Check lands, you can't do much about it. Bruff trying to outscore bot path, which means Sableye has to be there. And they're actually getting knockouts right now. 2 already on top path. Zorok trying to go in, but nice eject but by Adesu. Can he stay alive? He's just barely going to get knocked out, but it allows Reggie Alecki to go in because Zephyr Esports had to go so deep to take down Adesu, and they're going to just score points as well. They're going to break the second goal again, 2 games in a row. Incredible. 299 to 94 points now. Again, a huge lead.
Oh man, just the mental pressure that Nouns exerts on any of these teams is so immense. They take goal zones, they take knockouts. An average of 18 knockouts in the squad is an absolutely crazy high amount. Nouns Esports finding a lot of value when it comes to every angle of the game. Hoopa may have left, but Brub is still your Classics. You ain't gonna find that 27 score as Brub puts you in a glass case of emotion.
And that's just the problem, right? They're up against Spirit Shackle and Solar Beam U. So every single time they get hit by those, they have no healing. Exactly what I think the problem of Zephyr Esports is, though. They have to always be the ones that first engage, but they don't seem to be on the same pace this morning.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of miscommunication between a few of their members. This was a very far forward positioning for an Espeon. They're caught in a lot of danger. Classics with a great use of blocking the boosted auto, but Spirit Shackle threads the needle and Adesu finds the knockout.
He's hitting those arrows over and over and over again, and the Solar Beams as well now for 60s. It's going to just leave such a mark on them. Yeah. Every time you get hit by those, you're half HP, and it's so difficult to fight. Zorok is trying to score some points, probably still stacking a tiny bit as well. 12 points, going to actually break the goal. I don't know if I like this play.
Yeah, only a 12 point, not even in double time, as we are headed into the final stretch here. A 24 dunk from Gatlu into the home goal zone, trusting that Geese will be able to bring them with a Hoopa Unite move. Hirai takes about half HP thanks to a solid Spirit Shackle, and 60 starts dealing the damage.
There's Super Bomb coming through. They're going to lock up Rayto. Rayto's the most important person probably to take down right now. Espeon's not going to do all too much, but Rayquaza's low on HP. Rayquaza's going to go down, and Zephyr Esports going to claim it. bit, but Nouns Esports is going to look for the fight right now. They take on 3 members already. There's only 1 shield left on the SPU. It's going to run towards the left side, but it's not going to be enough.
Iceless finds a way to make this game a little bit closer, but Nouns Esports shutting them down at every turn. Iceless will be able to get this Hundo Burger within the top half, but it only puts them at 206. Nouns Esports able to get a reset as well. Nevorix was trying to shut them down, get a couple of knockouts, but Gatlu is back with a full health bar. They are trying to keep up that fight, but Nevorix and comboing with Raytao, is it enough? No, the Hoopa portal's there.
Not enough damage. They're trying to take on the Blasters. They have still a chance of winning this game. 1 entire minute left. They're only 160 points behind, so it's still totally fine for Zephyr Esports to try. And if the first group was maybe up on top half now, they could have maybe had a bit of easier chance to start scoring points. But yeah, happens. 50 seconds are left. They're going to look for this goal 1 push. And I think Nouns, do you know how much they're behind? Do they know how much they're ahead, actually?
I believe it was before a minute, so they should have gotten the huge lead notification, knowing that they have over 100 points here, but they still are deciding to they're deciding to defend this outer goal zone. An early unite with the Slowbro completely removes Mon. Geese has to throw all the way back, but Shoulder Beam finds a knockout. 60s with a great shot. 1 score goes in. Zephyr Esports at 280. They are under 100 points down, and the offense is going in. 2 knockouts already. Iceless gets some early damage.
Table in the base.
They're trying 41 into the base. That's going to be an 82 score for Zephyr Esports.
They're 1 point behind.
They're 1 point behind.
Classics is 41.
For Classics needs to find it. If he can get,
he does. 10 points from Sable and enemy base.
Here I does
Esports. They don't know about it yet, but they're going to find out in 5 seconds. They're actually winning this game.
Gatlu's rushing towards the base, but there's no time.
No way.
Zephyr Esports sneaks in 10 points in the final second. One more look at the scoreline. Iceless telling their team to hold on. Zephyr Esports does
They take the game. Incredible.
They tie this game, this match up 1-1 with an amazing Sableye play. The Switch players know the pop-off is real, and Zephyr Esports have a chance of defeating Nouns.
Incredible. And this is why you never give up anyways either, but I mean, what a comeback.
Oh, what a crazy comeback. An amazing last hit of the Rayquaza from Iceless really set that opportunity up. Only 1 player able to score with the Ray Shield, but it was enough to put them in position where a comeback was even possible.
Look at that.
Zephyr Esports at such a large deficit as Nouns was running that game. Iceless, all the resources with the shutting down Raytao on the Zoroark. They hunted them down, they found them, but Iceless was able to find the shot.
And that's exactly why I asked, does Nouns know how far they're ahead?
Yeah.
Because defending this first goal is so scary. Bruff instantly went down because the shielding of the goal is not enough, and then the goal was broken, and then Adesu was caught.
Yeah.
And then suddenly everything snowballs to a complete disaster of just trying to defend this first goal, which you often just can't.
Right. Yeah, those last-minute moments, often you don't know what that scoreline is. It's too hard to keep track of it at that point in time, and you really have to make a decision. Do we fend this outer goal zone? Do we give it up and rely on the shields of Tier 2? But in the end, it ended up being a couple of scores in the home goal zone that really made the difference. Hey, maybe breaking that outer Tier 1 was actually a huge play. Maybe that was the play. Raytao counting themselves a little bit lucky as now this series is tied up 1-1.
We'll take a look at some highlights as well, of course, from last game. A lot of highlights happened for sure.
Yeah, this game was
especially in the last 2 minutes. And Zephyr just also being just very proactive on the Rayquaza there. They just know. This time they actually had damage to take it down with the Espeon as well. And they're able to just go for the play. Sableye getting punished very much in early game. Didn't really have a good game. And then in the end is the final deciding maker when he just sneaks into the enemy base. And Nouns just didn't have a good defense.
Yeah, Nouns not being able to mount much there, especially with Bruv being eliminated so quickly. But the offense from Nouns throughout the game was looking so solid. These goal zone breaks early and often were giving them the map pressure they needed, and this Registeel was a pretty exciting fight.
Yeah, just a complete ace. This really showed how good Nouns Esports team fighting is as well. And Zephyr Esports didn't stand a chance most of this game.
Yeah.
Really did not. This fight is very up here. The Regieleki going in and putting Nouns into such a huge lead in points. Just alone. Adesu just getting so much. Is the Owl taunt. Yes, it is Hidrai. Everyone just runs at it every single time.
Yeah, sometimes you got to. Classics blocking the Mew boosted auto, couldn't grab the Spirit Shackle, but this is where everything changed. Classics within that top hit around the Ray. Adesu tried to chase them down, but this is where the damage started coming and where Zephyr mounted their comeback.
And Adesu just stepping up too far right here. They don't see the goal being broken, and suddenly he's just getting hit by a huge sideshow from Iceless into the Unite move, taken down, and now they don't have enough damage. And no one was defending the middle base as well because they had to commit those 3 members towards this bottom goal to make sure that no one scores there as well. And then Sableye, actually, if Mew doesn't go there, Zephyr actually loses.
Yeah, there is a couple of
He stole Aeos energy. So it's It's crazy. He stole Aeos energy from 60s, which allowed him to score again. Another 10 points going in, and that was actually the deciding factor.
They picked their pockets and used it to win the game. Ridiculous. Pump cheering on their countrymen of France for Zephyr Esports. A reminder, we're just tied up 1-1. We're starting the day of day 2 of the Aeos Cup, and we are having such an exciting game to kick things off. Eichless with that Espeon game. Only 3 knockouts and 66,000 damage, but a hero play around the Ray, I think, counts.
And again, let's catch on to Aedes, who actually won the game.
Yes,
like,
that is
I just want to say it. That side talk hitting the Decidueye allowed them to actually push in and have Sableye auto sneak in, because otherwise they could have had Mew in the base, easily defending that push in, and man, heading into our next draft. And now Zephyr's going to be pumped up. They're so pumped up.
Yeah. I can imagine now Zephyr Esports on that first pick selection again. Slowbro has been that frequent one, but a Hoopa ban this time around. They're giving Gatlu the Trevenant maybe, but you gotta get Geese off that Hoopa.
I agree, just get rid of the Hoopa. It's just too much. Like, it's so unfair for one team to have Hoopa and the other doesn't. It's like, they just top bot so fast.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do about it. They're gonna actually maybe steal away the Trevenant. I don't know if I like this too much.
Well, we'll see how it turns out, but Zephyr Esports obviously confident in it to first pick it. Nouns Esports now having their open selection. I have to imagine we're going to see an Espeon or potentially the Dodrio as some power picks. We're hovering Gengar, but it's going to move over to the Dodrio.
Of course, the Slowbro, I mean, I never expected Machamp to be picked.
Yeah.
Machamp is like something you can route out your team combo with. If you like engage, you can still pick that Machamp up. But Gatlu is like, just give me Dodrio, man.
Yes.
I'm just going to carry you guys to the next game.
Exactly.
Just give me the bird.
Yep.
And I'm just going to run over them. But again, just giving up Espeon and maybe Mew as well, but they actually decided to go for the Mew instead.
Yeah, really interesting. I think taking the Slowbro away from a team like Zephyr, who loves to play these double defender compositions, is a solid draft decision from Nouns, especially when you have Bruv, who is just so capable of playing the entire defender roster top to bottom. Blastoise is going to be a debut for Zephyr Esports, though, as far as this match is saying. But Nouns Esports hovering that Decidueye again, and Geese is going over to the Eldegoss.
The Decidueye again this early on, they could have maybe picked it for last one. Nope, the Machamp, there's the Machamp for Reito.
Reito gets the Machamp.
Are they going to go 3 defender Pokemon?
Oh
my
word.
Surely.
I would have to imagine it's Sableye. That would make the most sense to me, but it's triple defender, folks. Zephyr Esports flipping the script every chance they get. Now Nouns Esports has one final selection to round out their team composition.
Yeah, I would go Espeon.
And it looks like it's going to be.
That Psy Beam is going to deal so much damage.
I
think Delphox would have also been amazing. Like Delphox against very tanky frontline, you can't be caught.
Yeah, I would pick Delphox here for
You dance around. And the thing why they don't pick Delphox is because Decidueye and Delphox in the same team is two like very Pokemon that need low experience.
Yeah.
So Espeon doesn't. Again, Edesu even runs the EXP share on Espeon, so he doesn't need low experience. But they might change it around actually. Okay, never mind, yeah. Edesu is going to go for the Decidueye, 60s is going to play the Espeon, and he's not going to go for EXP share because Slowbro, Eldegoss already have one, and we don't need 3.
Yes, stick to the 2 experience share. Make sure that someone is collecting that experience at all times. I doubt any of those 2 will take the lead on that one. Now, Geese Hoopa, how do you like this pick? Because if I'm looking at this team composition, Eldegoss, I would have preferred the Comfey here, but how are you feeling about the Eldegoss selection?
I think AD is just always a good pick.
Sure.
Doesn't matter what, you just press your buttons, you heal, you shield, you Night move up. Like, it's just such a safe Pokemon.
Yeah.
And again, it's also just so strong on top path early on. So much stronger than a Comfey. If you want to win your top path, you're just going to pick the AD over the Comfey.
Yeah, Gatlu might have a couple of situations where they get into trouble if they get isolated, but let's hear from the crowd. Nouns Esports versus Zephyr in our final game of this first matchup. I mean, it has been an exciting one so far. Zephyr Esports pulling off a crazy miracle win. A lot of things had to go right for them, and it all ended up falling into place. Nouns Esports trying to prove that they are truly the best here at this event.
Our first match of the day, we already go into a third match, so I mean, best possible scenario. That's exactly what we want to see between Nouns and Zephyr going to all the way 3 games. We have Edesu just taking over the right side. Center area, left side is actually going to be the Machamp. Go for that center area, which is totally fine as well.
Yeah, Adesu actually having a bit of an easier time clearing. They don't have to deal with the Sableye, making it a little bit more difficult for them. So that will be nice, but Nevorix actually getting a little bit of early stacking in for this Trevenant. I don't know if I've seen their top path Trevenant before, but ooh, interesting. Hoopa with that ban rate of only 5.3% in this tournament.
Oh, really? Actually, it's very quite surprising.
That's so
And
low.
Shifu having a 53% win rate. I mean, those win rates are always like hard to look at, but because it always depends on which team is always going to pick those up. But Shifu did feel very strong in all those games. Like, he really felt strong throughout the entire day yesterday.
Yep, I like the bans. And I mean, it's just such a powerful pick when Raytao gets their hands on it. Gatlu caught out, though, as the mobility from Machamp is able to pop off there. And wow, okay, on average, Zephyr was winning by a margin of 728
Really?
points.
That's
Zephyr
points.
Esport finding those scoring mechanics. I mean,
That's a
Hirai, Hirai is well known for adding up those numbers at the end of the game. Geese does have that red buff on the Elagos, but is not powerful enough to really contest those final last hits. But in the bottom path, we have a Decidueye getting a lot of value done already. Zephyr Esport making it look good in the top path, though.
2 KOs for Nouns Esports on bot path. The Dodio just going towards bot path, leaving the Elagos just straight up alone. And now Gatlu is going to go for this invade very early on already. And Blue was already stolen instantly. So Gatlu's going to try to be annoying, and Machamp just a tiny bit too late or staying top a tiny bit too much, and try attack this time also for the Gatlu.
Yeah.
So again, the safer option, drill pick's always great as well. But up against these defenders having a bit more sustain, 60s might be caught right here by the Rock Tomb. It's exactly what we talk about, the server's going to be peeling enough. He's trying to look for the boost auto attack, Electro Ball, but Bruff is just a tiny bit too tanky.
Great isolation with the Rock Tomb, but unfortunately only at level 4 did not have access to that X Scissor to really double down on that isolation. Gatlu caught in another bit of trouble. The Woodhammer stun too much for the Dodrio, and they are caught out, so big knockout there for Navorix.
Yeah, Gatlu going down again twice already this game in just 2 minutes, so that's already a bit of a scary moment right here. And Rayto just showing why Machamp in the central area is also a great Pokemon, because you just get to your power spikes so much early on. You don't have to struggle through the chop path, just laning phase. It's just sometimes you can fall very far behind. And getting the dynamic punch very early on, it just allows for easy ganks.
Yeah. You mentioned it before. Nouns Esports has everything to play for. Zephyr having a bit more breathing room. Classic's taking a lot of damage, but 60s is already level 8, and that damage is here. Crustle is evaporated. A rare miss from Adesu means that Ikelis does not get knocked out, but a second Spirit Shackle is going to make things a little tougher. Adesu hits another one onto Raytao, and that damage is so much to deal with. They got to retreat.
And Adesu was thinking about breaking the goal right there, but then he saw the points. He was like, no, I'm not breaking this goal. Another Rock Tomb going to hit. Slowbro might be caught right here, but those Spirit Checkers are doing so much damage onto this Mew. One more, is he going to connect this one? Nice dodge there by Ikelis. The move speed of the goal is just enough to dodge away from it, but they're instantly going to go for this Reggie.
That analog stick is going to break off the controller of Ikelis. They are moving left, right, and center. Espeon easily knocked out by 60, so as they get to level 9, having their Unite move and try to double down on the damage, Raytao able to avoid it. No skill shots really landing for Nouns Esports right now, as they are crashing on this tier 1. One knockout, but they got to retreat. The auto attack damage from Adesu is too much to deal with.
That was actually a huge Spirit Check miss by Adesu. 2 people were stunned, and he kind of still missed that. I would have been an instant double KO if he just connected it, but of course can happen. You know, that's why everyone does mistakes. Don't be discouraged if you make any mistakes. It happens everywhere. But Adesu still hitting Spirit Check, love the Spirit Check, it doesn't matter what. And now he's going to claim this first object quite easily. Coming through again right here, another Spirit Check is in land. Surf from the side from Bruff, but those defender just a bit too tanky.
Yep, Classic's able to dodge yet another one. Zephyr just reading these shots. They are going to get hit, but Navorix actually going to be taking a bit of an offense. Trevenant passive is unlocked as the Unite move gets the first knockout. Hirai swings in with the Blastoise, and they find the double down help. Bruff brought down to about half HP. Classic gets the Rock Tomb for a bit of bubbling out, but can't isolate the Slowbro. Now it does come away with the second objective of the game, though. Regieleki headed towards tier 2.
Rayto completely ripping Unite move as well. They're getting stuck in the void, not really doing anything with it, actually. I'm not sure if that was maybe a snapback or anything else. Trying very hard right here, and this is just going a bit too deep. Right, Classic's also caught. They're just way too aggressive.
I mean, 60's damage is just being underestimated across the board. Ikelis knocked out as Nouns Esports finds a way to get the Regieleki to crash into this goal zone. Surprised Bruff didn't dunk in the 13, but that would have left it at 1 goal zone, but they're just going to allow Gatlu to charge in and get a stack. Pollen Puff healing hits the whole team, so make sure you hang out when you're getting healed.
In case you're wondering why they're kind of waiting on the break in the goal, because they want to make sure those NDDs on the top left of side of the map just spawn a bit later. So in case they want to clear them right now, they're going to be too late for this bottom Reggie fight, and then Nouns Esports can be in position. So you always kind of wait a bit, you don't want to instantly destroy the goal, and you know, otherwise you give Zephyr Esports actually an easier time.
And look where Gatlu's hanging out too, was actually hoping that they would go after those NDDs to try to jump on them on the Dodrio. So a little bit of macro planning from Nouns Esports around an early goal zone break, but the second basement Reggie of the game has now arrived. It is Reggie Rock, and we have early positioning given over to Nouns Esports. Raytao takes a lot of early, or Navorix takes a lot of early damage, and Raytao wants to do some of their own. Dodrio isolated by the Rock Tomb. Classics wants to turn back and take it, but Adesu finds an early knockout onto Hirai.
And now Dodrio not moving in, looking for Mew, but Mew does have Unite move up. He's going to go very deep right here. He's going to look for Adesu to maybe take him down. And Adesu's in a very bad position him, but the eject button across the wall is going to keep him quite safe. The spirit check is going to miss barely on Machamp, and now Mute trying to look for the last but here puts Outcheck into Solar Beam maybe, and who's going to get it? Goes over to Espeon, of course. 60s just getting all these objectives right now in this game, and it's going to secure another one.
Yeah, great shot there. Very, very impressive. Now, it looks like Zephyr Esports caught out a little bit too far as well. Unfortunate play there as Nouns Esports is able to double down and get that knockout crash. Now, Zephyr Esports trying to push forward. A big surf to isolate some targets. Machamp Unite move gets unstoppable, and Dodrio able to avoid that damage.
Machamp again, Reito not finding those Unite moves that you need from Machamp. That's exactly what they need for team fighting. It's pretty much their best team fight opinion. Another Rock Tomb is going to land, but Blaster is going down again right here any moment now. Just the serve is going to connect, and Bruff is going to take this knockout for now. It's 235 to 62 points again. And all games today, they just had a huge point lead going to the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, game 3 looking a lot like game number 2. Zephyr Esports just getting a bit out-rotated and these moves not happening. I mean, they had the dodges in that early game with Desu not able to find the Spirit Shackles. Zephyr Esports able to avoid that play, but now Nouns Esports has got their thing going all over the map. Reitao has hit level 12, and so has Navorix. So a couple of big level spikes for the side of Zephyr Esports, but they're going to have a tough time actually getting within range to leverage this big advantage they have, especially when Nouns Esports is sending another Regieleki down path.
And again, same issue as in the first game. They don't have enough damage to even take down Rayquaza if they want to. So if you're in a terrible position, you're just like, okay guys, you just go for Rayquaza, be all in it, try to get it done, get the flip win, but they don't have enough damage. Mew, as the single backline Pokemon, just cannot take down Rayquaza.
Triple defender. I said it before, I'll say it again. A bit of a risk for the side of Zephyr Esports, but sometimes you gotta play what you know. Gatlu getting a lot of damage, but the 3-player adaptation from Zephyr finally gets a big knockout on the board, which is gonna move Machamp closer and closer to that big power spike of 13. One final Reggie will be available for a roughly 15 seconds or a little bit more than that in the end point of the game, and Nouns Esports has the Espeon. They want to get that last hit.
This was a terrible knockout for Nouns Esports, because now Zephyr, I feel like they should go for this Reggie.
Yeah.
I like they should go for it. They should not allow Nouns to get it. They just knocked out Dodrio. He would have not been in this fight, but they decided to just play it very safe and maybe just go for the 5v5 team fight in raw mid. But a Reggie steal on Spirit Checker and Espeon, like, come on.
Yeah, that's a tough roll too. Zephyr Esports giving that one up means they gave over a huge attack and special attack and damage bonus to Nouns Esports with its final fight, and they're going to be utilizing it quite well. Rayquaza Pit basically given over completely to Nouns Esports as Zephyr finally moves in around the top area of it, hunting down Gatlu's Dodrio, who's hiding away in the tall grass.
And those Spirit Checkers are just going to hit over and over again right now. And Zephyr has to force the team fight, but they don't really have the best engage. Machamp, Reito, I feel like has to look for a flank, and they always be on the same position, same coordination. They need to blow up Desu and like get Trevenant Unite into Machamp Unite. That's exactly what they have to do, otherwise it's going to be just lights out.
Yeah, exactly. But Reito not really in position for any of these big Machamp Unite moves. But you said it, they need that flank. But with both gold zones available, Nouns Esports has the vision if Reito wanted a sneaky play. Hirai tries to surf that tall grass, hoping they find an isolation, but Desu with that poke damage again just makes Zephyr Esports have to retreat and recall.
Yeah, every time you get hit by a Spirit Check, you have to recoil.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I'm going to say it every single time Zephyr's dead. They don't have healing. They just never have any healing. So they have to recoil, Spirit Checker, recoil, Spirit Checker, recoil. It is so difficult. I'm surprised Gatlu's not trying to push any scoring, but not going to go for this Rayquaza.
Trevenant Unite move does hit one. Desu knocked up into the air with that Cursed Forest, but Grub is at full HP still. Big engage as Ikelis tries to chase it down as Decidueye. Espeon is knocked out. Reitao finds a way to make that happen as Classics is now going to be defending this corridor as Nouns Esports is all stacked up within it. X-Scissor pushes them back as Rayquaza knocks out Ikelis. The objective Pokemon finds the knockout, and now Nouns Esports is getting the crash on the Neverix.
He doesn't have enough damage. They try to go for the Rayquaza, but they just down Machamp. Just can't do it. Now the Decidueye just knock in the middle of Ray Pit, and they're going to take down, they're going to ace Zephyr Esports, and now Esports are going to stay in our tournament, and Zephyr Esports, sadly, they're knocked out. Yeah.
Congratulations to Nouns Esports. They knock out the Ray, and when you slay the dragon, you become a champion. Well, not quite a champion, but they are going to be moving on in our tournament bracket. Nouns Esports wins an incredibly close best of 3, and what a way to do it. I mean, honestly, that team fight was looking amazing from them the entire time. A Desu getting that constant damage and forcing Zephyr back ended up being the major swing of that game.
I mean, game 2, I would say Nouns Esports still was for sure the best team for 9 minutes there. So they look very dominant today. Look much better than yesterday. There was very clean games. Again, they dropped one map, but it was not something they just lost. It was very unfortunate what happened.
Yes, yeah, Nouns Esports looking good across all 3 games. The map they did drop, a lot of things went well for Zephyr, but Zephyr Esport, I think, put on a show in this tournament. So many people have been cheering this squad on, and I think it's well worth it. Classics having crazy performances on the Crustle, proving that it can be a power pick within the game of Unite. So congratulations there. They may be going home, but I know this team's sticking together. You're going to see more Zephyr Esport in the future.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's still 3 more entire tournaments.
Exactly.
They can like just rank up those championship points. And again, the Aeos Cup awards them so much as well.
Yes, exactly. They have already earned so many championship points and the prize money as well. We'll be taking a look at that very soon of what they earned. But that being said, Nouns Esport is going to be moving on in our bracket, going over to our losers semifinals. They'll be playing the winners of our next match as well. And the Nouns Esport dream stays alive. Look at this, a very dominant game.
Looks like game 1.
Exactly. Again, when Nouns Esports wins these games, it's always graphs like this. A dominant game from start to finish, and then it just seems to double in action after that final stretch.
Yeah, for sure. And again, Zephyr was not allowed to score any points in the last entire 6 minutes at all. Adesu staying alive in that last team fight with an insane eject button across the wall. You tried to chase him down, and then Eikles got taken down by Rayquaza.
Yeah.
A bit unfortunate, but he had to stick around. You can't recoin those scenarios. It's like all or nothing at this point. So even if he gets taken down by a neutral Poké, by a white Pokemon, there's nothing you can do about it. But what I have to question is their draft. I can't support whatever they drafted together. I just can't support it. I can't support it, literally.
Fair enough. Hey, I'll support it so much so that I want to see it again. I believe we got a highlight package of that game number 3.
Oh yeah, but again, Nouns in complete control. Early game could have been actually Gatlu. Was caught off a few times in the early game. Adesu as well being a bit over-aggressive right here. But again, those over-aggression is what you still need to do, right? You have to be aggressive. If you're just a passive team, you're not going to win games in Unite. It's just how it is. It's
true. In a game of Unite, you don't win a biscuit at the end, but you do got to risk it for one. And Gatlu is going to be doing that constantly, especially when a Pokemon like Dodrio, where aggression is so rewarded in that play style. I mean, Gatlu does it better than anybody else. Yes, you may have got caught now, but it is worth the bonus of getting ridiculous knockout games throughout the entire match. And yeah, we see this, Zephyr Esport able to isolate a few times, and I love this chase down. Eikles almost got that knockout. If Geese didn't get that amazing Hoopa Unite to save Adesu, Adesu's not here for this final match where Nouns Esports was able to turn yet another team fight their direction.
And that's just AD appealing for Decidueye, making sure that Decidueye can't get down. That's all you need. And Zephyr again just don't have enough damage. I'm going to say it over and over again. But those 3 defenders, I feel like at this point they just tried way too much to just take away the defenders of Nouns Esports. And they still got Slowbro anyways. So it's not like you took away anything. They still ended up with what I would consider probably the best defender still, Slowbro, up to next to Trevenant. So you try to take something away that Nouns is like, yeah, but we have Slowbro, so I'm...
True. Well, it goes to show Nouns Esport is powerful within the game, but also within that draft. I mean, looking absolutely ridiculous start to finish. Our player of the game is going to be Gatlu on the Dodrio. A score of 241. That's a lot of stacks.
That's a lot of points, of course. Dodrio being very, very insane at scoring. It doesn't matter what. Try attack agility this time. I think Gatlu just plays both moves, doesn't matter what. Like drill pick, jump kick, he's also a big fan of. Try attack agility, even also played a lot of try attack jump kick at some point. And he plays all the Dodrio moves.
Well, let's hear a little bit more from that player as Fraggles has an interview with Gatlu on the stage.
Hello, everybody. I am here with Nouns Esports Gatlu. Gatlu, what an incredible game right there. Huge win. How are you all feeling right now?
I'm feeling really great. I think yesterday we were struggling a bit, but today, like we talked about how we want to approach the games, how we want to have our mental prepared, and what is our strength to remind us that we can play this stuff. And I think I'm feeling really confident winning Aeos Cup.
Amazing. And obviously, Gatlu requested that we start in this crouched position. Gatlu, why did you make that call?
Because I don't like stairs, and I think it's better to have this position because it's a squat position to work out.
And finally, I want to know, how much would it mean to you and everyone at Nouns Esports for you to win Aeos Cup here today?
I think it would mean a lot because then we would be the EU champions again, and it would give us confidence to win the entire region in EU.
If anyone can do it, especially from the losers bracket, it's Nouns Esports and it's Gotlu. Thank you so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Spraggles, and thank you for not overreacting to him saying they didn't like stairs. An incredible match for Nouns Esports. They're moving ahead in our bracket. And speaking of which, let's take a look at it.
Yeah, they're gonna play against Wufu for Gigashed next. It's also gonna be a great matchup. I think it's very hard to predict Gigashed. They actually were able to take a game off yesterday of Nouns Esports as well, so Nouns also have to be ready for both of those teams. And in the winners final, we still have Tali up against Time to Shine, and it's just gonna be such an amazing left bracket.
Yeah. Now, before we take a break, there is something really important that we wanted to be saying on broadcast today. We want to take a moment to remember Clarity, one of our talented casters on the Brazil team that worked on the Pokémon Unite Championship Series. She brought tremendous energy and knowledge to the broadcasts, and her unrivaled talent, passion, and charisma will be sorely missed. Let's take a moment to remember her and give our thoughts to her family and friends.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. We are here with the Aeos Cup Finals in the EU region. I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw! And I'm joined by the one, the only Doob Snacks. Hello, Doob Snacks. How are you, my friend?
Doing good, my friend. Let's take a look. Aeos Cup, EU region, of course. Nouns Esports just taking it to the razor wire. Zephyr looking to upset, didn't quite get there, but that was a good match to watch. We were sitting in the crowd for that. I'm excited. If anything measures up to that, we got a heck of a day ahead of us.
Yeah, we have an incredible match. We have Woof Woof and Giga Chad Gaming coming up here in just a second, which should be pretty amazing.
Absolutely. Now, let me ask you a question, Spraggles. We've been here for Pokemon Unite, of course. We've been casting. We've been looking. I mean, we have so much sauce we're dripping in it. We're so bucket. There's chicken in it. But that's not the only thing you've been doing. What have you been up to?
That's true. I got to visit the Pokemon Center. Let's take a look.
What's up, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the Pop-Up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going?
I'm just in a living dream today.
Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite?
Probably the sleeping Flareon is just here. It's just so cute.
Oh, so cute. No way. All the Jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me. We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm gonna see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
Fun fact, that was all recorded on a soundstage 2 years ago, but the real Pokemon Center looks exactly like it.
That is wild. I'm surprised you have such a proper head of lettuce, but you're also a big cranial accessory fan. A lot of hats on Dodrios for you, but don't wear a lot of hats yourself. Interesting.
That's true. The only hat I wear today is the caster hat. We have an incredible game coming up. Woof Woof, Giga Chad Gaming, and we have got this thing ready to get underway, Doob Snacks. This is going to be an exciting one, especially given how well Woof Woof performed yesterday.
Yeah, of course. We take a look. Human Potato, Marv, Zante, and Caligola. Of course, they look great. If they can repeat some of that magic against Talibobo Believers, they got a good chance going deep in this one.
Yes, they do. Let's take a look at Giga Chad right here. I mean, so many incredible players. We were seeing some big plays from Young Leon, and of course, Dodo having some huge pop-off moments yesterday as well. Can they take down Woof Woof? I'm not sure. Woof Woof almost being able to dethrone the current champs yesterday, Talibobo.
Well, Giga Chad Gaming's up against it for sure, but this is a great opportunity for them to prove themselves as we are jumping straight into this game. Of course, we are entering our ban phase without a doubt. Interesting to see where these teams go.
Absolutely. Something I love being here live in the Excel Centers. You can hear the audience cheering for these teams right now. You'd love to see it. 10 seconds until we find out what's banned. Espeon's been a huge ban throughout this tournament. One of the most devastating Pokemon to deal with. Urshifu a top ban. Trevenant a top ban. Dodrio a top ban. And there's that Dodrio probably to directly counter Dodo, one of the best Dodrio players out there.
Of course, I love the Hoopa ban too. These teams that have been on Hoopa have really seen success through that Pokemon specifically. It kind of eases up your macro plays because you can kind of express lane to each side of the map quickly. Of course, Caligula locking in Espeon. We mentioned a bannable Pokemon that a lot of teams focus to, but look at the quality content we've got on Giga Chat Gaming, a Slowbro and a Mew.
Yeah, Slowbro, Mew, top picks for so many teams. Slowbro and Trevenant, the top 2 defenders inside the competitive scene for Pokemon Unite right now. Feels like Slowbro is just kind of far and away #1, that Unite move being so incredibly difficult to deal with. And Eldegoss is getting so much play lately. I love it, the team-wide shield, the healing it provides, and it's so brutal early on inside of a match.
Potato going to the classic Garchomp really popped off with that Pokemon yesterday, but I need to highlight Marv, their defender player, formerly a top lane player last year, jumped into the defender role, and they're the shot caller here for Woof Woof. You're going to see them at the bottom of your screen. If it's anything like yesterday, they are motor mouthing all game long, making sure Woof Woof is at the objectives and at the places they need to be.
Got ourselves a Buzzwole on the side of Giga Chad Gaming. We saw Potato on Woof Woof playing a ton of Buzzwole yesterday, looking amazing. But their signature Pokemon, that Garchomp, making their way into Game 1 here of this losers bracket match. Now, these matches are extremely important. Every match is here in the top 8, but these are win or go home. Someone is not moving forward in this tournament.
Exactly, and every step you make it further in the tournament, that's more championship points, and that's more money to line your pockets with. So there's a kind of a double angle here of what you're fighting for, and all these teams are hungry to push this thing to the limits. Woof Woof is the 4th ranked team here in EU, and they'd like to get better than a top 4. They've seen some success, but this is a great opportunity for them to really break through.
Watching Woof Woof yesterday, they are clearly in competition for that #1 spot in EU. But Giga Chad Gaming is nothing to sneeze at. They are an incredible team, and they could definitely take Woof Woof down. Having a shot here at Piplup in the audience. Always there to cheer us on.
I have that same Piplup. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece of merchandise from the Pokemon Center. Check it out.
I have that same Piplup, literally that exact same one. That one, I believe, was taken from my dressing room.
Which you took from my dressing room. Interesting. Game 1 underway. Woof Woof purple, Giga Chad Gaming in orange, and I'm going to be watching Caligula as they rip through the middle here on this Urshifu, and they're going to get big. They've been focused on the Wicked Blow version. We saw them steal some objectives yesterday, especially against Talibobo Believers on that Pokemon specifically.
Yeah, one of my favorite things with a Pokemon like Urshifu is that both movesets are extremely viable. It just depends on how your team wants to play around it. Do you want that more, last hit secure focus play, or do you want that more brawling in the enemy's face style play from the Rapid Strike?
Quickly, Buzzwole forced to retreat, not Dodo playing on their goal zone. Good pressure by Human on that Eldegoss. You said it battles well early. It's certainly doing a good job here, but it might get caught out as Dodo goes for the big time engage. Potato kind of caught out there below half HP, but they're pushing pressure back the other way, and it's Gossifleur, the Battle Goss, getting it done on the Buzzwole.
There we go, the Warrior Cleric, that Eldegoss pushing forward right there, and we saw Buzzwole getting a lot of those last hits. It definitely has better securing potential than Garchomp does early, but Potato's Garchomp has better KO potential, obviously.
Yeah, and this Gibble is a great early Pokemon for a stage 2 level up, but we're about the birds here. Caligula comes through. They're making a move on Dodo. They're targeting them down. They're going to try and chase them down. They're going to get them down. Oh, look at this. Glaceon have to fire from the back line, but that's not going to be fruition here as there's tons of points going in, and Neil's still just a poor chance. He can't really hold it down, can't stem that tide, and look at Potato making it out with just a sliver HP before catching the Human heal up.
Yeah, very, very nice right there. The Pollen Puff earlier in that battle, keeping them just barely healthy enough to not head back to the Pokemon Center with a big KO right there. Nice Solar Beam pushing back this little Phantom. Still not a Trevenant. Trevenant? Come on!
It ain't prevalent if you aren't Trevenant. Come on. Downstairs, though, Young Leon and the Slowbro, I believe that's Arizon that's on that. That is a tough path to battle into. Those are just 2 incredibly strong Pokemon, 2 of the strongest we got going. And Lowertoe's trying to make a push here into the middle, but it's Caligula coming through. That Wicked Blow is nasty. They're sitting on 30 Aeos energy. Are they going to look to score? Urzaron's on the peel back. They're putting the pressure. Marv's Woodhammers go wide, no question. Urzaron peeling back, going to have to, as Young Leon's going to hold it down on this goal zone.
That was a big moment in that central area here for every member, basically, of Woof Woof and Giga Chad Gaming, but no KOs were taken on either side. However, Woof Woof crashing this bottom goal, scoring in their face. Nice big side shock, picking up a KO right there, leaving the bottom goal at 5, boosted towards the Trevenant, but it is not enough.
Cali and Zante able to empty their pockets. 30 Aeos energy each in the middle of a scrap is great look from Wolf, and you have to tip the cap of Marv. They're the ones that bought all the time and spacing that they needed to get those 60 points in.
Here we go. We got 5 seconds now until this bottom Reggie spawns. 3 members of Woof down right here. We've got 4 members of Giga Chad Gaming. We're going to have to see how this fight starts to break out, as it looks like Trevenant just kind of buying some space. Same thing with Slowbro right here, as they're pushing towards this Espeon, getting boxed out a little bit.
Red Steel at half HP, but they're playing forward. Marv is on the chase, but so is Caligola, gets the KO on the Mew. Young Leon is down for the count. Espeon Unite back the other way, only catches Urzaron. Can they convert? Hornleech goes wide, no question. Lourdes tries to get it done, but it's Caligola sealing up another objective. That Wicked Blow goes, what? Wicked hard, Spraggles.
That Wicked Blow goes wicked hard. That's Boston accent that I did.
That was something that you did for sure. Mainly, look at Potato. They living up top. So is Dodo. That's something we see often. 4 players rotate down, so your stacking top lane players can get those stacks in and really power up.
Yeah, there's a ton of experience all over the map here in Thea Sky Ruins, and if you commit all of your players towards one area, you're just leaving it open so that the next time you see that Buzzwole or Garchomp, they're 2 levels higher than the entire team, and they just kind of start running amok right here. So both of them stayed top strategically right there to make sure that they could keep their level advantage. Ooh, take a look at this. Nice big Unite move, taking down the Glaceon.
Yeah, but most importantly, it bought the spacing again for Cali and Human to get those points in, close out that goal zone, and that's a good one because that increases the value of this Regieleki for the Wolf team, and they are melting it down.
Yeah, Wolf taking both top and bottom objectives so far. Top tier 1 goal gone on the side of Giga Chad Gaming, meaning this is just a more important Regieleki for Wolf and for Giga Chad. They now have to defend this. You don't have to worry as much about your tier 1, but you really don't want them putting points in that tier 2 early, especially when they're already up by a ton.
If Potato gets these 40, and that's huge. Big overdunk of 30 right in the face of Giga Chad Gaming. They had 3 players there, but the spacing is so good between Cali and Marv that they can't get to those edge scoring cases, and they're going in, and Wolf is up by a bazillion.
Yeah, level-wise, points-wise, everything wise, position wise, maybe even hollowware wise. I haven't taken a look here, but Wolf is ahead on every metric.
This is a dangerous spot for Giga Chad Gaming. Specifically, we need to see Niels get in the pocket of not Dodo, and they need to limit Potato because Potato is just getting huge in the top path. Wolf doesn't even need them right now. What they're going to look is in the last 3 minutes, Potato's going to take over, and Giga Chad Gaming needs to be ready for that. Decent engagement here. We're going to see where the Solar Beam goes. Right on top of Marv, they're at half HP. The Regice is getting chipped into, but they're looking for an opportunity. There's a big Trevenant Unite catching 3, going straight into the Blitz assistance onto not Dodo like I called it out, but the Blissey gets evaporated big time. Buzzwole Unite onto Zante, doesn't find its mark, they're half HP. You can collapse on not Dodo if you want, but they're battling up front. Potato's here, and they're ready to do some damage as the Buzzwole finally buckles, and they're eating up Urzaron. 3 players down for Giga Chad Gaming. Blissey and Mew don't even show up, Leon, because you ain't taking this Regice, no chance.
Wolf with another objective right here. Just pushing the pedal to the floor. All aggression from Wolf as they are taking everything on the map. Look at this as they're now moving up towards this top objective. Right now, they could take it, they could leave it. They're just looking for as much experience as they can get. We almost have a level 13 Garchomp on the side of Wolf right here, and we don't have anything close from Giga Chad Gaming.
And Marv just taking the Acelgor out from under Giga Chad Gaming, taking a buff for the kids. What a defense by Marv. I look like a genius for calling him out before this game.
Look at this here. Even the Regieleki made it into the top path for Giga Chad. They committed everything to that push, and one mean tree stopped it all.
The only thing Marv is missing is the Elvis Press Tree Hollowware, without a doubt.
Without question. We'll talk to him.
We'll send him an email. Check your inbox and your spam folder. If it's from Spraggles, definitely your spam folder.
Check your spam folder. My emails keep bouncing back. I don't know what's going on.
Cali gonna work through the middle here. They're level 13. They're huge. Potatoes 14. They're huge. 2 minutes, 15 seconds. We got a Rayquaza, and Wolf is definitely in the lead here.
This is a Hail Mary moment for GigaChad Gaming. They need to make a massive play. They have to throw everything at this and hope they can get something that works here. If they play passive, they have zero chance of winning this match. They are so far behind. It's time to just have your hero moment. Do something right here, GigaChad Gaming, because otherwise Woof Woof is taking this one easily.
Marv with good spacing engages on Urzaron. Solar Beam goes wide. Ray Finkel, and they can't find any of these players. Human and Marv are low. Might have to look for a reset here, but they're in a good positional spot as Buzzwole Dodo's trying to get a flank going, and we're going to see where GigaChad Gaming commits to. They really want Potato. They want Potato or Cali, and that's who they have to catch early if they want to have a chance here.
Yeah, if they can catch Potato here with this Slowbro Unite, they might be able to make something happen. Just chipping up Rayquaza a little bit right now. Obviously, they know they're not going to be able to take it. Here comes the huge... No, not able to push that Urshifu back into the team. They are looking for a pick like that. They just couldn't make it stick.
Trevenant Unite sticks on 3. Talking about that, not Dodo looking for an engagement. Potato takes it. Bliss hits on Dodo. Big Unite onto Potato. They're down. They're down for an eternity. This is the opportunity. Can they flip the script? But it's Espeon absolutely heating up. Zante finding all their marks. They take down their EV counterpart on the other side. But look how low Niels is. Egg Bomb comes through. Espeon's all over him. Zante's looking to close the door. Young Leon with the Electro Ball, but it catches Marv. Instead, one of the squishier Pokemon, Caligula, doing work on the bug, squishing him down. As we take a look, young Leon has to jump right through just to get away from Cali, who's on the hunt. Urzaron's the next one on the chopping block. How about some wood hammers? How about some fists? And how about a little Eldegoss action? That's a KO. Who else? Cali lining him up, knocking him down. Another notch to the belt. Woof Woof looking strong.
Woof Woof doing an incredible job right there. GigaChad Gaming did exactly what they needed to do in that moment. They committed everything to this fight. It just wasn't enough. The level advantage, the positioning, the strategy from Woof Woof was able to stop them. GigaChad could not make the play. A valiant effort. They really did go for the play, and I love to see that. They were just so far behind, getting snuffed at every opportunity inside this match as Woof Woof takes a commanding victory in game number 1.
Spriggle, something I need to point out immediately. We could tell that they were looking for Cali or Potato. What did Woof Woof do? They recognized that, and they sent Potato in.
They did.
Potato got dusted, but that grouped up GigaChad Gaming, and they were systematically deleted after that. Woof Woof took the strategy that they knew GigaChad Gaming was trying to employ, took control of it, and said, no, you're doing this on our terms, and they executed flawlessly. Woof Woof up big in the first one.
Yeah, incredible play right there, and as you can see from the scoreboard, it was never close inside this match. Woof Woof dominant throughout, score-wise, again, level-wise, position-wise, and I did love that play. They were well aware, hey, they're looking for the slow beam right here. We'll give them the slow beam, and let's move on and win this fight.
Yeah, we take a look at the damage numbers across the board, and there's often two things you can tell by low damage numbers like this. It's either your team struggled, or when you win big, it's your team is incredibly coalesced, it's moving together, the damage is split across all the players because they're just all showing up and they're doing it as a unit.
Yeah, incredible stuff here from Woof Woof. As we were saying a little bit earlier, Doob Snacks, they are one of the teams to watch in this tournament. They have the opportunity to win this entire thing. Yesterday, they almost took down Tally Bobo Believers, the #1 team in the region right now. Let's take a look at some big moments here from Game 1 and see if there was anything that could have been done by GigaChad Gaming.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye out. Young Leon not having that games that we saw out of him yesterday, and that's going to be important here. GigaChad Gaming, not a bad look at the start of this engagement at the first basement, Reggie, but really Woof Woof being able to call
a game of hot potato. Here, you take him for a second. We're still going to win this fight right now. Woof Woof just all over GigaChad Gaming. They used every single Unite move to take down the big old Garchomp, but it wasn't enough with 4 members of Woof Woof waiting in the wings.
Potato, your MVP, big scoreline, of course, 3 KOs, but crucial ones. And sometimes it's not what's in the numbers, it's what you see on the screen. Potato played their role flawlessly. They got big, they became a threat that they had to be dealt with. And then you can serve them up and let Cali clean out the trash. Zante with mean pot shots. That Espeon really coming alive in the back half of that game. Woof Woof, I mean, that is what we want to see out of the #4 seeded team in this event.
Yeah, absolutely here. And you can see that they're feeling pretty good after a victory like that. And you have to be. This is what we would generally consider to be a stomp. Top to bottom, they're winning every single fight. They're up score-wise. Again, they're up level-wise massively. And this is something we see a lot out of Garchomp players, is they will stay in the top path. They will move around to wild Pokemon wherever they can find it. Just chew through that, so every time they end up in a big fight, they are mean and strong. Heading in here to game number 2, Giga Chad Gaming needs to switch to another gear right now because they are woefully behind Woof Woof in game 1.
If I'm Giga Chad Gaming, this is what I would do. You ban Urshifu out of the gate. Since you got the first pick, you hope that Woof Woof lets Espeon slip, and then you get yourself a quality Pokemon there. Not Dodo has shown skill on a couple of the brawling Pokemon as well as Dodrio, but I really think Espeon is the key to the castle here, and Woof Woof knows that, and he knows they have the first pick. They're taken out of the mix. However, Dodo can get their Dodrio in short order.
Yeah, I think they're going to need to snap up Dodrio right here. It is a big, big Pokemon for Dodo. While they performed pretty well last match, I think we've seen more huge moments out of their Dodrio play.
Something very and specifically unique to EU versus NA, not a lot of Comfey play. And normally when you see Dodrio, it's almost a galaxy lock that you're going to snap up Comfey as well. Not such the case here in the EU, but it's something that if they can find that rhythm with the Comfey onto Dodrio, they can do some work. Urzaron going to lock in the tree. Great Pokemon. Of course, Niels on the Hoopa. It looked great yesterday, and they're going to need a big-time performance with some good hyperspace holes if they're going to dethrone Woof Woof right now.
Potato coming off the Garchomp onto the Buzzwole, but they basically have 2 Pokemon that they are always switching between, and both of them are fantastic in their hands. Just incredible stuff right here. Marv on that Eldegoss. I love Eldegoss. I think it is such a great choice in so many team comps.
Without a doubt. Look, double Espeon for the side of Giga Chad. Listen, they've got some strong Pokemon, but look at Urzaron. They're going to need to perform like Marv did when they had the tree to get the space that Dodo, Young Leon, and Laura are going to need to work.
I wonder what kind of Sylveon we're going to be seeing here in this match. I mean, really, there's no wrong way to go. I love these Pokemon that are like this, where you don't know what build you're going to see when they pop into the match. So that's going to be really interesting to see how they are going to use this to their advantage. Sylveon's just so good early in any situation. It's just a slightly different strategy depending on what you pick.
Yeah, in the face of Marv, I really like Hyper Voice, right? When the Snorlax gets in front of you with a block, you can kind of fade behind it and still lay in a ton of damage. So it might be a way to go here. Either way, Giga Chad Gaming has given themselves a great opportunity to bring this to balance here, win themselves a game 2. But of course, Woof Woof is not going to go kicking and screaming. Well, there certainly are. Excuse me. They're going to battle for it. They're not just going to let Giga Chad Gaming take it.
I was going to say they're going to do a lot of kicking, a lot of screaming, I think. Yeah, this is going to be an impressive match here between these 2 teams. Woof Woof looking to move on in this bracket. Yesterday, they almost tasted sailing through the winner's bracket right now, so I think they want to get right back up there.
They if anything, that best of 3 against Talibobo Believers should have been an injection of energy into them, and they look like they've carried it through the evening and are ready to just use it today because they looked good in that first game. Giga Chad Gaming purple, Woof Woof on the orange side. Giga Chad Gaming, they need to win this one or they're going home.
That's right. They will be knocked out of this tournament. We are inside of our losers bracket right now, so these games mean so much. Little fun fact here, on average, Woof Woof has 193,000 damage per game versus the average of Giga Chad Gaming, which is 127,000 damage.
Well, as we know, damage is important, but if we just take the last game as a metric, didn't have a ton of explosive damage numbers, but a big-time win by them. Urzaron really looking for Marv here. Can they get the KO? That's the big question. Nice light screen by Zante to get Marv out of trouble, and that's what you see out of S-tier Mew players, is the ability to use that light screen as a defensive mechanic, but also boosting your attacks through it.
Yeah, some really incredible stuff on these top-level Mew players. This is obviously a Pokemon that has one of the highest skill ceilings inside of Pokemon Unite, meaning that if you're good with this, you are so good.
And when you're me on Mew, it's a tragedy. Here we go, Burns in the middle, good engagement here by Potato. They want to get a crop of them. They're sitting with 18 Aeos energy, and look who's in their pocket but human, making sure Potato doesn't go down early.
And now we have the level 5 on Buzzwole. Such a massive power spike for this Pokemon. Caligola heading back into this central area here so it can pick up a lot of experience. You know, every team plays their Urshifu a little differently, and I gotta say, Woof Woof plays it in such an exciting way because they are great at getting secures with this Pokemon.
Yeah, and not to mention, Cali is incredibly aggressive with Urshifu as well. So not only are they securing objectives, they're causing so much frontline static in tandem with Marv. It's just a great approach to any fight they want to take. Tons of damage going in on Potato. Again, Human's still there with him, trying to keep him up, but not Dodo's looking for the KO. Who's there to cut him off? But Caligula. Solar Beam comes through. Not Dodo, forced to retreat, and they get KO'd by who else? Cali, the aggressive Urshifu.
Chasing, chasing, chasing. We saw the eject button, the throat chop. They're just doing anything to get to that Dodrio, and they do pick up a KO. We saw that down there. There was the hyper voice from Sylvie on something that you were looking at earlier. It is a great call, especially into a block. Snorlax, just a big old target that you can just continue to use your fire hose of damage and take them down.
Absolutely. Not Dodo looking for an opportunity to engage. Marv is getting low, but Dodo actually just goes for the wild Pokemon, wants the experience, and peels back. I like that approach. But look at Urzaron, poor Urzaron. We said how important it was for the Trevenant to lay down the front line for this GigaChat Gaming squad, and there's still a poor Phantom. They need to level up in a big way. Solar Beam comes through, all the experience to Woof Woof. Dodo is down, and Woof Woof again looking to just absolutely squeeze the life out of GigaChat Gaming.
This is the Woof Woof we saw in game number 1. I assume the Woof Woof that GigaChat Gaming did not want to see here in game number 2. Just a dominant performance, and you know what? GigaChat said, fine, you take Regirock. We're out of here. We are all going to the top path. I don't even like Regirock. What do you guys want? We don't even want that.
I mean, Potato just doing the Lord's work up there by themselves. They haven't gone down yet, and they're going to have enough time for Marv and Human to pull up and save them. Come on. It's moving towards Woof Woof, but Potato did their job. The rest of the team is there to support. Big time block. Human peels back, and honestly, GigaChat Game, if they close this goal zone, that's a great push. Glaceon Unite's gonna buy tons of time, tons of damage. Marv has to peel back, grab a berry. Human's trying to hold it down. Nobody that deals damage from Woof Woof is there, but that took so much longer than GigaChat Gaming would have liked. And look at all the wild Pokemon populating on their side of the map. They need to get back and level up.
I mean, at least they get something. GigaChat Gaming with the consolation prize of those 2 objectives. They did break that tier 1 goal, so it opens up all of that juicy catch-up experience in the top path for Woof Woof, but they needed something. It looks like they knew they weren't going to be able to beat them in the bottom path. They've evened up the score. They're getting a little closer on levels, so I think it was a great play by GigaChat, but also, again, it was a silver medal, and they knew that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes what you're doing isn't the actual strategically correct thing, but sometimes you just need a momentum play to get cruising in the right direction and getting points, closing a goal zone, shrinking that goal lead, that Aeos Energy lead. It was crucial for GigaChat Gaming here. Urzaron finally laying in some Woodhammers, catches 2, but it's always on Marvin Human. They never seem to be hitting Zante or Cali or Dodo. So, I mean, excuse me, or the, help me.
Oh, the Mew?
Mew, thank you, Zante. I said Zante.
You did. You had it all. You were thinking there's a 6th player out there. That's how good they are.
Well, there you go. Woof Woof making it happen here in short order. Cali playing aggressive, but who else is there with the support? Marv always making sure that they're there. I'm loving the support and defender play from Marvin Human right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like you were saying, they're just this incredible front line. All the damage is going to them. They have this shield. They have the healing. You've got Snorlax with the block. I mean, just standing there. Yeah, here we go. If you guys want to come on down, you can try. We got this big Snorlax right here, and we are going to take this Regice before you can even get there.
And they absolutely sealed it up. And did you see that heavy slam? It wasn't to hit any players. It was to cut off the direction that Laura was trying to make the push with Glaceon, forcing them in a different path here. Potato getting chunked. Can they make something happen? Big time Hoopa Unite. They're going to chuck fists and stun them down. Potato does get stunned, but the Trevenant Unite catches 4. That's big. GigaChat Gaming needs to convert. Glaceon Unite puts the pressure on. Urzaron's playing very far forward. Buzzle Unite comes through and dusts Dodo in short order. 2 players down. Can they get Niels down as well? I mean, they are moving out here. They want more. Potato gets 2. Make it 4 down for GigaChat Gaming. Woo!
They're wiping them off the map. Woof, woof, indeed. Jeez, what a fight right here. GigaChat committing everything to that bottom fight, hoping to continue to score, put some pressure on Woof Woof, but they turned it right around, took them all down. Incredible stuff from Woof Woof, taking the bottom objective twice right there, and a massive team fight win.
Since the tier 1 goal zone for Woof Woof is still up, you see Marv just getting deep vision on GigaChat Gaming if they ever try and make a push to this area. The Regieleki is up, but nobody from either team is really heading in that direction. You have Potato pretty close by, and of course, Laura and Niels pivoting that way to see what they can do.
And right now we can see our teams are moving up to the top path. We have 4 members of GigaChad Gaming in the top path. Dodrio staying in the bottom path, trying to get a little bit of a score happening right here. Reggie Alecki going down, it looks like, to GigaChad. Nice little play by them, but I think this is going to get picked off by Woof Woof pretty easily right here. So they might even move in for a fight.
Yeah, we actually saw Potato grab Urzaron and see if they could do something to the Trevenant. The team kind of collapses. They make it out. Don't overstress it. Just back up, take care of this Reggie Alecki, find value somewhere else.
Now, a big difference here between game 1 is the scoreline. This is a lot closer here for GigaChad Gaming. That's what they wanted to do with that early push in the top path. So even if they're not able to win a big fight, they might be able to strategically get some points on the board with Dodrio and make something happen. Regice is on the map, and this fight is happening. Snorlax pushing on in here.
Regice at half HP, but Potato is snatching up Urzaron, putting it on the backside in the back line. Their Hyper Voice comes through, but it's Caligola again. You cannot stop this man's Wicked Blow. Big time engaging a KO on the tree. I mean, this player is cruising right now. This is exactly what we saw in game 2 against Tally Bobo yesterday, and they are true to form. If you give this man Urshifu, he is going to ruin your life with it.
Such a big play there by Snorlax as well. Marv on the side of Woof Woof. You saw that hyperspace hole, Sylveon trying to get home. Perfect heavy slam, knocks him up. They grab another KO. 5 seconds now until Rayquaza. Maybe the last Rayquaza GigaChad Gaming is going to see in this tournament if they can't do something and turn this around. Eating a little bit of a solar beam right here as Woof Woof is taking some aggressive positioning around this Rayquaza pit. They are looking for a catch. They're looking for a knockup. They're looking for a stun so that they can start this thing and send GigaChad packing.
Marv getting some spacing a little bit, getting chunked by the Glaceon, but it's all about waiting now.
Here we go. Just these moments right here where we see how these teams are going to engage in this fight. Is Dodrio going to move her? No, doesn't look like it. It's starting right now. Glaceon goes down. GigaChad on the run.
Caligola catching Laura right there is huge. Trying to prevent the reset, but Sylveon is down as well. Woof Woof just taking one by one. How is GigaChad Gaming engaging here? Not Dodo is happening. Eldegoss pops up. Lands on the Mew. Mew's trying to find Dodo as well. Still 2 players down, but because Woof Woof didn't do anything to Rayquaza, everyone is back for GigaChad.
GigaChad is back. They've got the Hoopa Unite. They're bringing him back in right here as Rayquaza gets chipped down. It's at half right now, and here comes GigaChad Gaming.
Dodo just scored a ton of points too. Rayquaza's going to go down real quick, but it's Caligola again. Get this man off this Pokemon. Come on. They're going to make an easy push. I don't care how many players at GigaChad Gaming are standing, because I'm taking it every time. It's Ducket time. Her Hundo Burgers on the menu, Spraggles. You know what it is, but they got to get those points, and Zante's shield is eviscerated. Woof Woof is only up by 7 because of the Dodrio back cap.
Incredible stuff right here by GigaChad Gaming. Somehow they are not out of this game. Like you said, down by 7. I don't know if we have shields on any member from Woof Woof anymore. No, we have one, the biggest shield of them all, the Snorlax, looking to make a play right here. Just picking up, I'll take this. I'll take this. Few breadcrumbs on the way to this main goal as they are going to put in a huge score right here. Nothing can stop this shield.
No shot. And you actually see GigaChad Gaming ignore the Snorlax because they have no chance there as they're trying to siege this goal zone. This is the outer one. They have an opportunity. Big push by Urzaron. Can they get these points? And they're trying to score. Everybody has to click their X's to score. That's 50, but it's stopped by Potato. They're scooped up and slammed down. No points for you. Woof Woof. 2-0.
Woof Woof taking a big win right here. We're going to take a look at this scoreboard. I can tell the teams are waiting right now. They feel like they're ahead, but you're not exactly sure where you are in these final moments as we wait to see our scoreboard. And there you can see it right there. Big win for Woof Woof. There you go. 2-0.
I mean, Cali throwing up the deuces, peacing out to GigaChad Gaming because it was really their show on this stage. Marv was definitely a walking highlight reel.
I mean, what can you do?
What'd you think? You gave me Urshifu twice. Come on. Marv was definitely my hero for game 1 for Woof Woof, but game 2 was all about Caligola.
Yeah, incredible stuff there as we're getting a little Jim from The Office into the camera after a play like that. Looking amazing. What a close finish there for GigaChad Gaming. Really impressive stuff, and I love that the scoreline was so close, but they weren't able to make that final score happen, even on that outside tier 1. Incredible job from Woof Woof to defend that.
I mean, not to mention great catches by Woof Woof going into the Ray fight as well. We're taking a look at the damage numbers here. Again, they don't have to be strong when you're winning the game and you're playing as a cohesive unit. And Caligola 52K, that is an understated number for all the work they put in this game.
Caligola looking amazing, and if Caligola is the Michael Jordan, I gotta say, Marv right there is the Scottie Pippen. I mean, just incredible plays throughout that, setting up all of these big moments. We talk about a lot of that with these defenders and supporters. If you're the kind of player who can set up your big carry Pokemon to do well, you are also the superstar of that match.
Yeah, and they absolutely were, without a doubt. Marv had some great moments, Callie had some great moments, but why don't we check out the highlights here from Game 2 and see what those moments were.
Yeah, we can see Woof Woof doing some incredible work here at the start of this match. Again, Caligola just picking up every single KO that they can find, shutting down this Dodrio in every moment here. GigaChad making a very good play in that top path, though, putting some points on the board, keeping this game very close.
Yeah, and you said it was a silver medal at the time, but it was what they needed to keep this thing within striking distance. GigaChad Gaming trying to take a great fight here. Big time Trevenant Unite out of Urzaron. Couldn't quite convert on it though, as Woof Woof defense stands strong. Potato's able to get into the back line, and then the KOs started falling back the other direction.
Beautiful solar beam right there from Woof Woof as this Reg Ice is going down. Literally every objective, all these big KOs. Caligola was just all over everything, and there's the Wicked Blow to seal it up.
The thing that's wild about Cali, they kind of do the same thing that we've seen out of Adesu, which is they take the objective, they secure the objective, and there's always KOs that follow right afterward. So it's a bang-bang type play, and they did it in spades in Game 2, and that's exactly what Woof Woof needed to get themselves off to a great start today.
Here's that amazing defense right at the end, stopping that final score. Very nice stuff right there from Woof Woof. You can see it. The relief, the excitement of being able to win this and move forward here in our losers bracket.
Yeah, another player I want to touch on real quick was Human. Early game, they allowed Potato to go in deep and get big. In the mid parts of the game, they were helping Marv stave off the opposing team. And at the end, they made sure Caligola never could get KO'd.
Yeah, Woof Woof looking incredible right here. They want to make their run back up to these grand finals. They want to take on whoever is going to be up there, but if it's Tally Bobo, I think they want another shot at that team because they came this close to taking down the current #1 team in EU.
Yeah, they want another bite at that apple without a doubt, but there is a minefield here in the losers bracket for them. Tons of solid teams. Of course, Nouns Esports lays on the horizon as well.
Yeah, we're going to hear from Zoinks on the main stage with Zante. Zoinks, take it away, my friend.
Thank you very much, Spraggles. That's right, I'm on stage with Zante after an incredible win for Woof Woof. Now moving on to the losers semifinals. Zante, what an incredible game. Your attacker play has been amazing this tournament, playing a lot of different Pokemon, but your Mew has looked exceptional. How hard was it to become one of the best attackers in the region?
I mean, since I've always technically played attacker in all the other teams that I've played in, it's kind of naturally for me to practice stuff like Mew, since it's mainly played in the attacker role. So yeah.
It's all natural. I like that a lot. And now your next matchup is going to be against Nouns Esports, our formidable opponent in the region, obviously, but also a former teammate in Sixies. I mean, does this one mean a little bit more than the rest?
Yeah, I guess so. My team really wants to show some stuff to Sixies for sure. But yeah, I think it's going to be a very nice, exciting match, hopefully.
Well, and you feel confident headed into it? He said yes. He said yes. Awesome. I can't wait to see you. And I'll throw it back to the casters.
Incredible stuff right there. Obviously, doing that interview fully standing up. I don't know if that's normal. I usually do it crouched.
Not everybody has your knees, Spraggles. Not everybody has your knees.
I guess that's true. Let's take a look at our bracket right here so we can see where we are at and where we are going for the rest of the day here.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's take a look. Here we go. Tally Bobo Believers, time to shine in our winners finals coming up. We have our losers semifinals, however. Nouns Esports, Woof Woof. This is going to be quite, I mean, these 4 teams left in this tournament are amazing.
They're also your top 4 seeded teams. So exactly kind of how you'd think this thing would shake out theoretically. But the storyline for me in these losers semis has to be Sixies, 4 more Woof Woof player joining Nouns Esports. They're scrapping for their tournament lives against each other. And like Zante said, yeah, we're looking to show Sixies a little something out here.
There really is any team left that can take this whole thing. I don't know who is going to make it to our grand finals, but we are going to find out soon, Dupes Next.
Yeah, but if you want to get into this action, which you should, Aeos Cup, can't quite get here for that, but the April Cup is right around the corner, and registration opens for that tomorrow, actually. So go to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite, get yourself signed up, and if you need a squad, I know nobody will accept us on the...
We'll do it.
Yeah, but don't, if you want to actually have an opportunity to win, don't take us. But what you can do is jump into the official UCS Discord, find some teammates there, and start your journey to Worlds in Yokohama, Japan.
That's right. We'll be right back with more incredible Pokemon Unite action from the Aeos Cup Finals here in the EU region.
We doing the throw?
We're doing the throw.
Trevenant trying to turn this somewhere, and now Esports knocks out everyone as the Delphox responds.
Hello, I'm Giz, and I'm the super player for Nouns Esports.
I'm Adesu, and I'm mostly a jungler, but I actually feed him.
My name is Getlu, I'm the shot caller of the team and the flex pick for Nouns Esports.
I'm Sixes, new addition to the roster. I mostly flex picks for Nouns Esports.
Hi, I'm Brav. I'm the tank for Nouns.
We are representing the UK. We have Brav. We have Sixes from the Netherlands. We have Gadlo and Blaine from Germany. And we are here, Adesso and me, from Spain.
Españita. What makes a great team, I think, is the 5 persons to the same objective. Like, you need to talk before going into to make this team and go the 5 together in the same goal, because otherwise it's not going to work.
Bringing Sixes into the team, I think it's been pretty good for us. It's introduced a new way of seeing the game. We were more used to seeing the same play styles, and he's brought a new way of thinking of how to go approach the game. So I think it's been definitely great for us, and hope we can prove it here.
We want to prove that we are the EU champions and we want to get our title back. I want to thank Nouns Esports for just giving us the opportunity to do a bootcamp and just prepare for this Aeos Cup and further tournaments. I'm really thankful. Thank you.
Now it's Esports playing defense around the Rayquaza pit, has put them in pole position to win this game.
Is going to be the moment that kicks this fight off. Buzzwole seeing if it's going to be them as we start to move back. Oh, here we go, the Slowbro Unite.
Slowbro Unite into the fancy fireworks.
I'm Human, I'm the support for Woof Woof.
I'm Sante, I'm the attacker for Woof Woof.
I'm Caligola 999, I'm jungler for Woof Woof.
I'm Potato, I'm a rounder for Woof Woof.
I'm Mav and I'm the tank for Woof Woof.
I'm representing Italy, but we all are from different countries, Germany, Spain, Swedish and Polish.
The main important thing for a team in Unite is to have players with the same mentality. Everyone on the team needs to want to go to Worlds, otherwise they're probably not going to make it. Keep the same mentality, that's my tip for you.
One thing about Woof Woof, we all enjoy playing together. Obviously we're here to compete and win everything we can win, but we really enjoy playing together. We are having fun.
I think our strength about our team is our mentality. We really want to win the games, and we are focusing and aiming on beating everyone.
We want to prove that even we lost one of our main players, we are still one of the best teams in Europe.
The Amnesia, and they're cutting off the Delphox. Right side team takes that Rayquaza, and of course they do. They're the only ones there. All 5 players eventually from Phantom Slayers KO'd, and it's Hundo Burgers on the menu, and they are going in very well. No points for...
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Aeos Cup for the European region. Losers semifinals on the horizon. Nouns Esports versus Woof Woof.
We have arrived at the top 4 teams now. Only 4 teams are left, and those are the best in Europe. So we're going to have amazing games left. And of course, Nouns against Woof Woof. Nouns showing insane games today up against Zephyr Esports. They're ready to just face Woof Woof, but again, Woof Woof also looked amazing against Gigashit Gaming. Yeah,
I mean, Nouns Esports having some creative draft strategies, but also just rock-solid game plans from the get-go. Woof Woof looked amazing. Caligola putting on a show on the Urshifu, but Nouns Esports now has a new player on their roster of Sixies, who formerly was on Woof Woof.
Yeah, they just pretty much yoinked him away from Woof Woof. They're like, just come here over here. They lost Redmore, stopped playing, and they're going to replace him with the Sixies. Gave them a bit more rarity when it comes to drafting as well. And Woof Woof, you might think, wow, they lost Sixies, but they picked up an incredible player in Xanthi. Yes. It was like, guys, I'm just going to show you why I'm actually maybe even a better player for this team than your old one.
And Xante's been looking good on Woof Woof. Let's take a look at this roster. Human, Potato, Marv, Xante, and Callie. I mean, just as an incredible roster across the board. Potato has been putting on a show, but even the quiet carries of Human and Marv have been looking excellent this tournament.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're all just incredibly strong players, and they just really work well together as well. They're very synergized, and they're just on the same page a lot of times. And oh man, I'm so excited for this matchup.
In the content
what to expect.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect, actually. I mean, Woof Woof has been... I told them I was tired of calling them a dark horse because they feel like a favorite, but it's always just that Nouns Esports loser bracket energy that's terrifying. Again and again, this storyline has been flipped on its head, but I don't know if they've really faced an opponent of Woof Woof caliber yet within this bracket, because Woof Woof is playing on a completely different level. They have already been clarified as a top 4 team in Europe. They want a lot more than that.
And they even took a map of Talibobo Believers, which is already an achievement in itself, because they barely ever lose a map, so Nouns knows who they're up against.
Yes.
And it's going to be that matchup, Potato up against Gatlu on top side, which I feel like Potato just has so much more experience playing this top path, because he's been playing it for like 2 years now.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Gatlu like taking over Redmore's role kinda as their top path position for Nouns Esports. And I feel like Potato, Gatlu's obviously an amazing player, but Potato just has a bit more experience when it comes to the top path.
Yeah, I think draft's going to be really interesting surrounding that as well. Potato very comfortable playing a lot of Pokemon that aren't really within the Nouns draft pool. Buzzwole and Garchomp very rarely ever seen picked on Nouns side, so Potato pretty comfortable that they're going to get their solid picks near the end, but I do think we will probably be seeing an Urshifu ban from Nouns. I don't know if Nouns wants to see that Urshifu again. Caligola was absolutely on one in that last game. Wicked Blow, too terrifying to deal with. If I'm Nouns coach, I am saying that is an absolute must in the draft phase.
I fully agree. The Urshifu probably has to be just gone from the draft, especially if they're first pick. If you're first pick, you can just allow. Yeah. You can pretty much ban any Pokemon. I feel like the second team always has to really make a big decision when it comes to like banning out the Espeon, banning out Hooper, banning out maybe even a Mew. Because Mew again is just doing incredibly strong in this tournament. Doesn't matter what.
All 3 of those Pokemon you just mentioned really are play-style defining Pokemon, and they really make a team have to operate a certain way. And when it's such a powerful pick, yes, getting it away in the ban phase is a lot better than having to build your entire draft strategy around it. But yeah, Hoopa, Mew, Espeon, even maybe Slowbro, a lot of these Pokemon have become big draft target or big ban targets within these draft phases.
Exactly, Gatlu back on the Trevenant, but we saw yesterday what Potato does against Trevenant players. So.
Yes, I move. Gatlu, if you were going to be playing the Trevenant, you better have a whole new game plan, because Potato has that matchup pretty much solved. I think the homework has been done, and yeah, Potato looks pretty clean with that one.
We also saw Nouns bringing back that Blastoise in the last series. They haven't really played it all too much, but now they're like, guys, Blastoise Unite is just so strong. You should just go for it. It's such a team fighting deciding Unite move. If you hit 3 or 4 members, you can even use eject button during the Unite move, and you can extend the range by so much. It's one of the best engages in the entire game.
And Nouns has the flexibility on player rule because of that player right there, good looking as he is. I mean, Bruv and Gatlu both play this Pokemon to perfection. They can play it in different styles. So picking Blastoise within your draft still makes your other opponent team question your picks throughout it, because who knows who's even going to grab that? Are you going to grab another flex pick for Gatlu to fill into, or are you going to grab a Mr. Mime Defender swap in for Bruv and play both?
That's the thing with Nouns Esports. They have so much flexibility. It could be Adesu jungling or center areaing, and it could be Gatlu going towards the center area, or it could be the 60s going towards the central area. They have like so many different Pokemon they can play, so many different roles, and you never know exactly who's going to play which Pokemon, who's going to go where, and what their next strat is, while Woof, I feel like looks kind of locked in. Caligula goes towards that central area, and then Potato goes towards top path.
Yes.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, they are very confident in their roles, but you're right. The flexibility, I wouldn't exactly call a big shining spot. However, within their unique picks, they also have a lot of strength. Marv has been playing a lot of Snorlax this tournament. It's a rarer pick, Time to Shine and Wolf probably the only two teams to really favor it within drafts, but it's looked good every single time. And Marv even showcasing they're fine playing the Yawn build as well.
Yeah, I mean, the defender position is just very contested right now. There's so many amazing defender. And even someone like Mamoswine, which we haven't seen yet, would also be like, it's still such a strong Pokemon as well, but just like Slowbro, Trevenant, Blastoise, Snorlax, so many things, and you can't just pick. We saw earlier, if Zephyr picks 3 defender in one game, you just lack damage.
Yeah, you lack damage. Mamoswine can bring some of that, but if you were ever to pick a Mamoswine in that drafting phase, Chris, what would be kind of the optimal team comp you would build around something like a Mamoswine? What does it provide?
Well, I think it just provides a lot of engage and also just very strong, like, pathing. Like, having those strong top or like early game top and bot path Pokemon, and you know, Swine like Mamoswine. He's so aggressive, rapid fire scarf maybe as well. Just go in, auto attack, and just try to bully out your opponents. And I feel like these games in this tournament really show that you need to have a strong top and bot path to actually be able to win games, because it snowballs so much.
Yeah, pathing is so important. If I was to describe Mamoswine, I often call them the Walker Texas Ranger of Pokemon Unite. They have never opened a door with the knob. It's always kicking it down and bursting through it. They're really the head of that spear, a terrifying, large, icy head, but it is that big, aggressive option. Also, thank you so much for everyone coming here in person. It's been so fun having a live event here at EUIC. I know the players enjoy being on the stage, and, well, I'm sure they enjoy getting cheered on as well. The crowd's been hyped for Unite this weekend.
You might be a bit nervous at the start, but like when you see the cheering and you see people rooting for you, you just get that adrenaline boost, and you just want to show them why you're the best in the world or be the best in Europe currently. But I mean, whoever wins this tournament will be considered probably maybe the best team in the world, because Tali is currently considered the best one. So whoever wins this and maybe is able to beat Tali will be just a huge contender for the World Championship as well later this year.
And headed into the tournament, when we were kind of looking at the projected bracket, these two teams were who everyone thought would be one of the two opponents for Tali Boba Believers.
Yeah, for sure.
That was kind of the grand finals that we had pasted out, and now one of them is going to be sent home. Time to Shine having a really amazing performance of the bracket so far, getting to the winners finals. They definitely earned that spot, but on paper, it looked like Wolf or Nouns were going to be the only ones that could go toe-to-toe with Tali Boba Believers.
And the Time to Shine was kind of unexpected. I really thought them losing their top path player for this tournament is going to hurt them quite a lot. But they just saw you, has been showing amazing games as well. So they picked up an amazing sub, and they're able to get the top 3 position locked in. And Woof for Nouns, one of them is going to go out.
Yeah,
like, crazy to think about.
Now, Wolf and Nouns is a matchup, a rivalry, I think, brewing. It's hard to call things rivalry because when I know every single one of these teams just wants to defeat Tali Boba Believers so bad. But I think Wolf versus Nouns has a lot of that spicy element to the matchup. You have the flexibility versus kind of the ironed out picks on either side. And then you have Sixies versus the old squad. I mean, there is a lot of exciting things to talk about this game, but we're going to talk about the actual game as we head into the draft of game number 1.
Wonderful. So, Nouns, they have the first pick option, so are they going to ban the Yoshifu?
I have to imagine so. Their ban is, yeah, and we talked about this before in the tournament, but that first ban is so much more flexible than the other one when we only have 2 bans in the game of Unite right now. The second one often has to hit that priority meta Pokemon, Espeon. So you have a little bit more flexibility. I would recommend the Urshifu. Any other options?
Not really, because Espeon is gone and Hoopa's there, so they're not going to risk it. They don't want to give up Urshifu or Hoopa, so they don't know what Woof is going to ban. If they ban out Hoopa, then it's perfect. They can just pick the Urshifu, but if Espeon is banned, they just get the Hoopa, and that's what they want.
Yeah, we're out of the mirror match days, but I really do think if we had one, a Hoopa versus Hoopa of human versus geese would be unbelievable. But the response from Wolf was Slowbro, Mew, just too incredible. Now, all of a sudden, their bottom path is one of the best they could ever get within the draft phase.
And Trevenant is up next for Nouns Esports, picking that early defender, and maybe another Dodrio for Gatlu.
Yep.
It could be. I mean, again, it's one of his best Pokemon by far. But he can also still go Trevenant. I don't know if anyone else in this team plays Dodrio necessarily. I don't think so.
Maybe Sixies. I don't know how solid
Potato.
it is. But yes, Potato gets the Buzzwole. So all of a sudden, Trevenant looking a lot more difficult to play within that top path. What is going to be Nouns Esports' response? Sixies Glaceon has looked amazing all day, and I really think that's not going to be stopping.
I think Lucario could be honestly a good option, but I don't know if Gatlu necessarily plays it.
We're looking for an Adesu pick here, right?
Okay, there we go. That's actually Lucario.
Yeah, you were right. Calling
Yeah,
it out perfectly. Lucario there to match up in the top path against Potato's Buzzwole. Now, Zante probably going to be taking the Mew, so where does Caligola want to go when Urshifu is not available?
Charizard.
The Charizard pick.
All right, the Charizard. I think it's very good up against Dodrio. Just gotta be careful of the full heal, of course, and to Glaceon as well with that Snow Cloak. You gotta make sure you don't hit those. And Lucario as well. If it's Power Punch, Close Combat, which I'm pretty sure it is. Actually, might be a 60s playing Lucario. He used to be a Lucario player. So
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I mean, flexibility. They have so many players who can just play every single role.
60s really has played every role under the sun as well. Like historically, with teams they have played top path, central area, even attacker. They even played like kind of Blissey support back in the day when Blissey was truly at its peak. So 60s having really fitting into the Nouns mold quite well already as a roster fill-in. There we go, Zante's Mew, stuff of a legend after this weekend, and Caligola, the king of the flex picks this weekend.
Oh yeah, for sure. Going for the Charizard now. I don't know if it's going to do it all too much. We saw Toonsim playing Charizard and he got punished very heavily against very unstoppable team comps.
Yeah.
It's so hard to get Unite move out. It's very difficult in team fights. You have to be very careful. One thing you can do is maybe play Flare Blitz, because if you do Flare Blitz into Unite move, the enemies are stunned. So if they might not be able to react to it, of course if they're full heal, they can still full heal, right?
Yes.
But it makes it a bit easier, the Flare Blitz, to actually be able to hit. And the Flare Blitz also great against Dodrio.
Yeah,
because you can instantly get that sprint gauge gone. So I kind of want to maybe see a Flare Blitz.
Yeah, that's an interesting call out. I love that, Chris. Yes, Charizard having some interesting matchups when it comes to Dodrio. Normally when you see full heal or a Pokemon that has agility, has access to it, it means it's a terrifying matchup, but Charizard might be able to make it work. Losers semifinals kicking off though here at the Aeos Cup Finals EU. Nouns Esports versus Woof Woof.
Oh, it's going to be such an amazing matchup. Aeos are going for the left side central area. Again, Caligola always just clears the entire central area for Woof Woof. They don't try to split any experience. They want to make sure their carry player gets all the experience they want. And they already have strong top and bot path anyways, so they don't have like share XP anyways.
Exactly. Do you think there's any danger of a Gatlu invade on the Dodrio this
Oh,
game?
yeah, for
or do
sure.
you think Caligola? Okay, yeah, especially later on in the game. This first rotation, probably not so much, but after that, Dodrio is going to be a menace, and I want it to bring me pictures of Spider-Man.
If he gets to level 5 before the second central rotation is up, he's for sure going to invade.
Yes.
Guaranteed.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Gatlu ain't never gonna not invade when that option is available. Geese with some early auto attack, but Potato able to secure that one. 18 Aeos energy in pocket obviously means they were able to full clear and get quite a bit of last hits, so good start for the Buzzwole.
So Lucario into Buzzwole is an interesting matchup, and just allows, because Lucario is such a strong early game Pokemon, that Buzzwole is not going to just snowball top path again. Because Lucario doesn't have to evolve. It doesn't. It's just straight up strong from level 1, level 3 on. It has one of the best basic moves in the entire game that gets last hits, and Gatlu already level 5 now.
Yeah. If you're new to the strategy of Pokemon Unite, scaling Pokemon versus early power spike Pokemon is often a big talking point. Buzzwole and Lucario, both pretty strong early games, but Buzzwole really soars in the mid game. Early knockout though, as Geese finds a great Hoopa knockout.
We actually don't have Gatlu invading. He goes to the left side central area. He's going to farm it up safely, and now she's going to score a lot of points for here. 49 already in total for the side. Nice hyperspace port as always. It feels so unfair to play against. Like everyone's just gone back to full HP instantly. Trying to go for 60s now, but nice quick attack, Meteor Mash. Just gets them out of safety.
Yeah, Potato only having access to Fell Stinger right now at level 4. Doesn't hit that huge level 5 power spike quite yet. Tries to engage on that fight, knowing that 60's just going to take the portal back. They have a bit of time to run, but not too much as Meteor Mash pushes them away. A eject button forced out already from Potato.
So it's the Power Punch, which I for sure like as well. And again, that unstoppable late down against Charizard. It's going to be so difficult. You just Power Punch, close combat, unstoppable, unstoppable. You reset your Power Punch, you have unstoppable again. It's so difficult for Caligola to be able to play the game later on, and it's going to be a Fire Blast.
Yes, exactly. Caligola,
almost.
Oh my word, the Mew boosted auto almost fighting that knockout. Glaceon, the 60's not absorbing that attack. Gatlu hunting down some wild Pokemon. Level 6 already, so scaling extremely quickly, but Woof Woof mounting a bit of an offense. He's going to use the portal to bring the enemy squad down.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to even push goals against Super. You can just be top pot path instantly. A nice drill pick comes through, Slowbro taken down, and now Gatlu's level 7. He's going to pick up the jump kick already. They just port him back to top path. They're going to try to just pressure there now because Woof had to respond to the Hooper ported towards bot path, and now you can just take it again, top path, and just take down Potato.
Yeah, Nouns just outplaying on both sides of the map. An early gold zone break, and it looks like they're actually going to push for those Indeedis that are spawning right now. You have Lucario and Dodrio. You got the speed. Caligola getting a lot of auto attack damage, almost at level 9 already, so the levels haven't been a problem for the Charmeleon, but the Woodhammer picks up 3, and Geese drops Hyperspace Hole as 60's cleans up 2.
And Bruff again taking the Hyperspace port. He hit 4 members of Woof Woof with one Woodhammer, and it pulls them all together. Wonderfully done. Triple KO for the Glaceon as well. Getting those knockouts onto your carries is so important as well because it gives so much more experience than just getting the assist.
Yes.
So Adesu being able to secure all of those is massive. Charizard is level 9 though.
Yeah, Charizard level 9, Caligula looking to find a big engage with the Unite if possible. Regice brought down too quickly though. A Desu finding the last hit on that Glaceon, and now they need to retreat back, and guess what? That's another ejector for Nouns on the other side.
Gatlo Unite moving on to Potato, just want to take him down. They want to try to push this Regieleki in. No jump heads yet, and they might actually do it.
A little bit of the spinning on top of the fallen enemy. Gatlu showing off a bit here at the EUIC live event. Marv trying to hold down this goal zone, only 25 points, but now finding another one.
The Regieleki's actually in, and they're going to score points right here. Then it's just 60s and Gatlu just taking down Woof. They just got 4 knockouts, S2.
Woof looking a little lost in this matchup so far. Now it's finding knockouts, points, and everything in between. All of their goal zones are up because Woof got a donut on the scoreline.
And Charizard, he couldn't defend. His Unite move got cancelled most likely, or just got taken down too fast. And that's exactly what's going to happen in most of these fights with the Charizard. It's difficult. Ruff trying to score some more points. He gets taken down. Constellation knockout. It's not going to be all too much. 231-2. Zero.
That's a 0.
Woof have nightmares. Yesterday they had a game for 0 points, and it's looking not great right now.
Only way you'll make that number longer is if you had a decimal point and more zeros after it. Woof really struggling in this game number 1. Now the esports with just a great read across the board. Again, another really risky pick, the final pick of draft for Woof of grabbing this Charizard, and so far not finding any value. It has hit 10. It's the second most powerful Pokemon in the game right now, right behind Gatlu's Arbin, knocking out KOs constantly and getting this 22. That's another goal zone break. Not a huge overdunk, but that home goal zone is open.
They're fine draft though, and this could be a start of a good fight for the spot Reggie, but still 22 seconds to spawn. And Gatlu just scoring in the enemy base right now. It just opened up. Eject button forward. Lucario wants to stop this top cap right here. Hyperspace Bullet coming through as well, but there it goes. There's the first point for Woof going in, 38 as well. It's also the first attack weight stack for Pasol.
Oh no, yes, that is relevant as well. Potato needs those attack weights to really be doing maximum damage. Keys with the Unite move opens up the space for Gatlu to get there with their own. They get a lot of damage on the Marv, but not enough. They do knock out Human, and Potato goes down as well.
Yeah, and now we already have Charizard trying to score 40 points for tier. Can Glaceon able to stop it? Yes, he is able to stop it in time. The Reggie's there up for grabs right now, but nice hopping that onto Glaceon. They take down the carry of Nouns Esports, and now the Hyperspace Portal comes through. Can they actually make a bot in time? They can. Regieleki's being taken though by Gatlu, and they're still trying to fight for the spot Reggie as well.
It's a huge knockout play, but every big play that Woof makes, it looks like it's just a little bit too late. Is Nouns is out-rotating every single time, taking the trade at the very least, and they've earned positioning for Regirock. 60s goes in with a huge power-up punch and a lot of damage. Another full heal to dodge completely the Charizard Unite move, and now Potato is finally getting some action.
And yeah, the Regirock dropping low HP is going to get from Glaceon, waiting for it, and wonderfully timed by Desu. Has the freeze dry into Icy Wind to maybe to secure it. But again, Charizard got completely dropped by the close combat. You can't into Lucario. It's so difficult for the Charizard to get Unite before, because you get Power Punch, and you kind of just dropping down HP. You have to do something, right? You can't just be standing there.
Right.
And then so much damage comes through, you kind of force use Unite move. There's so many unstoppables, and when the Charizard is just not working out so far, but there's still some time to go.
Yeah, they have a couple more chances, not many more though. Gee's going to be throwing in 37 into this goal zone to break this tier number 1. Wolf will find a bit of a split push towards the top path. Can they finally get a goal zone break? Potato trying to put in 40. Great smackdown to earn some more time, and the 31 from Marv is going to go in. Goal zone does break, and Wolf finally gets a little bit of breathing room.
Gatlu doesn't want to overcommit right here. He doesn't know if Slowbro has Unite move up or not, so he doesn't want to overcommit for it. Very smart. And now it's actually the Regieleki went towards the enemy base. Actually went completely in. I'm not sure if they actually scored any points with it. Didn't quite see it.
20.
But 352 to 129 points right now. Nouns again with a great lead. And opening up that end base allows for some Hoopa and bound plays as well later.
Yes.
And actually I want to see that. I want to see now. I just want to see a portal towards the enemy base.
We love the Yamada here in the UCS, absolutely. We're looking to see if we can make that back cap play. Gatlu at level 14 already. This Dodrio is so stacked and ready to take any fight possible. But you're right, they have to be wary of Marv's Slowbro. That is the one answer that Gatlu doesn't really have a way to deal with. Regieleki, though, the attention of these two teams. Woof gets early positioning. 60s has got a bail, and all of Woof is here to fight the Regieleki.
But now it's just going to be like, have fun with the Regieleki. He's going to score a crazy amount of points. And this is exactly why I'm not a big fan of the Regieleki. Because you invest time towards it, where the enemies can do the proactive gameplay first. Now they can respond, but Nouns has a much easier time now to respond to what Woof wants to do.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, those dumps into that bottom path also just help their score lead increase, especially because Gatlu is able to meet that Regieleki. They're going to let it go in because we're only 4 seconds away from the final stretch. Early positioning, Bruv on the other side, and an early engage, and already they found Geese. The Hoopa Unite is not available for 20 seconds.
Yeah, Hoopa's down, and eSport now have to fight a 4v5 team fight for this Rayquaza, and Hoopa's just gonna go for it. This is the advantage that when he wins the game, they're gonna try to go for the last Charizard finally going through. Rayquaza's dropping low, and HPU's gonna get it. Gatlu! Gatlu comes in with the Drill Pack. He picks up the Rayquaza for Nouns eSports. And they're going to run towards the right side, but Woof had to go for it. They had to go for it, they had to try.
Yeah.
And I think it was their best chance, the 4v5. Nice catch onto the Hoopa, but they committed the slow bro Unite for it, which means they couldn't stop Gatlu.
Gatlu's just that guy.
Yeah.
All right, Gatlu is that guy. Geese may have gone down well before the Hoopa Unite move could be available. That was Nouns eSports ace in the hole. It was gone, but the ace up the sleeve was Gatlu. Ridiculous Unite move to swing in, take that knockout, and then they were able to wipe 4 of Woof off the board. Ridiculous play. Woof gonna try to mount a bit of an offense, but a little bit of TDM here.
Potato trying there's the smackdown eject button, at least taking down Gatlu, but they're so far behind, 724 to 247 points. That's pretty much how was supposed to come back from.
40-second respawn time.
They can still try something, of course. Any other Charizard? We have to maybe question the pick a tiny bit.
Yep, a tiny bit maybe. We'll have to talk about it again, but I mean, Wolf's draft phase up until that point looked really solid. You get Potato onto their comfort pick of the Buzzwole, who did have good impact, but a little too late. Staying on board for so long.
I talked about it as well. I think Lucario pick was...
Yeah, it was such a good response, and 60's played it perfectly too. The power-up punch, Bone Rush, dodging Caligula's Unite moves basically every single time that engagement happened. I really liked the aggression that 60's brought to the table, and keeping Potato at 4 is no easy feat, and they did it great.
And Wolf said the last pick, there's some fighting going on right now. They at least try to get some constellation KOs. Why not, you know? It's still fun right now. They're going to try to break the goal ready. There's a Charizard Unite finally coming through again. Yeah. The second time only this game in 10 minutes, so it was a difficult game for the Charizard to actually do. He just goes down in the air.
That's true. All right, well, a KO streak of 2. A KO streak at 3 is a pretty fun way to end it, as Nouns eSports goes up 1-0 in your losers semifinals.
And I feel like at this point, I just would like for Potato to just go for the last pick.
Yeah.
Just make sure you counter whatever top health Pokemon Nouns brings to the table, and then just pick something according to it.
Right, yeah.
It's so difficult.
The central area counter has not been working, and when the Urshifu is not there, Woof has been struggling to find a solid answer. They are in first pick position though, which means that Nouns has to play a little safer on their bans. They could give up the Espeon ban to ban away Urshifu, but then all of a sudden you got Zante on Espeon.
Yeah, you don't want to give over Espeon. I'm pretty sure you just don't want to do that. And looking at the damage right here, 60's having a great game in Lucario. Again, we saw they can play everything. Yeah. It's just, and now this time Edesu went for the central area again with the Glaceon. Gatlu just played his Dodrio, whatever he wants. He just did stuff the entire game, pretty much for free. Caligula still doing good damage on the Charizard, but yeah, I mean, I think Buzzwole and Charizard just got shut down a bit too much.
Nouns eSports just showcasing macro and micro knowledge, both utilizing to win that matchup. And great fashion. I mean, not as dominant of a win as we've seen from some of the Nouns games. Wolf finding elements that they could come back a little bit. Here and there, some counter scores, but even those counter scores being shut down again and again by amazing Geese rotations from the Hoopa.
I do think it was quite dominant, actually, though.
Yes.
They just had a chance in the end because Nouns was not on the same page.
Yeah.
It just Geese just went in alone into a bush, and up against Slowbro, you just can't do that. Gonna look at some highlights of last game as well. Gonna check those out. And at any moment now, there we go, highlights of game 1. And yeah, I think you just can't make that up against Slowbro. It's like the one chance that Woof had. Look at this 4-man Woodma by Bruff. It's just absolutely incredible. It's so difficult to push into this Pokemon, and that's why Trevenant is still just one of the best.
Yeah, exactly. Caligula wasn't quite at 9 at that point either, so they couldn't exert any extra pressure. And Potato being shut down too at level 10. Bruff's Unite move making all that extra damage so absurd. 60 was able to go down, but it just wasn't quite enough. I liked that early call out on the Geese, the perfect target priority from Wolf. I thought it was a good call, and this was the turn and burn strategy, but not enough as some knockups happen around in that Ray Pit, and Dodrio able to sweep.
Yeah, Gatlu just with perfect timing on the drill pick. Takes it up. I mean, maybe it was for Wolf actually Rayquaza to have. They had Mew, probably the better last hitting tool for Rayquaza, but yeah, Gatlu just with perfect timing on the drill pick, and he's able to pick it up. again, doesn't matter, deserve win for Nouns Esports.
Yes, absolutely. I think you're right. Upon re-evaluating via the highlights, Nouns Esports dominant from start to finish. But like I said, WoofWoof showing signs of life throughout that matchup. But honestly, I think we've said this again and again about this WoofWoof squad. It's going to come down to draft, whether it makes or breaks this game number 2.
I think draft is so important for sure. Gatlu being the player of the game, 12 KOs on the Totrio, having a crazy again. Earlier played Tri-Attack, and I mentioned he plays any moveset. This time Drip Pick, Jump Kick, Cookie, Double Attack Bait, or Attack Bait, Cookie, and the Razor Claw. It's an amazing build.
That's the stat I want to see, because I'm pretty confident that is a 100% player of the game for Gatlu. It seems like whatever Pokemon they play, they seem to be racking up those MVP votes. And how could you not? Look at the smile on this player. We know him, we love him. He's one of the best in the region.
Oh yeah, he is. He's an incredible player. One of the best we have in Europe, and we're very lucky to actually have him in our region.
Yes, no, exactly. Europe well represented when it comes to Gatlu. And Nouns Esports as a whole. I mean, the narrative we have talked around this team all year long is honestly, where have they gone? Why are they not this dominant team anymore? Because that was the story of last year. Yes, the opponents have gotten so much stronger, but is Nouns really the same Nouns that we know and love? I mean, they're looking to prove it again here in the Aeos Cup stage.
For sure, heading to the second draft, I think other teams just stepped it up. By not as well. I don't think Nouns dropped necessarily in anything. I think other teams just have stepped it up massively, practicing more for this year as well. Especially knowing there's going to be more teams at the World Championship. Everyone wants to go there. So I think the competition just stepped up.
Tough problem to have for Nouns Esports. Great thing to have for us as casters and fans of Unite. I mean, Europe is so exciting right now, and so is this matchup. First round of bans, WoofWoof with that first pick. Let's see if they can grab the Urshifu in this one. Is Nouns forced into the Espeon ban, or do they flex it around? No, sticking to that Urshifu. Zante, congratulations. You are now the proud new trainer of an Espeon.
The Slowbro, Hooper, and Espeon.
Yes.
And we know that Nouns are going to pick up 2 of those.
Well, okay, so we're actually going to be going over the Hoopa, so we're going to give the Espeon over to Nouns. You're right, I think I should have thought about this more. Congratulations, Human, the proud new trainer of a Hoopa.
Finally, Hoopa for WoofWoof as well.
No.
What is Nouns going to consider? There's the Espeon. And they rather go for the Trevenant. Trevenant, Espeon, those Wood Hammers, you just guarantee side shocks being hit over and over again.
Exactly. A little easier to time those as well outside of like a Surf or something, like Surf Psybeam. A bit tougher to try to get into. And also, Trevenant plays a lot better into the Hoopa than Slowbro does. Stopping Hoopa reset portals with Surf is a very difficult task compared to something like Horn Leech, where you could just push them out of the way.
I could see, a Talonflame would be interesting. I really thought we were going to see it more in this tournament.
Yeah.
But no, going back to the Blastoise, of course, for Gatlu, or Bruff HD.
Or
I mean,
Bruff,
one of those can play either of those, Trevenant or Blastoise. Going to see how they want to make their top and bot path combination happen. And now we have this time a Decidueye for WoofWoof coming out. Potato again going for the bus wall. Okay, sure.
Now, it feels like every time Caligula loads into the lobby, they're debuting a new Pokemon that we haven't seen them play before. I feel like this is going to be Decidueye's time to shine now. Final selection for Nouns Esports. Looks like we're finding a Pokemon for, probably for 60s to be playing.
Yeah.
Glaceon looks pretty solid in this team composition, in my opinion. I will be grabbing that one, but it looks like it's going to be the Delphox locked in instead as a bit of an answer. That Unite move is going to be treacherous for Potato to have to deal with.
I think this time the Buster will be much better over Pokemon, because they auto stop the Rapid Spin is a good counter to Blastoise. If Bruff decides to go for it, looking at his items, they might still change right now, but he might probably go for the Rapid Spin Hydro Pump build. Yet again, Adesso running the XP share, Espeon, so it's going to be, again, those 2 defender going to have a lot of experience on them. They're going to be very difficult to take down, but Decidueye is one of those Pokemon that reduces defense stats.
Yeah.
Shadow's Knee comes out, and you're able to burst down those tank.
Yeah, that is true. Now, but Decidueye on this composition, Mazante's Mew, you're probably pretty self-sufficient. The Mew Unite move gets you out of danger quite a bit, but Marv is going to have a pretty tough time being the defensive factor to try to protect Caligula, especially when the only way that Cali can get any kind of healing is via a base portal. Is Potato going to have to play a bit more defensive in this time to be a bit more peel options, or how do you see this playing out for WoofWoof?
I think he's just gonna go in.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I think just be aggressive, and I feel like, I mean, the Decidueye, on the side of Nouns, we don't have too much dive. I mean, they have the Blastoise, and that's about it, so the Decidueye should actually be quite fine.
Yes.
There's no, like, Zoroark or Gengar or anything else just hunting it down, so it should be quite fine.
No Gengar. Yeah, that is
no
true.
Gengar.
Wild. Crazy twist. Yeah, Nouns Esports, we're going to have to find an answer to respond to the Decidueye, though. They do have a lot of support within the Eldegoss, which is going to mean they have the healing to try to out-sustain the early Spirit Shackle poke damage from Woof, which is going to be powerful. We saw Adesu basically 1v3 the enemy team of Zephyr with that strategy, so let's see if Nouns Esports can bring up a better answer.
And we see Nouns again splitting their center area with pretty much 3 Pokemon. Actually, Eldegoss is soloing the red buff right now, but I think the Delphox is going to go there and also pick up some of the experience. Again, EXP share currently on the Eldegoss. And then Potato now looking for Gatlu. Gatlu reject buttoning forward, trying to score those 8 points, but they have too much attack speed. Oh, he's able to get those 8 points in. Going now for the berry steal as well. Very, it's normal play, but I think Gatlu's going to fall right here for sure.
Yeah, great call by Gatlu to not auto-attack at all during that time so that Potato couldn't steal the berry, but they are going to find the knockout regardless. Geese gets up in close, and I think they actually steal away that Buttlebee on their side. So the safe side, Buttlebee going away. Potato stuck it for another way. If they can't hold them down one, they'll find another.
And Xanthi already using eject button, so he has to be very careful up against the Espeon and the Squirtle and bot path. So also make sure if case he gets ganked, but luckily Delphox is not one of the Pokemon you have to be worried about in early game. It's only level 4. Level 6 is the first really thing power spike, and even then it's still quite weak.
Yeah, 60 is not quite hitting that level 5, which obviously level 5 not that big of a game changer when it comes to these first birds on Delphox. Potato still only at 4 as Gatlu finds a lot of those main secure, so that early team fight going in Nouns' favor.
And now Woodhammer already unlocked now, and now Gatlu is going to be very, very strong.
Yes.
Because those superpowers also get interrupted quite easily by those Woodhammer. He's going to miss it right here. Woodhammer, the superpower is going to miss, and Gatlu is going to be able to secure a lot of last hits most likely now. It's already going great for Nouns.
And look how careful Potato has to be with the red buff on Geese. You just can't afford to be caught out as his auto attacks are going to make it a painful crawl back to any point of healing. Caligula clearing central area completely. They probably will make it by 8 minutes to that central area to try to contest the Delphox over those wild Pokemon, and they should be the Decidueye at that point.
Yeah, hopefully he gets Spirit Shackle from this, but there's one more Baltoy left in the central area right here, and he should be getting 7. No, Espeon is going to try to snipe it away. He actually spots him out, and barely on level 7. Just barely not there.
Yeah, even just the presence of a Desu making it difficult to find that level 7 mark. Xanthi trying to steal away, but a great absorb by Gatlu to protect an Altaria, which then will just be knocked out by their own teammates. But Nouns Esports with a very solid experience lead across the board. Wolf struggling to find those early last hit contests, which are so important in Unite.
But so far, Nouns still doesn't have too much experience on now. Woof with Caligula having the highest level in the game, but also Gatlu already level 7. So again, top path is looking good for Nouns Esports. They're just keeping Potato in check, and he's not allowed to do what he's normally be able to do, and Nouns is having a great time shutting just the Buzzwole down right now. There might be a fight happening right now. Hyperspace Portal on the side of Woof now, so they're able to go from top to bottom fast, and there's the next Altaria spawn.
Yeah, Xanthi lining up that perfect Solar Beam boosted by the light screen, of course, but Nouns Esports has a whole 4 players down in the bottom path, making those secures nigh on impossible for the side of Woof. Marv's got to play this one really safe, too. There's just too many opposing Pokemon to really take this fight. Gatlu does eject button to pull Potato even farther away, and Human can't grab the stun in time thanks to that positional play from Gatlu.
I think the first Woodhammer just barely missed, and he just committed for it, but he didn't get the restart on the second Woodhammer, so it looked a bit awkward in the end, but he's just trying for something. He wants to be aggressive. Gatlu, again, one of the most aggressive players we have in Unite, and now we have Woof starting this up. There's Spirit Shackle, they have the Solar Beam or Electro Ball, they have great last hitting, but on the other side we have Adesu on the Espeon.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Mew and Decidueye has a great secure tools available to them, and Mew is going to be able to grab it. Xanthi threads the needle and gets that huge secure. Electro Ball into Brav, brings him down to a sliver of HP, and the burn damage from Scald is going to close the gap.
That is huge for Woof. They get a knockout, and they also get the Reggie, which is even more value. Just global experience. Also, I mean, the Reggie Rock doesn't really matter too much in the early stage of the game, but it's just global experience you get, and also a team fight win. Oh god, Potato has the eject button right here. But yeah, he's not going to fall.
Yeah, he's
totally
getting
safe.
the chase down. I mean, 60's Delphox has been so phenomenal time and time again, but Potato's Buzzwole the very same way. And watch out for the poke damage that Woof is bringing. Solar Beam and Spirit Shackle is so many long-range attacks to deal with. Regieleki brought down so low. Potato with a big engage tries to use Gatlu as their method to knock out the Regieleki. Not going to find it as Nouns turns and burns, and now Reggie is headed towards tier 1.
It's their very low point games. They want to start getting this in, and Regieleki is going to go in for them. Knock is trying to defend a tiny bit, but they're just going to score those points, going to go into an iframes, and 60 is going forward onto the Decidueye. He just dives the Flux down, he takes on the Decidueye. He couldn't stop his Unite move, and he's going to go down. Wonderful play by 60 there, just being confident and being aggressive, now looking for slow bro. Solar Beam has the eject button away from it, but he's totally safe, and he's also going to get a nice 40 points in.
Yeah, they get the 37-point overdunk when the first initial one happens. Ridiculous play there. I mean, even Gatlu avoiding getting knocked out by the knock by grabbing one little orb of Aeos energy and dunking it for the iframes of the score animation. So great micro play there, and Woof quite far down. Another 0 scoreline for them. No scoring opportunities so far.
Well, there you guys decided Hooper's going to put 30 points in, because Nouns actually didn't pay attention to it. He just went in with the Phantom Force, scored 30 points pretty much for free. But yeah, Woof really struggling to score points.
Yeah, so far. Human just finally say, I'll do it myself. They are at level 9 for this next basement Reggie fight, so the Hoopa Unbound Unite move is ready, and the Hyperspace Fury might be the main problem. Bro with an eject button actually knocks up Zonte with that method, and 60s takes full advantage of that. Big KO on to the Buzzwole. Potato is down, but Marv is on the re-engage. They get reset, and now they're back with a full HP bar.
60's just dancing around now. There's the Hoopa Unbound being poured, and Wufo is still gonna look for this fight right now. Mew not moving in. He actually might be able to take down 60's if he can. And no! Aegis is gonna pick up the Registeel for now. It's gonna give them some healing as well, and then below them to turn around the team fight. Another Mystical Fire lands onto Slowbro. Double knockout for the side of Delphox, looking for Human as well. Now make it triple KO almost. Blaster is gonna yoink this one away, and they're gonna try to score some more points. But yeah, that Registeel secure by Geese was huge to turn around this team fight.
Nouns Esports has been picture perfect in so many of these team fights. I really like Humans play. That aggressive Hoop Unbound Unite move positioning actually gets past a couple of members of Nouns Esports, drops the portal on the other side, close to that main objective, but not quite enough space gained as Nouns Esports was able to get that huge secure. Already a quick rotation up to the top EUIC. Of course, they'll be headed towards tier 2, a much more powerful prospect for Nouns, so they're going to rip this down, and Woof is not here to be able to contest.
Yeah, and 60's level 30 on the Delphox. Flame Charge Plus also available now. He's so strong. Got the Registeel buff as well on Espion and Delphox. Oh, it's going to be very difficult for Woof to maybe even defend this. Unknown's going to actually look for the push right here. Spirit Shackle coming through. Trevenant does get poked a tiny bit. Santi trying to defend now, but Woof, they don't have a lot of damage right now to defend this.
No, not at all. And with a Unite move on top of the gold zone, it's going to be a big prospect to try to push through. Caligula does use the Unite move within the tall grass, so they get loss of vision. Great play by them. A big Spirit Shackle at the end of that one to do a lot of damage, but Marvin's still struggling to defend it, and Regilecki finds purchase. 50 points in from the Delphox, 40 points in from Adesu, and all of a sudden, Nouns Esports is over 300.
And Dosidrey just standing there has to see all of his teammates go down in this team fight. And this is such a risky play as well. Just going for the Regilecki push can backfire so fast, but Nouns, they just don't care anymore. They want to be aggressive. They want to go for these plays. They want to make sure they don't just lose to Rayquaza flip. They just want to make sure they have a huge point lead going into the last 2 minutes and just committing a lot for it. It was a nice Slowbro Unite onto Bruff. Bruff's Unite actually got completely cancelled by Slowbro, but it still was not enough to win the team fight.
Yeah, a great play there. I mean, Bruff gonna have Unite move up again thanks to that cancel, but it was a great play by Wolfov. I like that call out. Marv with a great shot, but just not quite having the damage numbers to back it up. And again, I just don't think they expect this Nouns aggression. Normally we call it limit testing. It looks like Nouns has already done their testing.
And they just take down Blastoise. Buzzwole, Potato just eject buttoning in. They want to win this fight right now, and they want to make sure they have an advantage going to the last 2 minutes. They can take down the Regirock actually, and Trevenant just scoring in the enemy base again. Gatlu scoring another 50 points, but that was a huge knockout. They just commit for it. They want the Regirock. They want to have better team fighting because they know they're so far behind. That's so many more stats you get to hopefully live up against this Delphox, who's level 14.
Yeah, let's see if that defensive buff matters at all. Big engage by Gatlu. They get stopped with their Horn Leech by the Unite move of Marv. Gatlu isolated, but Geese with an amazing restoration of the health bar. Cotton Cloud Crash soars in to help the squad, and Adesu and Gatlu combine for a knockout on a Human. That's 2 down for Wolf, and now Z-Sports looking good.
Potato has to dive in here to make some miracle play happen, but he gets locked up, but they commit 2 Unite moves for it, so Nouns has to actually kind of go for the Rayquaza now. The B-team fight's going to be very difficult. Rayquaza's on half HP. They're going to try to go for it. They're going to look for the Decidueye to try and find it out. We also have Xanthi on the right side still, and now no one is hitting Rayquaza anymore.
Yeah, Marv just keeps auto attack damage against a Scald out of the Rayquaza so that it does not go down to a sliver HP, but Nouns wants that team fight. Adesu was able to lock it out with a side shock, and Nouns Esports just puts themselves in the best position possible at 1 minute.
And now they're going to run towards the left side of the base. They're going to score so many points. Woof trying to get rid of these shields right now, but 60's just dancing around looking for Buzzwole. Potato actually finds the Smackdown superpower onto 60's, but Woof is just so far behind in points. They just have to just make something happen those last minute. And on shift they can 428 to 72 points. Bruff also scoring another 82 points in the enemy base. And it's looking rough.
Yeah, I mean, Nouns Esports with 510 to 72. Wolf putting on a fantastic performance, but Nouns Esports really just outplaying them at every single turn. Nouns Esports playing on a completely different level this game.
How did that?
Electro Ball found the Espion, but a Spirit Shadow Sneak probably. Yeah, I think Shadow Sneak revealing the Espion there, making it possible for the Electro Ball to get the knockout. Wolf trying to mount a bit of a scoreline, but Geese defending this outer tier 1 goal zone. Humans got a pocket full of 50, which just might be a bit too much Aeos energy to try to score, as Nouns Esports is holding the line and Wolf not able to take the lead.
Just last tournament we had Woof taking out Nouns Esports, but now they actually picked up one of their players. Now they're going to knock out Woof the tournament afterwards. And I mean, Nouns Esports just looks like a completely different team today. They look so on point. None of these games, they should have probably won all 4 of them, as all 5 of them, as not 4 of them, right? They lost one game, which they should have won as well. But they look so convincing today.
Nouns Esports more convincing than ever. They are now moving on to your losers finals. Nouns Esports, no stranger to the losers bracket, but it's their home. They love it here. 60's not even stressed. They defeat the old team. I know there's no hard feelings. They're still good friends, but it just means a little bit more to take down the old squad.
Yeah, for sure. Nouns now moving into a top 3 position, guaranteed already. They're going to win so many championship points already guaranteed with this win. Now WooFoo sadly ending in 4th place. So they had a good run in this tournament. They took a map again off Tali, believe us, and they showed amazing games today.
Absolutely, yeah. Nouns Esports heading home, but nothing to be ashamed of. Great tournament run there. Nouns Esports, though, one step closer to the potential of overtaking Tali Bobo Believers and fighting for that first spot on the championship points leaderboard. One step closer, but taking down WooFoo, a top 4 team, had some amazing performances in this bracket. But Nouns Esports looked absolutely untouchable in this game.
So what do you think is Nouns going to root for now? Are they going to root for time to shine to make sure that Tali doesn't go to the grand final and they can maybe take them down instantly? Or do they want Tali to win so they have time to shine as the next matchup? I really actually don't know.
If I am Nouns Esports, I'm rooting for time to shine. I want to face Tali Bobo Believers as soon as possible. I don't want Tali Bobo Believers to see the trophies on stage while they're playing me in a grand final, right? I want to take it down.
100k damage from 60s. 40% team damage. 40.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right. We were talking about it. 60's wanting to defeat their old team. And there you go. I mean, they got to show the love. So many good memories on this squad. And what a great matchup for them to do it within. WooFoo, they're gone. Nouns Esports still here and better than ever. I mean, they look like they are playing the best Unite that they have all season by far. Let's take one more look at that game number 2.
Yeah, those highlights are going to be Nouns Esports show as well again. WooFoo just really couldn't find that standpoint. They had good early game. The Reggie went over to their favor. They got one knockout as well. But they just, again, they kept Potato so much in check. And Trevenant just already here in this, he had 2-level lead. A 2-level lead over Busroll. And if Busroll doesn't win early game, it just falls off. Of course, it has a lot of CC, a lot of stunts, but against a lot of CCs where your things just get interrupted and you have such a hard time team fighting. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. A bit of a Bizarro world there, too. I mean, last time we saw Potato go up against a Trevenant in top half, it was not even close. Potato was winning every single engagement, but you haven't played the Gatlu yet, and Gatlu made it look easy within that top half. So many level advantages. Marv with some great Slowbro Unites, but just, they even had good follow-up. WooFoo collapsing, but just not enough to cross that finish line.
And Hooper going down here also without using Unite move is just, it's difficult. If you're the team that's behind and you don't get your Unite moves out in the last team fight, it's very difficult to even have a chance of winning. Yeah, the explosion of damage, just too much to try to circumvent. Nouns Esports winning this one from start to finish. Maybe one of their cleanest victories that we have had within this tournament. I mean, a few of these games have went these 1-2 score lines. Nouns Esports having some questionable plays in the end games, and the games could slip away. But Nouns Esports against WooFoo, we're headed into the top 3. I don't think they made a single mistake in this game.
Yeah,
like,
I honestly
keep thinking about it. I'm not sure if they did anything that was necessarily wrong. I don't think so. They just had one of the cleanest games in the tournament. Not to 0 like Tali did to WooFoo, but still.
Yeah.
Gatlu, of course, again, the MVP as always. A familiar face right here.
We gotta keep that 100% ratio. If another player gets the player of the game, it's a crime. It's an absolute crime against Nouns Esports.
Running the float zone is quite interesting.
Yeah, interesting. Why do you think that Gatlu would be running the float zone?
I think he just wants to catch up to opponents and start with the wood hammering or horn leeching, right? I think it's good for Pokemon that need to catch up to enemies.
Yes.
But, I mean, it also gives you a bit more early game damage because it's the highest basic attack hit item in the game, right? So it gives you a bit more early game, better last hitting, so maybe that's what he's going for. So make sure he's going to take down the Busroll.
That's true. And when you want to score in the home goal zone, it's one of your best methods to get there.
For sure.
Now, we do have an interview on stage. Dooms Next has got Bruv HD on stage.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Bruv from Nouns Esports, taking down a big-time win. Bruv, we were talking a little bit before they actually fired the camera on us. You're talking about Nouns Esports always having to make the losers bracket run. How does Nouns Esports keep that mental, always having to fight from behind?
You know, it's not the easiest thing sometimes. You know, we obviously would prefer the winner's side, but you know, we just see it as more screen time. You know, you get to watch us more if we go the long route. So, you know, we're all good. Just need a little bit of rest, and we'll be back on. So.
Yeah, I was saying it's kind of stitched into the Nouns esports lore coming from the backside. Now you just saw Woof Woof. They took a game yesterday off of Talibobo Believers. They were kind of on a hot run. You guys kept your composure. What was a unique thing you took into play to face Woof Woof? Because that was a dominant performance.
We just kind of made sure we're all on the same page, really. Like sometimes in the drafts, it's stressful. You don't have much time to choose things. Sometimes people panic. But we just try to stay calm, really, and just make sure everyone's comfortable with what they're picking. Like if someone makes a decision, we've got to trust them, really, and that's about it.
Well, having faith in your teammates, you guys have been playing together for quite some time. Last question for you, series of questions, actually. Number one, how many days a week do you train arms? Number two, what are your go-to exercises?
I've only just started the gym again, so I'd say 1 to 2 times. It depends. Go-to exercise for arms. Preacher curls. Preacher curls are always great. Tricep push downs, gotta love them. And then I guess just honestly, who knows? That's all I can think of right now.
All right, preacher curls and tricep push downs. There you go. I need to put that into my regimen too. Let's get it back to the caster's desk before we get any further off the rails. Chris Heroes Zoinks, take it away.
Thank you so much, Deucex, for an incredible interview and some great advice as well. Preacher Girls, you heard it from the strongest member of the EU region.
Yeah, I might have to hit up the gym as well at some point. Maybe Ruff can be my personal coach. But looking at the bracket right now, we have Tali against Time to Shine next for a grand final spot. And that loser's going to play against Nouns Esports. So I think you really want to win this so you don't have to face this absolutely powered up Nouns Esports.
Man, Nouns Esports taking down Giga Chad, Zephyr, Woof Woof, and now who's up next? I mean, they have had a gauntlet of a bracket as well. What an exciting matchup that we have had so far. But if you want to be a part of the Unite Championship Series, all you got to do is go to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite and sign up. If you want to sign up as a solo player, just make sure you head into the Discord, find some teammates there in the general Discord, and of course, you will be able to play the Unite Championship Series. We are going to jump to a very short break, but more top 8 action right after this.
welcome back to the Aeos Cup Finals here for the EU region.
Hey, winners finals. Tally Bobo Believers, time to shine. Straight ahead.
This is going to be an incredible match right here. Time to shine and Tally Bobo Believers playing some lights out Pokemon Unite this weekend. And the winner of this moves on to the grand finals.
Yeah, really, Tally Bobo Believers, of course, they're holding the #1 spot for the EU region because they've won the first 2 monthly finals. They want to add an Aeos Cup to that. We see them here. Zervis, Klaus, Lundaru stepping in for Utah, Megu, and Toon Slim.
Obviously, Tally Bobo Believers, the team to beat. Can anyone do it? So far, no, not in a single finals here for the EU region.
Tally Bobo Believers are really looking to keep putting the screws to these other teams in the EU and say, hey, we're cemented at the top. You can't take this spot from us. On the other side, though, time to shine. Big time upset, sending Nouns Esports to the losers bracket. We see them here. Gek Okami was on one yesterday against Nouns.
Yeah, incredible stuff. We've seen big plays from every member here of Time to Shine. Shelvin putting out some big plays. They've got a lot of energy, a lot of excitement. It looks like they're feeling good up there on the main stage. And this is the mental state that you need to be in. Loose, fun, ready to play some Pokemon Unite. That's when you play your best. There we go. Take some cues from Bruv.
There you go. He found out about the preacher curlers. He found out about the tricep push downs or whatever made up thing Bruv does to get those arms huge. But right now it's time to shine. And Luca flexing out of control, ready to go.
Here we go. Tally Bobo Believers, your purple team. Time to shine, your orange team, as we head into our first ban phase right here. Best of 3. Tally Bobo wants to take this thing in 2 and move on to the grand finals. But Time to Shine, as you said before, looking fantastic throughout this event.
I mean, if you want to talk about a team with upset potential, it has to be Time to Shine because they've already done it this weekend. And they are looking to keep that train rolling. Immediately not giving Time to Shine Hoopa. We know that's a Pokemon that they like to have. And Time to Shine cutting off that Espeon.
And here we go. Megu on the Slowbro. One of the best Slowbro players out there. You know, you and I, Dupe Snacks, have talked a little bit about how if we were going up against Tally Bobo, we honestly might want to ban out that Slowbro because they are just so incredibly good on this Pokemon.
Absolutely. Not only that, you got the collateral damage of it just naturally being one of the best defenders available for either team. So, hey, taking up, putting on the chopping block, make sure Megu doesn't get their guaranteed pocket pick. And, of course, take a good defender out of the equation.
Here we go. Nice picks for Time to Shine. You got the Mew, you got the Urshifu power picks. Eldegoss seeing so much play, especially today, and I feel like it's been a huge difference maker. You know, something that's hard to see because you don't see it with the healing numbers from this Pokemon, but the shields that it provides to the whole team are massive.
Absolutely. Zervis, of course, been playing Eldegoss for quite some time, has a lot of this big stage experience. You can actually take a look here and look across the board. Lundaru is the player I want to watch. They're stepping in for Utah. They had a great day 1. They really need to keep that ball rolling here day 2.
Interesting stuff here. Not a lot of Clefable seen in the Aeos Cup. I think it's a great Pokemon. We just don't see as many players on it. In fact, we see more Blissey often than we do see Clefable here. But this is a very, very solid Pokemon. Obviously, the healing is out of control on a Pokemon like this. We've got Garchomp, we've got Toon Slim back on the Sylveon, Shelvin locking in that Snorlax, which obviously will move over to Gek.
Yeah, Gek's Snorlax yesterday was absolutely immaculate. Now, the reason Clefable really works in this composition is Lucario. Luca is not playing Lucario, but Lucario and Urshifu are incredibly good brawling Pokemon up front. You can put a Clefable in their pocket with that Moonlight, big time heals, and the fact that Gek is also battling from up front to kind of build that box in front of Bordy so they can have those big solar beams is exactly why Luca, who's going to duo with Grays, which you see on your screen, is going to be on the Clefable and it's going to do big time work.
Gek Okami rocking the score shield right here on that Snorlax. Very cool to see. You can make some big plays with a score shield on a real tanky Pokemon like that. So it's going to be interesting to see what these teams are able to bring into this first match right here. As you can see, the packed crowd watching the big stage here. Tally Bobo Believers, Time to Shine up on that stage. And I do think playing on the stage, playing in front of the crowd, there are pluses, there are minuses for these players. You know, you can get in your head, your nerves could take over a little bit, but you also feel that pop, that energy. You can hear the applause, you can see people cheering when you make the plays. I feel like you could either sink or swim in a big moment like this as we head into game number 1, Tally Bobo Believers versus Time to Shine.
Time to Shine is looking to have another upset on their resume. Nouns Esports day 1, Tally Bobo Believers day 2. Let's see if they can make some magic happen. Toon gonna jump in the middle with that Sylveon, gonna get that quick level spike to 4 and peel down and help out their bottom path.
Interesting stuff here. We have Toon getting that level spike. The question is, are they gonna be taking all of the central area as the Sylveon? It looks like they actually might be doing that.
So Zoryu with a good little pop here, but they get KO'd quickly by Klaus in the top path, and that is the type of player you cannot let them get off the chain because they are huge.
Yeah, here we go. Just trying to zone out this Clefable. It has incredible secure, and it is able to get that last hit on the wild Pokemon right here as we see Gek and Bordy fighting over this right here. The water gun, way too early. Who gets the secure? It's the Electro Ball from the Mew. Megu! Whoa! Big eject button. Picks up the KO with a basic.
Bordy, that's a huge KO for them. Again, anytime you can get more experience into Mew without them having to go to that central area, huge.
Here we go. We've got the water Urshifu down here, looking to do some combos, make some big plays. Secured that central area and just peeling back right here, running right back into their center so that they can get their buffs.
Duo gonna have to help Soryu get their legs under them here, gonna have to get some pressure on. We know Lucario's like to stack in that top path. Time to Shine, though, currently sitting on no points.
Taking a look at these stats right here. Hoopa banned out 12% of the time, wins about half. Espeon banned out a lot and wins a lot. Espeon is a huge Pokemon to ban out.
Oh, without a doubt. It's always the Pokemon to watch for here. Here comes Chelvin with that Rapid Strike Urshifu, trying to flow like water, trying to get the engagement on Klaus, and they are ripping through this Gabite. Can they convert on them, though? Chelvin is sticking with it. Soryu trying to make it happen, but Chelvin gets credit. Great Pokemon to get that early experience. You want to get them big, too.
Now we can see we've actually got the Glaceon moving up to this top path right here. They're going to have to peel back, heading towards this central area here where the Rayquaza will spawn in about 6 minutes, but right now they're just clearing up these wild Pokemon.
Looks like Chelvin was able to get the majority of the Swablu and Altaria in the middle of the map. Big for them as they tick over to level 7 and are currently the biggest character going.
Right now, Tally Bobo Believer's the only one to put points on the board here, but Time to Shine looking incredible in a lot of these fights. Level-wise, it's going well for both of these teams also. Level 8, Urshifu on the side of Time to Shine. That's just such a difficult Pokemon to deal with, especially early.
Yeah, Chelvin and Gek, if they can get some tandem engagements with the big-time blocks to protect Chelvin and allow them to stick in the pocket and rip through the opposing team, they can do damage and keep Tally Bobo Believers on the back foot.
You got 10 seconds right now until this bottom Reggie, and we do not have 2 members of Tally Bobo Believers heading down there. We've got 3. Eldegoss making their way down right now. Clefable as well. It's going to be a 4v4 in this bottom path as we get ready for this fight, just trying to secure some wild Pokemon experience. Here comes the Glaceon Unite, and we're pushing forward.
They're all over Gek, though, who protects Duo there. Luca, no damage going to the critical members. Bordy has an opportunity to Solar Beam, but it's Gek sealing up the objectives. The dude's huge. Eldegoss goes down. They're able to pivot. Big time Unite catches another one. Sylveon goes down, and like Fallout Boy, however they do it. Tons of points going in, and you want to talk about something going down. How about a goal zone?
Incredible stuff here from Time to Shine. Wow, incredible. Thanks for the memories. I think that's the song you were doing.
Yeah, it's one of those, Spraggles. One of those. Time to Shine taking all the birds in the middle again. Great experience spiking. Chelvin is massive, massive.
Yeah, Time to Shine looking incredible in that fight, and as we talked about, we were talking about Gek earlier. Superstar plays, amazing secure, and then sets up a huge fight win for Time to Shine. Right now, they're going to have to try to deal with this Gabite before it becomes a Garchomp. Huge power spike on its way, but there's no wild Pokemon experience. If they can steal this one away, they might be able to evolve, and they do.
That Solar Beam hits all 4 players, so they're all chunked here. They're battling forward. Hyper Voice comes through. Klaus engages. They're caught on the backside. Big time Unite. Can they get a KO? Can they convert on anybody? Zoryu goes down in short order. Great credit to the Garchomp for that. Hyper Voice's big spacing as the Mew pushes forward. Boosted Auto comes through. They're all over Toonslim. Heavy Slam trying to engage. Forces out the Toonslim Unite. They are topped off and ready to fight back. Urshifu sorting out the Garchomp, but this thing is raging on. 3 players chipped up, and of course it's Chelvin. They're massive. Give them a KO streak of 3. We coming for you. Gek says big block. Let's take care of another goal zone, boys. What do you think? Megu's going to try and hold it down, but the points are going in. Another big time Heavy Slam. Chelvin is persistent. They're trying to get it done. Finally, they peel back, but look at that score. scoreboard, Spraggles.
Incredible stuff from Time to Shine. They are on fire right now, working as a well-oiled machine. Every fight going extremely well, and a lot of this is thanks to Gek. Gek is just a playmaker right here, and everyone from Time to Shine is right on board as they push towards this Reggie. Finally, an objective right over there for Tally Bobo, secured by the Sylvie on Toon Slim.
Lundaroo coming through, Glaceon Unite ripping through the opposing time, and this is an opportunity for Tally Bobo Believers to make a real push. They're going to get some points in, do some battle math here, make sure you overdunk by as much as you can, get this score line in order, but the whole time, Klaus was able to peel down and get them a second objective back-to-back. Tally Bobo Believers stepping into the pocket and taking it from Time to Shine.
Yeah, there we go. Tally Bobo sending that Garchomp down to the bottom path. Time to Shine not seeing it, saying, where is your boy tonight? I hope he's not taking that Regirock, and he was.
Big time block again, but they get mowed down by the Hyper Voice. We said how good that is against Snorlax. It looks real good right there. Poor Luca peeling back with the Clefable, nothing they can do. Pot shots from Bordy at a distance, but Tally Bobo Believers are able to back. Time to Shine, though, keeping this thing close with a Soryu back cap.
Look at this match, 2-18, 2-12, back and forth. As soon as Tally Bobo scores, Time to Shine scores. As soon as Time to Shine takes a big objective in the bottom path, Tally Bobo takes a big objective in the top path. Both of these teams playing some incredible Pokemon Unite right now, and honestly, these fights, these final moments that are coming up could really go either way. Look at the levels here. A level 13 Sylveon.
Yeah, caught up and surpassed Chelvin, who was massive at one point. They were the only player in double-digit levels here. Time to Shine, however, seems to be one of those teams that on the big stage steps up and levels up. They are playing unlike we've ever seen them before in previous tournaments. They are seeing this thing, and they've seen those trophies in the case, and they want one.
Time to Shine is just really showing up here at the Aeos Cup. You love to see it. Tally Bobo seeing what's going to happen at this fight. We actually have them possibly catching Gek, but a beautiful block right there is going to get them to come on back and get healed up by the Clefable as they're still ready for this fight. However, one member of Tally Bobo sneaking around the bottom path there. We've got Toon Slim moving towards that tier 2 goal of Time to Shine.
Yeah, they're going to see that populate on their map, but they've got work ahead of them. They can't just scamper out. There's a big Moonlight going to top off, playing forward as Klaus. Heavy Slam, Dragon Rush engage. They're on the backside. They take out Chelvin. That's massive. That's going to be the first domino to fall, and they're going to push on top of them. They're moving back. They're reeling back. They do sword out Klaus, but not before the Glaceon uses their Unite move. They're going to try and find two. Slowbro gets credit on that one, but really the work was done by the Icicle Eevee there. Another KO on Snorlax. Tally Bobo Believers able to pivot, and they got the 50 banger in. Spraggles, Tally Bobo Believers coming alive.
Yeah, that was an incredible fight from Tally Bobo. They were outmanned, but they were able to take a big win off Time to Shine. As we move towards this Rayquaza pit, Tally Bobo getting pretty aggressive right here with the Slowbro. They want some vision. They want to know where they're at. They just found 3 of them right here. Looks like Lucario is jumping on in. Yep, here we go.
Klaus with the engage. They force out the Unite move. Snorlax Heavy Slam coming into the Unite combo. They're trying to get a ton of players. Clefable keeping everybody up. Chelvin uses their Unite move, but only for 3 hits. They get stunned out. Slow Beam, baby. Megu on that Slowbro, locking down Chelvin, making sure they can't make any big plays, and that's exactly what the Believers want. Now they're ripping through this Rayquaza. Can anybody from Time to Shine get in the miss? Garchomp shreds it down, and now they're going to move through the players of Time to Shine. 2 players down, and they are all over Bordy. Bordy buckets down 2. KO streak of 2. Garchomp eaten. Megu even got some KOs earlier. Icicle Spear Silver, Icy Wind Sylveon coming through as well. Lundaroo making Utah proud, and the Believers are scoring points.
Here we go. Tally Bobo Believer says, if you're not in this Ray pit, we are taking it from you. 482, 212. They still have Rayquaza shields. They still have points to score. Looking to make something happen right here. Big Dragon Rush combo as the shield is broken. Time to Shine possibly looking to mount a comeback right now, as it looks like Gek's in a little bit of trouble. A lot of bit of trouble, it seems like.
Yeah, Klaus, tons of damage coming through it. No way. Lucario goes down. Soryu bites the dust. They're finding another one. That's Gek. Can they keep stacking the bodies up, turning them sideways like Italics? Klaus wants more. They're on the chase with Bordy. Eldegoss is in the support, but at this point, they're just going for more points.
Tally Bobo Believers just looking to add points to the scoreboard right here. Toon Slim, I think they're posing for a picture right now in that main home goal zone as Klaus cleans it all up with the Garchomp. 796 to 212. Tally Bobo Believers looking fantastic here in game number 1.
Time to Shine with an amazing start in this game, and Talibobo Believers just needed that re-engage at the Regieleki. They can take that objective after taking big-time knockouts, and meanwhile, they didn't even have Klaus in that engagement. They ripped the second objective. They had huge level spikes there. All of a sudden, Toon is bigger than Chelvin, and they just started being bullies.
Very nice. Let's go, Talibobo Believers. You know, there are Talibobo Believers out there. I believe that. That makes me a Talibobo believer.
It's just Talibobo Believer. There we go. We did it. That's a lot of believers in a row, and I think it makes sense. I'm pretty sure. Talibobo Believers roared back convincingly in this one. You can actually see exactly where it happened. 218 was the back cap spike that we're talking about. They took that first goal zone in a big-time way and never really relinquished that advantage from there.
Yeah, Time to Shine looking fantastic at the start of this match, but at about the 5-minute mark, things start changing right here. I'm sorry, Garchomp, did you just do 159,000 damage?
Those are numbers, and they are huge.
Yeah, they're big numbers. I checked, and those are numbers that are high.
The reason, though, that Time to Shine was able to stay in there as long as they could, let's highlight Luca, aka Duo with Gray. You see him on the Clefable, and that's why you choose Clefable with this composition. Chelvin was able to get an early lead. Soryu was able to stay in the pocket. Gek was obviously making big plays, but that's all facilitated because Luca on the Clefable is in there healing for 114K.
Time to Shine are going to need to figure out what they can do in this next match. They had it in the beginning, but they started to lose it. Let's take a look at some big moments right here from game number 1. Here we have this huge catch right at the start of the match. Eldegoss, Garchomp getting a big KO.
And there, we were talking about Gek needs to have some big-time plays. That was a heavy slam to take that objective. But I also mentioned if Gek engages and Chelvin is there for the follow-up, we've got some KOs happening, and that's exactly what came to fruition there.
Right here, nice big pickup on this Garchomp, and now we see this is where Talibobo ends up pushing and taking this Regieleki, which seems unlikely after how well Time to Shine was doing in that top path.
Yeah, Chelvin had a KO streak of 3. Talibobo Believers actually pushed back. Essentially, Time to Shine overstayed their welcome. They should have split back, maybe just left up one player for a defense there, made some plays somewhere else, but they hemorrhaged that experience back into the hands of Talibobo Believers, and they did not let them off the hook once they did.
Yeah, Talibobo getting actually picked up right there. Huge KO for Time to Shine. This is a level 13 Garchomp on the side of Talibobo. But Talibobo keeps on pushing here, and now they take an incredibly aggressive position here at Ray. As soon as 2 are down, they say, yeah, it's time. Let's start ripping this thing. They take it right in front of the Lucario there from Time to Shine, and the points rain in.
But let's highlight the 2 players that went down there so when Talibobo Believers flipped it. Gek and Chelvin, the 2 other players in EU that have world stage experience from last year, finishing in the top 2 in EU, and definitely the carriers of this squad, both emotionally and with their play. Sort them out, you got a good chance.
There we go. Talibobo taking a very convincing game 1. You know, they struggled a bit to start, but they didn't stay that way, as we can see them celebrate their victory right here. They want some more love from the audience. Let's go, Talibobo Believers.
That is phenomenal penmanship, I must say. Like, it looks good, it's legible, unlike your and I's chicken scratch, which is awful. And I think that was Lundru holding the Glaceon
That's the
full art?
Glaceon right there. Klaus, of course, the Garchomp, the MVP of that match. And are you surprised? Take a look at it right here.
That is a lot of damage.
1,000 damage.
That is a lot of damage, and the Garchomp really came alive. Of course, it took a while. Garchomps tend to do that, but it really flipped the script when they were able to take that basement Reggie by themselves as the battle raged on in the top path, and then all of a sudden the switch was flipped. Klaus was unlocked, and they took over.
Yeah, and this is something that Time to Shine is going to need to figure out. I mean, what are they going to do heading into game number 2 right here? Because they had a phenomenal start against Talibobo Believers. They just couldn't keep it together.
No, I mean, and what's crazy about a Garchomp specifically is it's not a Pokemon you can legitimately ban. Like, you cannot ban that Pokemon because you leave so many amazing Pokemon on the table if you do that. Garchomp is phenomenal in the hands of Klaus, but it's not one that you should be using your ban on. I like this Slowbro ban. Get Megu off this Slowbro, force them to show that they've got other defenders in their pockets, stress test this defender player.
They also could be taking an Espeon right here. I mean, it would be a great first pick to steal away this Espeon. They may not want to give up their Mew, but yeah, Espeon's just such a powerhouse pick. They just, you know, they got Espeon and they were able to ban out Slowbro. This is a great start for Time to Shine.
Yeah, there's Service bubbling on top of Eldegoss for an early lock just shows how much they value Eldegoss right now. Last moment switch to Urshifu. Megu taking the Snorlax, so I mean that's a good double stab back the other way. Not only do you have yourself a good defender, you take Gek off of this Snorlax, which has looked great.
Yeah, I think that's an incredible call right there. Saying, look, you're taking something from me, I'm taking something from you. You know how good I am with Slowbro. I know how good you are with Snorlax. Let's see what happens when you have to be the mean tree.
Yeah, this allows Bordy to lock in Eldegoss for the squad. Duo's most likely going to be on that. Are we finally going to see an EU Comfy pick? Is it actually going to work? That's the big question. Lundru locks in Glaceon. They've got the full art card. They're not looking to take anything else. And Service takes Comfy. That's what I like to see. That Pokemon is incredibly strong and for some reason hasn't really come alive here in the EU.
That's right. EU just really does not prioritize this pick. You see it a lot more in NA. In fact, sometimes being banned out in NA games. But right here, EU, we've got the biggest team on the block picking up the Comfey Collar. We're going to have to see what their final pick is. What do they want Toon Slim to be playing here in this match? Let's see.
A lot
of great choices.
Yeah, a lot of good Pokemon left on the menu here for Toon, and that's what's great about Toon. You can really give them whatever's left, and they're going to find something that they can be successful with. But how about a Dodrio, a Pokemon so strong that is sometimes banned out? Getting it as the gutter pick is Toon Slim.
Yeah, I think there's something really nice about being a player that can play, you know, 10, 15 different Pokemon at the highest level possible. You can't ban out something against Toon. There's just too much that this player can pick.
That's why I specifically like targeting Megu instead.
Absolutely.
Get them off this Slowbro. A phenomenal Pokemon, a phenomenal player on that Pokemon, one of the best defenders, period, anyways. Clockwork.
Yep, I think this is an incredible ban. We're going to see how it works here, and I love the reaction from Talibobo, though, because they're saying, all right, we're taking this from you then. So a real nice defender switch up for these two teams. We're going to see how well this ban works, but I got to say, I think it's one of the smartest things that Time to Shine could have done.
Yeah, and I mean, if the consolation prize for Time to Shine is getting a Trevenant, which, you know, we watched Bruv go absolutely bananas on. Marv had an insane game on the Trevenant too. It's like you weren't left with nothing. Like
yeah.
They've got a pretty good Pokemon there, and especially in the very capable hands of Gek.
Yeah, it looks like we're starting to get to the point of the draft phase, and this is one of the most exciting points of a draft phase when we are target banning and picking Pokemon away from players. Not only saying, I don't want to give you this top Pokemon, I don't want to give you your favorite top Pokemon. As we head in here to game number 2, Time to Shine, your purple team. Talibobo, Believers, your orange team. One more win for Talibobo, and they're making it to the grand finals.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. They want that trophy to put in their trophy case along with their coronation of February when they took their first crown. They kept the crown in March, and they're not looking to give it up here at the Aeos Cup.
Let me tell you, my trophy case is pretty barren, but I don't think that's going to be the case for Talibobo. Not too much longer as they're looking like one of the best teams in the world. They could take this whole thing today. Huge catch by Soryu.
Good way to dart in. Zervis, you saw they were trying to hop and take a ride onto the Doduo. Soryu says, not today, Chief. Quick KO, some quick points as well for them, looking good.
Once again, Time to Shine, just starting off this match really strong. Sending this Machamp into the central area, which is a really strong play. If you want to run up to one of the paths here with Dynamic Punch, just such an incredible move as we jump on in, looking for the big KO, big karate chop trying to take down Toon right here. We have Lucario jumping on in, actually using the eject button to back on out of this fight as we move towards these birds.
Yeah, most of them just went to Klaus, though, as they're working with the Wicked Blow. That is the single strike version of Urshifu. We saw it in the hands of Caligula so good that Nouns was banning it out from under them, and that's exactly what Klaus is going to be looking to do. Big time damage, guaranteed secures, hyper carry in these objective fights, bang.
You gotta love it when we're at a place where anywhere you go, there are so many powerful Pokemon to pick up. You know, there's the Urshifu, there's the Espeon, there's in the right hands this Lucario right here, obviously the superstar from year 1 of the Pokemon Unite Championship Series, still making a huge impact here in year 2.
You want to highlight on Talibobo Believers, they've got a Comfey, but they also have great targets for the Comfey. Urshifu, great target. Dodrio, great target. Snorlax, great target. That's going to have a lot of opportunity for Zervis to be an impact player.
Yeah, Comfey, when it has the right thing to put its collar on, which is, you know, a lot of time pretty much everything, it is in great shape. Megu in a little bit of trouble right here, being chased down. Here comes that final side shock. Nope, taken down by the Machoke as they push onto this goal. They're going to put 60 in here right now. Very nice from Time to Shine. And once again, Time to Shine looking fantastic at the start of this match. Side shock just barely misses. Eject button with the side beam. Let's go.
I want to highlight exactly how they did that. Gek went forward, pushed out, bullied, let the 2 other players score, and then the other players immediately switched roles if they wanted to close the goal zone out. They decided that's not what they want to do, but they definitely could have if that was the option that they wanted to go for.
Toon Slim now has the Drill Peck, getting close to the level 7 where they get their second move. Oftentimes that's going to be Jump Kick with this build. Dodrio is now a bit of a force to be reckoned with as we have 1 second here until Reggie Steele hits the map. 4 members of Talibobo down here in this bottom path, 4 members of Time to Shine.
Okay, Hornleech goes in. They're trying to find the engagement here. Urshifu is all over them, and they're getting Magical Leaf down by the Comfey collar as well. But now the positional advantage is on Lundru. Tons of damage. Espeon Unite catches 3, and they're trying to convert. Glaceon goes down. Eevee's moving right now. Machamp is doing work as well. Dodrio Unite comes through. Registeel's getting low. Who's going to steal this thing up? It's the Dodrio with the dart back through. Little Drill Peck action. They're sorting it out, but guess who's still standing? Gek. They're doing so much work in the face of Talibobo Believers, but it doesn't matter what Gek is doing because Klaus finds 3.
I want to talk about how beautiful that play was from Talibobo. We had the Unite move from the Machamp on Time to Shine. They immediately united with the Urshifu, knocked it up into the air, and made sure that it couldn't finish its Unite and get that big barrage of blows onto Talibobo Believers. Excellent play by Tali.
Time to Shine getting that conciliatory here. Reggie Alecki, you said it before, it's kind of a silver medal, but you'll take what you can get. Glaceon Unite is out, and that's really slowing down the path of that Reggie Alecki. And it looks like Time to Shine is just going to peel back. They don't have the firepower to deal with Klaus, who's already level 10, Spraggles.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Urshifu is just a Pokemon that you really hope does not have an extreme level advantage right now, as Dodrio with the Comfey pushes on in right here. The Wicked Blow pushing them back also, and all the while Glaceon is just able to rip down this Reggie, so it really doesn't do much at all to Talibobo.
2 players down, 2 more KOs to Klaus, and they're taking anybody that they can find. How about a Lucario? No problem. Big time overcap there on that goal zone. Talibobo Believers with 184 to 112 lead.
We could have had some better math there, but I believe that the Urshifu is stacking, so that's why they went with that score here. And it is a nice point lead with 6 points in this bottom goal. They could also set up a huge overcap as well. We've got the Comfey around the Dodrio in the top path. They could definitely push towards this tier 2 goal, as it looks like they're maybe making their way to the top path right now, and they are. Down here in the bottom path, we have 20 seconds until the Reggie spawns.
I mean, when you have an Urshifu that's so huge and they can be the impact player anytime they show up, I mean, Klaus is on one. They are having a great tournament here, and they are the star player in my mind on Talibobo Believers this weekend.
Here we go. We've got 20 points heading in here for Time to Shine, looking for a little bit of an overcap. Oh, here comes the Dodrio looking to stop this thing, and they're looking for a fight.
Yeah, they want it. It's 4 on 3. They're trying to make it for the Comfey collars there, but the fight is breaking out. Finally, the Snorlax is pulling up. We're getting a big time overdunk here, 34 points, no problem. But they were able to stem them back. Heavy Slam comes through. They're trying to find their mark. Big time block might allow them to escape. Soryu wants his KO. They're darting through. They're trying to make it happen. Snorlax Unite back the other way, and Comfey gets credit for the KO as Snorlax is just taking a nap on him. Talibobo Believers, despite the push from Time to Shine, hold strong.
Yeah, Time to Shine not able to pick up a KO right there. They did get the Unite move out of that Snorlax if they want to push top here and make a fight happen, but you know, not only is this Dodrio peeling off to score, it's got a buddy with them, that Comfey, and that lets them score faster. It counts as 2 Pokemon on that 1 goal zone.
I mean, look at the levels across the Talibobo Believers here. 12, 13, 13, 10, 10. I mean, they are massive. Time to Shine is just desperate for experience, and they need to find a way to get in there. Trevenant Unite comes out, double Woodhammer, Heavy Slam Espeon, and the Soryu sorts out the Dodrio. That's huge. That's 2 players down immediately, and they're going to be able to make a push here. If they can get Megu down as well, great conciliatory again, KO. They want 3. Can they get 3? They're pushing this other goal zone. Crash landing is Glaceon. They use their Unite, and this push is over. You got to back out. Time to Shine. You had your opportunity, but no, the Urshifu goes in, uses their Unite move. Espeon KO by the Glaceon really quickly, but the chase continues. Klaus wants more. They know how big they are. They're level 13, Spriggles, and they are pushing.
They are continuing this push. The Comfy Collar hops on, giving him the healing, the shields, and the stuns there from Magic Leaf. Here comes Lucario trying to make something happen with extreme speed, chasing down this Glaceon's able to grab that KO. Big Woodhammer stuns 2 on the side of Talibobo, but here comes the Dodrio looking to make some work happen. Big drill peck, and they just run away. They got to get away from that.
That E-Speed looked phenomenal, and Soryu had to really put a cork into the bottle of the Talibobo Believers because they were going for it. So good on Soryu to step in for the squad, getting a big-time KO. Talibobo Believers, though, going to get this Registeel for free. Time to Shine is just taking all the wild Pokemon they can.
Yeah, Time to Shine is just getting some experience right here as Talibobo secures a massive Registeel right before our final fight. We've got 10 seconds now until Rayquaza, and they have that beautiful Registeel buff, giving them more damage as they head into this fight. More damage on a level 13 Dodrio, 14 Glaceon, and 14 Urshifu.
That is what the kids call a lot of damage, Spraggles.
The kids are always saying that, aren't they?
They really are. They want to try and get this catch on the Urshifu. Can they find it? Are they going to go in? They just ran right past, and I think Talibobo's like, where is Time to Shine?
They're hiding somewhere, and here they come. The Trevenant's moving out. No, it looks like they have now given away their position, but they're not able to start this fight. Nice shield here from the Eldegoss. The healing is there as well. Very, very patient from Time to Shine as we are now moving in.
Lunderu says, I'll kick off the action. They're going for it, and they get the tree quickly. Eldegoss takes to the sky, slams down. Espeon Unite catches Lunderu back the other way. The Trevenant is down, and they're trying to fight without the defender. Big time Unite comes through, but it's Klaus that gets credit for the Machamp, and they are trying to find more. 2 players now for Time to Shine, Machamp and the Trevenant. Guess who those players are? Chelvin and Gek. They are down. Talibobo Believers going to score immediately. They're up by 200.
Yeah, Talibobo Believers in a commanding position score-wise. Glaceon really, really low on health, but they've decided that it is Portland out here because it's Rip City. Rayquaza going down, secured there by the Urshifu. Talibobo looking to take game number 2, looking to head to your grand finals. 45 seconds left. Time to Shine's going to need to do something, but here comes a Snorlax with a Comfy.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to get those points in quickly. That shield was eviscerated, but not quite enough. This Dodrio, that's Toon all over this other team. Soryu goes down. Chelvin goes down. Now that's a block into the home goal zone as the Believers are trying to break 1,000 points in a commanding win here, stamping their ticket to the grand finals, Spraggles.
Wow, Talibobo looking incredible right here. I think Toon's a little confused. You can't drill peck into the home base. I know you want to. It just doesn't work that way. They're safe in there. They're safe in there.
Glaceon's so big, it's just chucking the Icy Wind into the middle and still getting KOs. Gek pulls up for the smoke and finds their lungs. Not strong enough for that. Talibobo Believers.
Talibobo Believers looking like the #1 team in EU in that match, taking a commanding fight there, and then they just rip that Rayquaza. They're ready for it. The Glaceon just ready to chip it down. You've got the Urshifu there for the secure. Let's hug it out. Big win.
I mean, the story of this match for me was Klaus. They were next level.
I think the story for me is how Toon stood in the corner and didn't go for a hug. We have to talk about that.
Well, it's just like how every other player for the Talibobo Believers shouted out UTAL, and then Toon was like, well, I guess I have to do it too, since I'm the only one that hasn't. He's marches to the beat of his own drum.
I think he needs a hug more than anyone. That's what that says to me. You know what? And he could get a lot of them here because he's a superstar player on the best team possibly in EU, possibly the best team in the world.
And also, per you, Cutie Pie.
That's right. Change your name, Toon. We do not have time for this. You just need to change your name to Cutie Pie. Some good games back and forth between these two teams. Obviously, two of the best teams in EU going at it right here as Time to Shine is going to be heading down to the losers bracket.
Yeah, they're going to knuckle up against Nouns Esports, who, you know, Time to Shine has kind of been Nouns Esports kryptonite this weekend, sending them to the losers bracket to begin with. So, you know, you just have to take a deep breath, rinse yourself of that. You've got another match coming up. Take a look at the score line here, Spraggles.
Yeah, Tally Bobo Believers Time to Shine pretty close early, which was similar to last match, but it did feel like Tally Bobo kind of got to work a little bit faster here in game number 2. And then once they started to win, they just kept on winning. Level-wise, way up throughout most of the match here. Taking a look at Tally Bobo, you can see actually a lot more damage on the side of Tally Bobo. The big damage dealer from Time to Shine, no surprise, the Espeon boarding.
Yeah, I mean, Time to Shine just couldn't find that footing that they had through the first half of game 1 and all of yesterday as well. So you're taking a look at this. Lundaroo actually dealing a ton of damage on the Glaceon, but you have to highlight Klaus with the volume of KOs they got, the work they're able to put in, not only in the Garchomp with the big time numbers there, but I mean, that Urshifu sealed up their Rayquaza for them. And of course, every time they're going in for KOs, KO streaks of 2, KO streaks of 3. They were catching all the bodies.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those big KO streaks right here. Some highlights from our game number 2. Nice catch early on the Dodrio right here, and another big catch on Megu.
Yeah, and that's exactly where Time to Shine wanted to be. Unfortunately, this was kind of where that all stopped. They did a good little push in the bottom path, but then had to retreat there. Tally Bobo Believers took an amazing fight, dealing with the Espeon in short order. Klaus pulls up, and he just started knocking everyone out.
There we go. Reggie Steele going down right here in the bottom path for Tally Bobo.
I mean, right there, we were talking about how long Gek was able to withstand that fight, but ultimately they get KO'd. 2 KO streaks of 3 back-to-back for Klaus, as you see them breaking goal zones all over the place.
There's that nice Snorlax Unite where they were not able to pick up that KO from Lucario right there. Lucario moving on in here. We had some real work done by this extreme speed Lucario, picking up a huge Glaceon KO, and now we have our final fight.
Yeah, and this was weird because Time to Shine went for the engage here, but Gek actually didn't quite reach with the Horn Leech, which called out their positioning, and then all of a sudden the Tally Bobo Believers knew where they were at. They were disjointed from then on out, and then it was the Tally Bobo show.
The Tally Bobo show indeed, as they take Rayquaza here and march towards that central goal zone here, the home goal zone, putting all the points on the board, up to almost 1,000 here.
Yeah, some little cheeky and clever KOs here at the end. Heavy Slam pops up, Gek. Glaceon gets KO streak of 2 to bookend this match.
There you go. Nice win here from Tally Bobo. They must be feeling good. You know, they had shakier games yesterday on broadcast than that. That was vintage Tally Bobo Believers.
Yeah, that's exactly what we expect out of the Tally Bobo Believers. Time to Shine, though, you have to give them credit. Great signs of life in the first game. They were finding opportunities in the second game, but who else? Klaus again, tons of points, but those 8 KOs really came in the span of KO streak of 3, KO streak of 3, KO streak of 2.
There we go. Klaus right here with our MVP. And actually, speaking of Klaus, we got Chris Heroes up on the main stage talking to Klaus right now. Chris, let me hear it.
Thank you, Spraggles. I'm here with Klaus from Tally Believers, winning the last game. You played an insane Garchomp game in the first one. Do you really like Garchomp right now?
The game was really good for us. We were confident with the draft and everything, and we just executed our plan like we told before the matches, and everything went good.
I would say you're the best top path player currently in Europe or maybe in the world. Who do you think is your biggest rival when it comes to top path?
I think right now in Europe, my rival is probably Potati. I love to play top lane every time against him because I learn something new every time I play against him. Another top laner, which is giving me a lot of problems, is Gatlio, because he's starting to play top lane a lot in his team, and his playstyle is really annoying, and it's hard to deal with.
So now it's our time to shine. Which team would you rather face in the grand final?
Honestly, Nouns Esports.
So you want the challenge, right? They're looking very fired up. Are you a bit scared?
I'm a bit scared, but honestly, I'm confident. Because I think if we play correctly, we can win against them.
All right, thank you so much for the interview. I'm going to throw back to the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Chris Heroes. I'm surprised they didn't mention me as one of the most dominant top lane players in the world.
It's because you aren't.
Oh, yeah. Let's take a look at our bracket right here and see where we are at right now. Tally Bobo believers head to the grand finals through the winners bracket. Honestly, a shock to no one. This is the team you would expect right there. Time to Shine making it to the winners finals. Maybe a bit of an upset as they knock down Nouns Esports as they head to the losers finals to face Nouns Esports, the team they have already sent down to the losers bracket. Now they're looking to send them home.
Without a doubt, this is Time to Shine's opportunity to shine against Nouns. Dispatch Nouns Esports, cement yourself as a top 2 team, get to these grand finals, rake in those championship points, line your pockets with cash, and you know what? Make a run for that Aeos Cup after winning 2 on the hop after the grand bracket reset.
We're going to have to see if they can do it again against Nouns Esports. Dupe Snacks, why don't you take us on out of here?
All right, we got to talk about the April Cup that's right around the corner. Aeos Cup is now, but if you want your path to Yokohama, Japan for the Pokemon Unite World Championships, you got to start playing. Sign-ups open tomorrow, battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. Get yourself signed up so you can start earning that CP. And of course, if you need a team, don't ask us. We're miserable. But what you can do is go into the UCS official Discord, find some players there.
All right, we'll see you all very soon.
Hey everyone, Adam Watson here, reporting from the Play Lab, where our friendly staff is teaching trainers of all ages the Pokemon trading card game. I've got a player here who has stopped by and is going to just give us some thoughts about how the event's been going so far. And so I guess to kick things off, who are you and what's your name?
I am Luke. I'm very new to Pokemon. I watched it as a child, but it's good to get reacquainted with my childhood.
Yeah, definitely very nostalgic. You're picking up on the vibes, learning the games. Has it been really fun for you so far? Are you excited?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, the Pokemon Center was really fun. Seeing all the cuddly toys of like Charmander, Squirtle, all my favorites.
Right. I'm glad that you were able to stop through. This
I'll
is
let you know if
really
they talk.
great that you were able to rekindle your love of Pokemon. So I have to ask, what is your favorite Pokemon?
Is it really lame to say Charizard?
Oh, no.
No, okay, Charizard. Gotta be here.
Yeah, a classic, a classic. We can all respect the Charizard. Are there any games here that maybe you were planning on spectating while you're in the area?
Not currently, but I am very eager to learn about what's going on. So maybe I'll be hitting that up later.
All right, great. Keeping an open mind, learning about the TCG, checking out the Pokemon Center. Any sweet things particular that you grabbed while you were in there looking around?
I did get a cuddly toy of Lugia. I picked up some cards because I'm new to the trading card game, so I want to get started. And I got a little pin badge of Eevee, which was really cute.
That is a great haul, and I want to thank you once more for giving your time, and enjoy the rest of the event. All right, so that's it from us at the Play Lab. We'll send it back to you.
3 action at the Aeos Cup in the European region. Incredible teams all day, but we're down to the final 3.
And Nouns against Time to Shine now. Nouns won the rematch. Time to Shine knocked them to the loser bracket, and now they're going to get the chance for revenge.
The salty run back incoming. Time to Shine coming off a tough loss to Tally Bobo Believers, but they did make it look amazing, especially in that game number 1. I mean, Time to Shine's got a lot to prove. They are quickly becoming one of the best teams in Europe, and they want that number 1 spot.
Yeah, for sure. Shelvin having also amazing games, but Tally Bobo stay on a different level. But Nouns, can they beat Nouns the second time would be amazing. They always struggle in the loser bracket in the past, tournaments up against Nouns Esports. They always fall short. They're able to beat them in the winner bracket multiple times, but Nouns Esports just has those loser bracket runs. They just get fired up. The longer the tournament goes on, the better they get.
Exactly, and this is the squad that gets fired up. Nouns Esports, a crowd favorite, a fan favorite, and such a solid team. They made quite a losers bracket run, defeating so many top European teams, and of course, we have Time to Shine up next for them.
Yeah, they look strong, and Time to Shine obviously saw their games up against the other teams, and they're going to be scared. They're going to for sure be like, okay guys, we need strong early game, make sure we don't fall too far behind, because Woof couldn't score points against Nouns. It was almost impossible to even have any scores in the early game.
Nouns always somehow finds another gear of play, and this one that they are in currently looks nigh on unstoppable. Nouns Esports has been taking out team after team, but yes, you're right, that game against Woof was a completely different scenario. No points scored, absolute dominance, start to finish, and now somehow Time to Shine has to catch lightning in a bottle twice to take down Nouns.
In those loser bracket games, I saw no weakness in the side of Nouns Esports. So Time to Shine have to find something. 60s looked amazing, really stepping up. Again, it's his first big tournament with this team, and he's showing why Nouns Esports decided to go for him as a player.
True, but Time to Shine has done it once before in this very bracket. Of course, they were the ones that knocked them down to the loser's side, and Time to Shine found a few ways to get that value. I think the biggest one and the most apparent one that we could see on screen was incredible play from Gecko Kami on the Snorlax. It really was so aggressive, and I think took it by Nouns by surprise. Unite moves to getting the knock-up was so impactful, and even just huge heavy slam plays. I mean, the defender play to Time to Shine has looked exceptional.
It was such a close series, right? Like, Nouns was very close of also just winning 2-0 up against Time to Shine. So those teams are very evenly matched when it comes to this. And again, Time to Shine also just locking in the top 3 position already now. And they obviously want to face Tally Bobo again in the grand finals. So I want to see something spicy.
Yeah, I would love some spice as well. I mean, both of these teams known to bring out some interesting picks. However, there are some lock-ins that we often see. Time to Shine really dedicating Soryu to their pocket pick of Lucario quite a bit. You think their top path probably locked down with that already, but Duo with Grey or Luca has played a lot of different support Pokemon. Clefable, Eldegoss, Comfey, like, I think even their Hoop is amazing. So I really do think their support play is a bit of a silent carry on the side of Time to Shine.
Just last in the winners final, we saw Urshifu again on both teams, having a lot of success, even though Time to Shine lost the first game. Urshifu still did put in so much work, and it's currently open. Hooper now being banned. Now he's like, you're not gonna get Hooper. Trevenant as well getting banned away from Gatlu or Bruff. And what could the first pick be right here? Espeon Mew, obviously up for grabs, and they might just decide to go for a Lapras.
Probably not.
That would be amazing, but sadly not.
Yeah,
it's gonna be the Espeon. Just the safe option. Make sure your bot path is always ahead, and as soon as Espeon gets to level 4, bot path is just sailing.
Yep. Great draft decision to grab that Espeon first pick, especially if it is available, because it's not often after that first ban phase. The Trevenant ban by Time to Shine is really interesting. I think the Lucario has a really tough matchup into the Trevenant top path, so you're just going to be giving over an Urshifu to the side of
That's the Urshifu, of course, and if someone wants to go for those last hit moves at Nouns Esports, they used to be the team that played Dragon. I want to see some Dragon Knight.
No, okay. A bit of a
Urshifu Dragon Knight, I feel like that's something for sure they could still show off. Maybe late on into this, I mean, we're already very late into this tournament, but it's like a surprise going for that insane last hit team comp. They used to play this a lot, the Urshifu and Dragon Knight in the same team comp as well, making sure you get every single objective, every single Reggie, have that Rayquaza as well, just always in case you fall a bit behind, you can just go for it. but Mew being locked in with the Blissey. We haven't seen much Blissey. And this Blissey might indicate a Dragon Knight, honestly.
Okay, all right, a lot of belief in the Blissey, but a Talonflame lock-in. This is an iconic Pokemon of the region that we have not seen very often within his top 8 tournament. Now, they offered it for a split second. I don't know what person I want it, but the final selection for Nouns Esports is going to be a very impactful one again. It looks like they're hovering the Glaceon. Sixties is truly exceptional on this pick. They proved it again and again, tournament after tournament. So I think this is a good comfort lock-in for them, and then allow a Desu to pop off on the Mew.
You actually haven't seen much Blissey, right?
No,
like, surprisingly
not at all.
Blissey. But against Clefable, Comfey, Edegos, they decided they don't want those. I feel like Edegos would have also been amazing for Nons, of course. But yeah, the double speedster for Time to Shine, very aggression. I'm quite surprised Nons Esport actually picked a second attacker into it. That's why I thought the Dragon Knight, is kind of similar to an attacker as well, but it's just a bit more tanky compared to the Glaceon, because up against a Dodrio and Talonflame, they're going to be just diving you over and over again.
Yeah, we might see it in game number 2, but in game number 1, I think we are going to be looking forward to that a lot, Chris. Double speedster into this composition is going to make Sixties and a Desu's life so difficult. On the other hand, Gatlu's Urshifu is going to have to be a huge pivot point for Nouns Esports. It's going to have to be a centralized focus of where their team can do. But I want to hear you, crowd. Cheer on your Nouns Esports or Time to Shine. We are headed into the losers finals. Winner of this one heads to Grands.
Yeah, who's gonna face Tali in the grand final? Two amazing teams, of course, having the chance to move again and try to be the best of Europe and maybe even the best in the world, because if you beat Tali, believe us, you might as well just be the best team in the world. And heading into the first game probably very shortly.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, no one's done it so far, right?
That's
no
the Dragon Knight.
There it is. Finally, you get your Dragon Knight. Game number 1 kicking off between Time to Shine and Nouns Esports.
And Shelvin on that Talonflame, a very comfort pick for it. He just likes Talonflame a lot. And again, I think it's a great pick in this game as well.
Yeah.
He will have a Gatlu on the single strike Urshifu. He had eject button, floats down, so he's not going to play the surging strikes that honestly has been kind of dominating this tournament as well.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, single strike, very popular, or this is the same with rapid fire. But this double speedster composition is one that we've seen a lot of teams try to employ, and I love Time to Shine choosing it in those last 2 picks in the draft phase. Really puts Nouns Esports in a difficult position when it comes to their final pick. Mew taking a lot of early damage, but not enough for Bordy to find the knockout.
It's a classic Mew against Espeon bot path matchup, which I think is still in favor of Espeon just because it just has much more lasting damage of that Psyshock. It's so difficult. It's for sure the most damage move, except for when you make a blow, but of course Urshifu is going to be a top path, so Espeon doesn't have to worry about this at all. Electro Ball, Light Screen can still do amazing damage as well, but for sure I feel like the advantage is always towards that Espeon.
Really fast-paced early pathing there for Nouns Esports, leaving them back to Bundle Beast, but on both sides, top path and bottom path, just waiting till that passive experience gets up a little higher so that you can consistently find your evolution with some safe farm.
Shelvin looking for the gank, and there's actually quite a lot of damage early on. He goes on to Edesu, who's already losing the Snow Cloak quite early on, but they're not going to commit to anything because Gatlu just hit level 5, and as soon as that Urshifu's level 5, you don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, you can't pressure into that, especially when we only have Doduo and Cleffa rounding out the top path. But a bit of an engage. Gecko Akame trying to get some value, and a great flank by Bordy. Surf through the wall to get one big bounce up, and Sixties is in danger as Shelvin is able to chase down the knockout.
Nice punish by Time to Shine. Now just being a bit too aggressive. Gatlu looking for the blue buff. He's going to secure this one as well, but can he get out? The question. Eject button with the headbutt across the wall. Shelvin on the chase, but I don't know if he has enough damage. Now he's going to commit. Actually, Gatlu might turn it around. There's a big blow, maybe into eject button. No, he doesn't go for it since he already used it to escape, and now he's going to go down. Nice punish by Time to Shine. Nouns looking for the aggression, but Time to Shine with very punishment.
Yeah, with great reads there as well. Bruv trying to go on to help, but wow, a Clefable knockout duo, or Luca with a fantastic 1v2 situation comes away with a knockout, and they're already level 5. They're going to be moving towards this goal zone. Great advantage in the top path.
Bordy looking for the Psyshock right now, but actually 60s, already level 6s on the Mew as well, but again, Espeon has that advantage. Almost one entire level, looking for the Psyshock, and it's just impossible.
It could be airborne, it could be standing on the ground. Espeon's going to find it no matter what. Bruv almost at that level 6 point, but this one likes you'd love to see it get that block move finally available. Soryu on the Dodrio, so not on the Lucario. We see them most often playing before this team, but so far, level 5, a little bit slow in the top path, but they're looking to have a big impact play.
It's going to be a very difficult Dodrio game. Against Isaac, Spear, and Mew, it's just so much point and click damage going onto the Dodrio. It's gonna struggle a lot.
unavoidable damage, right? It
Yeah,
doesn't matter
you
how
can't avoid
fast
it.
you are,
Exactly.
you cannot outrun Icicle Spear. So you're going to have to play this one very, very safe. Adesu on the other end does not need to. Level 8 on the Glaceon. Extremely good early game for this player. And now they are a huge threat at the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, both evolutions level 8 now are going to try to be the deciding factor now in the spot fight, but Gatlu has the wicked blow and he's going to try to just go for the Registeel. Now they're just bursting it down, it's already under half HP. Talonflame can Shelvin maybe steal it away. SP Knight doesn't really hit too much. There's a big blow coming through, and Gatlu with a perfect secure. So going to take down Shelvin next on the chase. Espion's already down as well. Now it's Esports just going to look to cruise through this team fight.
Great coordination by Nouns Esports as well. They knew when the rip needed to happen so that Gatlu could get it. Fly looked like it was an hour late to that fight because of how fast the rip was for Nouns Esports. On a call, and they turned on a dime and got that objective down. So you're going to be soloing this Reggie Alecki. They will be able to secure this one, no problem, but it's only going to be heading towards this first tier goal zone, and I doubt we're even going to have an overdunk with this.
Yeah, not too much of an overdunk, but I mean, still some points they go in. It's gonna actually see jackbutting forward, but he auto-takes the wrong. Oh no, the wild Pokémon goes back botman, and the Rage Echoes in. Now the Time to Shine can maybe look for some scores right here. They have 20 on multiple Pokémon, so they can go for 20, maybe 26 score right here. Or Drury is gonna score those 30 points, but then break the goal. Blissey Knight goes on to Gatlu, looking just for some knockouts right now because they lost the goal on the chase now. And it's so difficult for Drury. You can't get away from Electro Ball. Boost Outex going to land. 2 knockouts for Nouns Esports, but I think Time to Shine is still happy with us.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. I mean, Time to Shine gets a goal zone broken, which is not too bad, and a lot of the early power spikes in Nouns Esports, you're not worried about that experience flooding the other direction too much. So now you can get a little bit of map pressure and make those future Regielekis a bit easier to secure. Duo at that level 8 is providing a lot of healing with Moonlight finally, and these, but it's tough to find good targets for it. It's double speedster composition with Fable healing is not an easy one to coordinate. Time to Shine is going to need to be playing picture perfect if they want the maximum value out of their support player.
For sure, Soryu finally hitting level 9. For the Dodo, you really didn't get all too much done yet, but it's quite difficult, as you mentioned. Like, it's so many Pokemon on the enemy team that are very, very difficult to take down for Dodrio. And just be careful not to maybe face check into Professor right here. Both teams are just waiting for the Reggie to spawn right now. There's only one wild Pokemon up on the entire map, so neither team really has to do anything.
Exactly. You can just absolutely chill. 60s on the Mew, hanging around the top path, expecting a flank from Time to Shine, but it is all 5 players, or 4 with Shelvin on the way. Big engage by Bruv, blocks Soryu up against the wall, but they're able to escape before any big damage comes in. Icicle Spear hits a wild Pokemon. I don't think Adesu was aiming for that one. And Registeel spawns in, and Time to Shine, the first to strike.
They're actually leaving Mew top path, so it's going to be 4v5, and Nouns is still engaging. Doesn't matter what even they're outnumbered, because they know that Gatlu might be able to secure, but Snowlake's already dropping 9 HP. Now is knocking up 2 members. With that Unite move, trying to heal up. Dodrio going very deep onto Glaceon, and there's Talonflame coming through, and one attacker's already down for the Nouns Esports. Again, they're fighting outnumbered. Mew's finally here, and the Registeel's out way too far, so it's going to slowly delete, but the fight is still happening. Brush is trying to keep teammates alive. Dodrio can't do anything in this fight, and they're still just running in.
Just locked in place. Gatlu goes down to a very low HP, but the all-arounder bonuses that they have are working for them. And Geese's support play is picture perfect. So much healing sent over towards them, but the refight is possible. Shelvin waiting in the wings to try to find a big knockout. Dodges them, you boosted on it with the fly, but completely misses the landing.
He misses the landing, and now Nouns Esports obviously know about it. They're going to activate the Mew Knight, looking for Dodrio. One basic attack. Oh, he can't get a range for the Electro Ball. Actually, a solo aim still selected. Shelvin solo on HP. He's still going to have the next fly back up, but this one has to really hit. Gatlu's developing, Registeel on HP. They're trying to go for. There's the fly very early on. He's looking for the knockouts, and he gets it. Talonflame is able to secure, but Time to Shine, they're going to lose a lot of members right here. 2 already down. Dodrio, Talonflame, they're falling, and Nouns are still kind of winning the fight, but they lose the Registeel.
I mean, Gravity is going to be a pretty good deterrent to get them back in time to defend the goal zone at the very least. With only 10 left on the HP of that goal zone, the overdunk could have been huge, and honestly, just gut-wrenching if Time to Shine was have to give that away. 50 points go in for Nouns Esports on the top path, though. Adesu finds their way there for a big score, and Nouns Esports has a 982 lead here.
Yeah, Glacier just went top path to go for the Regieleki and get 50 points, and so Nouns was fighting outnumbered, and they still got more knockouts than Time to Shine. Even though they lost the Registeel, that is 100% worth it. They now have a very comfortable 90-point lead when it comes to already 1 minute.
Yeah,
exactly. Phase already spawning.
Yeah, that last Reggie fight lasted basically the entirety of the match. I felt like so many refights, 1, 2, or 3. Bruv is going to be called out by Gek. They're able to spot them in that tall grass. 40 doing as much damage as they possibly can, but a big engage is going to lock Gray up, and Duo is running away to support the squad.
Nice defense by Time to Shine. There's one side shock into a surf, and Nouns can't really stay on chasing. Gekogami still looking for level 11. He wants that surf plus. They want to break the goal run. They're actually going aggressive, but it's a 2:35. They're diving the enemy goal zone. Might just be a bit too aggressive for Time to Shine, and Gekogami just gets pushed towards the right side. Has no chance, but look how tanky this Pokemon is.
Yeah, I know.
Finally taken down.
It takes some time, but Nouns Esports very happy with that play, forcing Gekogami all the way back into the flux zone, meaning they had no escape route whatsoever. Zephyr, no, it was just a matter of time until the knockout happened. Gatlu almost at level 13, well out-leveling Soryu on the other side, and they are quite happy about that point. They're going to be so strong in this final stretch, which is only 4 seconds away.
The experiences are very close. Level 13 Espeon, level 13 Talonflame, up against level 13 Urshifu, Glaceon, and Muse. So Nouns with a small advantage of just 1 level across 10 Pokemon. So, I mean, it's not much. Nouns can't really be comfortable yet. Snorlax looking just for something.
Gekko Kami forced out of in a really bad position. Great call up by Bruv, and Gekko Kami is completely shut down. No Unite move because they couldn't risk utilizing it too early. Only a 10-second respawn timer, but the Rayquaza has now become the target of Noun's attention.
Bruv's gonna miss the heavy slam. Bliss resistance goes on to Gatlu, and they knock out Talonflame. He's gonna go down. Dude, you know, has to be the hero. Goes in, but he can't really do anything. He just gets clicked on by Mew. Now Borty trying with the Unite move of Espeon to just buy some time. Doesn't really do all too much damage. And now we have Nouns going for the Rayquaza slowly. It's dropping under half HP already. They have Big Blow, they have EUIC speed. They're gonna go for it. Gatlu, they're just gonna trust in him that he's able to get this one. But there's no Unite. It's gonna hit a Rayquaza, goes over to Mew still. Now he's still able to secure it. Urshifu, even though nice lockdown by the slow bro, just not enough there to still have 60s, who's just playing a phenomenal tournament now, securing the Ray.
Yeah, 60s finds a way to get a major secure, and Nouns Esports now with a sizable lead. Time to Shine put up a decent defense, but that call out by Bruv multiple times, blocking out the major threats away from both the enemy gold zone and the Rayquaza pit, has now put Nouns Esports into a gigantic lead.
Bruv gets cancelled. Bruv gets cancelled, but Urshifu's still gonna get... No, they're able to cancel as well. There's still 40 seconds left now. Nouns Esports might have just pushed a bit too much right now. 3 members of Nouns Esports are going to fall right here. And Time to Shine can still go for push. They need a lot of points. 240, but it could be possible.
Yeah, Shelvin in position with 50, but Geese is just going to have to bait out these soft-boiled as long as they can. Egg Bomb, only able to stop 1 Pokemon at a time, though. Their area effect isn't absolutely perfect. Of Dojiro going to be scoring now, and Time to Shine now catching up.
There's only 20 seconds left, and they just need a few more points, but 100 points also go in for the Glaceon, or 60 points enemy base. But they're going to try, they're going to hold down the score button. There's a score sheet on Slowbro as well, but they can't wait. Bruv is just blocking everyone out. Dodu trying again. They're going to lock everyone up. They're going to try and score, and 80 points will go in. Another wait, there's so many points going in for Time to Shine, but I don't think it's enough because Glaceon scored.
Glaceon scored and threw everything up into the air. We gotta see these final ones. I gotta see it. I think it's Nouns, but let's watch that final score line count up. I guess we'll see who celebrates. And it's Nouns Esports.
Gatlu's smiling. I think, but Gisos looks stressed. He looks so stressed. He's like, oh my god.
If Gatlu lost that game, he is not giving me the face that he lost that game. No, I think Nouns Esports coming away with a solid win. Fantastic back cap by a Desu's Glaceon. 534 to 423. Nouns Esports never breaking a sweat.
No, just but barely 100 points now in the end, even though they got Rayquaza. Just nice defense by Time to Shine still. They're able to get 2 Rayquaza shields away from Time to Shine from Nouns Esports, and that's why you never give up. You can always still win.
Yeah, you can always still win. Yeah, Time to Shine almost with those final moments, but Bruv seriously being a hero on this Snorlax. As soon as that 3-minute mark came online, it felt like Bruv was shutting down single-handedly every play that Time to Shine was trying to make. I mean, Bruv's playing for a hometown crowd right now, and they're looking great in London.
And Time to Shine scoring actually 300 points, even though they didn't get Ray. And that final push still shows that how much you can still do in those moments. And score sheet as well can be huge MVP in those fights. When all 4 members are on a goal, you score so fast. So if anyone has score sheet up, it's also difficult to actually choose certain Pokemon. Borty with 96k damage on the Espeon, having a lot of impact is slightly not enough. All the carries of Nouns actually being very spread out on damage, so you just know you can rely on all of them.
Yeah, Geese with a pretty impressive healing number as well, 85,000 damage, and this is why we see Blissey when we do it, as rare as it may be. Geese, one of the best support players in the region. If you ask many people, I think a lot of them are going to say the best one, right? But we see them so often on things like the Hoopa or the Eldegoss. Today we saw it on the Blissey. Let's take another look at it.
Yeah, and the Blissey in the final team fight as well. With their Bliss assistance, was able to actually take down the Talonflame, which just opened there. Because as soon as Shelvin is down, it's very difficult for Time to Shine to actually find those picks.
Right. The play call was perfect, too. They were shutting down Gatlu, but the Bliss assistance onto it really flipped that script, and they were able to come back in a major way. Also, these Reggie fights really looked like Time to Shine's to win on paper until Nouns Esports just does their thing, and all of a sudden, again, we have Nouns Esports grabbing the momentum from this game, and bringing it all the way to a Game 1 victory.
And this was very risky from Nouns, though. This Reggie fight right here, they're just kind of fought outnumbered most of the time.
Yeah.
You coming way too late because he scored 40 points, which was, of course, planned by them. It's not someone be like, oh my god, I'm looking top hat. Why does my player not rotate? Always they're talking about this, right? They're like, you score 40 points, we're going to try to hold off until Mew's there. And then Glaceon as well now is top hat. They just change up, Glaceon goes for Regieleki. In the end, it paid off for Nouns to go for this risky play. It was very risky, but it paid off. Now the Blister Citizens here, keeping Blissey alive, knocking up Talonflame, also Snorlax there, and they're able to take on the Ray. As soon as Talonflame is down, also a higher chance of getting that Ray last hit. Of course, this is scary. They still an Espeon up, but Borty was not able to secure it.
Yeah, did you see how much damage Borty and Shelvin were able to do together in that combination, but completely mitigated by Geese, which is such an incredible attack maneuver. And yes,
look at this scoring. Everyone's just pressing down the score button as much as they can.
Ridiculous.
And I think Nouns was still sweating in the end a tiny bit. Oh, okay.
That is a true teammate synergy. Adesu taking it away from Gatlu. A score of 337. That back cap coming in clutch. And an amazing Glaceon game from
Showing off the Sylveon there on his shoulder, but of course he plays every evolution as well.
True.
So he plays all of them. Just an evolution player.
Yes, evolution strictly. Crazy that Eevee evolves into Decidueye. That's my personal that's my personal favorite Pokemon that Adesu can play. I think that they are so fantastic at these long-range attackers, but not because of the traditional reasons. Often, I love those long-range attackers because they don't miss. Every skill shot seems to find its perfect spot. Adesu, of course, incredible mechanically gifted player, but it's more than just that. It's the macro knowledge that they're able to utilize with their team. The backcaps, the split pushes, the split jungle, whatever it comes to, Adesu can really showcase that the skill set of an attacker player is wide open.
Then again, if you have some amazing front like Bruff and Gatlu, they're able to set up everything for you as well. It just makes your job even easier.
Yeah, exactly. Nouns Esports head to toe with talent. All 5 of their players are top caliber on this squad, and Nouns Esports showing why it works so well in game number 1. That game felt like Nouns to win throughout the entire thing, and Gatlu, of course, making it look good around that final Rayquaza. 60's grabbing that final secure, though. Mew still good at final secures.
Of course, and Time to Shine now have to look for something to come back into this match. Of course, they are pretty warmed up still. They just played the winners final as well, and now they're finding themselves again just 1 game down.
Right.
So it's always tough for the men to come back into these games, and they got a second pick now. What do you think they're going to ban? Is it going to be the Hoopa? I feel like they have to get rid of it.
Yes, I don't think you can afford to allow Nouns Esports to first pick Hoopa. It's got to be an immediate ban. You are most likely giving Adesu the Sylveon if that's the case, or maybe Gatlu really wants to keep running this Urshifu. It's solid. But a double Urshifu ban. Nouns, you got your choice of first pick.
Neither team wants Urshifu in the game.
No.
Which I think is totally fair. I'm surprised Nouns. I mean, Nouns just wants to, again, leave a lot of options open. They don't want to first pick Urshifu because they want Hoopa. And now Time to Shine again. Espeon, Slowbro, Mew. Honestly, I just want to see maybe an Espeon Mew being picked at the same time. And then, like, just play Espeon on top path.
Yeah, it would be really impressive if that was possible. Now, we do have the picks for Gambit Duo coming up, and they're going to be locking in the Slowbro and Dodrio. I think these are totally fine. Take away Dodrio's biggest enemy in the same time as you were selecting it. A good draft strategy from Time to Shine.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that Dodrio didn't look too good in the last game, though. I don't think it got too much value in, but again, taken away from Gatlu. Now he's up against Espeon, against Trevenant. Game is going to be very difficult again, so Time to Shine now needs. I mean, they're probably going to go for the Mew. Unless they have something new. I mean, they're 1 game away from being eliminated, so maybe now it's time to actually bring something you made of practice as like your final ace in the whole.
Would you rather see them a champ or the Talonflame on the side of Time to Shine?
I think I'd rather see the Talonflame. Oh, that's Wigglytuff. Okay.
Okay, they're giving you the gift. Time to Shine wants Chris Heroes on their side. The Wigglytuff locked in. Now, I imagine this is Gecko Kami playing this Pokemon because they are an iconic Wigglytuff player. Some would say they would say, Gek would say, the original Wigglytuff tank player. But we have a response from Nouns Esports of Blastoise and Buzzwole.
You've seen the Buzzwole as a response to the Garchomp in this tournament. But he's up against very strong Pokemon that are very difficult to actually take down. So what's the last pick going to be here? Wigglytuff, something that is easy. I mean, now the Wigglytuff, I'm not sure if it makes too much sense. I don't really have any setup for it. Like, normally I wouldn't have like a Mew or an Espeon or something that like sets up in the thing for the rest. But I think it's still the Night Move is a great counter to Trevenant, to Espeon, and a Buzzwole as well. I mean, Buzzwole, as soon as the Unstoppable is on all your allies, Buzzwole doesn't do anything anymore. You just have to care about a Pokemon.
True. Well, yeah, this is some spice picks on the side of Time to Shine. Definitely flexing here in the draft mode. Nouns Esports with just some more traditional ones that we have seen game after game. but it bounced. But yes, shout out to everyone here watching live in EUIC. I mean, it has been so much fun, the tournament start to finish, and the Unite Championship Series always delivers incredible games. Seriously, the peak of Pokemon Unite, and it feels like we're just getting to the good stuff.
Yeah, this being our first European offline tournament, like in person, I think is a very good beginning. It's a very good debut for our players to show how good Europe actually is. And I think other regions are going to look at us and be like, oh yeah, it's going to be difficult when it comes to the World Championship to actually face the teams from Europe.
Oh, I know. And I mean, you play against these opponents so often, whether it's in scrimmages or even just in the ranked ladder. The chance to put names to faces is always exciting. And the chance to, you know, defeat those faces on stage is a little bit enticing for some of our players as well. And I mean, these teams have a lot to play for. There's a $25,000 prize pool here for the in-person event. Championship points are being flooded out to these teams, and honestly, there's quite a bit of pride on the line for these top 3 teams.
Of course, money is nice, championship points is nice, but actually winning a tournament, you know, you're always going to be in the history books for like winning these tournaments. Being the first one to win the first European offline tournament, it's just something you just probably play for. That's what these players play for, right? They play for glory. They want to actually win. They want to show that they're the best. That's still the main part when it comes to competing.
Absolutely. I mean, winning a chip, especially the first in-person for EU event, I guess World Championships being held here at the same center throws a little bit of a wrench in the mix, but for having the top 8 teams here at the European region has been so exciting. We've seen so many different play styles from these teams. Of course, Pokemon selection varies a lot between these teams, but what in-game potential is just so crazy. We do have a really fun thing we want to look at though here on broadcast. It is the top damage from the Pokemon in the Aeos Cup. Garchomp right now averaging out 159,000 damage.
I mean, I think it was just the Klaus game, right?
Yes.
One game that Klaus had, absolutely insane. Sylveon, Dodrio, Delphox, Espeon, all amazing Pokemon, all like trying to reach the 100k. And you can see these strong the evolutions are. Sylveon, also we haven't seen that too much now.
Yeah.
I think Naus is like the only team that really plays it a lot.
Talibobo has Toon played a couple of times as well. But yeah, and just to clarify, my bad, it is going to be these top damage games that we've seen so far,
right?
not average. Don't worry, Klaus isn't averaging 160,000 damage. I'm gassing him up maybe a little bit too much, which is always interesting to see on these Pokemon, the damage taken number as well in that final step, just showing the playstyle of how you have to maneuver with these Pokemon. I mean, Dodrio did 102,000 damage, but it also took 66,000 damage. With those speedsters, you gotta get up in the action if you want to have an impact.
And the Delphox was the 60s game, 101k damage, and only 35,000 damage taken. Like, he actually wasn't really touched all game.
Absolutely, yeah, 60s was schmoovin', but so was the team to defend and peel away from that squad. But yeah, these Pokemon have all been performing so exceptionally well in this tournament. Sylveon, a bit of a standout that I don't think we expected to see. A Pokemon that has impact every single time it's in the game, but it really depends on the player that likes to prefer it. You were mentioning, we saw Nouns Esports playing it, but Talibobo picking that Pokemon up as well. Only a few teams have been leaning towards the Sylveon.
I think it's kind of underrated over Pokemon still.
Yeah.
We promise that Sylveon kind of forces you to play like that double central area Pokemon. So if you don't want to do that, if it's a team like Woof who just want to have one strong central area Pokemon, you can't really play the Sylveon. They just want to level 4 fast as possible, go towards top path, be annoying there, because you can't lane a bot path either. If you're up against Espeon or Mew, you're not going to get a single.
Yeah, that's tragic.
Pokemon. Those Pokemon are just dominating every other attacker when it comes to last hitting. So that Sylveon has to be a bit of different strategy if you want to build it in. Mystic Fire as well is fun, is nice, but like it doesn't really have that late game carry potential.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a powerful effect when the other team is chock full of special attackers, but the rise of just the standard attack damage attackers have also been pretty solid in this tournament. Decidueye, Trevenant, Dodrio, all these Pokemon not worrying at all about that special attack stat has made maybe the Mystical Fire a bit less of a popular selection.
Yeah, for sure, Trevenant being a huge factor in this tournament, of course, and Urshifu just doesn't care. Like, he's one of the best Pokemon up against these evolutions. Doesn't matter which ability it is, a Surging Strikes, you just can't really get away from it. It is so annoying. But yeah, I mean, I kind of miss the physical attacker though. Like, no Dragapult, no Cinderace, no Greninja. Those really need something for them to come back into the meta. It's quite difficult to play them because there's so much damage in the game. So if they get like hit once, but I would like to see it. I would have loved to see a Dragapult in this tournament.
One of the exciting things about a competitive game like Pokemon Unite, the meta does ebb and flow, and we see brand new Pokemon selection every single brand new meta. We're gonna head back to the top of the ban phase, and Nouns Esports first time to shine. Reminder, Nouns Esports leading this matchup 1-0.
Yeah, 1-0, and we had the double Urshifu ban. that's going to happen.
Yeah.
And then Time to Shine and Nons Esports are gonna just redraft their Pokemon, and we're gonna head into the match very soon. I'm so excited. Is Nons Esports just gonna take it home? I want Time to Shine. I want a third game very badly.
I really want a third game too, and honestly, I want to see a better performance from Time to Shine in game number 2. Nouns Esports really had their number across the board. It seemed like anything that Time to Shine was able to get value on was a huge double down on some of these plays that Nouns Esports just turned into their own positive situation every single time. So Time to Shine needs a new answer, and hopefully this draft is the start of that.
I think Time to Shine might have to play around top path a bit more.
Yes.
Like the Dodio last game just didn't really get to the level too early. Like level 9 took very long to get, and Dodio has to be also just very strong in the early path, and that against Buzzwole, so oh man.
I was just gonna say, do you think it's a bit of a better situation though, playing the Dodrio into this top path than the last game?
I don't think so.
No,
I'm up against
just as
Buzzwole,
bad, yeah.
You don't want to.
Yeah, it sounds rough. I mean, Urshifu on one side. Well, I guess it was just Central area, but yeah, Urshifu in one engagement. Buzzwole on the other, all of it looks tough, but we do have a bit of a swap of, not from the draft from previous, of course, but this game number 2, we are going to see the emergence of Garchomp on the side of Time to Shine.
So actually it's probably going to be a Dodio in the central area?
Yes, has to be.
Actually, their Time to Shine team comps looks very interesting. I don't know really.
Okay, so you've been asking for Wigglytuff all tournament, and the first time we get it, you don't like it. What gives, Chris?
I do think it's fine here, but I would rather have it, like, I think when I wanted the Wigglytuff, most teams had an Espeon in their team, because the Wigglytuff Espeon is such a strong duo combination. Everything Psyshock is going to be a knockout. Almost every single time unless there's some unstoppable fully coming through. And so, how are they going to, I guess we have Dodrio on bot path? Which is very scary because he's up against Espeon as well. I'm not sure how Time to Shine is gonna actually top path, central area, bot path this. Gonna be very interesting to see how they decide on their matchups.
Yeah, we're gonna see the rollout to really understand what Time to Shine is trying to accomplish within this game number 2, but they have all of it to do so because this is win or go home scenario for Time to Shine. Of course, now's the same way, but they are up 1-0. They got a bit of breathing room. Time to Shine, they are literally in the increase the prize pool by $1,000 if they win this matchup. And third place, 4,000, second place, 5,000. So they need to jump up that leaderboard, and they want that chance at Tally Bobo. They want that rematch.
And now we have Edesu playing the Blastoise, so 3 different players of Nouns Esports have now decided to play the Blastoise.
That's true.
It's so fun. They're just like, that's what I mean. They're just so flexible in their Pokemon. It can also hurt them though, because if you play too much, you might just be not over-practiced on certain things, right? So if you go against someone who's very practiced on the role, we might struggle a tiny bit, but we all know these players play a lot and they practice a lot, so they even bootcamp for this tournament.
Right, and it's not even like the individual skill we would be worried about not being practiced. It's like the coordination within the team. It's have you practiced with this player on this pick, which can be detrimental. Guy's actually going to be taking the first central area.
I think he's just gonna... Is he actually going to fully take it? He's going to fully take it. Wow, okay, all right. I thought I would maybe share it with the Eevee. He's just going to get a low on HP and the Eevee combo walks up and takes it, but no, he's going to take just an entire jungle rotation or central area rotation right here. Tries to get to level 5 very fast, but it also means that he can't really pressure the lane early on.
Yeah, and you were right on the call out. Dodrio actually headed into the bottom path, just sitting at Doduo at the moment. Bordy, normally known for their long-range special attackers, now going to be playing this speedster of Dodrio. Tries to dodge the Will-O-Wisp burn, not enough. They survive on what must have been 1 HP.
And he got 2 eject buttons out of Nouns Esports, so now they have to be a bit careful if they get ganked. Maybe, but luckily Glacier on his top path. They're going to try to look for the Trevenant right now. Can they take it down? Bordy just playing around on solo HP.
Yeah, I don't think they could have made that work. However, Gatlu has come to the bottom path thanks to a hyperspace hole. They're going to get an attack weight stack and maybe even look to get more aggressive. Shelvin, though, rotating to the bot path. No eject buttons like you called out. Great call out there for Shelvin to try to double down on. They chase down Bruv. They find one, but the other 2 might be a bit too much of an ask.
Good punish by Shelvin coming bot path, knowing the eject buttons are on cooldown. Now looking for Gatlu, so it's dropping 9 speed. Twice goes the Toy Grass, and the evolution. The A-frames are going to save Bordy from going down as well. Wonderfully done. Perfect evolution timing.
What a roll of the dice, though. You don't last hit that Altaria. That goes a very different direction, but great gamble by Bordy to find the knockout and get away with it.
Top path still looking for that first evolution. Gibbous, Squirt is still stuck on level 4, and now Time to Shine are going to look for their first evolution right here, and he's for sure going to get this bunny. Hyperspace Port is Squirt's just going to reset, and it's looking like top path is very close.
We haven't seen Scald Bro in quite some time, and Luca playing this one again, maybe because they're putting it in the top path, want to try to help out the Garchomp. That slow effect of the burn will allow Garchomp to get a few more auto attacks in, which of course can be a world of difference.
I think there's also want a bit more damage up against Trevenant and Blastoise just to make sure that those actually go down at some point. Gatlu jumping in again. He's on level 7 yet, looking for the superpower. Actually doesn't get cancelled there. Someone takes really tough with him. Hyperspace Portal gets him to safety, but Gekogami also just walks away safely unharmed.
Just retreating back to their
goal zone. Oh, he gets hammered.
But oh no, Morty caught out. Gatlu with a fantastic hammer. Sorry, not Gatlu, but a fantastic play there as Time to Shine retreats back to the goal zone for a bit of healing.
Yeah, the early game is very close right now. We always have Time to Shine almost level 7 now for the Gebite, and he's actually hitting it now. So Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw available, which means easy last hitting for the Garchomp as well now. And the bot path in complete control right now, I would say, of Nouns Esports.
Yeah, I would say so as well. They have been performing so well down here, and the Hydro Pump Rapid Spin is now available for Bruv as well. Just on a War Turtle, does not have access to Hydro Typhoon, but Buzzwole already cooking in the top path. That's like a bite sent back to respawn.
Here it again, the Buzzwole just winning up against Garchomp, just being able to 1v1 it very early on because Garchomp just takes so much longer to get power spikes on level 9. There's a Technis landing onto Adesso. He's dropping quite low on HP, but has the Rapid Spin is going to go away now, and Woodhammer's Bruffer just landing over and over again, but he's going to get taken on the nice eject button as well. The focus band barely keeps Bruff alive, and they're going to maybe look for re-engage right now. 60 still looking for level 8 right now. The Psyshock is going to go wide, and they're going to take another Hyperspace Portal.
A lot of resources and time baited out, though. No, Shelvin's thrown completely in the other direction. Great play by Gatlu to send Shelvin back, and now Registeel is as good as Nouns. Morty looking to try to see if they can get a last-minute steal, but instead they go to stack. Gekka gets sleep effect on a couple of the members, but Time to Shine just does not have the damage or the scaling to really be a factor there, and Nouns Esports secures the first objective.
60s again, nice side beam to be able to secure. They're also going to take down the Garchomp on top path again, and they're going to instantly rotate with that Hyperspace hole, and just giving Hooper to Nouns Esports is so scary. They're going to try to break the goal first, of course. They're going to get 30 points in, 16, not the biggest overcap, but they don't care about it. They just want to make sure, get rid of this goal to make sure that Regieleki might be pushing towards the second goal instead of just going to the first one.
Exactly, so much more value gained there. Now Morty is going to be trying to get a little bit more value on a bit of an invade. I think they took the red buff, hunting for the blue buff as well, but Nouns Esports grabbing that Regieleki is a huge problem. Headed towards that tier 2, and all they're going to have is the Garchomp to defend against it.
But Dodu's going to break the goal as well. Bruff out a bit too far, but I mean, it's very difficult to stop Dodu from scoring anyways. But again, the Dodu really not getting out too much value now. Looking for Bruff, maybe the Horny's going to land, looking for the next Woodhammer. And it's not up right now because this Pokemon was left, but he's on the eject button forward, double hit it, nice full heal by the Dodu. Try to turn around now onto Bruff as well. Nice clear is going to land, but Bruff should be totally fine. Double Woodhammer is going to land as well again. The Psyshock is there. He's going to Unite move, he's going to hit 3 as well, but there's the Wigglytuff Unite to try to get rid of the steep buff that gives, and they're going to take down the Buzzwole. That's the re-engage with the Wigglytuff. Unite move, just instantly turn it around.
A Starlit Recital lights the way in a haunted forest, and Bruv's Unite move completely shut down. Great adaptation by Time to Shine. Gekogami completely outplaying that scenario and defending that goal zone. I mean, Nouns Esports not getting a lot of value out of it, but Time to Shine not swinging the knockouts the other direction either. It really seems like these two teams are toe-to-toe in this match number 2.
Yeah, looking at experience, actually, we have Time to Shine with the highest level Pokemon, 11 Glaceon. They're actually 1 entire level ahead, but only on 10 Pokemon, 1 level ahead. But it just shows that they're still completely in this game. Even though it looks like Nouns Esports is kind of taking over it, Time to Shine is just slowly farming back up, and they're still in the game.
Yeah, they are looking good, and remember, that Garchomp is going to be the most powerful scaling Pokemon that we have in the game so far. If it truly gets online, Soryu could be an absolute demon on the map.
The Bound is quite on the left side, so Nouns Esports might not be able to be behind. Got Louis Jack buttoning forward, the Snow Cloak's going to stop the Smackdown. Trying for Unite move, and nice Glaceon is going to secure the Regice. Now Garchomp all over Gatlu. He's going to try to get him with the Unite move, and they do take down Gatlu. Can they keep Garchomp alive is the question. Nice 3-man SP Unite by 60s as well again. The Dragon Rush combo lands onto Trevenant, taken down by the Psyshock. It's only down to Slowbro. We have the Blastoise chasing on Wigglytuff, doesn't have enough damage, but I think Slowbro's also going to fall.
And yet again, Nouns Esports does not get the major objective, but they swing it in favor of the other direction. Shelvin back though off the respawn is able to shut down Geese. A KO streak of 2, no hyperspace reset, and Slowbro's hanging out for sure, but not for long, as Nouns Esports is able to clear out their own central area.
Slowbro took so much time to go down that Time to Shine actually respawn and punish Nouns Esports for extending. They thought like, our defenders are going to come soon, guys. We're going to push this goal. But no, Slowbro just stayed alive for so long that they're not able to actually punish it, and Time to Shine actually find a nice chaos. No, the Hydro Pump steal from Nouns Esports. Garchomp's also going to fall. Oh, that's going to hurt.
Oh, sorry, you're spending so much time just auto-attacking down that main objective for a Beyblade to swing through and swipe past the Regieleki. Spinstoy secures that one, and Regieleki headed towards tier 2. Bordy at 12, Shelvin at 12 as well, and they're taking a big fight. Big Dragon Rush to take away 2 members. 40 points goes in for Adesu as they knock up multiple targets. Blastoise is the big one, but making the play.
Drain Rashenko combo takes down Gatlu. 3 of Nouns Esports are down. Did they get the Regieleki in? Is it really worth it now? Because Time to Shine can now look for a push themselves and look for another huge overcap right here. 5 minutes commit towards top S. You have Trevenant going from the side. Gek is trying to score those 40 points. They actually succeeds in doing so, but they take down the slow bro. The fight is still breaking out now, and Bruff finding a nice hornies, gets the double KO. Now Time to Shine is overextending on the goal.
Yeah, Bruff able to take 2 knockouts thanks to that overextension. Time to Shine getting in 1 score, but I doubt it would count it as worth it. Shelvin headed back to go farm up and get more wild Pokemon. They're already at level 13. This Glaceon is going to be very, very strong headed into this final fight. Duo and Gek Okami trying to defend this goal zone against 5 members of Nouns Esports.
And one more Regirock spawning as well, but Nouns Esports doesn't really care about this. Want to break the goal right now. Do they have enough time to actually go for it? They're going to try to just take down Biggie Tough. I don't know if that's worth it. They should go for this Reggie, honestly, but now I think it's a bit too late and they're going to have to go in position. Time to Shine are going to close the gap in points a bit. Right here, Borty's going to score only 16 points now because it's Dodrio. He can't overcap.
Yep, Dodrio forced into splitting their goals in 3. That does make them faster, but it is a detriment sometimes in the late game. Early positioning given over to Nouns Esports. They're hiding out in all the lower parts of the tall grass. They are hidden, but they have great defensive positioning around the entrance to the Rayquaza pit.
Shelvin is level 40 on the Glaceon. He's the highest level Pokemon in the entire game right now. But a Psyshock side beam eject button thrown from the Espeon. 60's looking for the game-winning play. But a nice Really Tough Unite comes out. It's going to save Glaceon just barely. 60's trying so hard, but they take down Dory already. They're going to maybe take down Slowbot Trovo again, trying to run away. This guy's going to keep alive. They're going to keep on healing up, but finally taken down by the Woodhammer. Garchom's also going down. 60's! What is he doing this tournament?
Absolutely popping off is what he is doing. Nouns Esports having the best initiation of that team fight that they could have possibly desired. Shelvin, the only Pokemon from Time to Shine that is able to take it. Unite move to try to give themselves some more Icicle Shards, but they are brought down. 60's knocked out by Shelvin. They get in position.
Icy wins!
The Rayquaza!
No way!
Icy wins
No
secures
way!
it! Gek Okami in position to score! They were already at the goal zone. That is ultimate trust in your teammates. They got the shield. Shelvin trying to keep it as long as they possibly can. Headed towards the goal zone. It is gone. They're not going to be able to score thanks to Geese and Bruff.
Dorius is scoring, though. Shelvin is going to go down now. Esports now behind in points by 120 points. They have to make it to the right side. They have 45 seconds left. This game is not over yet. Glaceon is getting taken down. Dorius is running around. I don't know if they got actually rid of the shield or not. It's currently a 4v4. Gatlu also going down, trying to score on himself. And yeah, the shield is gone right now. Yep. But Borg is going to try to zone Desu away.
I believe Gek Okami still does have their shield, but instead they are deciding to retreat and just play a little bit of defense. Seeing the crowd control could be so powerful. Gray hanging out here. Bruv with the call out of the Woodhammer. If it's going to be a miss, they won't have that second instance.
And Dorio getting destroyed by Blastoise right now. Might get taken down. Bot, he turns it around. He takes on the Blastoise. That's such a huge knockout. Now it's going to 4v5 again. Can they defend? It's looking quite good when the Skytis is going to burn them over and over again. Slowbro Knight also hitting. And Time to Shine are going to take the second game. 5 seconds left. Out Esports have no one up that can try and score. And oh, we have a third game.
Time to shine with those last minute heroics. Shelvin popping off on stage, and how would they not? What a ridiculous race secure from the Glaceon. Icy Wind at the perfect moment, and now they are headed to a game number 3.
Amazing secure by Shelvin, and Espeon actually went down. Espeon went down and couldn't go for the Rayquaza last hit, so 60's was so low on HP and they couldn't reset him back to base. And
yeah,
oh man.
And Shelvin the one that did that as well. So a perfect 1v1 against 60's. They find the knockout and they find the Ray. Also, Gek Okami already standing on the goal zone when they received the Ray buff. They knew the secure was possible. They trust Shelvin and they make the perfect play. Look at this. I mean, close game across the board. Nouns Esports winning a few more of those team fights, but objectives going over kind of in both directions. Regice going to Time to Shine, but Steel and Tulakis going over towards Nouns.
Yeah, for sure. And then Shelvin, of course, being, I mean, of course, kind of the MVP of this game. I mean, I don't know if he's maybe, but he's at least my MVP of this game, getting that Rayquaza, and also he just was able to farm so many white Pokemon to be level 14.
Yeah, level 14 after the final fight, which just is ridiculous. You don't see that too often on these evolutions, more comfortable around those lower numbers because they can still fight at that level. So fantastic work from Time to Shine. We got a losers finals on our hands, tied up 1-1. Nouns Esports, you cannot sit comfortably because Time to Shine is here to play. We got a highlight reel of that game number 2 because I got to see it yet again.
Oh yeah, for sure. It started off very even actually, and this was a very good punishment. Yeah. New 2 eject buttons are down, they're gonna instantly go towards the spot path gank, and they're able to take down 2 knockouts as well. And then Nouns Esports kind of just like
kind of wrote over the game. It was really tough Unite move right here to stop the push from happening, and that's the really tough Unite. Against all these stuns in the game, it's quite difficult. Wonderful secure here by Shelvin. This was also very important for the side of Time to Shine.
Yeah.
I don't remember if they actually won this team fight. Doesn't look like it got 60s, hit a 3-man Unite move. And also in the last team fight, but then Noun started overextending right here into this goal. They tried to take down Slowbro, but at the left, like, you can see Trevenant on the left side going for the Slowbro, which means Trevenant was not with the rest of the carries.
Yeah, great play by Time to Shine, great adaptation, but in the end, I think it comes down to some huge final moments. A Desu scoring after a fantastic Reggie Alecki hit. I don't think either of us expected that one to make it all the way to the goal zone, but the score line for Nouns was looking clean up until this moment.
And 60s then, he was so confident in the play, and I really like what he did. Here, right here.
Yes.
Just Jack running forward into the Trevenant Unite, into the Espen Unite. Wigglytuff just keeping Glaceon's barely alive, also being a game-deciding moment right here because Glaceon is able to reset and come back into this fight. And I thought it was just gone for Time to Shine.
Honestly, me as well, but maybe the entire team of Time to Shot that. But someone who didn't was a Shelvin. They knew the Icy Wind swinging in right at this moment. The race secured, and then the scores started to come through.
Yeah, Shelvin takes on Espion and then takes on Raycraze afterwards, knowing the competition is down.
Yeah.
And yeah, wonderfully played by him.
Yes, Evolutions are well known for being those last hit Pokemon, and hey, Glaceon out securing Espeon this time because the 1v1 already happened.
Oh yeah. So, oh man, now it's esports. They kind of just, and then MVP of the game is Bort here on the Jojo.
Yeah.
You have Cookie, Attack Rate, Razor Claw, 4 KOs. Look better than last game, but I do think the Jojo might not be the answer.
Yeah, I don't know, but it is filling out a part of their roster comp. Bordy playing extremely well in that matchup too. Playing the Tri-Attack, which is a bit different than the more standard drill peck we see most often, but Tri-Attack, also a really solid option. Bordy, a newer addition to this Time to Shine roster as well. And they've been fitting in quite well. That attacker role, I mean, looks good on them, but hey, they can play the speedsters too.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Borty also has a huge Pokemon pool.
Yes.
I mean, all of these players in these like final moments just know. Even a Shelvin. Like normally we see Montelon Flame, Machamp, and now he has an insane Glaceon game. And I mean, 60s, man.
60s
they have to find a way of shutting down 60s.
They have to, because 60s is a problem on the map. It is ridiculous. Secure after secure, the early game advantage is always sliding the favor of Nouns Esports because of how powerful 60s is early and often. And if you wanted a new addition to your roster to add some firepower, I can't think of a better player than 60s.
Yeah, and Gatlu also taking our top path now, having very good games, of course, as well. And I mean, last game I feel like it was for sure the game to lose as well again. But I feel like that's the story of Nouns Esports sometimes. They look so dominant across the game, and then just it's very close end games.
All right. You didn't like the Wigglytuff when we were headed into this game, but you did see a Wigglytuff win. Do you think it was that impactful, or is the Wigglytuff a little questionable of a choice from Time to Shine?
I think it was totally fine of a Pokemon. I do think the Wigglytuff is quite underrated, especially when it comes to tournament games. It has, like, the Ignite move just counters like half the meta.
True.
Like, really. Giving your entire team unstoppable up against the Blastoise, up against a Trevenant is very powerful.
Yeah, I think it was an extremely good call out by Gecko Kami, and in the end, it really helped against that play where Bruv was dropping a fantastic Forest Curse. Also, shout out to Bruv, their Trevenant gameplay has been truly fantastic this tournament, taking a more aggressive approach to the defender Pokemon of Trevenant. It's looked solid so far. Double Urshifu bans or something new?
Yeah, Nouns has to really decide right here, and they just gamble that Time to Shine bans Urshifu. They're like, please just ban it, we're gonna ban Hoopa, we don't want to deal with this. Because there's just so much macro advantage you give out to the enemy team.
Yeah.
Don't want to give it up. And what could be the first pick right here? Slowbro, Espeon.
Yep, those are the
Wigglytuff.
Wigglytuff could be quite the call out. The Spanish Mammoth is here to play? I don't know. I think Gex Troll would be my helper.
Actually,
yeah, I knew it.
I mean, of course he is.
Of course.
You haven't seen the Mammoth Swine? Should be my first pick. But it would throw Nouns maybe a bit off guard, but I mean, I don't think they really care too much.
I think throwing off would be an understatement, but yes, I do think it would be an interesting selection. Nouns Esports now able to grab the Slowbro and the Dodrio. Again, the best counter to Dodrio chosen in the same breath as the selection of Slowbro.
So now Trevenant is up for an option for Time to Shine, and Clefable, I think, is also a very solid Pokemon, but I'm gonna try to... They go with the Ray of Woof maybe. No, wait, the complete changing around now. Okay, I'm just gonna wait until they decide. That was Swain again. No, it's going to be Snorlax.
Okay, I actually really love this selection.
Yeah,
I
Snorlax
want
is
Gek on Snorlax as much as possible. The Clefable as well, I think, really synergizes with the bulk that Snorlax can provide. Now, what can Nouns do to find a Pokemon that can cut through the giant HP? Comfey is here. Gatlu is going to have a buddy for the whole map.
But you just mentioned what's going to go through this HP and a Talonflame Comfey. I don't know if they actually do that. They need a lot of damage right now, but Desu or like 60s are still going to have either Delphox, they're going to have... Glaceon's actually going to get stolen away, most likely, so I assume it's going to be a Delphox last.
I love
maybe
this
the
double draft
Decidueye.
pick.
Maybe the Decidueye.
Yeah, Decidueye could be a good answer. The poke damage mostly uncontested from the side of Time to Shine. That double evolution composition does have a difficult time into double speedster. Talonflame and Dodrio are going to be hunting down the Glaceon and Espeon. It's going to be a lot to ask out of the defender Pokemon on the side of Time to Shine to shut down the speedster flight, put in some work.
It's a triple Bird Team comp. And the fly into Spirit Checker is also very deadly. Just twice in the winner and loser bracket. And yeah, the early game for Nouns Esports doesn't look too impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Time to Shine looking to have another solid performance. Nouns Esports looking to prove that history can...
Pretty smart play to make sure, because there's no experience anywhere. Maybe going for this Biton as soon as he goes for this, he can slowly take him down. And even maybe getting the knockout over to Shelvin. Shelvin should have taken the snake.
Yes, that is true, but I still like the play. I mean, in the mainline Pokemon games, we have the daycare. Well, Gecko Kami putting a Desu in one of those. Soryu getting a lot of early damage with that Woodhammer, but Duo's still not quite at that level 4 evolution yet. The impact they're having on that game is a little substantial. Gatlu almost at level 7 though after stealing away a blue buff, and they're looking for red.
It's going to take the red buff as well away. Already at level 7, it's going to unlock the jump kick so early on into this game already, and he's going to just be super deadly. But the Decidueye, that was so funny. Yeah, now taking over the central area, and they're going to score some points on bot path. Time to Gecko just also stealing a very way. They're going to try to score 16 points, but those guys are just doing so much damage for funny. 16 go in, and I think 30 will also go in.
Yes, 30 will go in, but you got to watch out. 60's Talonflame is here. Bordy takes so much early damage, and they do go down. Great flank by 60s as Desu is just taking up some wild Pokemon, leveling up. They need to hit that 7 before the first Reggie.
Glaceon also takes on the Talonflame on bot path in the end, so Shelvin finding a nice KO, but Gatlu already level 8. He's gonna have a level 9 so easily. He has one entire level lead over Time to Shine's highest Pokemon as well, but they have evolutions, they just need level 8. They have the Glaceon, Espeon, level 8 is all they really need to have a chance, but Dodrio Knight is much superior.
I have never been so afraid of a number slowly ticking upwards than I am of the Gatlu levels in this matchup. Tori goes down, a perfect shot by Desu, and they take one knockout. Gecko Kami takes a lot of early damage with a Snorlax passive, giving them a bit more healing off that Citrus Berry. It's going to give them help in this fight.
Shelvin looking for the knockout, but he actually loses his shards. Another Spirit Checker comes through, and those evolutions have a lot of range, but what has more range? Spirit Checker has much more range. So those evolutions do struggle into a Decidueye. And again, when it comes to draft mode, Decidueye is always a risky Pokemon to pick, but when you see your opponent's team comp, suddenly becomes such a good Pokemon.
Yeah, that's just got great reads on when and when not to be playing this Pokemon as well. Gatlu with a big Dodrio Unite gets them in position as they get a huge engage. Gravity tries to shut them down, but a little bit too late from Gray. 60s is the next one up for the dive, and they get some early damage. They combine for a KO on a Bordy as Gatlu is retreating towards the Regis, as Nouns Esports have already deleted it off the map.
This time can't steal it away, and he's gonna go also maybe go down right now. Doesn't have Unite move up, he gets taken down, and now Gatlu. He just doesn't go down right there. He has the Comfey healing on. 24 more points going for Talonflame. They break the second goal of the game already. 172 points, and Soryu was just staying top path because he knew he couldn't join it.
Nouns Esports employing their signature great game strategy of winning early. And it's looking good so far. Time to Shine trying to find value in other parts of the map because of that, as Soryu is desperately looking for their level 9 on the Trevenant. I'm finally getting to that moment. They have their Unite move, but in a 1v1 against the Talonflame of the caliber of 60s, it's a tough matchup.
60s just baits it out, doesn't sure, but he might go down to the flies there to dodge the last Woodhammer. Spirit Checker just barely misses. Actually, that looked like connected. That was so close of hitting, and they just bait out the Trevenant Unite, and now Time to Shine. They can't team fight. Trevenant Unite is gone.
Yeah, Trevenant Unite is completely gone. Clefable not quite having it available. Gravity right on top, but the fly is going to secure it. 60s is absolutely having an incredible tournament, top to bottom. Desu's going to use the Unite move, knock right to defend this goal zone, and it's going to completely decimate the side of Time to Shine.
Knock double KO for the side. A triple, make that a quarter KO for the Decidueye. He's in perfect position. Could this be a penta KO for Desu? Just give it to him. One more to take. There we go. Spirit Checker coming through. We have a penta KO for for the Decidueye for Nouns Esports in the losers final. Incredible. That's the Decidueye. Just perfect positioning. If you have that positioning on this Pokemon, it is so difficult to take down. And Adesu really showing why he picks this Pokemon so often.
Adesu 5 for 5 against Time to Shine. Regieleki also hitting the second tier goal zone as Nouns Esports just racks up more on the score line. A bit of a comeback here for Time to Shine as they take 1, but taking 1 for their troubles certainly isn't as good as 5.
Adesu that just scores 40 points where he knows he's probably going to go down for the 40 points, but I think he's just like, guys, just get the lead, one more take weight stack as well. Why not already doing so much damage? Just let me do even more damage. Right?
Exactly. Even more damage is always better damage. I mean, these KOs have just been uncontested from the side of Time to Shine. They are struggling to find anything, but a big Unite move could turn things around. Shelvin able to find 1 through all of that, but the Comfey healing is just too much to deal with. Gatlu sitting at a full HP bar for seemingly eternity as this team fight rages on. Bruv also not any worse for wear as Soryu tries to get some damage, but they just take too much in return.
They just can't take down Gatlu. He just runs and over again. The Comfey is just so much healing for Dodrio, and you just can't do anything about it as long as Gatlu just maneuvers well with the jump kicks and boost auto attacks. It's so difficult to take down. Drip Pick also healing now. There's just so much healing on this Dodrio.
And they're lacking the Slowbro to try to hold it in place. They do have gravity, but Gatlu's been playing an expert game of trying to dodge that move entirely. Regice is going to be completely given over to Nouns Esports because Time to Shine just doesn't have the resources to take these fights. Instead, scoring and wild Pokemon objective securing is the only thing they can look for.
And those 2 speedsters just take away, but there's a nice high shock landing. Gatlu, but no, the eject button forward, but he was already full healing, which means he can't get hit by it. And those 2 speedsters just cause so much chaos that Adesu can just do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
By the Talon, Dodrio just keep going in, keep going out. Wait. One more Spirit Check. Oh, the heavy stand away from him. He's barely going to live, but Bruff wants this knockout. He's looking for another skull, but he's not going to go for it this time. So yeah, Adesu has so much space, because they have to deal with Dodrio, and then Adesu just Spirit Check after Spirit Check after Spirit Check.
Yeah, not often do you consider your speedsters on your squad the ones creating space for you, but when it's a player as aggressive as Gatlu, you're going to find it. Great shot by Adesu to secure that last hit. Woodhammer, desperation, forced at the Regieleki, but no! Nouns Esports takes yet another objective. That's 4 Regis to 0 so far.
22 more points going, another double kill for the Decidueye, 342 to 107 points, and Time to Shine. They need another miracle like last game for sure, and this time, Shelvin is on level 14. They were able to shut it down much better this game. Regieleki actually walking towards the base. They were able to defend it right in front of their base right here. But yeah, Nouns is looking unstoppable right now.
Unstoppable, winning by over 250 points is a ridiculous lead for them, and not quite 250, but you get it. Yeah. So many. Gatlu almost at level 14 as well, and they're looking for more. They want the Escavalier to show back up so they can swipe away a red buff.
And Gatlu isn't too scared. There's no Slowbro on the enemy side, so there's nothing that really just instant locks him down. In case he gets Trevenant, like Unite move, he just press full heal, you can jump kick away from things. It's just one ice event, he has to watch out for the gravity, but in the end, there's no point and click thing that's just going to take him down instantly.
Now, Time to Shine has only 10 seconds to come up with a game plan of how they want to take this final stretch. Their victory is possible, however, Nouns Esports has made it so difficult to do so. Final stretch has now begun, and Gatlu's taking a 1v1 against Soryu. This is a lot of early damage. They're going to bail, as now Rayquaza has become the main focus of attention.
And engaging onto Espeon. Espeon's already down, and Knockdock in a great position again. The Decidueye just from the top side, firing free on those arrows. No one can actually go for it. 3 members down on Time to Shine already, and now it's having lost a single member yet. Gatlu's going to score more points, breaking the bot goal, and they're going to just walk towards the enemy base. They don't even care about Ray.
Now it's Esports with a commanding position in this game with only 1 minute and 30 left. They are scoring in that home goal zone, but Time to Shine doesn't even have the Pokemon or players available to actually focus on Rayquaza. Gecko Kami is going to go down in the enemy flux zone, and Soryu is going to find a way to score 82, but that is not even close to enough, as Nouns Esports has over 500 points.
Time to Shine need to regroup now. They have 114 left, and you can see Clefairy already auto-taking Rayquaza. They have to go for it. They have no other option right now. But those Spirit Check, it's half HP on Espeon already again. 1 Spirit Check, another one flying through, almost hitting, but the Gatlu's here, and Espeon is down again. So difficult for Espeon to go up against these double speedster with a Comfey on. It just doesn't have enough mobility and survivability. Clefairy goes down, 55 seconds left.
Yet another one is found by Gatlu's terrifying chases. I want to get off Gatlu's terrifying ride, and so does Time to Shine. Nouns Esports keeping it up. We got Shelvin able to dive the first fly with a boosted auto from Talonflame, able to secure it. Rayquaza untouched as Nouns Esports holds on to a commanding lead.
Nouns is playing it so wonderfully. We just have Spirit Check, it's defending Rayquaza, and then the speedster with Comfey just keep on running towards the enemy base. 662 points without even Rayquaza being taken by by Nouns Esports. It's absolutely crazy. 25 seconds left. Time to Shine are running out of time. Literally, it's not that. I mean, it's not that time to shine, but they just don't have enough time left.
Time to Shine playing a very solid game, but in this end game, they just could not find the answer to Nouns Esports' double speedster composition and a Desu's incredible firepower. Nouns Esports are going to win your losers finals 2-1 and head to Grands.
Incredible, absolutely incredible, very deserved. One of the best loser bracket runs I think we've ever seen. They just completely new team today. Like yesterday, we were like, where's the Nouns Esports? And today we know where they are. They just needed a day to warm up.
Nouns Esports showing up on stage, obviously. Day one where they head to losers bracket, but that honestly seems to be their home.
Yeah.
They love it down there because they are headed back up to the grand finals. What a ridiculous performance from them, start to finish. And we got the Desu Penta.
Oh my god, that Decidueye was incredible. Now we're gonna see Nouns against Tali Believers for the first time in this tournament in the grand final. We have no idea how these teams will match up in today. Nouns is completely fired up, and then we have Tali on their side just looking clean, composed throughout the entire tournament. So it's gonna be incredible grand final.
We've only seen Tali Bobo play once today, but it looked exceptional, even untouchable. But Nouns Esports having a fantastic performance here on the loser side as well. So honestly, this is gonna be a matchup for the ages. Shoutouts to Time to Shine though on a crazy run, knocking down Nouns Esports originally earlier on in the bracket to make their way all the way to winners finals. A top 3 finish is nothing to scoff at in the Aeos Cup.
Now they're going to be very happy with the third place, especially because they had to play with a sub. And again, so you played amazingly, getting them to a third place as well. So they should be very thankful towards this person. Hopefully invite him for some dinner, because he's safe in the tournament, being able to sub in right here for their normal player. And yeah, top 3 is a great finish for Time to Shine.
Could not agree more, but Nouns Esports is within the top 2, hungry for that top 1. And if we're looking at this scoreline, heck, I might even think a bracket reset could be possible. We'll have to see.
107K.
107K from Adesu, 93,000 from Gatlu. Ridiculous performance.
And look at the damage taken from the Decidueye. He only took 16,000 damage. He was barely never touched, and this is exactly why the Decidueye is such a good pick in tournaments. If you see your entire enemy team comp, you can decide to last pick it, and it will do amazingly. Just if you blind pick it and solo queue, you might have a bit of an issue.
Yeah, no, it was amazing. Adesu literally untouched, only taking some damage, but to be fair, he's only taking 4,000 damage, so I gotta give him the shout out. Coneface just cheating though. That's just cheating.
He was just on Gatlu the entire game, right?
Well, congratulations to Nouns again. Let's take another look at how they made it happen in that game number 3.
Yeah, early game was quite even as well again. Time to Shine, finding some nice knockouts there. And again, this was very smart as well. Just waiting, just letting Rowlet walk around, making sure, but then the Decidueye, as soon as we had the evolution done, Spirit Shackle after Spirit Shackle after Spirit Shackle, really turned the game around. And Time to Shine just couldn't find a grasp in these team fights.
No, not at all. Nouns Esports outplaying within every angle, and in the game's previous, Time to Shine was finding a way to secure the objectives despite losing these fights, while Nouns Esports just went for both play patterns this time around. Got some great team fight wins, securing every Reggie, and this is that highlight moment. Unbelievable.
The 5K of the Decidueye, just in perfect position. That's exactly, I couldn't punish the Decidueye. So, man, glad to see we see a Penta KO happening as well.
You see Gatlu going the opposite way, too. We needed to get that full 5. I love it. And Time to Shine just really seemed like they were throwing whatever they could for these final defenses. Some big engages, Sori with a nice Trevenant Unite move, but just not quite enough yet again.
And then now just in late game with insane macro gameplay, they just made sure that Jojo and Time of Flame keep on scoring over and over again, and we just had, you know, Bruff and the Decidueye defending Rayquaza on their own pretty much single-handedly.
Good teams win games. The best teams in the world make it impossible to lose games.
Yeah.
Nouns Esports winning that final team fight and then out-macroing it every turn. Time to Shine looked for an answer, looked for a comeback victory, but it was impossible every single time. Nouns read them, outplayed them, and they've earned their spot in the grand finals.
Oh, it's going to be so amazing. I'm just so excited to see Nouns just beam back on top form instantly, and they just give us such high-quality games. You can really see that barely make any mistakes right now. Like, they're playing super well.
They are playing flawless. Day number 1, I think we could all agree they were looking a little shakier than they did. But in day number 2, Nouns is locked in a form that we have never seen before. And I am so excited that we are getting the best that Nouns has to offer.
And every game you have like a different player as well playing as Heliway. 60s having those game-deciding moments. This time it was at Adesu on the Sidgewai. Player of the game is still again Gatlu.
Yeah, it's impossible to give it to anybody else.
Because he scored so many points.
True.
Almost 300. Without Rayquaza again, right? So
yeah,
3,000
exactly.
damage, 7 KOs, jump kick, drill pack. Again, the double stacking. Very strong build for this half of the Jolterio, and yeah, he makes it look so easy. Again, Jolterio is a very difficult Pokemon to play.
It is, and Gatlu, one of the strongest mechanical players that we ever have, but the other player that was putting on a show was 60s this tournament, and they looked so good. We got Spraggles on stage with them right now.
Here we are on stage with Nouns Esports 60s. Congratulations, huge win. You're heading to the grand finals. How are you feeling, my friend?
Honestly, after a rough start, I feel really proud of my teammates. I'm really happy to be here on stage and playing. It's like a dream come true ever since I was a kid. Huge shout out to my mom, my family watching at home. Huge shout out to my girlfriend. Huge shout out to Nouns Esports and my teammates, and obviously all the fans. I love you, you're great!
Amazing stuff. You are going to be going up against Tally Bobo Believers. What do you have to do to beat kind of the #1 team in EU right now?
Ooh, I think we have some tricks up our sleeve. Obviously, Tally has been winning 2 consecutive tournaments in a row, so it's going to be a bit hard. But I'm just hoping I can give the fans a great games, and I hope I can also just play good.
Absolutely. Well, the fans love you. I love you personally. 60s from Nouns Esports, everybody. They're heading to the grand finals. Back to you in the booth.
That's that energy that you want to see headed into a grand finals. 60 looking phenomenal in this tournament. What a new addition.
He should be very confident in his play. And I think if he's going to rewatch our casting, he's going to be like, wow, yeah, I mean, I played amazing. And he can say you played amazingly.
I completely agree. Well, let's take a look at our bracket as we look at the 2 teams that have made it all the way to the grand finals. Tally Bobo Believers only dropping 1 map to Woof Woof in their tournament run. They are awaiting a very hot Nouns Esports.
Yeah, they had a insane loser bracket run. They beat Sapphire Esports, Woof Woof, and then Time to Shine, beating the other top 5 teams in Europe, just one after another, in very convincing matches. They dropped some maps right here, but even their losses looked like they were still the stronger team.
Yeah, such a phenomenal performance from all of these squads here in the top 8, but our grand finalists are truly within a league of their own. That is going to be wrapping up Chris and I's casting coverage of this tournament. I've had so much fun, Chris. I know you have too. Final thoughts on the Aeos Cup tournament?
I'm just so happy to be here, casting all these amazing games, and finally just seeing them play on stage as well to their optimal limit. And it's just, I mean, it was just amazing 2 days.
Ditto everything you said. Incredible games the teams have delivered on every turn, and the crowd doing so as well. Well, we are going to be ending our coverage, but if you want to keep participating within the Unite Championship Series, Battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite, the place to go. And of course, there you can get to the official Discord where you can find teammates to play with and team up with. We are going to be jumping to a short break, but after that, it's grand finals of the Aeos Cup.
Bye-bye.
Adam Watson here again on the floor of EUIC with more competitor insights. For the people at home, let's get things started. What's your name and where are you from?
My name is Ruben. I'm from Portugal and I'm a VG competitor.
So what do you think of the event so far, Ruben?
So this is my 4th IC. So across the years, always improving. It's been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years. And well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
And so what drew you to competitive Pokemon in the first place?
I've been playing TCG ever since it was released, and I've been playing VG since 2013.
A long history there, I like it. How has the event been going for you so far?
So today it's not going so great. I'm 1-2 currently. But, well, it's still a lot of rounds to come back. I'm still not out, so I'm good.
I'm glad that you're still sticking to your guns. You know you can make that comeback. Is there any other competitors that you draw inspiration from or really look up to right now?
So there's one of my best friends, which is Eduardo Cunha, the reigning world champion. We've been friends ever since I started playing VG back in the day. And well, 10 years later, here we are.
Do you want to talk a little bit about your team? Is there like a favorite key Pokemon that you really like using for the EUIC?
So the key Pokemon of my team currently is Dragonite. Back in Utrecht Bochum Regionals, I also used it, so I'm really comfortable with it. And it was the one that carried me across the tournament. And today, he's been doing a good job, and I hope that he keeps going.
Okay, so still trying to prove your way here at EUIC. I know the competition's been stiff, and I want to wish you the best of luck in your future rounds. And of course, thank you once more for taking the time to share your thoughts and insight. You have a good one. So that is it for even more competitive insights here from the floor of EUIC. Hey everyone, Adam Watson here, out on the floor at EUIC. We're talking to some of the spectators that are here today. So for the folks at home, what's your name and where are you from?
Hey, I'm Gina and I'm from Chicago, Illinois. So I'm here spectating VGC. I have a lot of friends and then my husband plays. So it's Alex Underhill. Go Alex.
Big shout out to Alex as well. And is there anyone else specifically that you're looking out for in VGC competing?
I'm like part of like a group. We're called Tub Nation. So just supporting all of Tub right now.
All right, so we're feeling the energy out here. And one final question, of course. What is your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon is Oddish. So cute.
Classic. Oddish, very cute. Thank you so much for your time, Gina. And yeah, that's it from the floor here in EUIC. There's so many people here enjoying Pokemon. I can't wait to hear more from them. Here again on the floor of EUIC, we're going to be talking to some of the competitors and hear about what their experience has been at the event so far. So, for the folks at home, let them know your name and where you're from.
I'm Xavier. I'm coming from the Basque Country, northern Spain, and I'm here to win here at London.
I hear that. Out to win. So you're here to compete in VGC, correct? And this isn't your first event.
No. I played for a long time until 2018, then I stopped playing, and I came back at Liverpool for Series 1, and then I also played at Utrecht at Series 2, and now I'm on Series 3.
Okay, so you've got a lot of experience so far with Scarlet and Violet, the new format. What would you say is the general strategy that you like to play, the general archetype that you think is really good?
I am playing what everyone calls like the Palafin balance.
Okay.
I've played Palafin all the season, like Series 1, Regulation B and C. I think like the small Palafin has a lot to say on the field, and that's basically my main strategy is hit hard with small Palafin.
Okay.
And win it all.
All right, so putting a lot of work in with the small Palafin, I like it, before he gets to transform into the hero form. Is there a secondary Pokemon that really helps out with that strategy?
Yeah, like the Palafin with Arcanine and Amoonguss, like the water, grass, and fire combination. It's too strong to not play it. Like I think like it must be on every team. If it's not Palafin, some people are bringing Gyarados, and if it's not Arcanine, they are bringing to you, as I mentioned. But those three, like you can put anything else on the team, they will do the best work for you.
That's great to hear that you're exploring the different aspects of your favorite team and it's still showing up for you here at EUIC. There's a lot of other Pokemon and other strong competitors you've got to take down. So I do want to thank you for taking the time to share your thoughts and experience with us here, and good luck to you in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, and thank you for your time. Thanks.
So yeah, you can see that there's still so much brewing, so much for these competitors to look forward to, and I hope there's even more for you to look forward to at home.
Welcome everybody, we are here with Justin. So how long has it taken you to get here?
About 8 hours, a little bit of wait time.
It's gonna be worth it though, right? Like, it's EUIC.
I'm excited. This is a huge international. Tons of great players are gonna be here. The excitement is, through the roof. The hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
We know that recently you were actually a regional champion. So I'm guessing you were here for the video game?
I am here for the video game championship series. Yeah, I've been playing for about 8 years. Love it. One of the best games out there for sure.
Rooting for anyone in particular to win?
Myself. I'm pretty sure that Europeans have won every single iteration of these, so I'd love to be the first American to win here.
Looking to break that line of succession. Have you come here with any friends, or are you looking forward to meeting other new people as well?
Yes, I have. I actually have a pretty good travel companion in my buddy Yotam Cohen. I also brought my girlfriend Carly, and she's just along for the ride to enjoy the London atmosphere. Wants to kind of check one of these out, see what it's like, and meet some of the friends that, come from all across the world. I have friends from Spain, like Alex Gomez, people from France, like Hippolyte. Yeah, it's a super fun experience, and, bringing bringing somebody from my life to be a part of this passion is awesome.
Hey everyone, Adam Watson here again on the floor in the Pokémon Center at EUIC. We've just run into a big celebrity. It's Pikachu. Everybody wants to hear some awesome words from Pikachu, their favorite Pokemon mascot. What do you want to tell the people? Incredibly profound words of wisdom from everyone's favorite Pokemon. Make sure you wave hi to the people as well.
Here we are in the grand finals of the Aeos Cup.
Slow-mo esports pose.
Tally Bobo believers, Nouns Esports, your Aeos Cup grand finals start right now.
Nouns Esports always clawing from the bottom, but sitting on top of them for both months previous. Tally Bobo believers.
Tally Bobo believers, the dominant force in EU right now. They have not lost a single grand finals. The only team to get them close is Nouns Esports. They got them to a bracket reset. They're going to need to do that again today. This is a best of 5 series, and Nouns has to beat them twice.
I mean, these teams are each other's arch nemesis. They're always squaring up, vying for the top spot. Tally Bobo believers have gotten the best of them here in UCS Season 2, but Nouns Esports fighting from the losers bracket. We know what kind of runs they can go on.
And let me tell you, Nouns Esports looks like a totally different team from yesterday. They were not on their game yesterday. Right now, they are absolutely on fire. This is the Nouns Esports that needs to be heading into these grand finals. As we see them setting up right now, they're getting a little bit of a talking to, and why wouldn't they? Hey guys, it's time to turn this thing on. You got to win a lot.
Yeah, I mean, they were shaky on their legs yesterday like a newborn foal. They really found their footing today, and they had a dominant performance. Can we talk about that Adesu Penta? Come on.
Incredible stuff, and there is what they are playing for. Those are the Aeos Cup trophies right there. Of course, they're playing for their share of a $25,000 prize pool. They're playing for those championship points. They're playing for the bragging rights, and they're playing for that trophy.
They already have one from last year, and they'd love to put another one up on the shelf right next to it, along with their Worlds trophy from last year as well. Tally Bobo believers, they want their hardware. Let's take a look. That is good. That looks good.
That's beautiful. I asked if I could have one. They said, no, you can't even touch it. I tried to get close to it. They said, we don't really want even your energy near this trophy.
Yeah, they don't want any sort of your talentless Pokemon Unite abilities rubbing off on these trophies and getting to these players somehow, because this is high-quality entertainment when these type of teams scrap it out.
Here we go, taking a look right here. 5 of them are about to be crowned as your Aeos Cup champions. We are live. They're up on the big stage. We're coming to you from London here at the Excel Center, and you can feel it. It is a packed house. There's not a seat in front of the Unite stage right now, and this crowd is freaking out.
I'm not gonna lie, we're spreading out like peanut butter over there. There's players watching Unite and spectators watching Unite that are kind of dribbling into the other games right now, because right now the grand finals for Unite are about to go down, and it's the biggest thing going on, no questions.
Absolutely. As you can see, these teams are getting ready for this big match. A lot is going to be decided right here. Even if some other games you were feeling loose, you were feeling fresh, excited to play them, right now the pressure is on more than ever. Nouns Esports needs a big win right here, while Tally Bobo believers wants to secure their top spot. They want to cement it right now that they're the best team in EU, possibly the best team in the world.
Just a fun fact here as we're talking about it, if Nouns were to win these grand finals, they overtake Tally Bobo believers in the championship point race for EU. So not only are they going with the money, the trophy, but they're also getting a bucket load of championship points, and to boot, they're taking the top spot.
You can see Adesu right here, big smile on his face. This is the state you really need to play these games in, and I would not be surprised that Adesu is feeling good. The absolute unbelievable pop-offs right there as Dragonite makes its way. You can see Bruv giving the eyes over to Tally Bobo.
I mean, listen, with biceps like that, you'd be pulling up for the smoke too, and Bruv is all about it. You want to talk about Audacious Pentu, who's been facilitating that all day long, and that's Bruv out front, making sure that that Decidui is never touched. Audacious Decidui was stitching them, Spraggles.
A lot of love between these two teams, obviously, but at the same time, they are heading into the arena right now. I mean, this is it. This is where everything is on the line for these two squads. Tally Bobo in a little more of a safe position right here. Nouns has to beat them twice. They have to beat them all the way through a best of 5, reset this bracket, and do it again. Tally Bobo has games to give, but of course, they don't want to give anything to Nouns Esports.
No, this is the type of situation where you don't just want to win, you want to make a statement. You want to make sure that Nouns knows that they are second and they're going to be perennially second as long as Tally Bobo believers are in the mix. And last time Nouns Esports was on this stage at the Excel Center in London, they got second place. That can't be understated either.
That's right, and here we are. The grand finals is upon us, and it starts right now.
Bobo believers able to pivot, and they got the 50 banger in.
Oh.
And then they get the hoop up the other way. KO Shrika 2. Glaceon Unite ripping through the opposing time, and the believers are scoring points.
Katlu comes in with the drill pack. He picks up the Rayquaza for Nouns Esports.
Geese drops Hyperspace Hole as 60s cleans up too. Destiny was able to lock it up with a side shock, and Nouns Esports just puts themselves in the best position possible at 1 minute.
Absolute chills, Spraggles. Absolute chills.
I've got goosebumps. I've got goosebumps, my friend. What a time to be a Pokemon Unite fan. Our draft begins. Tally Bobo, Nouns Esports, your grand finals.
This is often where a game can be won and lost. These teams have been drafting and banning meticulously all day long. I don't expect it to change, but there's going to be some fun dynamics at work between these two squads right here.
You're absolutely right. There are some big things that can happen in these drafts. Interestingly enough, Tally Bobo says, we don't want to deal with this Dodrio from Gotlu. We've been watching it, and we know it's an absolute menace right here. Hoopa being banned out by Nouns Esports, and now Tally Bobo with their first pick, and of course, they're grabbing the Espeon.
Yeah, they've got a great opportunity to take the Slowbro out of Megu's hands, as well as Nouns Esports. That might be a place they want to go. Bruv looked great on it previous to get them to these grand finals, but Bruv says, give me the treat.
Here we go. Bruv on the Trevenant. 6C's picking up the Mew right here. As we head into our next picks here for Tally Bobo believers. As you were mentioning, you know, a lot can happen inside this draft mode. You've seen teams absolutely break down here and start making some very questionable picks that don't really work for their squad. Right now, we're seeing both of these teams play to their comfort zone. Megu on that Slowbro Zervis. We've got the Eldegoss on the side of Tally Bobo. Eldegoss, such a force today.
Absolutely. What I'm seeing here is players locking in phenomenal picks that they're also kind of known for, which means not only is the play going to be top tier, it's elevated because a lot of these players are getting their pocket picks, the things they're comfortable with, and we're going to just be able to see them bang it out with pure skill.
Here we got Toon Slim locking in that Delphox. We have Klaus locking in that Lucario. Geese, the final pick here for Nouns Esports.
Look at Geese eyeing up that Blissey. We haven't seen it too much this weekend, but this might be the opportunity for it to shine here in this particular composition.
That's right. Blissey actually a lot more popular in North America than it is here in EU, but we're going to see what they can do with it here today in game number 1.
Hopefully plenty of work. Toon Slim locking in that last pick, Delphox. We've kind of mentioned it a little bit during the group stages. Should, on paper, theoretically be very good into the Trevenant. We're going to see it come to fruition here in a player with the skill level of Toon Slim.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. I've not seen a lot of Toon Slim's Delphox, but like you said, I mean, I would not be surprised if it was pretty incredible right here. Lundaroo on that Espeon. Espeon is just a force to be reckoned with. If that Pokemon is not shut down, every objective is in question if it's around.
I'll tell you what, Lundaroo stepping in has not made this team miss a beat. We keep talking about how impressive Utah's play was, but we have to talk about the 6-person the first person off the bench, the 6th person on the roster. Lundaru has put in work for this team this weekend and has facilitated a pretty clean path to the grand finals.
There we are. There is our audience watching our grand finals. You know what? I bet nobody's near that trophy right now. I could probably just sneak up there and just, maybe just take a look, get close to it.
They've got security. From the last time we went up there, they got some security sorted out. Look at that. Come on, like I want one. I know these players want one. Lining your pockets with money is great, but Chris Hero said it before, stitching your name into the Pokemon Unite history books, even better.
Here we go. Game 1, Tally Bobo Believers, Nouns Esports. Nouns Esports coming from your losers bracket. So they have to beat Tally Bobo Believers in 2 brackets here. They have to beat them 3 games. They have to reset this thing and do it again in another best of 5 if they want to take home that hardware.
I'll tell you what, Spriggles, give me 10 games. Give me 10 games to settle out.
15 games.
Give me 1,000 games between these 2 teams. Gatlu getting low, getting tons of pressure on them. Good by Klaus to get that quick KO on the Cubfu. We know it's a little weak early, and it certainly looked it there.
Klaus and Zervis are just an absolute force in this top path. We see them pick up a lot of KOs like that. I think people have forgotten how dominant Lucario is, and then, I mean, we just have the most mean early game Pokemon in this Eldegoss.
Did you see that little step in by Zervis to take the bullets there from Desu to make sure that Klaus does not go down early? Toon getting in 14 here? Are they going to be able to get out? That's the big question mark. Zervis pulling up. They're just a gospel. They're trying to put the pressure on the other way. They tried to leash if that's a big KO into the hands of a Desu, as now they're reeling back. Can they get to their goal zone? Good spacing by Giz allows a Desu to get through these birds, which historically has a pretty tough time, and Gatlu finally ticks over to level 5.
Bold play there by Toon. I gotta say, that feels like something that might happen in solo queue, but you're gonna try to do that into the face of Nouns Esports, you get punished for it big time.
Well, they certainly did. They got KO'd, and they should be back in the central. Let me go do that. He's getting a little low, but Gatlu playing the single strike Urshifu. We know its objective secure is mean.
I mean, look at it right there, just getting a big secure on these wild Pokemon. As we can see, ooh, nice play here. Getting that evolution for Bruv, the Trevenant down in our bottom path.
Yeah, now it feels like a real Pokemon, most importantly because of the Wood Hammers. Tim the Toolman Taylor out there slinging woods around.
Here we go. We have 3 members of Nouns here, and they're taking a massive Fire Blast. Toon not playing what you might expect right here. We got the Fire Spin, Fire Blast, Delphox.
But trying to line up the shot is Lundaru to get that KO. They just miss it, but now they're chasing down to see if they can convert on Bruv. Does anybody get caught in the Fire Spin? No. Giz works right around it while tossing eggs, keeping the team on their feet, as the Mew is bubbling out pretty well, trying to surf in his Megu, but nothing here for the Believers.
We've got a 4v4 in this bottom path, and at any moment this can get pretty intense. That Fire Spin catching the Mew, big Fire Blast right there. Sixie's able to get out of it though.
Yeah, you actually see Zervis trying to offensively use their abilities there to try to get the KO rather than bring it back for some HP. Big Solar Beam comes through, chunks up players on the Believers. Bruv still playing forward, Nouns feeling good.
This is a really interesting stat right here. The average score differential between Tally Bobo and Nouns Esports is only 12 points. These 2 teams are so incredibly close.
Yeah, you can talk about the Tally Bobo Believers winning 2 monthly finals, but that margin that they've won by isn't big. Here we go. We're going to scrap it out for the basement Reggie. Megu kicks this thing off. They're playing forward, but it's the Wood Hammers that eat them up. Gatlu's coming in all over this Reg Ice is Nouns Esports, and they're looking for a wicked blow onto Lundaru. Can they convert? Big Espeon Unite catch the Trevenant, but they are eating it up, and it's the seal up by Gatlu that gets the first objective. Big Unite on the Glaceon. They're trying to put the pressure back the other way. Evolutions are doing all the work here, getting credit for all the KOs between these squads as they finally part.
Yeah, that combo right there from Nouns Esports, the Icicle Spear just chipping down that Reggie, and then you have the big Wicked Blow. Beautiful stuff from Nouns Esports, able to take that first objective. We got a little bit of a fight here, and now you can see actually pushing forward Toon Slim with the Fire Spin. They're catching Gatlu right here. We're gonna have to see if this Delphox is a great call with Fire Spin or a liability as the game goes on.
Fanciful Fireworks come out. Gatlu seals up an objective. Mew uses their Unite, and they're pushing straight onto the goal zone. They're gonna see if they can find an opportunity here. They try to peel back. Electro Ball tried to hit Lundaru, but it doesn't. They're looking for an opportunity on Toon, so Electro Ball hits them, but that Reggie Lecky's gonna hit here. Gatlu there gets their points right in, gets the heals as well, so they stay standing. Tons of pressure on Zervis. They get KO'd by the Glaceon, and Nouns Esports out of there like thieves in the night.
It looks like these teams are just ready to fight here in your grand finals, making big plays, getting in the enemy team's face at every opportunity. Nouns Esports up right now, 116-42. They're also looking pretty good level-wise, but Talibobo Believers is not far behind.
No, look where Gatlu is. They're playing pretty forward. They're in the middle of the map. They're playing forward, looking for opportunities. Bruv as well, always responsible for defending these goal zones, and they can do it in the face of 3 players. They're not afraid of that. Hiding out in the tall grass to see if they can make a move. Fire Spin suss them out right into the surf. Solar Beam comes through. They are so low. They're trying to get coverage of the Solar Beam. Glaceon Unite. Trevor Unite back the other way. Bruv with the big Horn Leaves. They're trying to find it. Espeon kicks everybody up. Glaceon follows suit. They're looking for opportunities, but it's just Toon Slim down. That's a ton of damage not going in the face of Nouns Esports, and it's Gatlu chucking Nux into the face of Talibobo Believers, as now they're all over this goal zone. There's still 2 players down. They're finally coming off respawn. The pressure continues. This goal zone's gonna go. Bang! Nouns Esports stretching this lead out like taffy.
Another huge fight right here. Nouns is now ripping apart this bottom Reggie. They want to make sure that Talibobo can't even get there in time. It is at half right now. We've got the Wicked Blow ready to go, and it's down.
It's so rare that you see the Mew Unite to go hyper aggro into the face of the other team to find the correct Electro Ball targets, but there is no fear out of Sixies.
I gotta say, Bruv on this Trevenant, there were 50 times I thought it was gonna get KO'd earlier than it did. It Horn Leeches out of that Delphox Unite. It uses its Unite move. It did everything it could to buy time for Nouns Esports to rip apart Talibobo Believers.
And that's exactly what happened. Bruv has been facilitating these big pop-off moments from Nouns day in and day out, and today is no exception. As now Adesu's flicking the script right on top of Klaus. They're eating them up. Hornleech comes through, and Bruv's playing forward. Lucario Unite back the other way, chips into Adesu. Fanciful Fireworks are all over Trevenant, and they finally get the KO. Delphox wanted that one, they got it. Toon Slim feeling good, but now the pressure's on. Big engage by Gatlu. They're trying to find Toon Slim. Espeon Unite comes up in short order, but there's 2 players down. It's Gatlu. You want to talk about heating up? We're talking about fires. Sixies follows up. Electro Ball gobbling them. Zervis just has to peel back. Who's next on the chopping block but Megu? Nouns Esports playing big.
Playing huge, 4 down in that fight, pushing Talibobo Believers away. The Delphox Unite move coming in, expertly placed, but at the same time, Nouns Esports just pushing towards Talibobo, taking those huge KOs. Sixie's already level 12.
Yeah, look at Bruv downstairs, not giving him any breathing room, playing in the face of the path of Talibobo Believers. Now Nouns Esports are escorting this thing, driving it in Miss Daisy. They finally decide to peel back as 3 Talibobo Believers players are there to melt it down.
Now we see Bruv just heading to this central area right here to pick up these Altaria and turn them into some juicy experience here for Nouns Esports. Waiting, looks like, for one of his allies to show up. There we go. Let's send all that experience over to Adesu right here. Wow! I mean, a Neo from the Matrix right there. How did that miss?
Yeah, not only having the movements to dodge that, but also the power to sling it back into the face of Toon. They get picked up by Zervis, and they got an opportunity to make moves there. Gatlu caught in the Fire Spin. Fire Blast comes through. They eat an egg real quick. Breakfast for dinner. Nom 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 nom. Bruv on the backside. They're taking tons of damage, but they're staying in the pocket as long as they can. I can't believe they're still standing. Woodhammers come out. Players are falling. I tell you what, if you believe in Talibobo, you better go back to it, because that's an ace. Top gun.
Talibobo is down. Every single player is down, but the respawn timers are ticking up right now. Rayquaza is hitting this map in 1 second as Talibobo is running towards this fight. Huge eject button as Slowbro makes it in. Rayquaza is at half right now. Mew coming in to try to rip this, and Mew secures.
That is insane. Nouns Esports had it from top to bottom. They're putting the screws to them. Gargamel is Talibobo Believers, because Nouns are smurfing.
Here we go. Nouns Esports raining the points in, making a statement in game number 1. Wow, what a game.
You need to get Talibobo Believers some smelling salts. They need to wake up from that beatdown, because Nouns Esports looks electric.
Obviously, Talibobo has games to give, but they don't want to give games like this. This was a stomp from Nouns Esports.
I mean, they're still working through. There's still theoretical time. We talk about that 500-point threshold. So if you have full pockets and everybody scores, they would technically win by 2, but Nouns Esports not looking to let that happen.
Yeah, it looks like Nouns Esports just continuing to push right here. Big Wicked Blow, catches 3 as Talibobo Believers is on their goal zone right now. And I think more importantly than trying to the score right here, they're going to try to figure out what they need to do in these upcoming games.
Tally Bobo believers went to Nouns Esports and they said, hey, remember what we did to you in March? And Nouns Esports, well, they took that personally. And they said, welcome back. We're here for you. Trevin Unite comes out. Bruv is just styling now, just trying to do the best he can. We're in gutter time almost. And they're just, look at all the static he's causing. They have to collapse. He's still going, dude. Bruv is infinite. These trees go forever and the forest is thick.
Incredible stuff right here. We've got the slow bro pushing back. There's that fire spin from Delphox. I was wondering if it was going to be a bit of a liability moving on, and it's hard to say if it was the fire spin or not, but one thing is for sure, you've got no movement, you know, when Delphox does not have its flame charge right there, and it looks like Nouns Esports was able to take advantage of that. Sixie's just putting some more damage on the board right here as we have Glaceon moving on in. Nouns Esports taking a big win in game 1.
I have not seen Klaus's Lucario neutered like that ever. I mean, they were a zero impact on this game. Nouns Esports are seeing something, and whatever conversation they had after being sent to the losers bracket yesterday, went through the foggy business a little bit today, but holy smokes, did that game look good.
This looks like the Nouns Esports that dominated EU last year. This looks like the Nouns Esports that won the Aeos Cup last year, and they are back to do it again.
I'm looking at the Tally Bobo believers, like you said. They've got games to give, so you better treat that one as the pot shot to the dome that loosen up the cobwebs, because you need to get back in this. Zervis, no way he's happy with his team's performance there. He's going to get them back on track, there's no question.
And here we go. Tally Bobo believers, as you can see, you're looking at the scoreline right here. They really never got it together in this match. Nouns Esports on top throughout most of this, and then they completely wipe them off the map before Rayquaza even spawns, and then it is rip time. They take it down. Let's take a look at our damage right here. Some big numbers on the side of both teams. Sixie's coming out with 86k, 78 from Adesu, and Toon Slim with 81.
Yeah, I mean, look at the recovery and damage taken by Bruv. You know I like my defender, so I'm going to talk about him. Bruv was the facilitator. It's so important when a defender can not only do their role by protecting the backline, but also keep going. They're like the Energizer Bunny, just never ran out of juice, and they were able to keep Gatlu, Adesu, and Sixies in there scrapping, and Gee's eggs were served up perfect to cook.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And you know, another really impressive stat I noticed there, you had the Eldegoss like right there healing-wise with Blissey, which is extremely rare. Let's take a look at some of the big moments from that game that Nouns won in commanding fashion.
Yeah, you highlighted Zervis, and the reason their healing numbers were so high, because Nouns Esports was chucking a lot of damage into the face of Tally Bobo believers. Here we saw just a great secure by Gatlu, and then the pressure was immediately put on. Glaceon Unite as a follow-up, and the pressure continued. They got their KOs.
The combination that we were seeing between this Glaceon and this Urshifu was incredible from the side of Nouns Esports. Just able to rip down these objectives, and then you have the wickedest of blows to secure everything.
Wicked blow goes wicked hard, we know that. And there it went for another KO streak of 2. And a phenomenal siege on this goal zone. That was kicked off by Sixies with that aggro Mew Unite into their face. And of course, we have Bruv standing tall in the face of 3 players. But what did that do? Bought all the time in the world for Nouns Esports to pivot and start raining KOs back the other way.
Look at this, just the healing is so incredible. At every moment, it feels like Gatlu is gonna go down, but then they gulp another egg from that Blissey, and they're right back in this thing.
Of course, this is where Bruv was just in the face, big time Hornleaf sitting in front of the Tally Bobo believers. They couldn't even collapse on them. Finally, Gatlu gets into the mix. They start raining in the KOs. The whole team is scrubbed clean.
Right here, Rayquaza just being chipped down, looking for a huge secure. We have a few Pokemon that can do it, but it is the Mew on the side of Nouns Esports.
Sixie's getting it done on the biggest objective on the map, and then Bruv just putting on a tree clinic here. They were standing there, 4 players, burned tons of daylight on the clock, and Nouns Esports wins this one by almost 500 points.
Nouns Esports looking fantastic here in game number 1, but they are going up against the Tally Bobo believers right here. So you have to assume they're coming back with something different here in game number 2. We saw some strategies that we might not expect from Tally Bobo, the Fire Spin Delphox being one of them. I cannot imagine we are going to see that here in game number 2. I wonder what Tally is going to bring to the table.
Well, they have the opportunities to try these things out because, like you said, they have games to give. However, Toon Slim is still Toon Slim. Delphox is still not that bad of a choice, but Sixies is definitely getting the nod for Nouns here.
Yeah, there we go. Sixties looking great on the Mew, and there's the build right there. You've got the Choice Specs Wise Glasses, Slick Spoon, and that is that item that is just so unbelievably dominant for all of these special attackers. Slick Spoon joined Pokemon Unite recently, and it has been the meta for almost everything.
Oh, it's so good. Let's talk about real quick. You said, how can Talibobo believers adjust? I don't think we're going to see the Delphox back, but what I'm going to point out is, doesn't matter what Toonslim had in his hands, that is not a Talibobo believer game. Like, even if he had the best Pokemon on the planet, that's not what that looks like in any realm of possibility for the believers. So like I said, they need to bounce back in a big way. Banning Tree is huge here.
Yeah, banning Trevenant, a big play right there. They do not want to deal with Bruv's Trevenant at all.
Banning out Urshifu is good too, of course, but this opens up the opportunity for Dodrio.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. Banning out Urshifu when Nouns did so well with it here in game number 1. I figured they might actually want to pick it up as we're seeing, yep, Espeon and Slowbro on the side of Talibobo.
If you're Megu and you have the opportunity to take Slowbro, you take it every time. It's definitely their best Pokemon.
Yeah, here we go. We've got Sixties looking to lock in here. There's the Mew, and there is the Snorlax from Bruv. We saw some great Snorlax plays from Bruv earlier.
And they need to keep that going. Zervis back to Eldegoss is what I like to see. You mentioned their recovery numbers, and they took a lot of damage, which is what facilitated that. But the early game pressure that Zervis can put on with that is going to be a critical component. Toon grabbing Dodrio, like the sound of it.
Yeah, I like the sound of that a whole lot. Nouns Esports looking in to lock their final 2 Pokemon right here. What are they going to pick? Obviously, Zacian not available for play yet in this tournament. Let's see what they can bring to the table. Oh, Gotlu locking in that Scyther.
Yeah, currently on your screen, of course, is Scizor, but the angle that most players choose when they select it is the Scyther skill path here. I'll tell you what, Spraggles, real quick while they're doing the final preparations, I was talking to the coach of Nouns Esports, Blaine, yesterday, and he mentioned, look, day 1, Nouns Esports looked like the only team on stage that wasn't having any fun, and this is not what this is about. They had a mental reset last night, and look at them, finding themselves in the grand finals, taking an absolute beat down to the Talibobo believers.
Yeah, I mean, they are looking like a completely different team from day 1. We've got that final lock-in, the Zorororororork on the side of Talibobo, a Pokemon that we see a lot more in NA than we do EU. It recently got multiple buffs also. I would love to see more teams pick up Zoroark.
Klaus obviously has had some shining moments this weekend. I would love to see a big-time Klaus bounce back pop-off game, and especially on the Zororororork.
Here we go, our team's loading in here for game number 2. We're gonna have to see if Talibobo is still playing like they did in game number 1, or if that was a bit of a fluke. They're ready to turn this thing around and show Nouns Esports who the real top dogs are.
Yeah, well, right now they found themselves one step closer to the Aeos Cup, but as the kids say, work's not done. You got a lot of games ahead of you, Nouns Esports, to earn that thing, but you know they're hungry.
Kids are always saying work's not done, but you've got a lot of games ahead of you, Nouns Esports, but you are hungry as we head in here to game number 2. Nouns Esports, Talibobo Believers, let's go.
Game 2 on the hop. Gatlu taking the central, no problems. Urshifu's been banned 24 times and has a huge pick rate. You know why? Because it's good.
Yeah, Urshifu, quite good as we're seeing Zoroark heading into this central area right here. Needs to get that level 5 early so that it can get its moves. As soon as that's done, we'll see if it's Feint Attack or Night Slash. Both pretty powerful moves. Most top players are playing Feint Attack.
Big astonished by Geese, had an opportunity to KO Slim there, Toon, but Sixies peeled back because they didn't want to get KO'd themselves. But it just shows how skill shot intensive Geese is with that Pokemon, being able to stun a mobile Pokemon like Doduo.
Here we go, just continuing to clean up some experience in the top path. Gotlu coming up here. There's the Scyther. It's got the dual wing beat. We've got another sneaky assassin type Pokemon there. Another speedster, if you will. Scyther's very much a speedster. Ooh, and what are we doing here, Klaus?
just grabbing a berry off the backside of the map, so if Gatlu gets chased down, they can't grab that berry for themselves. Decently intelligent move there as the birds are eviscerated. The engagement happens. Can they get a convert on Gatlu? They just blink out of existence by another amazing hyperspace hole by Geese.
Incredible hyperspace hole right there. Keeps Gatlu happy, healthy, not able to pick up a big KO. I love that play, stealing that berry right there. So incredibly close to getting a KO on Scyther. Not able to make it happen, as now we have Eldegoss on the battlefield.
Daesu and Bruv holding it down. The face of two players, the Talibobo Believers. Megu comes through with the surf. They really like that surf, bro. So do I, and theirs looks pretty darn good. Lundaru there, gonna have to level up. You want to see them get a little bit higher than 5 and be able to push the pace in the bottom path.
We are keeping Zoroark in our top path right here as we sent the Dodrio into the central area. Scyther coming on up here. Comes Gatlu, looking to pick up a KO, looking to pick up another. Can it get 2? Yes, it does.
Boom, that's huge. Yes, they got one back the other way, but you saw Gatlu didn't engage on the Zoroark. They went straight for Zervis, cutting off the heels, and then after that, it was Fisher-Price too easy.
Nice play there, taking down this Espeon. Gatlu's running to this bottom path reader, possibly looking to pick up a KO on this Slowbro right now. Let's see, big score, 30 points raining in. Nice stuff here as we are stacking up with our Scyther.
Big heavy slam to allow Gatlu to get the backside of the goal zone. The surf goes wide, and Megu doesn't have anything in the tank to stop a big 30-point score. Nouns Esports looking flossy early.
We've got Mew, and we've got, Mew heading back to bases. Scyther heads up top, a big KO onto the Zoroark there, and we are continuing to push. We want more stacks for our Scyther.
Sixie's trying to keep off Zervis, and they are successful as more points go in for Gatlu. I mean, Sixie's and Gatlu are getting huge. Look at that level 9 Scyther. Talibobo Believers forced to just try and take Registeel. Mew Unite is out. Now Esports looking for an opportunity. Espeon Unite tries to catch, but it doesn't matter. Bruv is on the backside. Zoroark comes through. They get eaten up by Geese, no problem. Big time pressure back, but that's a sealed up objective for the Talibobo Believers. That's why you take Espeon. That's why you put it on Lundaru, so you can take those wins.
Yeah, absolutely. Great plays there by Talibobo Believers. You know, they were getting beat a little bit in the fight, but they always had that Espeon around, and you cannot take an objective with an Espeon around.
Yeah, Nouns Esports took a great fight, but Talibobo Believers left with the objective and all of their players standing, which was the most important part there. Sometimes when you see an objective steal, you see tons of KOs raining into the face of the team that stole it, but right now Talibobo Believers are doing what they can, making chicken salad out of chicken stock.
Here we go. Big Unite move here by the Scyther, pushing forward, looking for a KO here on Zoroark, but it's getting turned around on him, and it looks like they might be going back in. Here comes the Dodrio looking to pick something up. No thank you, says Bruv. Big time block stops that from happening.
Yeah, but they don't catch the reset, so Bruv is getting low. Klaus can make this engagement. They get a KO streak of 2. They're finding their mark now. They're heating up, no question. Gatlu's willing to battle, though. They're on the backside, but Zoroark misses that. Skilled move, ends up on the backside of the goal zone, and that's an easy KO for Nouns.
There we go. Bruv gave him enough time to come on back with full health, come back in here and get a nice double KO.
And that's exactly what you want. We're sitting here, Talibobo Believers just doing the light work here, trying to make sure this Regieleki doesn't hit, because that would open up the possibility for a big-time overdunk. Here comes the Zoroark for the support, but really the work needs to be done on a different place in the map, as Lundaru is here by themselves, and Sixies is getting more stacks in, and Daesu can bully if they want.
Yeah, these are these moments where these teams, you know, they have these, oh, look at the eject button. They said, look, I know I'm going down here. I want my stacks. I need my attack weight stacks. It's going to make me big and strong, and they're right. Eat your attack weights, kids.
Bruv tried to catch the Dodrio with a heavy slam, but Toon darts through and makes big moves here as they do catch Megu, but Toon Slam goes straight for the score. They get a couple. Not a bad look for them. 10 points in short order. Big block by Bruv. They want to hold down this goal zone as the Basement Reggie is here, Spraggles.
Basement Reggie is here. We just got a Unite move for Scyther. It just popped up as available. Again, we're going to have to see what they want to dive in on here. Looking for the Zoroark. Zoroark unites as they are pulling back right now.
Hoopa is unbound and chucking fists in the air. They're trying to stun them down, but here comes the Gatlu Unite KO streak of 2. They're heating up. Finally slow beamed and dealt with as the Espeon gets credit for it, but a lot of the work done by Megu. Sixie's still in Megu's face. Megu has an opportunity for a KO. They get it. Slowbro's not that bad at playing some offense here, and them getting a KO isn't bad. Talibobo Believers have an opportunity to rip here as Nouns Esports is still coming off respawn. We get a KO on the backside of the map, and Talibobo Believers finding a way.
Yeah, these fights are going to start being a little different, I think, for Nouns Esports, because now that we have a Unite move on Slowbro, it's going to be really tough for Scyther to do what it needs to. Basically, the biggest counter to any Pokemon like a Scyther is a Slowbro, and we saw it in that last fight.
Slow Beam is such a good Unite move. If they hit the correct target, it's an absolute lockdown, focus fire opportunity for the team, and an easy KO. Doesn't matter which character you pick. Talibobo Believers looking to bounce back here. They're down on the scoreboard, but they brought some of this experience to parity.
Yeah, we can see Toon Slim hanging out in the central area there of Nouns, just looking to pick up some of those buffs as we got a nice big secure here in the top path. Power-up punch taking that down. As in the bottom path, we have 3 members of Talibobo, 4 now pushing onto this goal.
Nice little X-speed push there by Bruv to keep the goal zone in nice and healthy at 70 points here. Talibobo Believers have 4 players and they want to make a move of it. Adesu, big solar beam into the light screen, tons of damage on Toon Slim, but they're pivoting onto Adesu. Here comes Bruv. Espeon Unite catches them. Can they get the KO? They do in short order, of course. Holding it down is Bruv. They're trying. Giz is here with the Hyperspace Highway. Talibobo Believers want points, but Giz is making moves. They try to get poached by Toon Slim. Toon Slim keeps the pressure on, and Bruv still holding it down with a big block, sending Talibobo Believers back, and they might have just held this defensive stand. That was classy, Spraggles. No points going in.
I guess we found out what happens when an unstoppable object runs into a brick wall like Bruv. My goodness. I mean, the defense right here, stopping 4 members of Talibobo.
And they were outnumbered the entire time through that fight. It was just Adesu and Bruv, then just Bruv, then just Bruv and Giz, and they held it down, not a single point going in.
Take a look at this. In the bottom path, we have a Reggie spawning, but there's going to be almost no time. Just about 2.5 seconds right here, meaning we are not getting a bottom Reggie fight. The next thing that's going to happen will be our Rayquaza fight. The question is, how is this fight going to manifest? Right now, Nouns Esports up by almost 200 points, so Talibobo is going to need to try to make a play. You can see Nouns watching their top goal right here because, of course, this Dodrio is trying to be a sneaky little bird.
Of course, Gatlu just hanging out, trying to keep eyes on Toon Slim. That's going to be important as Talibobo Believers are jumping in the middle. They're trying to keep track of where all these players are. Here comes Bruv, though, and we know they can stay in the pocket for a while. Megu susses them out. Boosted Auto comes through. We got a little 1v1 action. Gatlu, but Toon Slim's on the backside, and the double dual wing beat just misses.
You'll notice Toon Slim uses the Unite move right there. Gatlu has not yet used their Unite. This could be a big, big win for Nouns Esports as we push forward towards this fight. Snorlax trying to go home, but Lucario getting picked off.
Big engage, and Klaus is feeling it. They're trying to get in the mix. 2 players down, and that is all on Klaus. They're making it happen. Snorlax goes down, Hoopa goes down. It's just the Scyther standing. And no, it's the big-time slow beam. Talibobo Believer says, you got an ace, we'll take it right back. There's 4 in the deck. Let's get after Rayquaza getting melted here, Spraggles. Duck it time.
This is what we talked about with Talibobo Believers. That slow beam is such an amazing counter to that Scyther right here. Points raining in. Right now it's still incredibly close. 230 to 312. We've got some shields, and a shield on Dodrio is such a difficult thing to deal with here because that Pokemon is so incredibly mobile. They need to break this right now, and no, they still have not. Still has a shield.
They moved around very well there, and they're escaping with just the sliverest of shields. Megu's holding on the back, but they're pinned by the light screen into the wall. They're trying to put pressure on Adesu. They get blasted by a big-time solar beam. Megu's on the chase a little bit, hitting that Amnesia, trying to forget that beat down as the Surf catches Adesu a little bit, but look where the Dodrio is. Megu's buying time. They're trying to get everyone's attention. They're leashing back to the middle. Focus on me, focus on me, focus on me. Here comes Toon Slim going for the quick score, stretching this lead out, making sure they're a little bit more safe.
Toon Slim able to score right there. That's huge. Another 48 for Talibobo. And no one from Nouns is able to score right here. Talibobo takes game number 2.
This is what... Oh, another scrubbing. There's only 2 aces left in the deck. Make that 1. Talibobo Believers getting 2 there. We're going to see this score line populate, get a little reaction. Toon Slim says, thumbs up. We got this, baby. Bang. 486, 230.
Yeah, incredible stuff there from Talibobo. That fight looked amazing, and you know, this is something that we talked about inside the match. That Scyther, incredible, until it runs into that slow beam, and then it is just a sit and duck.
and it made Megu's job incredibly easy because they had such a strong engagement on the rest of the team. All that was left was the Scyther. You don't even have to worry about aiming it then or getting the right target. You just press the button as soon as they try to engage, and you know Scyther has to try to engage. Gatlu did all they could, but they got caught in the slowest of beams.
And now you can see, you know, we're discussing what happened in that last match, what could have been done better in some of those moments. Obviously, there was a fight in the top path between Scyther and Dodrio. It was incredibly close. Maybe if that Scyther Unite move was used earlier, Dodrio was taken down at the beginning of that fight, something could have happened there, but obviously Gatlu trying to save it right there for a more impactful moment, and instead what happens is you just get grabbed by that Slowbro.
Talibobo Believers had a great ending team fight, but I want to tip the cap to Lundaru taking those objectives when they were literally back against the wall, didn't really have a great shot at it, took it down with the Espeon, keeping the Talibobo Believers at parity and experience and able to give them an opportunity in the late game.
Take a look at this. Nouns Esports really dominant through a lot of that game. Huge score advantage. It was just a bit of a misplay there at the end. Talibobo capitalizing on that, winning a huge fight and then taking the game.
The thing I was going to point out as we're looking at these numbers here, Lundaru almost 90k there, tons and tons of damage. Looking across the way, not to be left out, Adesu and Gatlu doing tons of damage themselves.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff across the board right here. The healing once again from Zervis on that Eldegoss. Eldegoss is just such a force. And Megu, if you let Megu have that slow, bro, Megu is just incredible. Let's take a look at some of the big moments from that game here and see what Talibobo did to take down game number 2.
Well, we've seen the Lundaru using their Unite move. They're working through, they're eyeing down the Registeel, sealing it up for the team. Talibobo Believers down on the scoreboard, but that's what's really keeping them in it.
And here we go. We've got Bruv just making their way out of this fight. Gatlu coming back in to pick up a KO. Eats the feint attack and still able to get a nice KO on that Zoroark.
Yeah, Nouns Esports looked very strong in these stages of the game, right? You said dominant for like the first 7 minutes, and this was no exception as they're just keeping it going. I mean, Mew Unite, an aggressive Mew Unite out of Nouns Esports 60s, of course, but this is where it all started falling apart.
As soon as Lucario could not make it home, they were in a ton of trouble right here, and you just see Talibobo Believers collapse on this Hoopa. We see Gatlu come in through that Hoopa portal, but they get shut down.
I mean, shut down in a big way. And keep in mind, that was a 4v5 fight as Talibobo Believers had a player scoring up top. Of course, that was Toon on the Dodrio, and now they're just raining in more points to make a statement.
Here we go. Talibobo taking game number 2.
Now,
shocked faces in the audience, and there you go. Let's go.
All right, they're feeling it. They're like, okay, we're back. We needed that first one. Like I said, they hit the smelling salts, and they've woken up a little bit. They're ready to go. Throwing the hearts. I don't know if that's to the other team, but Klaus getting the nod here. A ton of points again, tons of KOs, always a ton of damage. Klaus is on one today, Spraggles.
Yeah, Klaus is just playing some amazing Pokemon Unite right here as we are taking a look at our crowd. Let's go.
You may have thought that was a yawn, but it was a silent scream of excitement for the Aeos Cup Grand Finals. There's no doubt in my mind, Spraggles.
Here we go. Nouns Esports obviously a little rattled from that last game. You have to be a bit, you know? You're humbled a little bit when something like that happens. Your strategy really not working into Talibobo, just outplayed in that final fight.
Yeah, but the disparity wasn't that big, right, Spraggles? So it wasn't like the bounce back that Woof Woof had to do yesterday against the Talibobo Believers, right? So, yeah, you shook them up game 1. Okay, Talibobo Believers are now the team that you had always expected them to be, of course. Now you just got to focus in on your game plan. Certainly Nouns did not expect every game to go like that game 1 win.
No, of course not. As we head in here to game number 3. Again, this is a best of 5 series. Let's take a look. Talibobo banning out the Espeon. Nouns Esports saying we don't want to play against this Hoopa. Slowbro, the first pick on Talibobo. Very common for them. They need to get their all-star defender.
Yeah, I mean, Megu on Slowbro compared to all their other Pokemon, which are played at a very high level, is just that much better. That they say, Megu on Slowbro is our key component. We need that, no questions asked.
We've got Gatlu and Bruv locking in some Pokemon here. Bruv obviously going to move that around the Mew. Gatlu possibly playing the Dodrio here for Nouns Esports. Lundaru now picking up the Glaceon. And we've got that Urshifu. Talibobo Believers possibly using the strategy that we saw Nouns Esports use so well in game 1.
Yeah, without a doubt. The question for me is, where does Adesu end up? Lundaru has been doing great on these evolutions for the side of the Talibobo believers, and of course Klaus on this Urshifu is going to be tough to deal with. But getting a late Trevenant, that makes Bruv feel good. That puts them in the comfort zone. But where is Adesu going to go?
Here we go. Zervis possibly locking in this Comfey right here. Toon Slim on the Aegislash, bringing out some sword, and Comfey possibly being a nice little collar for that Pokemon. He's got one final Pokemon on the side of Nouns Esports. What is it going to be right here? Delphox. Delphox, obviously an amazing Pokemon. It'll always have a Unite move, and that Unite move shuts down the healing of enemy Pokemon.
I think we cracked the code a little bit to the Aegislash that we were asking each other about yesterday. Aegislash, again, theoretically, is really good into Dodrio. As soon as Dodrio goes in, you hit your wide guard, and then you play off of that as the stun that happens from that onto all their momentum completely,
yes.
And then you get clean engagements.
Yeah, and if you've got a Comfey Collar on a Pokemon that already has a natural self-generating shield and heal with its boosted attacks, this could be pretty huge. You also see Toon Slim running that potion, so they are just going to be able to keep themselves inside of a fight for an extended period of time.
Do you know what my favorite battle item is, Spreggles?
Slow Smoke?
One humble potion.
A humble potion.
A humble potion every time.
We're going to have to see if Talibobo is going to be eating some humble pie here with that humble potion, or if Talibobo can take another big win off of Nouns Esports.
The focus that these teams have is just, you can see them starting to dial in here. I feel like both teams are understanding, okay, this could be a long day at the office here to sort out who the grand finals champion is going to be.
Absolutely. We could have 10 total games in this series depending on how back and forth this is. As we head in here, game number 3 of your grand finals. Talibobo Believers, your purple team. Nouns Esports, your orange team.
We are all squared up 1-to-1. Klaus working through the middle. Again, not historically the central area player for Talibobo Believers, but that's how important level 5 on Urshifu is.
Here we go. Sixies, the Delphox just getting all of their experience in that central area. Bruv on Trevenant is a thing of beauty. I mean, this player has just been so unbelievable. Picking up a KO. Come on. Gotlu right here, scoring, stacking up. Adesu in a little bit of trouble. I spoke too soon.
Geese coming up, and that was a big Electro Ball KO. Nouns Esports getting a couple early. Geese even getting their points in because Comfey can't stem that tide too well. And Bruv is just playing on the opposite side of the map. They don't care, Spraggles. They don't care.
And right now, Bruv maybe in a little bit of trouble, getting a little too big for their britches. But you know what? Gatlu says, actually, I'll handle this right here. I've got the huge drill pack coming, and I try to get this secure. Looks like I do.
That's exactly what Bruv was trying to do. They didn't care if they got KO'd, if they leashed the Eevee across the map for the Talibobo Believers. We got a big time engagement here, 2 players down, and the Honedge getting a KO in short order. Toon heating up a little bit. Level 4 wants to hit that double blade quickly, but it's Klaus that still gets the stacks in, and Nouns Esports has to try and deal with that.
Sixies evolving right there, so they were able to get some of that experience in the center. We do now finally have that first evolution for Toon Slim.
Zervis going to see if they can hop a ride on this Urshifu. It is carrying the red buff there, so it can engage very well, especially with the Comfey if they want it. Lundru guarding this goal pad here, as Bruv, of course, always about that action, playing very far forward, big-time wood hammers. And what does that purchase, Spraggles? Bunch of time.
And here we go. We see Toon, the Aegislash, being sent towards this central area. Sharing is caring, and Talibobo Believers sharing that central area so it can become an Aegislash as quickly as possible. The level 5 on that Pokemon, pretty underwhelming, but once it becomes that Aegislash, it is very difficult to deal with, as that Wood Hammer helps pick up a KO right here after Gotlu's nice drill peck. Wood Hammer, drill peck, I mean, we got a contractor out here in Nouns Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Glaceon was a nail lined up for that Wood Hammer, but you could tell the coordination between Gatlu as they were coming down, and they cut off Lundru from getting back, allowed Bruv to get that KO.
Look at here, we do not yet have an Aegislash. It could be going down. Comfey trying to protect it right there. The Mystical Fire does not find it. However, the Wicked Blow does some huge damage. Comfey cleans up that KO.
It's a thing of beauty watching a talented Comfey player play, hopping off, going through the tall grass, using their auto attacks, latching back on, giving someone else a collar, picking them up, hopping off, moving across the map. You can really tell the difference between somebody who is seasoned in with Comfey and somebody that's just taking the ride.
Why do you keep pointing to me when you're saying bad Comfey plays? I don't understand.
Spraggle's nothing personal, Chief.
Here we go. Registeel is on the map, and we see we have 4 members now of Talibobo Believers in this bottom path right here. Nouns Esports trickling in as well as they pick up a huge KO on Glaceon.
That was focus fires down. Klaus and Gatlu flanked them and absolutely took them out. Of course, Gatlu looking for another opportunity here as they're pushing forward. Klaus wanted... they wanted the Dodrio in a bad way, but Dodrio wanted it just a little bit more. Nouns Esports Nouns Esports trying to take that down, but it's Zervis that clutches it out.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm all over the place. He's clutching it out.
Incredible stuff there from Nouns. Yeah, I mean, it was quite a fight. Nouns really in control of that thing. Looking great. This Delphox already level 10 on the side of Nouns Esports, and that means, as we said before, Unite moves for days.
Yeah, but here's the Aegis/Toon. They're level 9. They're trying to scale up a little bit. They almost had a Desu on the lockdown. Of course, a Desu moves out of the way. The Mew has great mobility, and they peel back.
Here we go. Regieleki down very, very low. Secured there, of course, by the Urshifu, who's looking for a big KO. There we go. Sends the Delphox up into the air and takes a nice KO and the objective. Gatlu coming in trying to punish them for that. The Comfy Unite move keeping them around for a while, but they do go down.
Yeah, and look at this Mew, aggressive Mew play. Again, that's just becoming a Nouns Esports staple here. They're getting out in the mix to see who can they target down. Nouns Esports going to try and keep this Regieleki big Horn Leech push by Bruv to make that happen. Woodhammer draws them together. Can they convert on some KOs? Light screen goes out. Really, it's the Regieleki that's taking the brunt of this damage. Nouns Esports keeps that thing from hitting.
Bruv is the absolute tree god in these games. I mean, this Trevenant play is unbelievable. This is Defender 101, 201, all the way up to Masters having a PhD. Watch this player play a Defender. You will understand what they are supposed to be doing in Pokemon Unite because this is unbelievable.
Bruv getting forced out, and that's a good little move by Talibobo to close out that goal zone. They're collapsing on Toon right now. That has the Comfy, but there's 3 players there. Ton of damage raining into the face of them. Can they keep it up? Wide Guard comes through. Fanciful Fireworks as well. Boosted auto to get out of it. Good little eject there by Toon Slim, using that boosted auto as a retreat mechanism, and they're able to make it out.
Looks like they're still trying to possibly collapse in on Toon Slim right here. Nice boosted, nice Electro Ball as they are still chasing this down. Here comes the Surf. They want to deal with this Aegislash, but that Comfy is keeping them happy, healthy, still on the map. The slow beam stopping the Delphox so they can secure this.
That was a great positioning by Talibobo. They knew exactly what they had to do. Megu comes in with the Surf cut off tandem Wide Guard so that Toon doesn't go down. Another Wide Guard there. Comfy Unite to get the heals going. Nouns Esports is fighting behind their goal pad in the speed flux zone. Trevor Unite and his Bruv action time. They're pushing forward. Woodhammers are coming out. 2 players down for the Talibobo Believers. And when you get pod shots from the solar beam, Sun Plants make sense. They've got the push going. Talibobo Believers are forced to reel. Nouns Esports defending this goal zone in a mean way.
Yeah, Nouns Esports looking incredible right here. That Trevenant doing some real work and everyone able to help pick up the pieces right there and get some big KOs. Nouns not letting them score too much. They're up 210 to 108. As I often say, that 100-point differential is massive. If you can be up by over 100 points, that puts you in such a power position heading into the later moments of this match.
Without a doubt. And being up by over 100, but still having 1 Tier 1 goal zone available is huge. 2 players down in short order, and that is, of course, the downfall of Comfy. The minute your ride breaks down, you are broken in half too. The push continues as Klaus has to go back, grab a berry, and they close out that goal zone right in their face. Can they keep the pressure on it? Desu's distracting. They're popped up for the Unite move, Wicked Blow combo. That's a KO, but the pressure continues. Talibobo looking back the other way. They're harnessing in on Geese. They're focusing on Geese. Fanciful Fireworks come out to put the pressure on back the other way. Sixies is looking for bodies, and they're finding the Urshifu in short order. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Can I melt this steel? I sure can. Toon goes down after taking the Dodrio, lopping off all 3 heads. Still schmoving his Sixies. They're looking for an opportunity. Glaceon long shots on Geese. They keeping it going. 2 KOs back the other way, and the tree finally sorts out Glaceon. What a mess. These people are scrapping in the mud.
Unbelievable here, that Trevin coming out of the tall grass, emerging from the forest there for a huge double KO. These fights are just so impressive when you're watching players at this level right here. We have Gotlu making their way to the top path, securing this Reggie Lecky as Reg Ice is spawning the bottom path, but there's no time, Doob Snacks, because we have Rayquaza in 5 seconds right here. We have Talibobo Believers setting up for this fight. No Urshifu Unite, no Comfy Unite, no Glaceon Unite. This might be the time for Nouns to just take this fight.
They're looking. Bruv leading the charge on Megu. Megu is so low. They try to surf out. Bruz keeps pressure on. Toonslim boosting auto on the backside. They catch a solar beam. They try to use wide guard. Can they make it happen? Comfy's on top of them. Big fanciful fireworks come out. They're all caught in the middle. Toonslim can't get out. They're trying to. Force out the Comfy Unite, but they're putting the pressure on. 2 KOs for Klaus. Can they find more? Who else is going to go down? Nouns Esports find themselves on the backside of a nightmare. Comfy sorts out their opponent here. Delphox finally taking out Klaus, but there's 3 players down for Nouns. Talibobo wants this Rayquaza. They're starting to rip it. Zervis hanging out. Who are they going to hitch a ride to? Toonslim is still standing, if you can believe it, Spraggles.
There we go. The secure by the Comfy, of course, as Talibobo is running to make some scores happen. Just having to be a little tactical about this right now, as not all of their players are up, and they do not want to lose these shields. We have Mew with the Unite move. We have Comfy on top of this Aegislash right here, and it looks like Aegislash has already lost the shield, but Comfy has not. They cannot hit it right now, and it has a Rayquaza shield.
Yeah, so they need to make a concerted push here. Lundru has a big-time shield as well, but tons of damage is being rolled in. Nouns Esports trying to play the defense of the century here. Glaceon sorts out Bruv, but that's not a bad start, as they're still trying to get to Lundru's shield.
Comfy hops off!
Bats up! Teo Streak a 2 for for the Glaceon. Fanciful fireworks come out, but the engagement is deep. 60s goes down. Comfy hops off again. They still have their shield. Not anymore. It's eviscerated. 269 to 320. Nouns Esports has the lead, and there's 3 players down for the Believers.
Gotlu going down to the Glaceon. However, Glaceon eating a huge solar beam right here. Another 10 points here for Talibobo, as they are just trying to even this thing up, but they need more. They need more points. Slowbro growing to grab some more, but I think it's too little too late, as Mew is running once again to score. Incredible stuff. Nouns Esports another 30 points. They're going to take this thing. Game 3 goes to Nouns.
Come on, Megu trying to make it happen. Grabbing a little bit, grabbing a little bit, grabbing a little bit. We take a look back. Mew makes a run, and I think they got it. Bang, you called it. You were spot on. 49-point victory for Nouns.
Look at that. They do not get Rayquaza, but they do get to dance. Gotlu with the dance, with the hug. There you go. Cheering it on. Nouns Esports taking game 3. Bruv looks exhausted. He must be doing those exercises mid-match.
Yeah, just all of the preacher curls, all of the tricep pushes. His arms are looking huge, and his gameplay matches. Holy smokes. Nouns Esports 2-0, up 2-1.
Incredible stuff right here. Talibobo having an amazing fight in that final fight, but unfortunately they are not able to secure this thing. I love the plays that they had. When they moved up towards that top goal zone with the Comfy still on the Aegislash, amazing play. They knew that that could hop off at any moment when they're standing on that point and score. Nouns knew that though. They actually sent a Desu down to the bottom path to keep scoring as Mew. Incredible stuff right here from Nouns.
Yeah, and a ton of damage. 60s eclipsing 90k. Gatlu with 83k themselves. And Talibobo Believers, nothing to scoff at. The sword did its job for what it's worth in that last fight, with Comfy riding down on top of it, able to get through the fanciful fireworks as well. But it just wasn't enough. Taking Rayquaza with too many players down, like you said, they don't have the shields when that happens. When they're in, waiting to be respawned, they don't have the shields, which means the 3 that they had became even more precious.
Now, we're heading into game number 4 right here. If Nouns takes this, they get a bracket reset. They've got to do it all over again, beat Talibobo in another best of 5. But if any team can do it, it's Nouns. This is what they are known for. Let's take a look at some of these big moments here from game number 3. All right, here we go. Nouns Esports pushing forward towards Talibobo right here. We've got the Delphox Unite on that Regiseal. Up here, we see that Comfy Unite. Comfy actually doing some amazing work here, keeping Toonslim in a lot of these fights. Nouns doing everything they can to stop them. big secure here. And now here are the moments that mattered here. The shield already down here from Toon. You can see Aegislash jumps in, the Comfy hops off onto that point, able to score right there as they continue this push. However, they are now taken down. Gotlu is still around. Boom! Glaceon gets the KO, but after Glaceon goes down to the Trevenant right here, there's just not enough time, not enough points for Megu to score. We can see Adesu running to the bottom goal there for Talibobo, putting in another 30. However, they were already up 350, 301. Huge win right there for Nouns.
Huge win for Nouns, huge win in front of their fans. We have a little pop-off moment from Sixies. They're feeling it. Their Delphox was moving. Gatlu feeling good. And this is the Nouns esports reaction that we're used to seeing from last year on stage. Heating up a little bit, showing their personality, letting it shine through, and they're feeling good right now.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Gotlu, your MVP on the Dodrio. I also got to give it up to Bruv. I'm telling you, that is the meanest Trevenant I have ever seen.
They are absolutely on one today. We've seen some phenomenal defender play to start the day with Marv. Now we're in the tail end of it between Megu and Bruv, an absolute defender showdown. Gatlu gets the nod, of course, because they were everywhere with that Dodrio, being an absolute pest.
You can see they're getting ready for this next game. I can see Sixy saying, what would Spraggles do? Let's keep that in mind. That's how we're going to win. Gotlu says exactly. I watch all of his videos.
It's crazy because,
see,
I learned how to read lips from yesterday to today. And what they're saying is, what would Spraggles do? Okay, let's make a note of that and make sure we never do that.
Wow, it's incredible because that's 100% true. I was lying. I can read lips, but I was faking what they were saying. They were saying bad things about me, and it hurts my feelings a lot. But I understand these are the best players in the world right now. Heading into game number 4, they could possibly reset this bracket right here, and Nouns Esports is known for this. This is what they do.
And they're looking to keep it going. We saw it to kick off the season in February when they squared up against Talibobo Believers. That was a marathon series between them, and they want to do that again. Nouns Esports, it's sewn into their lore, these losers bracket runs. I think when I was talking to Bruv, he's like, man, it'd be really nice to get it done on the winner side, but at this point, I mean, losers bracket's kind of our place to work, and they're making it look good today.
As I've said about Nouns Esports before, when their back is against the wall, this is when they play. You gotta light a fire underneath them, and that's when Nouns comes alive. Heading into game number 4, Nouns needs this to reset this bracket. Nouns Esports, your purple team. Talibobo Believers, your orange team.
That's one thing that you mentioned about Nouns Esports. When their back is against the wall, they certainly show up and show out, which means what? You don't let them put their back against the wall. You kick them through the wall, and you send them out of the house, and you say, get out of here. Talibobo Believers going to have to do 2 on the hop to make that happen, though.
That's what Talibobo is looking to do right here. But you have to wonder, you know, momentum being such a big thing in esports, is Talibobo already thinking about the next bracket? Because if they are, they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's 2 ways to look at it, right? We've got another bracket to do it. Do we test some stuff out, see if we can, you know, throw some stuff at the wall, see what sticks? Looks like no, as they're easily locking in Slowbro and Espeon. And at this point, they have to ban the tree because, I mean, Bruv's tree is disgusting.
I love when the bans feel personal. When they're coming in here and you're saying, I don't think it's the best defender in the game, but it's the last thing I want to deal with right now is Bruv on that Trevenant.
Well, there's another Pokemon that Bruv feels confident in, and that's the Mime play. They're one of the few that still pick it up because their skill level with it is just the difference maker. That's what makes it from what other teams consider it to what Nouns considers it.
That's right. Zervis once again on this Eldegoss. I feel like this is such an amazing pick for them. Their Eldegoss play has been fantastic throughout this tournament. Now we're going to see what Sixies wants to lock in right here. Hovering the Talonflame for a minute, but Mew is still on the table. Adesu possibly feeling good about the Decidueye, but deciding to go with the Delphox.
I love Adesu's Decidueye, and I hope we get to see it in these grand finals. But of course, they're making the best picks for the moment. Klaus snapping up Zoroark again. We were wondering how much, if at all, we were going to see it this weekend after its recent buffs. And I'm glad to see that Klaus believes, like we do, that this thing has been turned up to 11. Let's go to work.
One thing for sure, Zoroark is amazing into Mew. It's amazing into Delphox. It's really good at chasing down some of these Pokemon, even that have incredible mobility. Fate Attack, you can just chase a Pokemon all the way across the map. And we've seen Zoroark be an incredible Mew counter, especially in North America.
I like Toon on Buzzwole as well. That's going to be a big, impactful difference maker in these early stages of the game to really allow Lundaroo and Klaus to get the time they need to step up. Tons of stacking items on the side of the Talibobo Believers, so I expect to see a lot of quick points going in, but that's only facilitated by the work they do to help each other get there.
Here we go. Nouns Esports getting ready right here. We can see Talibobo Believers. They want to shut this down. They don't want this to go to a bracket reset. They don't want their tournament to be in jeopardy. But Nouns is up right here. One game on them. And we can see what they're playing for. All the glory of that Aeos Cup trophy.
Yeah, of course, on the line, a bucket load of championship points and some nice money, of course. Game 4 is underway.
Here we go. Nouns Esports, your purple team. Talibobo Believers, your orange team. If Talibobo wins this thing, we are getting a bracket reset. And Nouns, we're getting a bracket reset. And we're going to have to do this thing all over again to see if Nouns can take down the #1 team in EU.
Talibobo Believers going to have to bounce back here because not only do they not want the bracket reset, they don't want to give Nouns any more momentum, especially after taking the Rayquaza and not winning the game. Nouns Esports, of course, Geese on one of their favorite Pokemon, and when they're on Hoopa, Nouns just looks a little different.
You can see that Gossifleur just eating the big boosted attack for the Buzzwole up here. Buzzwole being so dominant throughout this tournament, just an incredible Pokemon in that top path. Nice big secure as we've got the Zoroark coming down to the bottom path looking to punish Nouns Esports.
Yeah, just a Doduo can't do much as Gatlu still looks for an engage, but in tandem with the Brexit in there, they get a KO. Klaus gets it back the other way, no questions about it, a little 1-for-1. Megu needs to tick over to the Slowbro though, quickly.
Toon Slim in a little bit of trouble here, backing up, eating a berry, coming back for this fight. Obviously this confusion barrier combo mixed with this Electro Ball. Mime not looking nerfed to me.
No, not at all. Not when Bruv's on it, that's for sure. Gatlu's still looking for their level 5 so they can hit Dodrio and bang, they get it right there. 8:30 on the clock. Nouns Esports doing pretty good. Talibobo Believers slight lead though.
Nouns Esports, we're sending Gotlu up to the top path looking for this KO. Big boosted, not able to get it done. The Pollen Puff keeping him alive. Here comes another Drill Peck, and there's the KO.
Good engagement there. Zervis is just looking at the face of these two players, Gatlu and Geese, and they're like, I can't stop much. Not as Eldegoss, not by myself. I really need some support despite being the supporter.
And here we go. We've got Zoroark positioning themselves in this central area right here with this Espeon. They just want to rip this apart, and they do that pretty quickly right there. Looks like the Mystical Fire from Delphox getting the big bird, but a lot of that secured there by Talibobo.
Yeah, Klaus just darting through, actually leveraging the damage that Sixies did to all the Swablu and Altaria, and able to take a bunch of the Swablu for themselves.
All right, here we go. 7 minutes, 40 seconds, meaning we have our objectives spawning here in 40 seconds in the top and bottom path. Both of these teams have been looking like bottom path players. They are looking for that Reggie.
Yeah, level 8's on both sides, Zoroark and Delphox, so you want to keep an eye on them. Klaus wants to get some buffs, wants to get some experience, and they want to meet down at the objective to go do work.
Toon Slim up here in this top path. Maybe he doesn't know that he's dealing with the Delphox. Sees it now, and we're going to have to see what he's able to do up here as Adesu looking for that level 9. Huge break point if it can get its Unite move.
Toon Slim trying to get a little froggy up front in the face of 2, but they're finally forced to reel here. Hyperspace Highway is open, means Nouns Esports can rotate quickly. Zork's on the backside, Klaus wants more. Solar Beam dart through after the reposition, does tons of damage to Klaus. That's massive. Megu getting caught, KO'd quickly and swiftly. Talibobo Believers absolutely forced to retreat. Lundaroo needs an opportunity, but they're getting backdoored by Gatlu. They get stuck. Espeon Unite catches 2. They're putting the pressure on Gatlu. Can they get the KO before they reset? They do! That's massive. 2 players down for Nouns. Regirock is at half HP. Zervis is there trying to do at the best they can. Lundaroo finally goes down, but just enough time for Megu to pop up. This has been an absolute back and forth chuck and haymakers against where Regirock is, back where they started with their HP bar almost full.
That's right, Talibobo Believers has a few go down. Nouns has a few go down. We use the Unite move from both Delphox, Espeon, and Zoroark as we are back in this thing looking for a big KO, and they pick it up on the Hoopa.
They get it on Geese in short order, but they want more. The Regirock rocks come down, stuns them up. Can they get a KO? Slowbro takes care of the Mew, but Zoroark does in fact go down. Mime though, Bruv, of course, they want it. Zervis says, I'm I'm not going to be outshined. Give me 1, 2. Big engagement. Gatlu rips through some players. Give them 2 there. They're still putting the pressure on. Megu goes down. Adesu wants in on the action. And finally, this Regirock is going to be dispatched.
Look at Gatlu flying in there for the save. You're all clear, kid. Let's blow this thing and go home. We got a Han Solo moment from the Dodrio.
Looked good. Nice secure by Lundru there just to get some of the wild experience as they're pivoting into the middle to see what they can do with this Swablu and Altaria here. But really now Esports has the positional advantage until Zorark darts in. Klaus wanted it. They try to catch the fanciful fireworks. Espeon unite back. Lundru wants one, but the pressure's on and Gatlu says, not today. 3 heads, give me another KO.
Adesu and Gatlu are just pushing into the face of Tally Bobo, picking up those KOs on Espeon. Desu in a little bit of trouble right here, but they are able to make it home through that hyperspace hole. However, if that was Surf Plus, you might have been knocked up out of that. They're going to have to watch that as this match continues.
Yep, get that at 11, and Megu certainly wants it, but it allows Toonslim to play very far forward. The Surfs in tandem as they pick them up and slam them down right into a Surf stun. Hoopa Unite is out, and they are locked down Klaus, and they are absolutely massive with the Showtime Spirit Fingers, baby. The rings are unbound, and the pressure is on. Tally Bobo believers are trying to find their opportunity, but they're getting stunned on their own goal zone. Can Toonslim get an engagement here? Zervis takes to the skies. They crash land. Cotton crash, in fact. A little movement there by Toon to try and eat up the Delphox Adesu, but not today. That didn't quite happen.
Incredible fight right there. Hoopa bringing the team down, but they were not able to push into that goal. Great defense by Tally Bobo. This game incredibly close right now, 100 to 128. Everyone just picking up some experience on the map. They see those yellow dots. They know those are wild Pokemon. They need to play a little Pac-Man and eat all of that so they can be strong for these next fights. Scotlu in a lot of trouble right here, using a Unite move. No way, picks up a KO, getting united right back.
Unreal, and that's a good use of the Buzzwole Unite there, because there's no way you can give up a two-on-one at all, not at this stage in the game. Buzzwole actually getting a little bit more action up top, sealing up the Mew, but the next basement Reggie is already here. Nouns Esports does have 2 players down. Tally Bobo believers have an opportunity to shred.
Just non-stop fighting here in this match. The Mystical Fire coming out, the Unite move coming out, but there's the Slow Beam, there is the Psyshock, there is the Zorark, and they take down Delphox.
Very quickly, and that's the target they want to keep. Points-wise. Well, on the hunt is Nouns Esports. They want to try and catch a body, and they do see Megu, but hiding out is Klaus to see if they can get an engagement. Bruv susses it out perfectly, and the Solar Beam comes through, falls just shy of getting a KO there. Boosted Auto comes through, Megu steps up to take it on the chin for the squad. They're still pushing to this goal zone, though, and we have 2:25, which means 25 seconds till Rayquaza, but this fight rages on.
That was so close. That was a massive Psyshock. Fortunately for Nouns Esports, they were able to make it back through, and they do not come back through that portal.
No shot.
They say, no, we're gonna reorient ourselves right here. Gatlu scoring in the top path, stopping themselves short right here, not taking the full opportunity to score, as we do have Buzzwole making their way to the top path, fighting up there, and we have teams positioning themselves down here towards this Rayquaza pit.
Dodrio is getting eaten up. Klaus pulls up to try and get that KO. That's huge as they're caught on the backside. Tally Bobo Believers just trying to hold down the middle, not let that go down. But of course, 60s blinks out for the reset. Megu is pretty down. They need to pick up some heals from Zervis, but they, again, are just buying time. Here comes Toon. That's who they need. Klaus is right behind.
Here we go. We have 9 seconds, 6 now until Dodrio is back. Tally Bobo could use this advantage to pick a big fight. Otherwise, Hoopa is going to be able to fly everyone in Avenger style right here, and Gatlu could come right back. In fact, they don't even need it. Tally Bobo not taking a fight right here, and Gatlu can do whatever they want. Toon Slim maybe trying to make a sneaky score. So
Klaus diving on 60s as soon as they step up. Apologize for cutting you off. That's big time surf right into their fanciful fireworks. But look at the Buzzwole going for the Hundo Burger. That goes in. Tally Bobo Believers stretch their lead out, and they're kind of taking this fight. As long as they can just withstand and burn time, they can make it happen. Big surf on top of the portal. Nobody catches the reset. The stuns are out. The Buzzwole's in with that Unite move, and the Espeon gets a KO back. Mr. Mime Bruv is down, and that's going to start falling like dominoes. But the Hoopa at least takes care of Klaus, at the very least. But now there's 2 players down for the Believers. The stuns roll on. Zervis is low. They're coming through. Adesu sees the KO that they can get. The Cotton Guard comes through. Electro Ball! Putting the ball down for sure, as now Toon Slim has to try and eat as much time off the clock as they can. They're up by 200, but they need this, and 60 says, I need that body. Nouns Esports with a chance.
5 members of Tally Bobo are down. They somehow wiped them off the map. Only 22 seconds remain. They need to secure this, and they need to score. They are behind by over 200 points. They have to run. Gatlu is not good for scoring in this top path. He will not get enough points. Let's see what they are now able to do. 10 seconds left, Doop Stacks.
Megu left in the dust. Bruv making moves. You talking about clown shoes? How about goofy shoes? They're pushing. That's another hundo banger in. Can they get somebody's points in? That goes in. Show us on that cool split screen thing we're doing. We got to see this thing. Nouns Esports feels it, but in the last 10 seconds, you don't see the score line. Let's check it out together.
Boom! Nouns Esports bracket reset, what they're known for. Let's go.
It's insane. All of those 500 points practically came in the last 10 seconds of the game after completely acing the Talibobo believers after the Buzzwole back cap. Nouns Esports keeps composure, finds all the bodies, lays them on cross, buries them in the dirt, takes Rayquaza and a win.
What an incredible series so far here for Nouns Esports. Just such amazing work as they are able to get us to a bracket reset. 3-1, Nouns wins this first series right here, and what a fight there at the end. I don't know if you noticed a Desu coming in literally on a sliver of HP, just kept fighting in that central area. What a fight.
I loved the call there because they wanted the KO on Zervis. Zervis hit the cotton guard. They're on the retreat, and you know the call from 60s was like, back off, I got this. They went in, hit the electro ball, big time KO, and they made it happen. Dude, come on, give us another.
Here we go. Now we're running into a bracket reset here, everybody, and this is essentially the most exciting thing that can happen inside of Pokemon Unite. Obviously, these are two of the best teams in the world, and they're putting on a show for us right now. We get another best of 5 coming up here. Let's take a look at some big moments from that game. Nouns taking a huge win in Game 4.
And big moments there were, of course. I mean, this Zoroark looked good early, and there we see Megu get pinned and absolutely eviscerated. Nouns Esports was taking big-time fights in a big-time way, but the Talibobo believers could not be put down. We're getting KOs back the other way. Every fight is just a haymaker into each other's jaws over and over again. It feels like we're battling forever, and you're seeing those as we watch these highlights.
It's just incredible stuff right here. The big Dodrio moment coming in with that Unite move. Looking fantastic right there. Saving the Delphox. Incredible stuff from Gatlu.
We had the follow-up here as, of course, the Espeon Unite comes out from the Lundra, but they can't quite escape. What I thought was going to be a monster engagement here because they took down Bruv early, but really all it did is bought the spacing that Nouns Esports really wanted as they're able to engage in a big way. Once Megu went down, once the Buzzwole went down, I mean, it was all curtains. They were after it.
Incredible stuff here, and they needed to make some points happen here. They needed to figure out how they were going to score this. Fortunately for them, you see this moment right over the wall, 2 into the main right there, another 200 points. There you go. People are holding their breath.
I mean, we were holding our breath. That's the thing. Tons of points went in at the very end, but in the last 10 seconds, you don't see the scoreboard, and you don't want to believe it until you see it. And what we saw was a big-time Game 4 win and a bracket reset.
Just incredible stuff. Gatlu right here on the Dodrio, your MVP, and he definitely had some MVP moments in that match.
Some absolute great ones. I mean, their Dodrio Unites were precision, like pinpoint precision. They're able to make it where they needed to be, and again, leverage the moves that Geese and Bruv were doing up front to get those 7 KOs that they have and get the 179 points in.
Yeah, incredible stuff here from Gatlu. A bracket reset. You couldn't ask for anything more between these two teams. You know, maybe the only other thing I could ask for, let Talibobo get one more game in that series, then the bracket reset so we get the perfect 5 right there. Let's take a look at our bracket right now. Talibobo, Nouns Esports headed to the grand final. Nouns Esports coming from the losers bracket. The reason they are able to come to the losers bracket and beat Talibobo and have to play him again is because they were already knocked down earlier in the tournament. Talibobo had a bracket to give, but now everything is on the line for them as we head into our grand finals reset.
Listen, revenge is a dish best served cold. Nouns Esports sorted out time to shine. Nouns Esports sorted out Woof Woof from the months prior, but what they really want is to dish up some of that revenge to the Talibobo
Valley Bobo believers, and they've found it here after this bracket reset. Come on, are you kidding me? Nouns Esports, and I hope I get to say this, Nouns Esports is back.
Yeah, Nouns Esports looking incredible right here. We are going to take a short break. We're going to be back with this bracket reset. Dupes next. Why don't you take us out?
I'll take us out. Should I plug some stuff?
I think you should plug some stuff. You
Listen.
can plug my YouTube or maybe something more relevant to Pokemon Unite.
Let's stick with something more relevant. April Cup right around the corner. Sign up for battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. You need some friends to play? We are your friends, but we are terrible, so don't ask us. Jump into the official UCS Discord, find some talented players to play with, and start your road to Yokohama, Japan. Let's go ahead and go to break. See you in a bit.
are back. A grand finals bracket reset between Nouns Esports and Tally Bobo Believers.
Listen, when I was shaking my Magic 8 ball before this tournament started, I said, please give me a grand finals bracket reset. And it said, maybe. But we're here.
Yeah, when I was messing around with my Ouija board earlier, it wasn't doing anything. I wasn't moving it. Nothing was happening.
It's because you didn't harness in all the ghost-type Pokemon that could have helped you out there. Let's take a look at these squads. Nouns Esports, I mean, they've been showing up, showing out. You see them at Desu, Geese, Gatlu, Bruv, and of course the newest ad, Sixies. Is that the secret ingredient to their success? They're going to try and find out here at the Aeos Cup.
Right. Might be the secret sauce for Nouns Esports right now because they're looking like the Nouns Esports of old, the one who became the EU champions.
I mean,
you could hear the audience cheering. They love them.
I mean, if they're the special sauce, you've got to think Bruv's the all-beef patty.
Yeah. And here we go. Tally Bobo Believers, the team making their way through the winner's bracket right here, but losing this first series to Nouns Esports.
I mean, these margins have been razor thin, though. Tally Bobo Believers, I mean, it's not like they're getting completely skated. Game 1 was definitely an anomaly, but games 2 through 4 have been very, very close. Their margins of errors between these two teams is slim, and it's really about who can take advantage of those small missteps. Nouns Esports getting it done here for the bracket reset.
Tally Bobo Believers, you can see they've got their serious faces on because it is time to take this serious. They might have thought that they could dispatch Nouns easier than they are today, but here we are in the bracket reset. 3 wins right here decides your Aeos Finals champions as we head into our first ban phase.
Gosh, this is wild, Spraggles. I am so excited for this. Tally Bobo Believers, the big question is, are they the best team, not in EU, in the world? And Nouns Esports putting that to the test here as Tally Bobo Believers are forced to keep that tree out of Bruv's hands.
I mean, this is the most targeted ban of all time. Urshifu banned from Nouns Esports. We have Trevenant banned from Tally Bobo Believers, but that lets Geese get their hands on this Hoopa, and it has been absolutely devastating. Megu and Zervis locking in. It looks like, nope, the Old Faithful's Lundaroo picked up the Espeon. Megu on that slow bro.
Listen, Tally Bobo Believers are going back to the same well over and over again. These Pokemon are good, but they haven't been able to quite find the success in that first best of 5. Lundaroo, though, great Espeon work. Megu, of course, great Slowbro. Bruv, forced onto the Snorlax, says I don't get the treat.
Some amazing Snorlax play from Bruv earlier also, by the way, as we have possibly Buzzwole and Eldegoss being locked in. Oh no, they're taking the bird. Dodrio locked in for Tally Bobo.
Yeah, that's a great way to essentially keep the Pokemon out from your opponent's hands. Obviously, Nouns Esports would have snapped up a Dodrio if it was available. This is a great way to get a good Pokemon and also keep it out of the hands of your opponent. Nouns Esports, though, has an opportunity to take the Glaceon, which is typically pretty good, into a Dodrio because they already have the Mew.
Gatlu moving back on over to the Blastoise, a Pokemon that we've seen actually a lot in this competition. A Desu on that Delphox, and now we have the final lock-in, Klaus on the Buzzwole.
Klaus's Buzzwole is pretty solid. They have some good pop-off potential here, but how is that going to be facilitated? Zervis needs to get them going early. They need to get those stacks in without a doubt. If Klaus is going to be returned to form, they need a little support from Zervis.
Nouns Esports with that Blastoise pick. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of Blastoise makes its way into this match. Obviously, you could go the more straight tank defendery style of Surf Hydro Pump. You also could be using this Rapid Spin Hydro Pump build. When you see a Muscle Band and a Rapid Fire Scarf, it leads me to believe we're probably going to be seeing that build because you can use your auto attacks during that Rapid Spin.
Yeah, of course, hitting a Rapid Spin into the middle of a Fanciful Fireworks Unite from Delphox is a great way to just shell in damage. And really the only way that the Tally Bobo Believers are going to have to stop that train once it started is with a Slow Beam, but on the Blastoise. And that's not necessarily who you're trying to catch with that move.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see what happens here as we head into game number 1 of our bracket reset. There's the hardware, there's the trophy, that's what they're playing for. Aeos Cup Championship games are happening right now. We are in our grand finals bracket reset $25,000 on the line. That's what these teams are playing for. Tons of championship points, and of course the glory that comes with winning the Aeos Cup.
Taking a look here, Toonslam going to be in the middle. They want to hit 5 very quickly, get into that Dodrio in short order. Lundaroo still level 3. They're trying to find their opportunity to tick over to 4. Mega with great support, but the pressure is on. Snorlax, a great early game Pokemon, able to put tons of pressure. Gatlu kind of fearless with that Squirtle though, as Klaus getting easy stacks up top.
Yeah, Klaus just pushing in towards that top path goal. And you can see there, nice Fell Stinger getting the secure. Buzzwole is so incredibly difficult to deal with early, just such a menace.
But Gee's making it happen through the Astonish as well. It's a great way to do it. You Astonish, you stun the opposing team, then you use your basic attack to seal the objective. Kind of a interesting approach to securing.
Toonslam making their way down to this bottom path. A little bit of a sneaky play here as many players go to the top path. We can see Bruv getting pushed back right now. Toon able to score some of their points as they now push down towards Talibobo.
Yeah, and they're going to try and get a ton of these birds, but Bruv with the cutoff, they get stunned. They try to make it out. They get KO'd by the breaks again. That's a great look from that and a great KO early for Nouns Esports.
Obviously, look at this, 24 points going into this top goal. They're just able to run this Mew around after Hoopa had to leave to help the squad down there in the bottom path. That is a Hydro Pump, it looks like, on this Blastoise, so we'll have to see what move they go with after that. Zervis getting incredibly low, but somehow able to make it out. What a sneaky Eldegoss.
Sneaky Eldegoss indeed, but that forces Nouns Esports' attention to it. They thought they had that easy KO, and after Zervis is just wasting everyone's time right now, but most importantly, let Klaus as the Buzzwole get out earlier.
Very nice there. A ton of time wasted as the Buzzwole is now almost level 7.
And that's exactly what Zervis was hoping to do, as his Toon comes through like an express train, just trying to grab as many of those birds as they can. Lundaroo gets a good crop of them as well, meets back up with Megu to hold down this bottom path.
You look level-wise at these two teams, things are going really well for Talibobo, up level-wise almost across the board on Nouns Esports right here. Already level 7 here from that Espeon. Just one of the most difficult Pokemon to deal with in Path. Their secure is so incredible.
It's really good. Snorlax Mew lane is great. Toonslam trying to find their way back out. Somehow Gatlu doing a great job of just getting tons of damage in. Can they sort out Gatlu though, who scrambles back for a berry? Gee's buying time. The hyperspace highway is open. The team rolls through. They get a quick KO on Klaus and now they're pushing. Is Toon going to get caught? No, they poach the birds and trying to escape. Not a bad look from the Believers, only giving up 1 after the Nouns rotation.
And now they're heading down to this bottom path right here so that they can collapse onto this Reggie that just popped up on the map. Reggie steal. We've got 5 members of Nouns down in the bottom path for it right now.
Espeon Unite comes out, but not for a lot of value. Just Bruv there who catches the quick reset. Megu clutching it out for the Believers, and they're going to look to push. Bruv is the lowest member. They're not going to make it back. The Solar Beam comes through right before they blink out of existence, and now they're trying to stave off Megu from this goal zone. Is Talibobo Believers going to make this push? Toon had an engagement on a Desu. They're going for it. Can they get the KO? It's the Buzzwole that does. Klaus finding it, laying him up, smacking him down. 3 players down for Nouns Esports, and can they add a goal zone to that bucket list?
It looks like they might, but maybe they're going to keep it up. They possibly could keep this goal zone up, or they're just waiting for the perfect math right here. Another 5, another 40, huge overdunk in this bottom path. 8 to 191. Things really fell apart for Nouns Esports.
This is a gassed up bird. Toon level 11 already, left to his own devices in the top path, and they're getting it done. Regieleki still stands, and all the goal zones for the Believers are still there as well.
Very, very close to securing that on the side of Nouns, but Megu coming in there, the Slowbro, was such an incredible secure in that moment, and as soon as it happened, things went, south for Nouns very quickly as this trio is just running around Adesu. Here comes the Unite, another Drill Peck. Wow, what a block. No way, able to save it right there.
That was insane. Toon, deep engage. What a block save by Bruv for Adesu, as they have to use their own Unite move as well. Finally, they get on top of 60s, get that KO. Talibobo Believers are playing inspired.
Look at this right here, 255 to 8. Regieleki going the way of Talibobo. Nouns is gonna have to deal with this. They are so far behind on the scoreboard right now. 15 seconds until Reggie spawns in the bottom path. Talibobo Believers playing like a team possessed here in our bracket reset.
I mean, Toon is a kid in a candy store. You cannot leave them unsupervised that long. They hit level 11 by the 6-minute mark, and that's going to just allow them to take over these fights, as Tally Bobo Believers can actually play up in the face of Nouns Esports and take this Registeel uncontested.
Yeah, Registeel going down right here. No one from Nouns even able to show up. They head up to this top path right here, try to put some points on the board. This goal zone sitting at 27. The drill pick coming in. Gotlu goes down. Muse in a lot of trouble. The block might not be able to save it this time. Chasing towards the bush. Eldegoss looking for the KO. Picks it up. And now Toon Slim keeping this fight going. Looking to see if we can get another drill peck. There's the block. Stops him from being pushed off right here. But is so incredibly low. And Toon is relentless. He is looking for this KO as they get ported down through the Hoopa Unite move.
And they're looking for a fight here. Espeon Unite comes out. Lundaroo wants to convert on Delphox, and they do in short order. They are low and the Muse on the chase. This is going to be a quick 60s Electro Ball. Bang for a KO. Guarantee that thing. Meanwhile, Toon Slim scoring, though. They're keeping this point lead, and the pressure is on. Forces out the Hydro Typhoon, does Klaus, by using their own Unite move. Now they're caught out on the backside. Big time block straight into a Desu. Straight firepower. Going to burn down this bug. Can they zap it? They do.
Incredible stuff right there. It was just every single combo that you could make. You had the Blastoise Unite, you had the Heavy Slam, you had the block, you had the Hydro Pump. They just kept pushing into that Flux Zone, picking up a big KO right here. But look at this scoreboard. 299 points already for Tally Bobo Believers, getting themselves in a position where even if they don't get Rayquaza, they could still win this thing.
They have completely lost sight of Toon, who is now level 13, and they are playing bold, and they're playing big like they know they're the hugest thing on the map. They have level 13. They're poaching the birds, taking all the experience for themselves. They're going to hit level 15 here in short order if they keep leaving them unbabysat.
Here we go. Regieleki being chipped up here by Nouns. They don't even necessarily want to get it as bad as they want it off the map and not heading to their goal zone right now. Reggie getting low, secured there by the Delphox. Buzzwole going down. Gotlu on one, able to make it out through the hyperspace hole.
But here comes Toon, picking up a KO back the other way. Rapid spin into the basic attacks to get that damage out. Good block by Bruv so they can get a huge KO on Toon. Their respawn timer is massive, and Nouns Esports can maybe make a push to this goal zone. They're going to let Regieleki hit, like you said, just content that it's not going into their way.
Absolutely right there. And we just saw a very late Unite move there from Dodrio. However, they did get their KO timer reset, which actually could be beneficial in this final fight. Still up considerably, 102 to 299. Nouns not attempting to fight over this, but they know Dodrio is going to be back without a Unite move. This could be the moment that they need to pick a fight and win.
Good positioning by Bruv early, but they are playing chunk. They're at about 70%, 80% HP there. Megu's going to look for an opportunity to do something. They're trying to face check, and they might have pinched Klaus on the backside. The block comes through. Zervis comes to the support. The Surf chips up Bruv so they can't finish out Klaus, and a good save by Tally.
Now we have the Unite move coming in here by the Hoopa. I don't know if they're bringing Blastoise in or the Blastoise is going to keep fighting the Dodrio. No, it is down here for the fight.
Huge slow beam onto a Desu on the backside, forces out the Bruv Unite move. They're playing on the left side of your screen. The rapid spin's coming through. Can they take care of Zervis? They're all over them. Zervis can't get the heals. Megu just gets taken down. Zervis is now grabbing Gatlu's attention, trying to leash them along. Toon does catch a reset, and that's going to be good for a re-engage, but Nouns Esports is all over this Rayquaza. It's at half HP. Klaus is trying to make some magic happen. Big time Unite sorts out Gatlu on that, but they get KO'd right back the other way by 60s. 2 players down for both sides. Mega gonna come off respawn in short order. What's gonna happen here? Nobody's touching Rayquaza anymore. Can they make a money move? Eldegoss Zervis takes care of 60s, and they're working on the top path. The Desu goes down. It's just Bruv. This Rayquaza's so low, they can't let Bruv heavy slam this for the victory. Toon doesn't let him off the hook. Tally Bobo Believers takes the first one.
What an incredible fight from Tally Bobo. Rayquaza was up long enough for them to come back in this thing, get a huge team fight win, and secure. And they are going to take game 1 as the points rain in. Nouns Esports not able to shut this thing down.
Tally Bobo Believers in for a late lunch today at 3:30. They want the Hundo Burgers and get served up raw. Nouns Esports trying to hold it down in the gut goal zone, but they are Uber Eats and they are delivering right on the doorstep as the Tally Bobo Believers just getting in more points, Spraggles.
Incredible stuff here from Tally Bobo. I mean, they were really behind in that fight, but Nouns just could not take down Rayquaza fast enough. They were able to re-engage right here and win a big, big fight. Here comes Toon Slim, the Dodrio. Big old drill peck. Nice stuff from Tally Bobo taking game 1.
We talk about how do you bounce back after getting rattled a little bit. Of course, the bracket reset just happened. Looks like they've kept their composure, took a deep breath and said, yes, the bracket was reset, but there's still a best of 5 ahead of us. We have not lost this thing. We've only been put on equal footing now. Big time win out of Tally Bobo Believers out of the gates.
Incredible stuff right here. And obviously, you know, there's going to be some conversations behind the scenes with Nouns Esports. The question is, what went wrong in that final fight? It really felt like they had control of everything right here. Tally Bobo, however, had control of this match from the jump.
They absolutely did. Like I said, for me, it boils down to ToonSlim literally being left alone for 4 straight minutes on the map. They got massive. Level 11 at the 6-minute mark, and then after that, they were just taking everyone to task all over the map, scoring, taking whatever engagements they wanted, and it looked very strong.
Very, very strong right here. You can see some big damage numbers. Well, the biggest on the board being the Blastoise here from Gotlu, that Hydro Pump build.
I mean, it looked good. They were facilitating good engagements for the team. They just weren't converting on those big-time KOs. And like I said, if you're in the middle chucking a bunch of damage, but ToonSlim swoops up and darts out like a thief of the night with 3 KOs, like, you just can't really stem that tide. They need to keep Toon on a leash, especially if they're going to let them have Dodrio.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some big moments here from game number 1 of our bracket reset. Tally Bobo looking fantastic throughout most of this game. Caught early there. Another catch here as Zervis wastes a lot of time in the top path.
Yeah, it was a catch, but it was one Tally Bobo Believers wanted. That's what's important to point out. Sometimes forcing your other team to take delayed KOs or chase down for a KO is exactly the strategy you want to use. Tally Bobo Believers here, yes, they give up this Regieleki, but their goal zone's already softened up, so they know it's not the biggest thing in the world. They try and take a quality fight, but the real one was here.
Yeah, this was such a huge fight. I mean, it really went back and forth. Zervis in a lot of trouble right here. Megu going down. Nice double KO. This fight continues. The Unite move picking off one of Nouns, and then after Dodrio gets back, ToonSlim just cleaning it up. Rayquaza going down.
Yeah, I mean, great slow beam onto Adesu there with Lundru, has the follow-up to KO the Delphox, putting it all on the shoulders of Bruv. And yes, they've done a lot of great work today, but that was too Herculean of a task for them, and Tally Bobo Believers takes the W.
You can see Pump in the crowd getting excited right there. A player who was earlier in this tournament excited for Tally Bobo.
A lot of fans for both teams out there. That's got to be exciting for them, playing in front of the crowd. A little bit of a devil's number here for ToonSlim. 66680 damage, tons of points, 7 KOs. We watched all those KOs. They were all over the map.
Yeah, ToonSlim looking incredible on that Dodrio. Great stuff right here. Obviously, you don't want Gotlu to get this Dodrio, but you don't necessarily want to ban it out if we can give it to ToonSlim.
Exactly. They're really stress testing each other's picks a lot. Like, you know, the fact that Tally Bobo Believers has to, almost feels like they're hard committing to never letting Bruv have tree is forcing them into unique composition positions. And of course, on the other side for Nouns Esports, they're kind of getting cut off from their stuff too, because they're not sure what they actually want to let Toon have.
Yeah, it's a really incredible thing when you head into this draft mode, because there are so many variables. There are so many things that you might want to do if you're Tally Bobo or if you're Nouns. You get that one ban, and Tally Bobo's been using that as a targeted ban to make sure that you cannot use that Trevenant.
Well, it looks like it's gonna be selected here if Nouns Esports wants it, because it's Espeon Hoopa that are taken out of the equation. Zervis looking to lock in something. No shot, it's a Venusaur. No, of course. Slowbro for Megu, let's make it easy. Is Bruv going to stick with the tree now that they have a chance to beat an absolute mutant with it? Big question mark.
Yeah, that is really the question right here. And then the other question is, do they lock it in right now, or do they wait to pick it later, assuming that they don't think Tally Bobo is going to pick Trevenant at this point? So right now, they take the Mew and they take the Urshifu. And we've seen Gotlu just be incredibly dominant on this Urshifu. Glaceon, however, being snatched up by Tally Bobo Believers. That is a Pokemon Nouns would really like right now, so they could help them rip those objectives down, get them very low, so Gotlu could secure them.
What this does for Tally Bobo Believers is it puts Nouns Esports in an awkward spot. Now, if they do take Dodrio, Tally Bobo Believers are already sitting on a solid counter for that pick. My big question is, the tree is going to be into the equation, but Nouns Esports is one of the unique teams that can actually go like double tank, and Blissey plays a great pseudo tank.
Yeah, it absolutely could right now. The last pick from Nouns is going to be very, very interesting right here. They don't have a ton of objective rip. They don't have the ability to just chip something down like Garchomp, you know, with its basic attack. So we'll see what they use. Maybe they could bring out a Decidueye once again so that they have that secure and they have the rip. We're going to see what they want to do. Bringing out possibly, once again, the Delphox.
Adesu's Delphox has looked incredibly solid, but I can't erase from my memory that Decidueye Penta. That looked so good, and to give me the warm and fuzzies, it's not the Delphox, it's the Decidueye.
Yeah, absolutely. Toon Slim, however, once again on the Dodrio. That was a force to be reckoned with in this last match. Let's see if they have the answer for it here on the side of Nouns Esports.
I'm not even sure they need a particular Pokemon to be the answer. They just need to pay attention. Just make sure you don't let Toon Slim be completely on their own for that long.
It's difficult to pay attention to. It has 3 heads. You never know what it's up to.
Yeah, you never know which set of eyes to look into, right?
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing when I'm having a conversation with it. I'm like, who am I really talking to here, Dodrio?
Great point, Spraggles. Final preparations, they're getting locked in. Here's the thing. Another thing that Nouns Esports gets to do, because they play like aggro tree, is they can actually do the double tank. So there was an opportunity there where they could have taken, you know, when they have 2 in a row, if the Slowbro wasn't taken, they could have taken Slowbro and tree and really put Talibobo Believers on the defender back foot. Obviously, it's not how it shook out, but something to keep in mind that Nouns is one of the only teams that does it.
I wonder if they're going to start target banning Talibobo. I really think taking that Slowbro away might be the play, but there are so many powerful Pokemon they don't want them to get their hands on. Obviously, they are very worried about this Hoopa. As we head in here to game number 2 of our bracket reset, Talibobo up 1 game.
Toon Slim gonna take the middle again. Maybe, big question mark. Yeah, they want level 5, and I'm feeling it too. It looked real good last game.
Yeah, absolutely here. They definitely want this Dodrio to get online because Toon was an absolute maniac on it.
Adesu quickly trying to clear the middle. Geese as well, just softening up some of these targets if the Kung-Fu is to make it back, but Gatlu's caught on the backside again of an absolute beatdown. Buzzwole getting big, able to engage there. They're leashing it back to see if the Fennekin can chuck some damage in. They finally hit breaks in. That's the next level. That's one start to where they need to be, and that's the Delphox.
Kung-Fu now heading into the central area here, picking up a couple wild Pokemon that were left for them right there. Kung-Fu just struggles a lot early inside of a match of Pokemon Unite, and we saw it struggle earlier as it gets KO'd. Nice move right there. We have Slowbro on the side of Talibobo Believers. Look at Toon Slim looking for that Kung-Fu. They say, where has Gatlu?
That's who they're hunting for, right? They want them. They're eyeing them down. There's 3 players here. Toon Slim's going to go for the backdoor engage. Drill Peck comes through. Geese is low. Then they convert on the KO. Buzzwole's trying to get the follow-up. Klaus, can you get it? Can you get it? Of course, it's service. Why not? Battle God's getting in the action. I can do damage too, it says. Big Wicked Blow goes wide. No chance on that one. A little puff on top of them to deal some damage and a retreat.
Toon Slim being chased out of the central area of Nouns right now. They would not want to eat that Wicked Blow. Looks like, oh, it's very possible. No, they were able to miss it right there. The eject button shoots them down. It looks like maybe they were going to readjust and attack Eldegoss.
Yeah, and Klaus going for the engage. They picked them up. Big Wicked Blow comes through, but that is gobbled up in short order, saying that is not enough damage for me. Gatlu forced to sit back on their goal zone and take a different approach.
Adesu looking for their level 6 right here, and that big blue buff, giving some cooldown reduction to Delphox, one of the best things that you can have on a Pokemon like that. It just needs a piece of experience, and it gets it, it evolves.
That's where they needed it to be, and I'm glad it finally did. Lundru was there just to hang out and keep Nouns Esports honest. They may have even gotten a couple pieces of experience for themselves, but mainly it was about showing up.
Here we have big boosted attack being eaten by Toon right there. Gatlu trying to score right now on this goal. Get a quick stack, but it might not be making it home. A Wicked Blow, keeping it healthy enough to make it to the berry right now. Couldn't be picked up, but that is enough. Big KO, level up.
Absolutely. Keep pushing forward, force them to chase you down, take them away from where they want to be, which is deep into the path here. Woodhammer's coming out from Bruv, tons of experience going there. Lundru and Megu looking good here, but Bruv on the tree is a work of art, and they're looking to paint paint another painting.
Here we go. 3 members now of Nouns Esports here in the bottom path. We actually have Delphox still moving through the central area, possibly going to the top path right here. Either way, it's going to be very, very late for this engagement. Reg Ice get chipped up a little bit. The tree getting chipped up even more.
They covered Bruv very easily. They did not let them get into a position to use big Woodhammer stuns. Dodrio sealing it up. Toonslim getting it. Of course, come on. What is going on?
Yeah, Gotlu not able to secure with the wicked blow right there. He was there and just wasn't ready. A little too late right here. So we have a level 9 Buzzwole in this top path. Getting picked up, doing some damage to Odesu. It's fighting too. The Unite move comes out, gets a big KO. Fighting on to this point, still pushing on to Gotlu right here. Not able to pick them up as the wicked blow is charging. They're sending them back to goal and they're running back from this Mew.
Zervis' Eldegoss is something different. Klaus wanted to re-engage, and you know Zervis was saying, I'm almost there, I'm almost there. Keep going, keep going, keep going. The fact that that Buzzwole did not go down in the face of the Urshifu and Mew is absolutely wild.
Toonslim coming in like a shark in the water, looking to pick off its prey, and there it goes, looking for Odesu, trying to find it with the boost and trying to find it with the next big drill peck. No, misses both of them. The Jukes and the Woodhammer keeping it around. However, Trevenant is going to go down.
Yeah, Lundru getting the KO on Bruv, who's just buying space, is a good KO for them. They're all over these birds as they're just shooting pot shots at a distance, getting that experience. This scoreline is incredibly thin. As I say that, the Regieleki hits, and we've got opportunities for some overcounts.
Big opportunities to score, big opportunities for stacks right here. Level-wise, things are going great for Talibobo. Score-wise, things are going great for Talibobo. You know, the last bracket didn't go well for Talibobo, but this one sure is.
Lundru uses their Unite move. Can they take care of Gatlu on this Urshifu? They're putting the pressure on Megu and Zervis leading the charge, but here comes Toonslim again with like a pincer maneuver trying to backdoor Nouns Esports. Doesn't quite find their mark, so Talibobo Believers retreats.
There we go, 140 to 21 here at the halfway point of our match. Sixie's in a lot of trouble right here. Huge pickup from Klaus, that combo. Now that they're at level 11, they just get those huge resets on their moves. Amazing stuff. They're gonna continue pushing right here, right into the face of Nouns. Unite move into the Delphox right here. They may have bitten off more than they can chew as they get taken down.
Yeah. Klaus was in the back line looking to do work, but what did it do, Spraggles? We talk about time management. Talibobo Believers forced them to take the Buzzwole so they could take the objective. They're moving through and they're getting their KOs back. Adesu's down, Gatlu's down. They said, you want the smoke? Well, you better see how good your lungs are. We're coming for you. Finding you coughing and wheezing right now. Toonslim staying relentless on keys as we see a Mew Unite in the top right corner of your screen there. They want this action. The goal zone is closed, and that's another KO for Lundaru.
Incredible stuff here from Talibobo, and you're right, sacrificing Buzzwole for the cause right there, saying you take the KO, we'll take the rest of them once Nouns comes down for this objective that we're going to secure.
Looks great. Toonslim with a good opportunity to just get some amount of points in. Little Woodhammer makes sure that it's only one of those 3 scores that lands, but Klaus again left alone up.
Yeah, Klaus already level 12. Glaceon level 12. Dodrio level 12 on the side of Talibobo. Level-wise, score-wise, everything-wise, they are up, up, up. This is looking great for Talibobo here at about the 3-minute, 30-second mark. Huge Buzzwole Unite, but it goes down to a wicked blow. Now Urshifu's coming in with a big Unite move of their own, but they're not able to seal it up. Eldegoss almost living on 1.
They get it. Surplus comes through, tons of damage, gets rained in, forces Nouns Esports to finally retreat, but good KOs for them in that particular exchange. Getting tuned there as well. Not a bad look. Nouns Esports shrinking this experience lead.
Yeah, I mean, look, getting this Regieleki is nice. It was great that they were able to zone that out. But a level 13 KO is a huge KO. I mean, that gives so much catch-up experience to the side of Nouns Esports. If you're a lower level than the Pokemon you KO, you get so much value in Unite. That's why you have to be careful not to give up too many big KOs, or the enemy team is right back there.
Yep, they still have a level lead here, 3 level 13s as they are moving down. The basement Reggie is a Regice, and they are going to melt this thing. We have just under 40 seconds until Rayquaza.
It looks like Nouns Esports not concerning themselves with this Regice right now. They're just letting it go down as they get all the experience on the map that they can find. They're looking for some big level breakpoints here. We do have the level 13 on the Delphox, which is very nice. They would love to have Gotlu get their level here, and of course, it's Unite Unite move. You can see every time they KO one of these wild Pokemon, their Unite move charges up. It is ready to go right now. Unite moves for every member here of Nouns Esports and every member here of Talibobo Believers. 5 seconds until Rayquaza makes its way to Thea Sky Ruins.
200 points separate these two teams. Nouns Esports trying to find a way, and the engagement begins. Who can they get on top of, though? Zervis peeling back. Nouns Esports moving a collective unit. They've already snuffed out Toon. They're trying to find it here. Glaceon Unite, Lunderu's coming through. They got to deal tons of it. Blitz assistance is big on the Gatlu. Trevor to Unite back the other way. Can they convert on this awesome Unite move? They're trying to find it, but yes, that's two. Lunderu's down. Can they get Megu? Zervis and just poor Klaus is taking all the hammers, taking an absolute beatdown. Nouns Esports staying relentless. They're all over them, but Toon is back. Can they get into the mix and cause some damage? They're trying to line it up. They're trying to find Klaus. Megu doesn't make it out of Daishu, gets them nice drill pack, tons of damage, but they get chip shotted back the other way. It's up to Zervis to keep them standing. Nouns Esports bubbles out this entire squad. They are low on HP. Can they make some magic happen?
Glaceon is coming back onto the map. Slowbro still has 5 seconds right now as they're pushing this fight, peeling off Rayquaza. Here we go. Buzzwole trying to make something happen. Picked up by the wicked blow there on Urshifu. Glaceon coming in, trying to take down the big tree right now as they are back onto Rayquaza, looking to get some type of secure. Dodria sneaking around back as this fight continues.
Surf plus, Toon's on the backside. They went and scored some more points. They have an opportunity for some good damage. Cotton Guard comes out. Lunderu, tons of damage on the Gatlu. Can they convert? KO streak of 2 for Lunderu. You tell who? That's the question. Drill pack, little jump kick, scissor kick to the dome. It's Mew for the save. Can they make it happen? They're peeling to score. Talibobo Believers can take this Rayquaza off the map. Buzzwole cuts them off, but they're leaving this Rayquaza at low HP. They're forcing Nouns Esports into the kitchen and saying, come deal with this. Hundo Burger's getting served up again.
Forcing them in the kitchen and cooking indeed. Who let Talibobo cook as they're taking game number 2 from Nouns Esports in one of the longest Rayquaza fights I have ever seen.
Yeah, that was 2 straight minutes of action, and they roar it to the final buzzer. Talibobo Believers win game 2. Listen, Nouns Esports, I said their back is against the wall. They play great from that position, but they're getting kicked out of the house right now. Talibobo Believers up 2-0 in our grand finals bracket reset.
Let's go up the stairs to make it to Yokohama. Obviously, an incredible sign out there in the audience, and it's gonna be a big sign for Talibobo as they're starting to sweep this series. Well, once again, this is Nouns Esports territory. Back against the wall, they need to turn it on and perform right now. They are down 2 games in this reset. As you can see right here, Talibobo once again just controlling this thing. I think letting Toon have that Dodrio is an absolute mistake.
Yeah, it's looking rough. And I know they want to ban out the Hoopa because Hoopa is such an impactful Pokemon. But if you take a look at the numbers here, I mean 75k damage eclipsing every other player in the game. They were an absolute oppressive menace once they got to that level 13. Even they gave up a KO to Nouns Esports, and it almost felt like it didn't matter. They were running to score, coming back, having an impact. Zervis, though, legendary healing game out of Eldegoss. Those are Blissey numbers, those are Clefable numbers, but they're doing it with the Battle Goss, making it look like the support Pokemon to pick.
In fact, they're identical almost to those Blissey numbers, which is pretty unheard of for an Eldegoss, but Zervis is just making some amazing plays with this Pokemon. I think that Eldegoss is such an impactful unit on the battlefield. Let's take a look at some big moments from that game and see what happened here in game 2. Talibobo taking another big win.
Yeah, it started off early. They force out the Adesu Unite here. They're forced to peel a little bit, but Talibobo Believers are just keep pressing, keep pressing, keep pressing. And I think they finally found a recipe to success for Bruv's tree because it wasn't having the same cataclysmic impact to their game plan as it had in other games prior.
Yeah, here we go. A great fight here from Nouns. They take down Dodrio early. They're just not able to finish this thing off. Dodrio coming in with a huge drill peck right now. Buzzwole going down, but as you can see right here, Toon Slim coming back in. The Glaceon now. Lunderu doing tons of damage right here. Another KO. That's 2 as they continue to push That's 3 for the Glaceon, and down goes Rayquaza. Tally Bobo Believers taking game 2 right here. Nouns Esports 1 game away from losing this thing.
I'll tell you what, the hottest commodity in EU might be Lundaroo after this day. Who's going to look at that player and say, we could really use somebody of your caliber on our team? They are playing out of their gourd.
Yeah, incredible stuff right here. The MVP, Cutie Pie. I'm sorry, Toon Slim. He will soon be changing his name to Cutie Pie. I've heard that that's definitely going to happen. On the Dodrio, 75,000 damage, 300 points, 5 KOs.
Fun fact about Toon Slim, they said if they win this event, they're going to buy new shoes. So there you go.
Really?
Yeah, seems like something somebody would do.
That is fun, yeah.
Yeah, why not?
You know what? I'll buy new shoes too if they win.
Sure, we're all in. We're all in for new
that
shoes.
Statement right now. I'm getting some new shoes.
We're all in for new shoes, but let's talk about Game 3. Because Nouns Esports, like we said before, back against the wall, they certainly know how to fight from this position. However, if they lose this one, Tally Bobo Believers are going to be your EU Aeos Cup champions.
That is right, and they have multiple games to give too. However, they don't want to do that. They are on a hot streak, and they are ready to shut this thing down. Urshifu banned out, Trevenant banned out. Tally Bobo giving them the possibility of taking Espeon right here, and we're going to have to see if that's something that Nouns wants or if they want to grab the Hoopa.
Keith says, give me the Hoopa. If it's available, I want it. You see Klaus shaking their head. Yep, we could have predicted that. Slowbro insta-locked, of course, for the Tally Bobo Believers. They're on something with that Pokemon Lundaroo taking their Espeon.
And here we go. The Dodrio possibly come out as this pick. They just can't keep giving it over to Toon Slim. No. It's been way too impactful in these games. No, possibly moving off of it right here. Gatlu switching in, taking the bird. Bruv taking the Mr. Mime, their signature Pokemon.
I love what Nouns Esports is going for here. Gatlu also has a great Dodrio. This isn't like we have to take it so Toon doesn't have it. This is a pick that Gatlu is very happy with. They've taken it in other positions and done great work. We've seen them get multiple player of the games on that Pokemon today.
Now we're going to have to see what these two picks are. A very similar squad that we've seen through most of this for Tally Bobo. Sixie's possibly pulling out the Talonflame. We might have ourselves a bit of a bird composition right here. We've got the Decidueye. We've got the Talonflame. 3 birds for Nouns Esports. No birds for Tally Bobo.
Yeah, some, what is it, ornithological? That's something. That's a word that I think means birds somewhere. But all that to be said, Nouns are doing that.
Yeah.
Tons of birds. And we saw them use this exact composition to tons of success earlier. And a Desu on the Decidueye. Let's see some of those big-time Spirit Shackles.
We've got the Charizard coming back out for Tally Bobo. We saw them play this earlier in the tournament. I don't think we've seen it at all against Nouns. Charizard, the benefit of some recent buffs on this Pokemon. So we're going to have to see how that works out here in this game number 3 of our bracket reset. Nouns needs this. They need this to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, for Toon Slim, I'm looking at the Charizard. We saw Charizard play earlier today. It has one of the fastest Unite recharge timers in the game. We want to see Toon Slim burning through those Unite moves. They need to be picking off Gatlu as soon as they enter to engage. Anytime Sixties is in, you want to get every one of those converted to a KO, and you want to do it a lot.
Taking a look at our crowd right here, taking a look at what they're playing for. The Aeos Cup Trophy, their share of $25,000, the most championship points awarded this season so far, and the bragging rights of being the best in EU and maybe the best team in the world.
These teams are fighting it out to the bitter end. Again, for Nouns, what this means for them, if they can dispatch the Tally Bobo Believers in 3 straight games, not only are they your Aeos Cup champions, they take that #1 championship point slot for EU.
Here we go, heading into game number 3. Nouns Esports really needs a win right here. Tally Bobo Believers looking to become your Aeos Cup champions.
Tally Bobo Believers really, again, about they earned the crown in February, they didn't relinquish it in March, and I don't think they plan on doing it now. Yes, they're in the bracket reset, but they're up 2 games. Let's just close the door on this thing.
Got a Desu here in this bottom half, taking the long way around so we can get a stack on that attack weight early. Just going to make those Spirit Shackles deal even more damage right here. So up in the top path, we got ourselves a Talonflame that's going to have to try to out-secure a Buzzwole.
Yeah, Adesu caught on the backside, but they do get the last hit on that and another stack, and now they're just going to try and leash these two players around. Yes, they get KO'd, but that's exactly what they expected. Stacks are important for them right now.
In for stacks, that's what I always say. They really need those. Nice secure there by Bruv getting their level 4. They are going to have their confusion right now. Toon, Slim, and Gotlu running into each other in this central area. Toon on the chase right now, hits with the flamethrower, gives them that burst of speed, but not able to chase Gotlu down, as we might be fighting here in the bottom path right now.
Toon really wants to get some of these. Megu gets poached by Gatlu though, but Gatlu's so low, and the shot comes in from the Slowbro, giving them a KO. Good work by Megu to buy time, find a KO for the team, and let Toon contest for the Swablu.
I'm telling you, Megu's Slowbro is just a thing of beauty. They are so incredibly good with this Pokemon. Fighting up here in this top path. 60, see if they can do anything here to the Buzzwole. Buzzwole saying, no, I'm coming right back in. I'm going to pick you up, I'm going to set you down, and you'll wake up in the Pokemon Center.
I mean, Buzzwole treating that Talonflame like the bird from Dumb and Dumber. It is looking broken after that attack.
Here we go. Gotlu up in our top path. Getting some experience right here as we have multiple members of Nouns possibly getting ready for the fight here in the center, but it looks like Talon needs the help in the bottom path as Talibobo's putting points on the board. No one's there to stop him.
Gatlu wants these birds that do get a good crop of them. Are they going to engage on Toon, though? Toon's feeling very aggressive with their support squad around them, and Zervis, we know, has the ability to keep these players healthy and strong and fighting.
Here we go. Bruv pushing forward here, getting Megu to peel back a little bit. Toon already level 7 right here, looking great. We got a level 7 on our Decidueye as well, which means it has evolved. It does have that Spirit Shackle in the bottom path. Gotlu chasing this down. Toon coming right back in to see if it can pick up a KO right here. Gotlu in a lot of trouble, and it does go down. 60's coming back, though, for a nice pickup on that KO, secured by the Hoopa, who gets sent up into the air. Huge Spirit Shackle, and now Buzzwole's got to run here. Who is able to take this down? No, he slammed him down and sent him back home through the hyperspace hole. Come on.
Desu culling through, putting tons of pressure on, forcing Klaus to take both berries, but the hyperspace highway's back open, and we've got the basement Reggie here. Lundru's all over Bruv. They're half HP. They get snuffed by the surf. They're drowning a little bit. Forced to retreat. Bruv has tons of HP gone. They're going to blank out and catch the reset with the Hoopa Geese.
Reggie Seal getting very low right here. We don't have incredible secure with the Spirit Shackle, but we do have a Talonflame who takes to the sky right here. A little too early, secured there by the Slowbro. Once again, first Reggie taken by Megu.
Why use abilities when you can just press B, Spraggles? They're getting it done. Megu seals up another objective. They've had a couple of those in this matchup only, and you know when you get one from Slowbro, you're like, okay, we didn't expect that, but we're happy we got you.
Here we go, up to the top path right here. It looks like they might be keeping Bruv here in the bottom path. I don't know. He might want to weigh up there right now as we are fighting over Regieleki, just being ripped apart here by Nouns. Big secure from the Spirit Shackle.
Yep, and that's what they're using that for, is the secure. Gatlu going for the engage. They get picked up by Buzzwole, but they're able to make it to the berry. 60's getting 30 points in. They're trying to collapse. Megu with the surf to cut them off. Lundru tries to get them with that big side shock. Doesn't quite get it. Zervis, in the meanwhile, sorting out a bird with 3 heads.
Ooh, huge Spirit Shackle there. And look, we've got Talibobo believers on the run. Charizard, however, takes him up into the sky. Roast 2!
Look, you serve birds after cooking them, and they are serving up meals out here. You talking about who's letting Talibobo cook? Well, right now, Toon Slim's in the kitchen.
Once again, Toon Slim just with a dominant performance right there. Being chased, call an ambulance, but not for Toon right there, as they pick up a nice double KO with that Unite move. And as we talked about before, Charizard's Unite move's on a very low cooldown. All you gotta do, head back, get some more wild Pokemon, and you'll have it for the next fight.
Look at where 60's and Gatlu are. They're putting pressure on Toon. They know they have an opportunity if they work together, if they take to the sky, but Toon says, I can fly too, and I'm on the chase. Fire Blast goes down just onto the objective, but the chase is on. Good cutoff by Bruv on that wall to make sure that Toon couldn't convert on more big KOs.
We got the Hoopa with the Unite move, bringing Nouns Esports down to this bottom path. There's the slow beam on Gotlu. I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to pick it up. Yes, they are. No, runs out with their Unite move. Able to escape somehow. Charizard does have its Unite back up, however, so it's gonna be able to take to the skies at any moment.
Yeah, 2 great focus fire Unite moves from Talibobo believers. They got an opportunity here. Mr. Mime is going deep. Bruv is Spirit Fingers. Believers and trying to get everybody's attention. KO by 60s on top of Toon. That's a good one to sort out as they go straight for a score, putting that thing at 2. We're collapsing back onto the objective. Spirit Shackle from way downtown. Chunks, and the Espeon catches the 60s. Can they convert onto a KO on the 60s? They do. Back the other way. Bruv laying in walls, trying to make magic happen. Resisteel is literally walking to the team saying, you have to deal with me. That's why you're here, right?
Here we go. Charizard up into the sky. Huge Spirit Shackle, able to take down the Espeon, but Charizard pushing forward. Right now, Nouns Esports scattering right here to make sure that this dragon can't breathe any more fire.
I mean, the Registeel just getting leashed and leashed and leashed as Nouns Esports is going for this break to give themselves some sort of advantage in this bottom path, but the pressure's back the other way. 60's getting cooked up, half HP, they have to reset. Registeel coming through, and finally it looks like we might be focusing on this Registeel itself. Klaus is the Buzzwole, but we haven't heard much from him. We see the big knock-knock arrow, tons of damage to Registeel, doesn't close the door on anybody. Who's gonna seal it up? Coming through is 60's on top of the Buzzwole, sealing the objective at the same time. 60's.
Picks up a big KO, picks up the objective, flies right to the center right here, taking out the birds, saying, I'm Big Bird, and this is not Sesame Street. Moving up to the top path here, Dodrio, Decidueye, Talonflame, they're all just hanging out. I mean, birds of a feather, they flock together.
Indeed. Level experiences is kind of wonky here. Talibobo Believers have the biggest player, but the levels across Nouns Esports looks a little cleaner as the Buzzwole comes through, tries to get a KO, but it's 60's reminding everyone that Talonflame can get it done, but just in time to get eaten up by who? Toon on the Charizard, who's eating good when it comes to the birds.
Back and forth, incredible stuff here from both teams. I love that, using Talonflame's fly to negate all the damage from Buzzwole's second slam on that Unite move. That was really impressive. And then Toon decided to come up here and say, all right, enough of this stuff, okay? I gotta KO you guys so you can leave.
I've had enough of this nonsense. 30 seconds left until what could be the last Rayquaza of the Aeos Cup. Talibobo Believers way behind on the scoreboard. However, they do have a level 14 Charizard in Toon.
Yeah, that's a huge, huge deal right here. Charizard actually hiding up in this top path. They know that 60's could try to make a goal happen right here. They want to catch them. They do not have a Unite move, but they have enough to push them off the goal, and they're actually continuing this chase. Nouns Esports is not sure whether or not that Charizard has a Unite, but actually 3 members of Talibobo do not yet have their Unite moves.
Yeah, and we see just those Spirit Shackles. Desu's just trying to find a target. They're trying to chunk them and force the Believers to reset. This Eldegoss is in pocket. They've got a good opportunity to withstand at least one of those and keep this battle roaring. But right now, we are posturing.
Yeah, you can see they're using the tall grass just to try to figure out where everyone is on the side of Talibobo Believers. Gotlu right here, finding the slow row, having to run away, worried a little bit about that slow beam. Charizard's Unite move now back up, so is Espeon's right here, as another Spirit Shackle just flying. No, possibly a shot in the dark does not happen. Toon Slim into the air.
Boom! Suplex from space, and they're trying to burn it down, but 3 players in Nouns Esports converge. The Hoopa Unite is out. Geese is trying to push everybody 3 as we're watching Toon get back in the mix. Rayquaza solo, they're trying to melt it down. Who took it? Dodrio gets it! Dodrio gets it! Come on! Everybody's scrambling to score. Zervis is on the backside. They're going to the tier 2 goal zone, but it's a Hundo Burgers going in for Nouns Esports.
Zervis ran past that tier 1 goal. Obviously, someone from Talibobo was assuming that they would make it their way down to that bottom path. Not able to make it happen. Nouns continues to rain points in. 583 now to 49. Nouns is right back in this thing. Big KO on the slow bro. You know, whenever that happens. Let's see. Finally.
Yeah, there it was. They were just sitting on the goal zone, not moving anymore, realizing that their push to the goal zones was wonky and uncoordinated, that they didn't really have a chance here. So they kind of threw this one away. You had a game to give. They certainly gave this one up. Nouns Esports coming back in a big way, winning by over 500.
Take a look at that. Top and bottom tier 1 goals still there for Nouns Esports. Talibobo Believers getting bird diff hard.
The Charizard coming through did great in the face of the birds, but no one else really did. Another flame sweep, chips into the wall for 60's. No problem. I've done that
that is
too many times.
Talonflame Unite that we all run into. We're like, boy, I thought that was going to be good, and I went right into a wall.
Oh, but I mean, every time 60's took to the sky, they were getting quality KOs. They were making it happen. We're going to have to bounce back here. The Talibobo Believers were like, we were 1 game away, and now we got to keep on playing. put another 10 minutes on the clock.
Nouns Esports right back in this thing. They need to win another 2 in a row. But you would not believe this if it wasn't true and you hadn't seen it. They have done this before. They have gone all the way through a bracket reset, lost the first 2, and come back and won 3 in a row. This is what this team can do. Sometimes I just think they just like to be up on the stage.
Well, yeah, might as well yuck it up while you're up there, right? Earn all the limelight you can, and they're earning it here in spades. They are 2 games away still from winning the Aeos Cup, but you got to take one step at a time, and they needed to win that game 3, and they did.
Yeah, that was a really impressive game for them. Adesu right back in their comfort zone on this Decidueye. 82,000 damage and no one close on the map. I mean, those Spirit Shackles were doing serious work for Nouns Esports.
You want to take a look at how important and impressive a number is. Adesu's damage taken, 16K.
Yeah.
16K. Bruv and Geese were always in front of Adesu, just letting them work, letting them work, letting them work.
Yeah, I mean, that's the incredible stuff that you see right there when you have an amazing defender, supporter, player like that on the side of Nouns Esports. You have the ability to just make sure that your squishy little owl stays nice and safe and able to throw those arrows from 1,000 miles away.
Well, that's what's fun about having a 3-bird composition. Adesu can just lace in those Spirit Shackles, but there's so much chaos being caused by the Talonflame and the Dodrio up front that you really can't get the focus on the right Pokemon when you need to, which lets Adesu work again unencumbered.
Let's take a look at some big moments from that last game. Game 3, which could have been the last game for Nouns Esports. However, Talibobo Believers not able to shut them down. Nouns looking amazing here in Game 3.
Yeah, Talibobo Believers looked really strong at the start of this one. I mean, your tune was getting big early, but Nouns Esports found another gear, and it was really when Adesu came online, they were making it happen.
Incredible stuff right here. I love this moment from Toon. It looked like they were going down and they pick up a huge double KO. Look at that Mr. Mime Unite right there, just into the face of your opponent, stunning them the entire time.
Doing great work, but there we have the Spirit Shackle coming through, clipping Lundaroo there in short order. Nouns taking an objective. They take another one here as the Regieleki is pushing into the face of the Believers.
Another play that was just so fun. Talonflame avoiding all the damage from that second slam on that Unite move taken to the sky. And here you go, big boosted attack sealing up the Rayquaza for Nouns Esports.
Gatlu really putting the team on their back there, making sure they can take that big time objective and win that game.
Here we go. Talibobo in trouble, or is Nouns going home next game? We're going to find out. Talonflame, 6Cs, our MVP. Yeah, I mean, they were pretty incredible. That KO of not only Registeel, but Buzzwole at the same time was pretty beautiful.
Yeah, 4 KOs. We saw that KO streak of 2 in the top path. You mentioned when the Buzzwole went for its Unite move, it hit that fly. Tons of points, though. They were scoring. 6Cs was scoring, making sure that they were stretching that lead out and putting Talibobo in an awkward spot.
And now we are going to head into a Game 4. Now, this is where Nouns at our first bracket was able to shut down Talibobo. Talibobo looking to do that same thing here in Game 4. Nouns needs to win the next 2 in a row. Talibobo just needs 1 more win to become your Aeos Cup champions.
They don't want this to go any further.
No.
Talibobo wants to end this because, like you said, Nouns Esports is used to making these types of runs. You got to shut that down, and you got to do it now because at Game 5 in a bracket reset, Nouns Esports has won those before.
Yeah, they are very good in this situation. Talibobo right now, you can see a more serious side of them as they lose that match. Obviously, they wanted to shut this thing down and become champions right here. Nouns Esports right back in this, focused, fired up, and ready for this next game.
Ready to go. 6C's a great add to this team. They've been working for Nouns, making possibilities and opportunities happen for Adesu and Gatlu, who are historically the shining stars and the ones you always see in the player of the games. But that is all facilitated, again, by the cast of characters around them, Bruv, Geese, and 6C's.
Now you can see we're taking a look at Talibobo Believers right here up on the main stage. A lot changes when you're up on that main stage. Like we've said, you know, you could fuel yourself off of it, that excitement, that energy, that adrenaline. It also could sink you. It's a big moment. You're in front of a packed house, Hi, hello. And you're taking a look at, you know, a whole group of people who are cheering for you, a whole group of people who are cheering for your enemies right now. It's pretty intense.
Yeah, I mean, we have a packed house in there watching these grand finals. I mean, we are going into another game 4 of the grand finals. And like I said, Tally Bobo Believers does not want this thing to go to a game 5. I want it to go to a game 5. I want more Pokemon Unite.
I want a ton more Pokemon Unite. I mean, either way this goes, we are watching 2 of the best teams in the world in an absolute slugfest right now for this championship. Tally Bobo Believers, your purple team. Nouns Esports, your orange team. As we head in here to game number 4, we are in our pick and ban phase. And we've got Espeon and we've got Hoopa. Nouns really does not want Tally to pick up Hoopa.
No, not at all. I'm looking at Tally Bobo. They're going to lock in Slowbro. Nouns Esports going to get some great options here. That Dodrio remains in the equation. You have to ask, is this Slowbro always being first picked by the Tally Bobo Believers going to be the recipe for success? Back-to-back quality picks. Don't let the Glaceon go to the Believers because you want to play that Dodrio.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see Tally Bobo say, all right, well, we're not going to give them Glaceon and or Shifu. We're not going to give them that combo. We did just lose out on our bird right here. Zervis quickly picking up that Eldegoss. They have just been so incredibly impactful with this Pokemon. Bruv looking to possibly bring the tree out of retirement, well, out of being banned every game by Tally Bobo here. Geese possibly bringing Comfey into the match, and they are.
And it allows Tally Bobo Believers to get a late Mew, which I love that pick. You know, get yourself an Electro Ball to play into the face of Gatlu as the Dodrio. We're going to see where this last pick goes. We talked about Aegislash and its theoretical advantage into a Dodrio, and Tally Bobo Believers seem to agree. However, last time they did this to combat a Dodrio, they took that L.
See, there's a little bit of a conversation happening on the side of Nouns Esports. Maybe they're deciding what counters this Aegislash best. Also, you know, they did such great work with Talonflame last game that it might just be the way to go for Nouns as they lock in that final pick.
Again, we could be just a few moments away from the last game in the Aeos Cup if Tally Bobo Believers, but Nouns Esports, they want another one after this.
That's right. If Nouns has anything to say about it, they are taking this all the way to a game number 5, and they are winning this thing right here. Every single match is so important from this point out. One more win, Tally Bobo wins the whole thing. The lion's share of the $25,000. The most championship points awarded throughout any tournament this season. And of course, the title of Aeos Cup Champions here.
I mean, Nouns Esports already has one of these, Spraggles, and they are looking for their opportunity to step back into the #1 spot here in EU. Tally Bobo Believers have kind of been running through this EU scene for the last couple months, and they want that piece of hardware to validate their successes so far, and they're 1 game away.
Here we go. We are loading in right now. Game number 4. Nouns Esports wants to take this to a game number 5. Tally Bobo looking to shut this thing down. Let's go.
Klaus going to be that little cub food jumping right in the middle. We've seen it before. No surprises here. Of course, on Nouns Esports, the Dodrio going through the center so they can hit their level 5 as well.
Yeah. Great stuff here from both of these teams. I think this is a solid draft for both of them. I think one big X factor is going to be this Aegislash. We've seen it perform pretty well, especially in the hands of Toon, but not perform particularly well inside of this tournament as we are getting some early stacks on our sword.
Yeah, decent engage there, but didn't quite get it. Question mark, there's gonna see if there's a follow-up. No, Comfey can't get them in range to get the KO. Toon Slim still working. They want to stack some more.
Nice big secures here by Toon Slim, and it looks like they might even possibly evolve here right now over to Dual Blade.
A Desu level 4, Bruv as well. Of course, Bruv wants to get to that Trevenant level 5 and really be able to lead the charge for a Desu so they can pop off and start raining in damage.
Gatlu here in the top path, hiding in the tall grass, wearing that flower crown. As we can see, Urshifu also making it up right here. Nice big drill peck, pulls the wild Pokemon, but here comes Urshifu to clean this up.
And it is a rapid strike. Urshifu able to get that KO and a quick 17 points, and the re-engage happens. They get a KO on Toon. The follow-up, is it there? That's the big question mark. They're locked out, locked in, and they pick up the KO. No follow-up on Geese just yet. Klaus still going deep, though, as there's another ride for the Comfy.
Yeah, they were able to pick up the KO on the Aegislash right there, but getting KO'd themselves, definitely not worth it. Not a great exchange for Nouns Esports.
Talibobo Believers do have a small experience advantage here as Gatlu is getting chunked real low. Rapid strike sorting it out, and they're going to get a collateral Geese KO here too. Zervis putting the pressure on, but intelligently letting Klaus get the KO so they can rack up some more experience.
Incredible stuff. Already level 8 in that top path. Nouns Esports in trouble early right here. Here comes the Aegislash. That entire time it was able to head to the central area, get all the experience it needed so it could put on a cape and a top hat.
Something I want to point out, Lundru has been on these evolutions all day long, but one of their comfort picks and a gold badge Pokemon for them is in fact the Mew, so they have to be happy to get one of their favorite Pokemon to play.
Gatlu in a lot of trouble right here, possibly being saved by the Comfy, but here comes Aegislash to see if they can shut it down, and they do, just putting so much pressure on this top path.
They are going to do some work on this goal zone too. Adesu and Bruv need to make some magic happen in the bottom path because it is not it in the top path right now.
Got a level 8 here for this Glaceon, so things seem to be going pretty well here for Nouns in this bottom path. We got 10 seconds now until this bottom Reggie spawns. Talonflame just coming in to say hi. It's got a flame charge, no fly, so it can get out.
Yeah, flying and dodging Electro Ball, not a bad look either. As now the basement Regice has hit the map. They're working through. Woodhammers come out, and there we're trying to move in. We have a Unite move. Glaceon back the other way. Can they get the KO and get the Comfy hitched off the ride? They do. Oh man, Klaus is big. Are you joking? The follow-up is happening on Lundru. They take the skies again, and that's a crash landing with the Comfy. Holy smokes, that's the best looking Talonflame with a hula hoop I've ever seen in my life. KO streak of 4.
Incredible stuff here for Nouns, and they are right back in this. Toon Slim stuck between a tree and a Dodrio, a rock and a hard place. That hard place being Bruv. They're trying to get out of this, running, using the boosted attack to possibly escape. Here comes the wide guard. They're just doing everything they can to make it home, but I don't know, buddy. I think you might be done here.
Oh yeah, finished indeed as the pressure continues. A nice wide guard there, but again, they're just burning time. You're gonna get KO'd anyways. Movement out of Klaus as they get a nice KO on Adesu. Oh, Dodrio Unite, and they want to engage on Klaus. They want this KO. They're kind of moving out of the way, but the chase continues. They're hopping around, they're darting around. It's Fly, it's Sixies, crash landing like a meteor right on top of Urshifu.
Talonflame picking up another huge KO right there. This is payback for how bad the start of the match was going for Nouns Esports, because they are cleaning up right here. Taking out the trash, that trash for them being Talibobo Believers, and nice fly to avoid the boosted there.
Yeah, I mean, great look by Sixies. They are experienced on this Talonflame, and they're using it in very unique ways, everything at their disposal to stay on top of this opposing squad. Klaus is Unite limited to just 4 hits. They're pushing forward. Bruv Woodhammers through, but now they're catching the rest of the hits all the way up to 18. Can they get a couple more? No, Woodhammers come out, they're stunned. Sixies looking for the engage. Can they take to the skies and get a KO? Dace uses their Unite move. They're trying to get the follow-up, but Toon gets the KO on them. Excuse me, Lundaroo gets the KO on them, and now they're surfing through. They blocked off Sixies, and they're gonna get this KO as well. KO streak of 3, says Lundaroo. Can they get the 4th? Nah, Toon says, let me in on the action.
Incredible fight here from Talibobo, and they are right back in this thing after giving up a couple big fights moments ago. They take Reggie, they take 3 KOs. They do get taken out for it there, the Aegislash, but now we have 2 seconds until we have a bottom Reggie spawning. Really, actually, no one ready for this one. We have 2 members, now 3 of Talibobo Believers heading to that bottom path for Regirock.
Regirock has appeared. Talibobos are definitely around, and they're doing tons of damage, half HP. We're gonna look for a prey here. That's a big Unite move coming through. They're gonna put the pressure on. Who are they gonna target for the KO? Is it Lundaroo? Nice slow beam by Megu. They try to lift them up. Can they get it done? They do. They sort out the objective. They take care of Gatlu and Geese. Meanwhile, Talibobo Believers are trying to hold down this top goal zone. Sixies on the backside. Big Woodhammer comes out, but doesn't quite find its mark as they get at least a KO on Zervis and Toon here and close out that goal zone.
Massive overcap in that top path right there for Nouns. Puts them back in the lead. Bruv in a lot of trouble right here, throwing out the Woodhammers, but they are not going to make it home. Big double KO there for Klaus.
This Rapid Strike Urshifu has looked very strong here. And look, they're just lowering these Swablu and Altaria for Klaus specifically. 60's going to score here. They're just saying, hey, I'm here, and trying to leash the Talibobo believers along.
Yeah, now, I mean, something that Talonflame can really do, its mobility is just so incredible. Get head down to this bottom goal here if it wanted to. It also could just move through the central area, pick up a blue buff like it did, put a couple points on the board, maybe sneak back. I mean, look, if they're not watching it, they can make another score happen.
Megu just trying to get some wild Pokemon to gain some experience. Nice wide guard in the face of Bruv, forces them to horn leech away. But now Megu's getting sieged here. Glaceon Unite, they're doing the follow-up. They get poached by the Dodrio. Big drill peck. Tons of points going in. Trying to close this goal zone. Toonslim pulls up for the smoke. They want the action. Can they get a couple KOs? No, they get KO'd themselves. A bird just snapping that sword like a plastic spoon. Just getting rid of it.
Incredible stuff there from Nouns. As soon as Toon landed, the goal was already gone, so couldn't fight there. And they're able to pick up this Reggie Alecki. Things are going great for Nouns right now. 40 seconds until Ray spawns. Woo! That was a big solar beam.
That was a huge solar beam. 60's just left on a sliver of health. So is Bruv. They're able to make it back with a clean reset. Nouns Esports up big on the scoreboard here. They just need to babysit these last 2 minutes and 20-ish seconds.
They let the Reggie Alecki walk. We're going to have Talonflame move up to the top path and dunk another 50 points right here. Yes, they are. We do have Reggie Steele on the bottom path, and it looks like Talibobo is actually looking for it here. They recognize they're way behind on points. The only thing they can do is win a huge fight right here. 162-389. They secure that Reggie Steele, so they're going to be stronger attack-wise as they head into this fight. Trevenant getting pushed back a little bit right here. They're finding a push. It is in, and they are moving.
Yeah, but they're getting flanked here. Here comes 60's. They want the engage. They take the skies and actually bait out and retreat. Bruv peels back as well with their Horn Leech. Talibobo believes they're looking for engagement. They found one. They KO'd Bruv in short order. Now they have the engagement across the board. Big Flame Sweep comes through, puts them in a mix. The Lundru gets a KO. 2 players for Nouns down. Can they find another one? The movement is real with Klaus as they want to target down Gatlu. Gatlu eats an Electro Ball, but they're trying to get on Lundru, forcing out their Unite move. Adesu is peeling down to the center. And can they make it happen? They're coming in. Can they use this Icy Wind? Gatlu engages again, but they are getting so low. No way. Comfy Unite keeps them up. They're moving back to the middle. Rayquaza is getting melted. Who's going to take this thing down? It's Service! It's Service! It's Service! Now we're on the scramble score. They're up by 220. They need to get these points, and their shields are getting melted. Service doesn't have anything in the tank. They're going to get KO'd. Talibobo Believers got Rayquaza, but the points are going in the other way.
332-389. This is not over, even though they did not secure Rayquaza, but more points are going in for Talibobo as they run towards this central area. Nouns Esports scoring in the main base. We've got Dodrio, we've got Comfy. Comfy not able to score right here, but Dodrio puts a ton of points in right now. 43 seconds left, though. If Gatlu does not make it home, this could be very bad for Nouns Esports. We are running from this Mew, the eject button to chase, as we have Klaus with more points looking to score. They are still behind. They need to make this happen. 382, 549, 25 seconds left on the clock. Talibobo Believers are trying to shut this down right now as 4 members of Talibobo move towards this bottom goal.
They are trying to get points in short order. This lead is shrinking, but it's still over 100. Glaceon Unite, they're going to be able to shell in a ton of damage. Wideguard tries to make it happen. Slow Beam comes through. Talibobo Believers are sieging. They got 68, but they need about 110. The scramble to score. If this goes in, that could make it happen, but they... Oh, it went in! 30-24 from the Urshifu.
How
Are you
close
kidding me?
is this?
Are you kidding me? This could be our Aeos Cup. This could be our Aeos Cup.
Nouns Esports, Talibobo. If Tally takes this, they win right now. Nouns Esports loses. Talibobo wins the Aeos Cup. They take it in commanding fashion with a last-second score. Your Aeos Cup champions, Talibobo Believers.
Gee, gosh, what is that? Come on, 200-point differential. They take Rayquaza in a big way. Service nonetheless. The Eldegoss sealing it up, but the tidal wave came back immediately the other way, crashing on their home goal pad, crashing on the beach. 200 points separate them, and the push of an absolute century with points raining in with no time on the clock.
Talibobo Believers gets it done once again. Nouns Esports looking incredible. Valiant effort right here. But you can see Talibobo's fans absolutely ecstatic in the crowd. Incredible stuff. Absolutely time to hug it out. That was a war. That was a battle. That was one of the greatest series of Pokemon Unite between these two teams I have ever had the pleasure to cast.
That's why this game is the best. You get it down to the wire. That is hype. Come, Spraggles, a bracket reset and a game like that? Come on.
The moments that happen in Pokemon Unite, the way these games can go, coming down to that last score right there. I mean, it's just so amazing right here. You can see him cheering in the stands. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff.
You have to give it up for Nouns again. What an amazing rally back. And I think ultimately what we learned today is that Talibobo believers may have won the Aeos Cup, may have won the February finals, may have won the March finals, but the gap between Talibobo believers and the rest of the EU ain't that big.
That's right. Talibobo still looking incredible right here, but Nouns having a fantastic performance. Talibobo, however, I would say cementing their place as the #1 team in EU, maybe even cementing their place as the best team in the world. We're going to see if anyone can ever knock them off that pedestal. Another thing that's on a pedestal is some Aeos Cup trophies, and they're going to be handed over to Talibobo.
They have, that is a visual representation, a physical representation of how dominant this team has been. To put that on your bookshelf is something that they've been thinking about since they got here. The money's great, the championship points are important, but that trophy, like Chris Hero said, stitches you in the history books of Pokemon Unite.
There we go. The audience so excited about this victory right here. I mean, what a series. One of the best series of Pokemon Unite. Just absolutely incredible right here. As we've said, the packed house in the London XL Convention Center has just been going crazy for Pokemon Unite all weekend. Taking pictures on stage, taking pictures of the champs, and there they are. Talibobo believers grabbing their trophies.
Yeah,
congratulations, gentlemen. You are the Aeos Cup champions. Hey, Pikachu's here.
Pikachu's like, hey, normally I'm front and center, but right now it's all about the Talibobo believers. And if you don't believe in this team, you believe in the wrong thing. Talibobo, your Aeos Cup champions.
Fun fact, Chris Heroes and Zoinks are in that Pikachu suit, both operating half of it right here as Talibobo believers taking their victory lap on the main stage.
You can hear the reactions, you can see how full the crowd is, and what was an absolute banger of a matchup, bracket reset, game 4, and to go to the wire like that, what else can you ask for, Spraggles?
Really incredible stuff. Really incredible stuff. Zoinks did pop out of that Pikachu outfit for just a second, so Chris Heroes is going to operate the rest of it. We have Zoinks on the main stage with our Grand Finals champion, Talibobo believers. Take it away, Zoinks.
Thank you very much, Spraggles. I get to be on stage with your grand champions, the Talibobo believers, one more time for your champions of the Aeos Cup. An incredible game. It was so fun to watch your team play. An amazing, successful run from the winner's side. It got close near the end, but how did it feel going into a bracket reset versus a team as strong as Nouns?
It was a bit scary, but it's just a whole new set. Just gotta focus on that, one game at a time.
Fair enough. All right, we are going to give the mic here over to Mego, and Pikachu is here on stage congratulating as well. Mego, here you are. What an incredible game win. Your Slowbro, stuff of legends, turning heads all weekend long. I mean, you look like the best Slowbro in the world. How do you get that good?
I'm just playing my role. I'm just having a great team, an amazing team with me, and I think that's all. I just believe in them, they believe in me, and this is where the work is doing.
Amazing, yeah. And Zervis, the team captain. You've got this team through thick and thin. It got pretty thick in this matchup as you had a very close game and a amazing finish to this matchup, down to the wire. I mean, how do the comms look in a situation like that?
A little bit chaotic. We kept telling chill, 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 but in the end we just pulled through and we were all so happy. As the new ones and Klaus and me, who did not have the best run last year in London, so it means the world to us. So happy.
Amazing, amazing. And Klaus, what a performance from you. So many different Pokemon on the battlefield. It looked so good. Talent looked amazing. I mean, you've earned a lot of fans today, but do you have anything to shout out towards your fans at home?
Thank you for cheering on me. I will do my best in the next cup, and hopefully this year we will in Japan.
Good stuff. And Lundaroo, you had some pretty big shoes to fill in for a squad like Tally Bobo Believers, but I think you convinced everybody here today you deserve to be up on this stage and hoisting that trophy. I mean, how does it feel to be filling in for Tally Bobo and winning the whole thing?
It feels amazing. Obviously, it's hard to feel for Utah. Utah is probably the best player in EU, but I'm super glad and blessed to have like awesome teammates, and it was such a blessing to play with them, and yeah, we had a really
wonderful. Well, another huge round of applause for Tally Bobo Believers. An amazing tournament win. And now we are going to throw it back to our casters.
What a series, what a tournament, what a time for Pokemon Unite. Live here in the London XL Convention Center. You can feel it. I mean, the energy in the room is insane. Huge congratulations to Tally Bobo Believers. Once again, they have made a believer out of me.
I don't know how you can't believe in this team at this point. I mean, they even not only were the best team, they came with a little bit of adversity when, you know, Lundaroo mentioned it, one of the best players on the planet wasn't able to play with them. And if Lundaroo's your sub, you're doing good. I mean, that kid was moving out there. Credit to them. Big time win, faced some adversity, fought through the bracket reset, kept their composure. Big, big win.
There they are, Tally Bobo Believers striking a pose with Chris Heroes, aka Pikachu in the big suit right there. Incredible stuff. I mean, just an amazing series, one of the best series of Pokemon Unite I've had the pleasure to cast right here. We're going to be taking a look at our updated bracket here in just 1 second so we can see how this played out. Tally Bobo Believers winning the whole way through. In fact, the only time they really stumbled, a couple games with Woof Woof, and then in the grand finals here against Nouns Esports, Nouns playing their hearts out, but once that bracket reset happened, they were able to turn it on. They were able to get intense and win this thing in commanding fashion. 3-1 against Nouns Esports.
I mean, that was just absolutely amazing. Let's take a quick look at what they got today. Tons of money. Money in the bank. Spraggle's what you drank. Tally Bobo Believers taking home 10K, and Toon getting a new pair of sneakers.
That's right. Toon gets new shoes. I get new shoes. You know what? I think everybody gets new shoes. Obviously, if you can afford it, that is a personal decision, and it is up to you. We've got an exciting season of Pokemon Unite coming. That felt like the World Championships. It really did. We got so much Pokemon Unite coming up. The April finals are happening May 6th. The May finals on May 27th. Then we head on over to the regional finals here in June. We have a live event for North America at NAIC June 30th through July 1st. We have a little bit of Snorlax in July, and then in August, the World Championships in Japan, August 11th through the 12th.
Yeah, what the Snorlax means is you're taking a rest in July because we're squaring up and getting ready for the World Championships. Let's take a look at the championship points that have been doled out here because that is a key component in qualifying this year.
That's right. I mean, take a look at that. 2,500 points to the first place team, Tally Bobo Believers. Nouns Esports with 2,000. Time to Shine walking away with this one with 1,600 points, and it heads on down the line. You know, your top 4 teams really are looking like your top 4 teams in EU for sure.
Yeah, lots of bright spots here in 5 through 8 that we saw some big-time upsets as well. Love that energy, but Tally Bobo Believers, we can't say they're a galaxy lock for Worlds just through CP, but holy smokes, they're going to be tough to catch.
They're going to be tough to catch. If they make their way to Worlds, they're going to be tough to beat because they are looking like one of the best teams to ever play this game. Let's take a look at the EU region here and how the CP is shaking out. Tally Bobo Believers right on top there, 4,900 championship points, followed by Nouns Esports at 4,091. Woof Woof coming in at 2,732. Time to Shine there at 2,300. A few teams nipping at their heels, though. Zephyr Esports putting on an amazing tournament right here, coming in at 5th. I mean, just some really impressive stuff, but once again, Tally Bobo Believers taking the big first place.
I mean, it looked good. Spraggles, let's talk about some final thoughts. My final thoughts, holy, that benchmark has been set so high, it's going to be tough to eclipse this particular tournament. That was absolutely insane, and I'm glad to be the eye on the sky on Aeos Island for stuff like that, because that is wild. On behalf of me, peace, love, and hugs.
Yeah, incredible stuff. A final yeehaw to you and yours. It's an absolute privilege and an honor to be able to cast these games alongside Doob Snacks, Chris Heroes, Zoinks, and everybody who works behind the scenes. Thank you all for watching and listening. Thank you to the audience out there, because you are the reason Pokemon Unite is so exciting. That is a wrap on day 2 of the EU Aeos Cup Finals here at EUIC. Congratulations to Tally Bobo Believers. They're going home with a lion's share of $25,000, the trophy, and of course the title of Aeos Champion for the EU region. Don't forget, registration for the April Cup opens up tomorrow at battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. If your team needs members or if you're a solo player, do not worry. After registering, you can find a team in the official UCS Discord. I love you. Goodbye.